Chapter 1. The Beginning. Dear viewers, we interrupt this broadcast with an urgent news report. A renowned lawyer and founding partner of the Jin law firm, Jin Sheng, tragically met his demise this morning at 11 o'clock in front of the city's intermediate court. Now, let us revisit the sequence of events that in the bustling metropolis of Magic City, a vibrant international center of finance. A young man abruptly awoke, springing up from his bed, his gaze unfocused and somewhat bewildered. Despite the crisp autumn air, beads of sweat dotted his forehead. What is happening? Where am I? As his eyes began to focus, a realization struck him, prompting a frantic search of his person. Finding nothing amiss, he finally exhaled in relief. For a lawyer, particularly one of considerable repute, mastering one's emotions is of utmost importance. Even in an unfamiliar environment, it is crucial to maintain a sense of calm. The room was cramped aside from the single bed beneath him. There was only a small desk beside it, cluttered with a few books and a laptop. The narrow passageway between the two barely allowed space for an adult to stand. Jin Sheng rapped his knuckles against the adjacent wall, which was made of wooden particle board, indicating it was a partitioned room. However, it struck him as odd he distinctly recalled being stabbed in the heart, the very pattern of the knife's hilt etched vividly in his memory. Alongside the intense pain in his body, he could still hear the gasps of the surrounding crowd, a stark reminder that the incident was undeniably real. Yet, why was he now unscathed, awakening in an unfamiliar setting? As he pondered the situation, a sudden jolt of pain surged through his head, an overwhelming tide of memories crashing upon him. Jin Sheng clenched his teeth, his neck muscles taut, his features contorted in agony. His hands gripped the bedclothes tightly, unwilling to release them. It took a good 15 minutes for the pain to subside, leaving him drenched, as if he had just emerged from water. Huff! As he exhaled, Jin Sheng began to process the memories that had just flooded his mind. The original owner of this body shared his name. He had recently completed a year-long internship and obtained his legal qualification as a fledgling lawyer. However, due to not being accepted by the firm where he interned, he had succumbed to a moment of despair, drowning his sorrows in alcohol, oblivious to the fact that he had recently consumed a cephalosporin, resulting in his untimely demise. During his internship, the original individual had been diligent and hardworking, rising early and burning the midnight oil, all in the hope of securing a permanent position in the dazzling yet treacherous world of Magic City. Yet, reality dealt a harsh blow. A peer, a girl who had entered the firm at the same time, despite her lesser achievements, had secured the coveted position. Initially, he found this inconceivable. It was only when his supervising mentor, with a hint of reluctance, revealed the truth that he understood. The girl, namely Qian, was the daughter of a shareholder in a publicly listed company, which happened to be one of the firm's clients. Thus, it is understood. Born in a small county, with parents who are merely ordinary wage earners, what could one possibly use to compare with others? As for hard work and striving, in the face of trivial finances, they hold little significance. The law firm's KPIs are the undeniable truth. If one were to lament, there is no remedy. In today's society, navigating through life demands power and connections. The workplace is no different. Jin Sheng, who occupies a prominent position, resonates deeply with this sentiment. After all, he himself began as an inconspicuous individual without any background, enduring struggles for the better part of his life to become a founding partner of a law firm. The hardships and pains he has endured are not for the ears of outsiders. Rest assured, I shall fulfill your wishes and be filial to your parents, Jin Sheng silently vowed within himself. From that moment forth, he is Jin Sheng, and Jin Sheng is high indistinguishable from one another. Ding. Dear host, greetings. The gold medal lawyer system has been activated. This system is designed to assist the host in becoming a nationally renowned legal expert, voicing for the unjust and seeking retribution for the wronged. Due to the host's 18 years and 5 months of professional experience, a level upgrade has been granted. Current level, intermediate lawyer. In addition to the novice gift pack, an upgrade gift pack has also been awarded. Is this the golden finger? Even having witnessed numerous grand occasions, Jin Sheng was taken aback by the suddenness of this scene, his mouth agape and momentarily at a loss. As a renowned lawyer, he is typically quite busy and lacks the time to peruse online novels. However, he has heard of terms like traverser, golden finger, and system he just never anticipated that one day they would manifest in his own life. It felt surreal. Jin Sheng attempted to speak. Open the gift pack. Novice gift pack. Congratulations, host, you have acquired mastery of civil law, along with 1,000 case studies. Upgrade gift pack. Congratulations, host, you have acquired mastery of criminal law, along with 1,000 case studies. System, I am already exceedingly well-versed in these two legal codes, having handled countless cases. Are you merely brushing me off? Due to the differences in legal systems across worlds, please do not doubt the fairness of this system. The two gift packs are intended to align the host with the title of Intermediate Lawyer. Commencing data infusion, please take note, host. Upon hearing this, Jin Sheng realized it was a critique of his lack of merit to match the title bestowed upon him. After enduring the previous excruciating pain, this mild discomfort felt trivial in comparison. Minutes later, Jin Sheng had fully absorbed the knowledge imparted. The contents of the two legal codes were etched into his memory with the utmost clarity, every punctuation mark retained. He could summon any segment to mind instantaneously, even faster than a reading device. It must be said, having a system is advantageous. It felt as though he had ingested a potent cognitive enhancer, rendering everything remarkably lucid. Yet, the most pressing matter remains the need to secure funds for his sustenance. The entirety of his original possessions does not exceed 10,000 yuan. Fortunately, I have not resorted to online loans, and there remains a glimmer of hope for the future. Although the partitioned room I currently inhabit is modest, the monthly rent along with utilities amounts to over 2,000 yuan, which is quite substantial. In a sprawling city, finding affordable housing proves to be a challenge to thrive in this metropolis. One must possess considerable financial resources. After careful contemplation, Jin Sheng has identified two viable paths ahead. First, he could engage in live streaming to disseminate legal knowledge, thereby attracting an audience while potentially generating additional income. Alternatively, he might seek affiliation with a small street-side law firm, where he could undertake independent cases in exchange for a share of the profits. However, acquiring cases is a daunting task. He may initially have to accept pro bono legal aid, which yields minimal income. Chapter 2. Affiliation. As a lawyer, irrespective of specialization, those who possess a formidable reputation and a high success rate are unlikely to earn meager incomes. Nevertheless, it is the attorneys specializing in capital mergers and acquisitions who truly reach the pinnacle of financial success. Previously, Jin Sheng had already brushed against this lucrative sector. Regrettably, a single misstep had derailed his progress. Now, he finds himself starting anew. Ding. The first task has been issued. Embark on the first step of your legal career by accepting and completing a case, earning the sincere gratitude of your client. The type of case is unrestricted, and the reward remains unknown. Note: higher difficulty yields greater rewards. Few upon hearing the system's announcement of his task, Jin Sheng realizes that his immediate priority is to secure a law firm affiliation otherwise, even if a case presents itself, he would be powerless to act. After all, the regulations governing the profession explicitly require such arrangements. Glimpsing the clock, he notes that it is already past 10 in the morning. Just yesterday, he was working at the law firm where he interned, dreaming of a promising future. Little did he know that a mere day would alter everything, even swapping his very soul. Life is indeed unpredictable twists and turns abound. Jin Sheng rises, preparing to take a shower before heading out. The room lacks an independent restroom, necessitating a trip to the shared facilities outside, which is quite inconvenient. Yet, such is the reality of living in a partitioned room. In this limited space, one must maximize utility to achieve the greatest return. As for the legality of such arrangements, one can only ponder, would a newly licensed attorney like Jin Sheng even be able to afford rent if it were legal? Xiao Sheng, aren't you going to work today? Yes. Yinjia, what brings you here? As he emerges with a change of clothes and toiletries, Jin Sheng encounters another tenant, Li Yin, who approaches him. Li Yin works as an HR representative at a company and, in her 30s, is a single mother. She has entrusted her child to her parents back home, striving to earn a living. She has always been quite considerate towards Jin Sheng. I just came back to grab a few things. After her hurried response, she swiftly heads to her room. Jin Sheng pays little mind and proceeds to the bathroom for his grooming. Half an hour later, Dressed in formal attire and with his documents prepared, he steps outside the Jin district within the Jiyuan community. This neighborhood comprises resettlement housing that has stood for over a decade, neither entirely new nor old. However, its prime location ensures a high occupancy rate. The type of partitioned rooms like the one Jin Sheng occupies is prevalent throughout the community. Exiting the community gate, Jin Sheng sought refuge in a ramen chain, hastily consuming a modest meal. Alas, the constraints of his finances compelled him to exercise frugality. Having satiated his hunger, he meandered along the street, primarily in search of small law firms. Medium to large-sized establishments were not even worth contemplating, for the place where he had interned was precisely of that ilk. After traversing 2 streets, he finally stumbled upon a suitable candidate. What followed was a period of observation for a full 3 hours. Not a single soul entered the premises. Peering through the glass door, he discerned a middle-aged man seated at a desk, engrossed in the glow of a computer screen, occasionally sipping from a cup of tea. It was evident was indulging in a television drama. The scene was unmistakably one of idleness. After adjusting his appearance, Jin Sheng stepped inside. "Hello, are you the person in charge here?" Hello, the middle-aged man replied, seemingly jolted back to reality only upon Jin Sheng's approach and greeting. As he stood, there was a hint of fluster in his demeanor. "Are you looking for a lawyer?" Noticing the man's slight embarrassment, Jin Sheng offered a warm smile and replied, "I would like to speak with the head of the firm regarding a potential business opportunity." "Oh, what kind of business?" "Please have a seat." Jin Sheng took a seat on a nearby chair. On the desk, there was a small sign that read Ingzheng Law Firm Chen Zheng. Presumably, this was indeed the middle-aged gentleman before him. "You must be Chen Zheng, the attorney," Jin Sheng remarked, gesturing towards the wooden nameplate partially obscured by a file folder. Chen Zheng settled back into his chair, curiosity etched on his face. "What should I call you?" "My name is Jin Sheng. I'm also a lawyer, like you. "So what business do you wish to discuss? Are you looking to acquire my firm?" Upon hearing this, Jin Sheng shook his head and replied, "Attorney Chen, you jest. My purpose today is to affiliate with your firm without a salary, in exchange for a share of the earnings. What do you think?" Only then did Chen Zheng grasp the situation. This was what one might term a business proposal. "Ah, you must have recently obtained your practicing certificate, yet found no placement at an internship firm," he surmised. Jin Sheng understood that upon stating his request, it was inevitable the other party would deduce his circumstances, as this was a rite of passage for every lawyer. "Attorney Chen, your insight is keen," Jin Sheng acknowledged. Chen Zheng had never encountered such audacity. Here was a young man seeking assistance, yet presenting himself as if it were a lucrative opportunity for Chen Zheng. This youth had promise. A successful lawyer, it seemed, must not only possess formidable legal acumen, but also bear a thick skin and a certain cunning. In his own youth, he had sacrificed much for the sake of reputation and dignity, ultimately leading him to his current station. Fortunately, the office space was owned outright, sparing him the burden of rent. Each month, a few clients trickled in, seeking assistance with drafting complaints and jurisdictional matters. Occasionally, he would even moonlight in typing and photocopying services, which sufficed to cover his expenses. Staying at home is rather dull, so I might as well channel my energy into something worthwhile. However, in this moment, as I cast a glance at Jin Sheng, my expression takes on a hint of intrigue. Jin Sheng, sensing the shift in my demeanor, musters the courage to continue his inquiry. "What do you think, Attorney Chen? Do you agree?" Chen Zheng responds with a casual smile. "I might consider collaborating with you, but there are a few questions." Jin Sheng's eyes light up. "Please, Attorney Chen, go ahead. Which law firm did you intern at before?" "Quan Jin." "Ah, a reputable firm indeed. But what was the reason for your non-selection?" "I was outcompete." "And what are your plans moving forward?" "I intend to take on some legal aid cases to build my experience." Chen Zheng nods, in understanding his aspirations align closely with my assumptions. It is evident that this young man harbors a strong determination, reminiscent of my own ambitions right after graduating from law school. Youthful and full of ideas. "All right, you may arrange your own desk. Should you find yourself with idle time, feel free to come by here. The terms will be as you proposed. No salary, and I shall take a 20% cut of your earnings. Consider it your rent." Upon hearing these terms, Jin Sheng realizes that Chen Zheng is indeed being quite accommodating. Had he sought to join another firm, he might have faced additional fees, making the arrangement far less favorable. It is important to note that even for affiliated attorneys, any misstep could reflect poorly on the firm. Typically, firms would not easily permit such affiliations. Jin Sheng promptly rises, offering a slight bow, and sincerely expresses, "Thank you, Attorney Chen." Though Chen Zheng's expression remains unchanged, a glimmer of satisfaction dances in his eyes. The young man is quite polite. As time passes, Jin Sheng finds an empty desk and organizes it to his liking. However, he lacks a computer and must solve that issue independently. He remains busy until the evening before returning to his modest rented room. Chapter 3. The first case. Early the next morning, Jin Sheng rose from his slumber, armed with pertinent materials, and made his way to the law firm. Chen Zheng's residence was conveniently located just a few steps away in the adjacent community, so by the time Jin Sheng arrived, the door was already ajar. "Lawyer Chen, I have the materials ready." "Excellent. Let us first sign the labor contract. I will ensure everything else is in order." This was a necessary step in the process of affiliation. Jin Sheng took the contract, briefly scanned its contents, and promptly inscribed his name. However, there was no immediate rush. He needed to finalize all the formalities today before proceeding to the court to register and accept the legal aid case. As for the potential earnings, it was better left unspoken. A legal aid case could yield a maximum of 3,000 yuan, but only in instances involving severe charges, such as life imprisonment or capital punishment. For more ordinary cases, the remuneration barely reached 2,000 yuan. Jin Sheng's primary objective at this juncture was to establish his reputation swiftly. He had yet to delve into the realm of live-streaming legal education and recognized the necessity of first acquiring knowledge and understanding the procedures. During the subsequent hours, aside from browsing the internet for the latest news, Jin Sheng focused intently on various forums, searching for posts expressing grievances or lamenting injustice. However, after several hours of searching, aside from trivial matters, it seemed there were no substantial discoveries. But was that truly the case? In the vast expanse of the internet, while freedom of expression reigned, certain topics remained subject to censorship. 2 days later, Jin Sheng's name appeared on the roster of the legal aid organization, officially becoming a public defender. Along with the notification came a case, a nearly unwinnable criminal matter. The reason was clear. The preliminary review had concluded, resulting in a direct death sentence, with a 2-year reprieve. The defendant was now proclaiming innocence and had filed an appeal. The records indicated that the legal aid organization had assigned 6 public defenders to the case, all of whom declined to take it after meeting the defendant once, citing a common reason: the defendant's refusal to cooperate. Upon reading this, Jin Sheng understood well, the situation was a clear acknowledgement of inevitable defeat, and they were merely seeking an excuse to extricate themselves from this predicament. After all, no one desires to have the label of loser affixed to their professional journey. Yet, this presented an opportunity for Jin Sheng. This was the essence of true skill, venturing into the uncertain despite the knowledge of potential failure. Nevertheless, he needed to first study the case details and then arrange a meeting with the defendant. Fortunately, what Jin Sheng possessed in abundance at present were time and patience. As he absorbed line after line of text and various pieces of evidence, his brow furrowed deeply. Defendant Yi Fan. In addition to being an ordinary entrepreneur running a fruit shop, he was also the nephew of the deceased. He was currently facing charges of intentional homicide. The origins of the case dated back a year when Zhang Ji, a foreign trade company owner, and his 8-year-old daughter, Zhang Mingming, were found lifeless in the living room of their home. Both were pronounced dead upon arrival at the hospital. An autopsy revealed that their cause of death was cyanide poisoning. The police also discovered the source of the deadly hydrogen cyanide within the victim's home, notably a watermelon that had been nearly consumed. A week later, following a thorough investigation, law enforcement identified the prime suspect, Yi Fan. The day prior to the incident, Yi Fan had visited the victim's residence, carrying a translucent red plastic bag, which contained the very watermelon in question. However, upon his departure, the bag was conspicuously empty. Surveillance footage from the community clearly captured this sequence of events. Based on these observations, the police subsequently found the murder weapon in Yi Fan's home, a glass vial containing the lethal hydrogen cyanide, which bore only his fingerprints. Regarding the source of the toxin, investigators speculated that Yi Fan, being a chemistry major in college, possessed both the capability and means to extract hydrogen cyanide from the seeds of rotten apples. According to a neighbor's testimony, the day before the victim's demise, he witnessed a fierce argument between the 2 men at the door, allegedly over a loan. The police also corroborated this through the WeChat chat history between them. Yi Fan, having recently entered into a relationship, had not only maxed out his credit card but also accrued substantial online debts, leaving him in dire financial straits. Even the fruit shop he managed was on the brink of closure due to a lack of funds for inventory. Hence, he sought financial assistance from his uncle, the victim Zhang Ji. The evidence against Yu Fan was compelling, including video stills, neighbor testimonies, and fingerprint analyses. Strangely, however, Yu Fan maintained his innocence during interrogation, refusing to admit guilt. Yet, he could not explain the presence of hydrogen cyanide in his home, nor the fact that his fingerprints were on the vial. Additionally, the toxic watermelon had been selected by him from the shop and brought to the victim. During the first trial, despite the absence of a confession, the motives, weapon, and timeline all pointed decisively towards Yi Fan as the perpetrator. The panel unanimously determined the facts of the crime were established. Due to his obstinate demeanor and refusal to cooperate, he was sentenced to a suspended death penalty. This case was indeed perplexing. After reviewing all the materials, Jin Sheng couldn't help but shake his head. However, conceding defeat was not in his nature. The more challenging the case, the more resolute his determination became. As long as his client insisted on innocence, there was no justification for him to abandon his role as counsel. Upon careful reflection, Jin Sheng discovered a crucial oversight. Who had reported the crime? Why had both the police and the prosecution failed to document this in the case files? Logically, the first-hand account of the person who reported the incident would be of paramount importance. Had it been overlooked, or was it a deliberate omission? Perhaps it was best to wait until he met with the involved parties. After all, without a signed retainer agreement, everything remained uncertain. Closing the case file in his hands, he muttered to himself. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already 3 in the afternoon, yet there was still time to act. Jin Sheng promptly rose to his feet, meticulously organizing a collection of documents in preparation to submit an application for a meeting with the detained individual. Alas, it is worth noting that such tasks are typically delegated to interns or assistants, a necessary rite of passage indeed. This situation left Jin Sheng feeling somewhat fragmented, as he recalled that he had not engaged in such duties for over a decade. His former self had only recently performed this role prior to his departure from the position, creating a considerable internal conflict. Nevertheless, at this moment, he had no choice but to take matters into his own hands to ensure his sustenance. After exchanging greetings with Chen Zhong, Jin Sheng steeled his resolve and set out, taking the subway towards the detention center. Observing the fervent determination of Jin Sheng, Chen Zhang smiled and nodded in approval, but this scene went unnoticed by Jin Sheng, who was wholly absorbed in the case at hand. Chapter 4. Meeting Yi Fan. The following morning, Jin Sheng arrived at the detention center in the Magic City, equipped with the necessary documentation. After undergoing a series of inspections and surrendering his mobile phone, he entered the visiting room to await his appointment. Approximately 10 minutes later, the door on the opposite side swung open. A young man, with a buzz cut, shackled and looking exceedingly haggard, his sunken eyes and a bruise on his left cheek, stepped inside. This must be Yi Fan. Hello, Yi Fan. I am the attorney appointed by the Assistance Center. My name is Jin Sheng, but you may call me Attorney Jin. Once the guard exited and they were seated, Jin Sheng introduced himself to Yi Fan. However, Yi Fan remained silent, his gaze devoid of emotion, suggesting a sense of numbness. Jin Sheng felt a twinge of concern. This was not a promising sign. If Yi Fan had lost all hope, their efforts would be in vain. For now, it was imperative to ignite Yi Fan's will to survive. I have examined your case. If what you say is true and you are innocent, then it appears you have been manipulated, becoming a scapegoat. Really? Do you truly believe that? Hearing a perspective so starkly different from those of previous lawyers left Yi Fan in disbelief. After all, he had been proclaiming his innocence for so long. Yet no one seemed willing to believe him. Perhaps it was Jin Sheng's sincere tone and genuine demeanor that provided Yi Fan with an emotional outlet. And he broke down in tears. A grown man would not weep so painfully unless he had endured profound injustice. This further convinced Jin Sheng of Yi Fan's innocence. Of course, one could not rule out the possibility of an Oscar-winning performance, but that would merely be impressive. It was evident that Yi Fan had suffered not only psychologically, but also physically. After several minutes, Yi Fan's emotional outpouring began to subside, his sobs gradually fading. Yet, from his slightly swollen eyes, Jin Sheng no longer perceived that numbness or silence. Sensing the moment was right, Jin Sheng seized the opportunity and spoke. Yi Fan, I will ask you a few questions, and it is crucial that you think carefully before responding. as your answers will determine whether you can leave this place. Yes. Attorney Jin, please proceed. Noticing Yifan's serious nod, Jin Sheng thought to himself, excellent, the foundation of mutual trust has been established. We can now delve into the matter at hand. First, do you have any recollection of the bottle containing hydrogen cyanide? Yifan pondered for a moment before slowly shaking his head in response. No, aside from when I was making my statement. I had no idea that such a bottle was present in my home. Jin Sheng noted this on an A4 sheet and continued, what about the fingerprints on it? Do you have anything to say regarding that? Or did you ever handle it? Yifan shook his head again. I am unsure. But I am certain that I never touched it, not even to the slightest degree. At this moment, Jin Sheng pondered over the evidence in his hand. If Yifan had indeed not been involved, then this evidence must be fabricated. According to the law of Roca, every event leaves a trace. After meticulously examining the fingerprint comparison, Jin Sheng discerned a clue. This gave him a sense of assurance. He promptly documented his findings. The second query arose. On the day you brought the watermelon, was it handled by anyone else? No, absolutely not. Oh, how can you be so certain? Because I purchased that watermelon directly at the entrance of my uncle's community, not from my own store. After buying it, I carried it in my hands until I placed it in my uncle's kitchen. No one else touched it. Upon hearing Yifan's response, Jin Sheng contemplated. If Yifan was truthful, then someone must have entered the deceased's home after Yifan had left. This would explain everything. Given that the fruit market at the community entrance was bustling with activity, making it impossible to inject poison into the watermelon beforehand. What if he was mistaken? Would he return? On that day, was there a quarrel with your uncle regarding a loan? Yifan appeared somewhat embarrassed upon hearing this question. Could you elaborate on the details? It might assist your case. Jin Sheng's inquiry was indeed significant, as the motivation for the crime is crucial for the court's conviction. Understanding the sequence of events is essential. Though Yifan's expression revealed a struggle, he gradually began to share. My parents passed away due to an accident right after my college entrance examination. During my 4 years at university, I lived with my uncle until my aunt had an affair and divorced him, at which point I moved out and opened a fruit store. 2 years ago, I unexpectedly encountered Li Xiaoman, who had once been the unattainable dream of countless boys. However, upon our reunion, she had become a hostess working in a nightclub. That night, I pretended not to recognize her and spent 10,000 yuan to take her to a hotel. As he recounted this, Yifan's expression was filled with sweet memories. Jin Sheng refrained from interrupting, merely observing quietly. After a considerable pause, Yifan continued, subsequently, I would visit her occasionally, adhering to the same routine. Until just over a month before the incident, she reached out to me, seeking my assistance for her daughter who suffered from congenital heart disease. It turned out that she recognized me the moment she laid eyes on me. She confided that this was why she agreed to share a room with me that night. And everything thereafter was similar. That very day, I gathered all the money I had, even borrowing from online lenders, totaling 200,000 yuan for her. I even stayed by her side outside the operating room for hours on end, until the moment the doctor emerged to announce the success of the surgery. Xiaoman confided in me that this was merely the first operation. To achieve a complete recovery, another procedure would be necessary. From that day forth, she ceased attending work and devoted herself to caring for her daughter in the hospital. I had assured her that her past held no significance for me. I simply wished for her presence in my future, along with her daughter, whom I would cherish as my own. Xiaoman was deeply touched and readily accepted my sentiments. Lawyer Jin, you are well aware of the exorbitant hospital expenses. Within just half a month, the cost can escalate to tens of thousands. I found myself with no alternative but to seek assistance from my uncle. However, after recounting the entirety of Xiaoman's situation to him, he unexpectedly erupted in anger, berating me for what he deemed a lapse in judgment and uttering further unkind remarks. Despite my prolonged explanations, my uncle remained obstinate and unyieldingly expelled me from his presence. This incident serves as the source of the discord between my uncle and me. Upon concluding his tale, Yifan's expression bore a hint of sorrow. Chapter 5. Monitoring adjustments. At this moment, Jin Sheng found himself intrigued by the woman named Li Xiaoman, as she seemed to align with some of his lingering uncertainties. Had Xiaoman ever visited your home? Although she had agreed to be with me, she had only been to my residence once. When? On July 16th. Precisely 1 week before my incident. Observing Jin Sheng inscribing this date on a blank sheet of paper, he circled it and emphasized it with a few deliberate dots, indicating its significance. Yifan, with urgency, inquired, Lawyer Jin, you cannot possibly suspect Xiaoman. She could never commit such an act. Jin Sheng raised his hand slightly, signaling for calm, and replied, "Do not rush. I merely wish to validate a notion, not imply any accusations." Yifan nodded in understanding. Subsequently, Jin Sheng posed numerous trivial questions, diligently noting the responses on his paper. As the meeting time approached, he solemnly asked one final question. "Yifan, are you willing to place your trust in me and appoint me as your legal counsel for your defense?" Without hesitation, Yifan earnestly responded, "Lawyer Jin, throughout this ordeal, you are the only one who has chosen to believe in me and wish to assist me. Furthermore, I have no alternative left, do I? Even if I were to lose, it could not possibly be worse than my current predicament." Upon hearing this, Jin Sheng produced a prepared power of attorney document and requested Yifan's signature. From that moment forth, Jin Sheng officially became Yifan's entrusted attorney. "Well, the time is nearly upon us. I have gathered all the necessary information regarding your circumstances," Jin Sheng stated as he began to organize his documents in preparation to return to the law firm. "Lawyer Jin, I entrust this matter to you," Yifan said, unable to rise, yet nodding solemnly in Jin Sheng's direction. "Rest assured, I shall exert my utmost effort," Jin Sheng assured him. Once outside the detention center, Jin Sheng did not hasten to catch the subway, but instead approached the reception window. After retrieving his mobile phone, he promptly asked the staff, "May I speak with your supervisor? I have a matter to discuss." "I'm sorry, but our supervisor is currently in a meeting and unavailable," came the dismissive response. Clearly an evasion. However, as a lawyer, Jin Sheng was not easily deterred by such trivialities. "I am an attorney, and my client has endured unjust treatment within your facility. I reserve the right to file a complaint with the prosecutorial authorities and the Judicial Bureau," he stated firmly. The receptionist was momentarily taken aback by his assertiveness, having never encountered such a bold lawyer who dared to confront her directly. Please hold on. Let me check if the supervisor's meeting has concluded," she stammered. Jin Sheng chose not to expose her pretense, standing quietly as he observed her flustered attempts. "Hello, Chen. I have a lawyer here who wishes to meet you and has mentioned a complaint." Yes, understood." After ending the call, the young lady turned to Jin Sheng and said, "Hello, our leader has just concluded a meeting and will be here shortly. Please bear with us for a moment." Following her words, she smiled awkwardly, a slight twitch of embarrassment evident on her face. After approximately 10 minutes, a man in his 40s, appearing quite competent, approached Jin Sheng. "I am the deputy director here, Chen Fray. You sought me out?" "Indeed. My name is Jin Sheng, and I am a lawyer. I'm here. Please proceed with your matter," he stated, his tone somewhat brusque, though Jin Sheng remained unfazed and even managed to smile. "Deputy Director Chen, my client, Yifan, had visible injuries on his face during our meeting today, which appear to be fresh wounds. I did not inquire about the specifics of what transpired, but he is currently in the appellate phase, and should this be seen by a multitude during the proceedings, I am concerned." Upon hearing Jin Sheng's account, Chen Fei furrowed his brow. This situation indeed held the potential for considerable ramifications. If the opposing party were to raise a complaint during the court session, it could become quite troublesome. Even those who have erred possess rights. At present, he felt grateful for the alert. "Lawyer Jin, thank you for your support of our work. We will thoroughly investigate and handle this matter with the utmost care." "Thank you, Deputy Director Chen," Jin Sheng replied. At this moment, they exchanged a brief handshake, initiated by Chen. After parting ways, Jin Sheng internally reflected, "Yifan, for now, this is all I can offer you." Upon returning to the law firm, Jin Sheng promptly reported to the assistance center, confirming that he had accepted the commission, an essential procedure. "Xiao Jin, have you taken this case?" "Indeed, Lawyer Chen." Chen Zheng, holding a thermos cup, had just finished pouring water and noticed the commission letter on Jin Sheng's desk, prompting his casual inquiry. "What case is it?" "It pertains to a poisoning and murder case from a year ago. The suspect is proclaiming innocence and has applied for a second trial." Chen Zheng felt a slight jolt in his chest, for in criminal cases of this nature, without substantial new evidence to support the appeal, it typically becomes a mere formality. The original verdict is likely to be upheld. However, observing Jin Sheng's demeanor, there was no sign of tension or urgency. Either he was exceptionally confident, or he was indifferent. This piqued Chen Zheng's curiosity, leading him to ponder. Had he misjudged Jin Sheng's capabilities? Driven by curiosity, Chen Zheng continued, "What led you to take on such a case?" Jin Sheng smiled at the inquiry. "I just met with the client." Chen Zheng's eyes brightened. "Do you have confidence?" Jin Sheng merely smiled in response, leaving much unsaid, as among colleagues. Some conversations need not be elaborated upon. Jin Sheng nodded in understanding and returned to his pursuits, resuming his series. On the following morning at 9 o'clock, Jin Sheng arrived at the District Public Security Bureau, presented his identification and power of attorney, and then waited for nearly half an hour. It was only then that he met Officer Lin Xia, who was responsible for handling the case at the time. Hello. Officer Lin, I am Yi Fan's attorney. My name is Jin Sheng. Do you have matters to discuss with me? Despite Jin Sheng's cheerful demeanor, Lin Xia responded with a hint of impatience. After all, as an enforcer of the law, she was quite busy. Moreover, the evidence in this case was irrefutable, and the court had already issued a verdict. Was there still a glimmer of hope? Jin Sheng initially intended to delve deeper into the details of the case, but upon observing Lin Xia's demeanor, he wisely refrained from voicing his inquiry. It was apparent that even if he posed the question, he would likely receive no valuable information in return. Instead, he decided to pivot to the main point directly. Officer Lin, I would like to inquire about the duration for which the surveillance footage from the community was retained. During the investigation, we copied all surveillance footage from the day of the incident and 1 month prior, and stored it in the archives, she replied. I wish to request access to that segment of the surveillance video. Certainly, that is your right. In this regard, Lin Xia was accommodating and readily agreed. However, she emphasized that the necessary procedures must still be followed. By the time he acquired the requested materials, an hour had elapsed. At Jin Sheng's suggestion, the two exchanged contact information. Chapter 6. Every family has its own difficulties upon exiting the Public Security Bureau. Jin Sheng did not hasten to review the surveillance footage. Instead, he made his way to the hospital. He wished to meet this woman, named Li Xiaoman. Following the information provided by Yi Fan, Jin Sheng brought a carton of milk and proceeded directly to the door of the ward. This was a matter of social etiquette. However, the room was pristine and devoid of any occupants. At that moment, a nurse happened to pass by, and Jin Sheng eagerly approached her, inquiring, "Excuse me, Miss Nurse. Could you please tell me where the young patient Li Tiantian has gone? And who might you be to her?" She asked. "I am a classmate of her mother." He replied, "I am in the city for business and thought I would come to visit the little one." "Oh, I see." Jin Sheng, clad in a formal suit, appeared quite respectable, which undoubtedly enhanced the credibility of his words. It was certainly not solely due to his charming looks or sweet talk. "Miss Nurse, could you enlighten me further?" Jin Sheng pressed on. The nurse blinked, scrutinizing him closely before finally responding, "All right. You don't seem like a bad person, so I shall inform you. Little Li Tiantian has already been discharged and should be at home recuperating. She came back for a follow-up appointment last week and is recovering quite well." These words deepened Jin Sheng's perplexity. After all, according to Yi Fan, the surgery for which he had provided financial support had not entirely cured her ailment. Of course, it was also possible that Li Xiaoman had found another wealthy benefactor. A woman of decent beauty, willing to go to great lengths for her child, would undoubtedly find a way. As the saying goes, a woman may be gentle, but a mother is fierce. Wasn't Yi Fan a living testament to this? It seemed he would need to conduct a more thorough investigation to unravel the mystery. Nevertheless, for the time being, he had to maintain appearances and navigate the situation. Jin Sheng immediately feigned an expression of surprise, exclaiming, "Really? That is splendid news." The nurse, not suspecting any ulterior motives, nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it is true. Several of my colleagues are also delighted for Tiantian. She is such a well-behaved and understanding little girl. Yet her illness has been so unfortunate. You have no idea. Tiantian's father vanished without a trace upon learning of her congenital heart condition. For the past few years, it has been all Li Xiaoman, steadfastly supporting her. We have all been witness to her struggles. But now, all is well. Tiantian's surgery was a success, and she will be able to live like any other normal child." After exchanging contact information, Jin Sheng bid farewell to the nurse and returned directly to the law firm. He did not visit the attending physician, for any inquiry would likely be futile. A doctor with a sense of professional ethics would not easily disclose a patient's information. As a lawyer, Jin Sheng could not afford to break the law. He had already obtained Li Xiaoman's contact details and address from Yi Fan. However, it would be imprudent to call her without forethought. What if there were complications? That would only serve to alarm the unsuspecting. It is prudent to first locate the individual and observe before proceeding, ideally eliciting a hint of their intentions. An hour later, Jin Sheng returned to the law firm, intently scrutinizing the surveillance footage displayed on his computer. The screen revealed Yi Fan, clad in a checked shirt, dejectedly emerging from the corridor. This was presumably the moment following the heated argument between the two regarding a loan, leading to Yi Fan's departure. If Yi Fan's account proves consistent, the individual who appears next will be of considerable significance. An elderly woman accompanied by her grandson entered the building. Pass. A young couple, exuding intimacy. Possibly lovers or newlyweds. Pass. A maintenance worker, donned in overalls and carrying a toolbox. This one merits documentation. It is certainly not due to the slogan on his attire, professional drain cleaning. For now, Jin Sheng focused solely on individuals entering and exiting alone, dismissing pairs for the time being. He had his own rationale for this approach. As time elapsed, the daylight outside gradually faded. Xiaojin, are you not heading home? Shen Lu asked. You go ahead. I'll lock up later, Jin Sheng replied. All right, don't stay too late, and remember to eat. Understood. After Jin Sheng acknowledged him, he redirected his attention to the computer screen, prompting Chen Zheng to chuckle and shake his head. People often proclaim the merits of being a lawyer, with a 9-to-5 schedule and substantial income. Yet, they fail to recognize the countless nights of toil that accompany such a profession. Many lawyers, even after reaching what is considered a standard of excellence, may earn less than a mere debt collector. Is this not true across all fields? Beyond innate talent, one must strive diligently, cultivate connections, and, ultimately, rely on a modicum of fortune. Only by fulfilling these criteria might one ascend to the pinnacle of their industry, excluding those fortunate enough to be born into privilege. Fully engrossed, Jin Sheng resembled a robot oblivious to hunger. Even past midnight, he had barely traversed half of the footage, despite employing triple speed. The blank pages were now densely populated with notes, the volume substantial. Nevertheless, Jin Sheng possessed his own filtering criteria, mitigating any concerns. For every entry, there would be an exit. Once he completed the remaining half, he anticipated a significant reduction in his written records. Unaware of it earlier, Jin Sheng now felt both fatigued and famished, his eyes heavy with strain. After gathering his belongings, he decided to take his laptop home, planning to study directly there the following morning to avoid unnecessary travel. In a sprawling metropolis like Shanghai, this hour marked the peak for nocturnal wanderers. Jin Sheng casually sought a noodle shop, satiating his hunger before gradually making his way back to his rented accommodation. Ding! Upon exiting the elevator, Jin Sheng spotted a figure seated outside his door, head bowed, utterly still. Particularly in the dimly lit corridor, anyone with a weak constitution might find themselves quite startled. As Jin Sheng approached, he was immediately enveloped by a potent aroma of alcohol. How much had she consumed? With a gentle nudge, she toppled to the ground. It was then that Jin Sheng recognized her, Li Yin. However, he pondered what could have led her to drink so excessively today. By all accounts, she was merely an HR professional, not a member of public relations or sales, and thus not typically required to partake in such revelry. The notion that she would be out socializing with friends to this extent was entirely unfathomable to him. From the memories of his original self, he knew that Li Yin, a single mother, usually economized to the point of subsisting mainly on vegetarian dishes. It was inconceivable that she would indulge in drinking or social gatherings. Sister Yin, wake up. After propping her up, he called out multiple times, but to no avail. With no other options, he was left to rely on himself. After unlocking the door, he effortlessly scooped her up in a princess carry and made his way inside. Li Yin was quite slender, making it a breeze for him. In her small bag, he found the key to her room, allowing him to settle her comfortably. Observing the unconscious Li Yin, Jin Sheng couldn't help but shake his head. Fortunately, it was he who stumbled upon her. Otherwise, she might have been taken advantage of. After all, she was an attractive woman in her 30s, possessing a certain allure. Chapter 7. The security guard on a Wednesday with clear skies, Jin Sheng awoke feeling refreshed. Despite the mental exertion of the previous day, a night of rest had fully rejuvenated him. After all, he was young, and it made a difference. Regarding last night's events, he had already sent a message to Li Yin, explaining the situation, but he had yet to receive a reply, likely because she was still asleep. After leisurely attending to his morning routine and having breakfast, Jin Sheng returned to his room to continue his analysis of the surveillance footage. Yesterday, he had recorded entries. Today, he was focused on documenting exits. He meticulously compared the footage, noting individuals who left alone, displaying anxious expressions, or wearing some form of concealment, regardless of gender. As he sifted through the footage, the list of individuals diminished significantly. Naturally, he did not know their names. He was merely recording the timestamps from the surveillance. Preparing to capture screenshots for printing, he anticipated that this information would prove useful during his inquiries later. As for soliciting police assistance, Jin Sheng felt he was not yet in a position to do so. Even if he were to request help, it would likely be in vain. After all, if any leads were uncovered, would it not be embarrassing? Xiaosheng, are you there? A knock at the door startled Jin Sheng, who had been entirely absorbed in his task. Given the voice, it was likely Li Yin had awakened. Indeed, upon opening the door, he saw her, looking somewhat pale and quite haggard. Yinjia, you're awake. Yes, thank you for last night. Observing Li Yan's smile, which was more sorrowful than joyful, Jin Sheng inquired, Yinjia, did something happen? Why did you drink so much? I'm fine. Li Yan's expression was tinged with melancholy. She almost revealed more, but thought better of it. However, Jin Sheng was not overly inquisitive, recognizing that it was a personal matter. Out of respect for the care she had shown to his predecessor, he continued, Yinjia, as you know, I am a lawyer. Should you have any needs in that regard, do not hesitate to reach out. All right, thank you, Xiaosheng. I must head to work now. Once Li Yin departed, Jin Sheng sighed. After all, everyone has their troubles. Even he was striving to ascend in life. It could only be said that every household has its own difficult scriptures to recite. At that moment, Jin Sheng glanced at the time. It was nearly noon. After a light meal, he sought out a printing shop to print his screenshots. He then took the subway to the victim's neighborhood, heading directly to the security booth at the entrance. Legend has it that a neighborhood security guard, dedicated to safeguarding the community, had a fondness for teddy bear cookies and married the resident, Xiaodan. It was evident that the security guard was the person most capable of recognizing the residents at a glance. This time, Jin Sheng decided to heed the advice and conform to the collective gaze of the crowd. Sir, are you busy? You don't seem to be from our neighborhood. Indeed. The elder remains the elder, even while casually scrolling through alluring short videos. A mere glance at Jin Sheng allowed him to unveil the mystery. Who is Jin Sheng? He is a mature man with the soul of a 50-year-old encased in a 20-something physique. When it comes to the intricacies of human relationships, he possesses a certain cunning. The elder, taking a drag from a cigarette, cleared his throat. Jin Sheng promptly produced 2 packs of cigarettes, slipping them into the elder's pocket. In these times, one must opt for the soft variety, not the hard. The elder nodded in satisfaction, a look that conveyed a sense of appreciation for the young man's understanding. Speak. What is it? Hey, could you help me identify these individuals? Upon receiving the photographs from Jin Sheng, the elder scrutinized them closely. After examining several images, he turned to scrutinize Jin Sheng with a wary expression. Who exactly are you? Where did you acquire these photographs? Please, do not misunderstand. I am a lawyer, and these photographs were obtained from surveillance footage at the Public Security Bureau, Jin Sheng explained, producing his credentials for the elder's inspection. Although the elder could not discern their authenticity, he examined them thoroughly before nodding in acknowledgement. Such a concealed depth. Having established Jin Sheng's identity and ensuring there were no lingering concerns, and having pocketed his gains, the elder finally spoke at a leisurely pace. These photographs primarily feature the owners from Building 16, though there are 2 I do not recognize. By the way, you must be here regarding the incident involving the Zhang family from a year ago? In response to the elder's penetrating gaze, Jin Sheng nodded affirmatively. Ah. The elder smirked, his expression inscrutable. At that moment, Jin Sheng seized the opportunity to flatter him. You truly possess discerning eyes. Nothing escapes your notice. Impressive. He even offered a thumbs up. The elder, appearing pleased, nodded in approval. Since I find you agreeable, I shall share some insights. Jin Sheng, sensing unexpected fortune, promptly seated himself on a nearby stool, retrieving paper and pen, embodying the demeanor of an eager student ready to absorb wisdom. The elder, undeterred, began to share. Zhang Ji was quite a decent fellow. He would warmly greet us security guards while taking his little girl for walks. Who would have thought he would leave us at such a young age? A sigh escaped the elder as he expressed his regret. By the way, I know his nephew, who used to live with Zhang Ji. I heard his parents met with an unfortunate accident, leaving only Zhang Ji as his relative. He seemed quite honest. Who could have anticipated such a turn of events? Truly, one cannot judge a person merely by their appearance. Jin Sheng realized he had merely listened in vain. Those 2 packs of cigarettes ultimately proved to be a misplaced investment. However, now that he is here, Jin Sheng still hopes to gather more information. So, dear sir, how is Zhang Ji's house being handled? His wife is living there. What else could be done? Hasn't Zhang Ji gotten a divorce? Not at all. Who told you that? It is true that Yao Qian often quarrels with Zhang Ji, but I have not heard of their divorce. After the security guard finished speaking, he looked at Jin Sheng with a puzzled expression. This revelation is rather intriguing. It seems that Yu Fan is also unaware of this matter. Perhaps it was the furrowed brow on Jin Sheng's face that led the old man to believe he was being questioned. Without hesitation, he retrieved a photo from the ones Jin Sheng had brought. Look, this is Yao Qian. Upon receiving the picture, Jin Sheng gazed at the woman adorned in an elegant dress and wearing a lace sun hat, and his mind began to race. Compared to Yi Fan, who resorted to poisoning due to his uncle's refusal to lend money, Jin Sheng was more inclined to believe that this woman, Yao Qian, acted out of motives related to company shares. Yet, there remained an inconsistency. After all, a mother would not harm her own child for money, would she? Jin Sheng could hardly fathom the depths of such cruelty. Even if she wished to take action against Zhang Ji, she could easily find an excuse to take her daughter along when leaving. Exiting the community, Jin Sheng felt somewhat disoriented. What is the truth, after all? Chapter 8. The informant in the modest confines of the district prosecutor's office, a haphazard arrangement of a dozen desks sprawled across the space, separated by half-height glass partitions. The already limited surfaces were further cluttered with case files, making it nearly impossible to discern the presence of individuals in close proximity. Within a solitary office at the far end, the team leader, Cheng Taiyuan, was engaged in a phone conversation. All right, I understand. Thank you, Lao Chen. After ending the call, a subtle furrow appeared on his otherwise impassive brow. The call had come from Fray, the deputy warden of the detention center, who had briefed him on some developments concerning Yi Fan and had subtly hinted at a piece of information. Yi Fan's newly appointed attorney, a young man named Jin Sheng, had made quite an impression. The issue, however, was that Fray had, rather frustratingly, been at a disadvantage in this encounter. Cheng Taiyuan allowed a faint smile to escape his lips as he murmured to himself, intriguing. I truly wish to meet this young man. Nevertheless, to avoid any unforeseen complications, he resolved to exercise caution. With that thought, Cheng Taiyuan exited his office. Yan Fong, the detention center, just called. Yi Fan's case has been assigned to a public defender. Please keep an eye on it. Team leader, hasn't this case already been adjudicated? Even if there is an appeal, it is merely a formality. Yan Fong, who had just lifted her gaze from the case files, was momentarily taken aback, but it was another male prosecutor beside her who interjected, his tone laced with disdain. Public defenders are typically obscure attorneys or law students still in their internships. Such opponents pose no threat to a team composed entirely of seasoned prosecutors. Cheng Taiyuan cast a glance at the male prosecutor who had spoken but refrained from contradicting him, for the reality was indeed as he stated. The disparity in capabilities was stark. Yan Fong, you performed admirably in the first trial, but the second trial warrants greater attention. We must avoid any unnecessary disturbances. Understood. Team leader, Yan Fong replied, nodding, though her expression remained calm and untroubled, indicating her somewhat nonchalant attitude. Is it really necessary to be so cautious? The male prosecutor continued. In a case as watertight as Yi Fan's, had it not been for the litigation law requiring a hearing for death penalty appeals, the court would likely dismiss it outright. At that moment, several other prosecutors who were diligently working in the office raised their heads, intrigued by the exchange. Cheng Taiyuan could not help but let out a sigh inwardly. It seemed that his criminal team had basked in success for too long, leading to an air of arrogance among them. If this continued, they were bound to face a significant setback, which would be quite embarrassing, particularly with Wang Teng, who, despite his capabilities, appeared to be somewhat adrift, likely due to an unbroken streak of good fortune. Without experiencing the harsh lessons of reality, he would struggle to achieve true greatness. Cheng Taiyuan resolved to temper his enthusiasm. Wang Teng, you will serve as the deputy prosecutor for this case, assisting Yan Fong. Team leader, is that truly necessary? I have a multitude of cases still pending on my desk. Wang Teng clearly displayed a hint of reluctance regarding this arrangement, his tone laced with subtle emotion. In his perspective, handling such a case alone seemed excessive. Was it not a sheer waste of time? Cheng Taiyuan did not indulge him. Responding sternly, your involvement in this case is imperative to ensure absolute certainty. This matter pertains to the honor of our Criminal Division 1. Understood, team leader. With no other choice, Wang Teng acquiesced, recognizing that he was addressing his superior. He was no fool. To further evade responsibility would only undermine his leader's authority, jeopardizing his own prospects for advancement. Furthermore, I expect all of you to remember this. As a prosecutor, regardless of the case's magnitude, one must never let their guard down until the dust has settled. Yes, team leader. After delivering his admonition, Cheng Taiyuan nodded in satisfaction and retreated to his office with his hands clasped behind his back. After collecting his thoughts, Jin Sheng returned to the Public Security Bureau. Certain matters necessitated the involvement of law enforcement. His own slender physique would not suffice for the investigation. After registering at the entrance, he proceeded directly to Officer Lin Xia's office. "Officer Lin, are you busy? What brings you here again?" Upon seeing Jin Sheng, Lin Xia's expression was far from welcoming. I have a matter to discuss and would like to trouble you, Officer Lin. What do you need from me?" "I must clarify that I may not be able to assist you. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Moreover, as the case's lead officer, there exists a legal obligation to cooperate with the defendant's attorney for communication. Thus, regardless of her reluctance, Lin Xia could not outright refuse. She could only subtly convey her dissatisfaction. Jin Sheng was well aware of this, yet in these times, a thick skin is essential. Without further ado, he got straight to the point. "Officer Lin, my first inquiry pertains to the incident involving the victim Zhang Ji. Who was the individual that reported the case? Did you not find this information in the case file?" Lin Xia appeared somewhat taken aback by Jin Sheng's question. "No, at least not in the materials I possess." "Oh, please hold on. Let me check." After saying this, Lin Xia rose and went to search through the filing cabinet. After a considerable time, she finally emerged with a document. "Here, you may examine it yourself." "Thank you." Jin Sheng accepted the file and promptly located the section detailing the reporter. Reporter, Chen Miao. Secretary to Zhang Ji. On that day, an important document required Zhang Ji's signature. After making several calls without a response, she had come to his residence to seek him out. Upon opening the door, they discovered Zhang Ji and his daughter lying motionless on the living room sofa. Chen Miao sensed something was amiss and promptly alerted the authorities. Subsequently, she awaited the arrival of the police. The investigation that followed included inquiries directed at Chen Miao, yet no suspicious evidence was uncovered. In fact, at the time of the incident, Chen Miao had an alibi, with no opportunity to commit the crime. Moreover, it is crucial to note that as Zhang Ji's secretary, she enjoyed a lucrative salary and held a respectable position, thus lacking any motive to harm him. For these reasons, she was swiftly exonerated of any suspicion. If Jin Sheng were able to discern any discrepancies from the police records, including witness testimonies, it would indeed be alarming. Nevertheless, his instincts hinted that Chen Miao was not to be underestimated. Chapter 9 Assistance requested. After reviewing the materials, Jin Sheng inquired, "Officer Lin, do you have the test report for the hydrogen cyanide found at Yufan's residence?" "I do not have it here. We need to retrieve it from the evidence archive." Lin Xia replied, "Would you be so kind as to assist me, Officer Lin?" Upon hearing Jin Sheng's request, Lin Xia's brow furrowed into a deep frown, her eyes narrowing slightly. "Lawyer Jin, what exactly are your intentions? I can assure you that, from any perspective, the case against Yi Fan is a foregone conclusion. Your efforts are futile and merely a waste of my time. Why pursue this?" Confronted with Lin Xia's inquiry, Jin Sheng chose not to retort. After all, from her viewpoint, a case replete with motive, capability, opportunity, and even concrete evidence remains unchanged, regardless of the eloquence of the defense attorney. For Jin Sheng, although he had identified a potential inconsistency, it was inadequate. Further collaboration with the police was essential. It was now a moment that would test the essence of humanity. "Officer Lin, what if I said I could prove Yi Fan is not the murderer? Would you be inclined to believe me?" "What?" Lin Xia was taken aback by this statement. However, as an experienced detective, she quickly regained her composure and pressed on, "Are you certain?" "Indeed." Jin Sheng affirmed with a nod. Seeing this, Lin Xia retrieved 2 cigarettes from the table, gesturing toward Jin Sheng, who declined with a wave of his hand. She lit one for herself, her expression serious and her gaze somewhat uncertain. Jin Sheng surmised that she was weighing her options. After all, as the lead investigator, any overturning of the case would subject Lin Xia to scrutiny from superiors, potentially leaving a mark on her career that could hinder future advancement. The first cigarette was soon consumed, and Lin Xia lit another from the stub of the first, the already cramped office now shrouded in smoke. As if resolved to a decision, she extinguished the cigarette forcefully and looked up at Jin Sheng, asking, "May I see your findings? If Yi Fan has indeed been wrongfully accused, I shall ensure that the true perpetrator is brought to justice." Her demeanor suggested sincerity, not mere pretense. It seemed she could be trusted. Without hesitation, Jin Sheng retrieved the fingerprint analysis from the case file and presented it before Lin Xia. "Officer Lin, what can you deduce from this?" Lin Xia scrutinized the 2 images attentively, despite having examined them numerous times before. Minutes passed, her eyes growing weary. Yet she could not discern any significant insights. Finally, exasperated, she said, "Stop withholding. Just tell me directly." Jin Sheng chuckled at her impatience. "Officer Lin, as an experienced detective, do you not find these two fingerprints on the bottle remarkably intact?" As Lin Xia delved into her research, Jin Sheng continued, "Moreover, for a small glass bottle with a diameter of less than 2 centimeters, if an ordinary person were to hold it, the fingerprints left behind would not resemble this at all. If the index finger is positioned forward, the thumb must necessarily be inclined slightly upwards to ensure a stable grip. If both fingers point forward simultaneously, the fingerprints could not possibly appear so intact and uniformly distributed. Thus, there can only be one conclusion. They have been imprinted artificially." Following Jin Sheng's assertion, Lin Xia retrieved a similarly sized bottle from the drawer to conduct an experiment. The outcome was unmistakably aligned with what Jin Sheng had described. Admittedly, while it is not impossible to replicate the fingerprints precisely as depicted in the image, it would indeed appear rather awkward. According to the natural tendencies of a typical individual, one would certainly grasp it in the most stable manner possible, never as it currently lay. However, Jin Sheng's discovery, though significant, was insufficient to alter the prevailing facts, leading to the situation at hand. "Alas, I was careless," Lin Xia lamented, perhaps acknowledging the validity of Jin Sheng's observation, as she shook her head. Her eyes clouded with despondency. "Officer Lin, you need not blame yourself. Even the most skilled hunters may occasionally doze off. What we can do now is to unearth this elusive fox." "You're right," Lin Xia replied, her spirit rekindled, realizing that there was still a chance for redemption. "What shall we do next?" Witnessing Lin Xia's renewed determination, Jin Sheng smiled gently. "First, we must obtain the test results for the hydrogen cyanide. Once we further eliminate Yifan's suspicion, we can continue our investigation." "Very well, let us proceed." The seasoned detective, now invigorated, moved with a decisive urgency. The two made their way to the adjacent forensic center, and shortly after completing the necessary paperwork, they acquired the test results for the hydrogen cyanide that had been seized from Yifan's residence. Jin Sheng pulled out a document from his bag for comparison. As he examined the two reports, which, apart from differing names of the testing institutions, were otherwise identical, Jin Sheng could not help but flick the paper with his finger. Indeed, he mused. Lin Xia, eager to understand, quickly seized the document for closer inspection. However, after scrutinizing it for some time, she remained perplexed. "Aren't these two documents identical? What does this mean?" "Heh, Officer Lin, perhaps you do not grasp this yet. Enough with the suspense, just tell me." Lin Xia nearly struck him for his smug demeanor. Acknowledging that the upcoming investigation would require Lin Xia's assistance, Jin Sheng candidly explained, "This data pertains to industrial-grade hydrogen cyanide. As an extremely toxic chemical, it is typically utilized in organic chemistry, electroplating, metallurgy, painting, dyeing, rubber, and other industries. The regulatory measures in our country regarding this substance are quite stringent. In the case files concerning the hydrogen cyanide used by Yifan for poisoning, due to the lack of a definitive source, it was suspected that he extracted it himself from apple seeds. This was conjectured based on Yifan's university major and the industry he was involved in. However, one crucial aspect has been overlooked. Although the components of both are entirely identical, the concentrations contained within them differ significantly. The cyanide present in apple seeds is rather limited. Even when a substantial quantity of apple seeds is utilized for extraction, it cannot compare to the concentrations achieved through chemical synthesis. In contrast, the hydrogen cyanide retrieved from Yifan's residence exhibits a concentration akin to that of industrially synthesized chemicals. Relying solely on the ambiguity of a fingerprint may not suffice to exonerate Yifan. But what about this testing report? Jin Sheng's remarks rendered Lin Xia speechless. He had not anticipated that his own work was executed so carelessly, leading to such substantial doubts that had escaped his notice. "Alas, this is indeed my negligence." Lin Xia's expression was one of profound bitterness. Chapter 10. Lin Xia's belief. Upon returning to the office, Lin Xia chain-smoked, each cigarette a fleeting moment of solace amidst the turmoil. Her only hope was to swiftly identify the true culprit, thus alleviating her own impending punishment. Jin Sheng, who had unintentionally inhaled a considerable amount of second-hand smoke, attempted to speak but was abruptly choked by the acrid haze. "Apologies, but as criminal investigators, we thrive on this vice. Otherwise, our spirits wane." Lin Xia extinguished her cigarette and opened a small window to allow fresh air to circulate. After a considerable pause, the atmosphere within the room became significantly more breathable. "Officer Lin," Jin Sheng remarked, "given the time elapsed since the incident, many leads have likely lost their timeliness. However, Yifan has shared a few pertinent details that I believe warrant your attention. Lin Xiao's eyes sparkled with interest. Do tell. Yifan's uncle, the deceased Zhang Ji, had been contemplating divorce with his wife, Yao Qian, for several years and had even separated. Strangely, for reasons unknown, the divorce had yet to be finalized. This morning, during my visit to the deceased's neighborhood, I intended to inquire about several individuals, but stumbled upon an intriguing fact. Yao Qian had visited the deceased's residence shortly after Yifan's departure. Moreover, it is rumored that Yao Qian has inherited all of Zhang Ji's estate. Additionally, there is Yifan's girlfriend, Li Xiaoman. Not long before the incident, she had stayed overnight at Yifan's home. Shortly after Yifan was incarcerated, her daughter underwent surgery. As far as I am aware, the cost of surgery for congenital heart disease is exorbitant. Without sufficient financial resources, how could this have been feasible? Jin Sheng's observations resonated with Lin Xia, illuminating the rationale behind this premeditated murder. The motives for such crimes often boil down to a few fundamental emotions: greed, love, and vengeance, or the psychologically disturbed, who revel in chaos and societal retribution. At present, the two women Jin Sheng mentioned had certainly provided Lin Xia with a promising investigative direction. Time had slipped away, and after bidding farewell to Lin Xia, Jin Sheng exited the Public Security Bureau. As a mere attorney, his role was to assist his clients in winning their cases. The resolution of crimes lay firmly in the hands of law enforcement. Nevertheless, as a concerned citizen, he would undoubtedly offer his assistance when appropriate. Having identified two potential points of interest, Jin Sheng felt a sense of accomplishment. The fundamental distinction between criminal and civil law lies in the burden of proof. In civil litigation, the principle of he who asserts must prove applies, placing the onus of evidence on both the plaintiff and the defendant. Conversely, in criminal proceedings, the prosecution bears the responsibility for presenting evidence, while the defense is not obligated to do so. This is because the prosecutorial entities, the public prosecutor's office and the police, possess formidable investigative capabilities and can wield state power to gather evidence. In contrast, the methods available to parties for evidence collection are severely restricted, often relying solely on the efforts of their legal counsel. Thus, for Jin Sheng, the task at hand was to uncover any weaknesses within the prosecution's evidence and raise pertinent inquiries, questionable interests attributed to the defendant. After all, as this was his first case, Jin Sheng was determined to leave no room for error. A resounding success would be ideal. However, for the time being, he decided to pay homage to his own inner sanctuary before returning home to rest. After Jin Sheng departed, Lin Xia did not head home. Instead, he resumed his examination of Yifan's case file. Coupling the various pieces of information Jin Sheng had shared earlier, he commenced a meticulous analysis. For an experienced detective, allowing a criminal to manipulate events under his very nose, merely to cast a scapegoat and escape unscathed, was utterly unforgivable, not only towards the perpetrator, but also towards oneself. This principle constituted the very essence of a detective's faith. Lin Xia embodied this conviction. Just as Lin Xia, cigarette in hand, furrowed his brow in contemplation, the door to the small office creaked open. A young man, adorned with a secondary police insignia and a smile, entered. "Master, you're not heading home yet?" "Oh. Xiaohu, you haven't left? I just finished writing the report and was about to leave when I noticed your light was still on. I'm fine here. You should return home." Lin Xia gestured dismissively. Yet, Xiaohu was unwilling to be so easily dismissed. It would not be fitting for him, as the apprentice, to leave while his master was still occupied. "I have nothing to do at home anyway, hee. You." Lin Xia chuckled, realizing he had no choice but to indulge his apprentice. Seeing Lin Xia's lack of opposition, Xiaohu stood beside him and began to observe. "Yifan, master, hasn't this case already been closed?" Lin Xia glanced at Xiaohu's perplexed expression and could not help but sigh. "We were too subjective at the time." Xiaohu was taken aback. "What? How could this be?" Lin Xia's face was etched with bitterness. "Alas, the mistake has been made. The only way to atone now is to uncover the true culprit and restore justice for Yifan." Xiaohu, anxious, exclaimed, "Master, what will you do? This could lead to disciplinary action." Lin Xia shook his head, saying, "Xiaohu, as detectives, our pursuit is the truth. Our purpose is to deliver justice to the victim and bring the perpetrator to account, in comparison to allowing an innocent person to suffer injustice. What do personal honor and disgrace amount to? Moreover, it was our initial error. My teacher once imparted to me a saying, when wrong, one must acknowledge it. When punished, stand tall. I now pass this wisdom to you. Xiaohu nodded earnestly. I understand, master. Lin Xia felt a sense of pride. Although his apprentice appeared somewhat carefree, he possessed commendable abilities and showed great respect towards him, readily accepting his counsel. That was quite satisfactory. Master, I currently have no pressing tasks. Allow me to assist you. Indeed, Lin Xia did not decline this proposition. The addition of one more individual equates to an augmentation of strength. Master, do you possess any insights at present? From which angle should we commence our inquiries? Allow me to elaborate. The following morning, Jin Sheng arrived at the modest law firm, brimming with vitality. Upon entering, he greeted Jin Sheng with a broad smile. Ah, little Jin, have you stumbled upon a fortune? Hiki, you jest, lawyer Chen. Jin Sheng felt a touch of embarrassment at Jin Sheng's playful banter, scratching his head. By the way, the court notice delivered yesterday afternoon has been placed on your desk. Thank you, lawyer Chen. Jin Sheng swiftly made his way to his desk, where he discovered a parcel marked with the words for court use. Upon opening it, he learned that the court hearing is scheduled for September 3rd, Tuesday at 9:30 a.m. Today marks precisely half a month until that date. Chapter 11. Joint investigation. As the announcement of the court session was posted online, a number of astute individuals within the circle began to take notice. This included the lawyer who had defended Yi Fan during the first trial, as well as several legal aid attorneys who had previously sought reasons to decline the case. They were all curious to uncover the identity of this lawyer named Jin Sheng, who had the audacity to take on a case he knew to be unwinnable. At Xinjiang law firm, Jin Sheng's former internship supervisor and junior partner, Wen Ku, heard about the situation from another new lawyer upon returning to the office. He promptly called Jin Sheng. Jin Sheng, what were you thinking, taking on such a case? Teacher 1, I've given it considerable thought. You will understand as you observe the proceedings. Oh, Yuan sighed. In truth, he had been aware of Jin Sheng's diligence and dedication over the past year. However, he was merely an entry-level partner and unable to make any significant decisions. Every individual has their own path to tread. I will not interfere with your choices. Remember, if you require assistance, I will certainly help within my capabilities. Thank you, Teacher 1. After hanging up, Jin Sheng felt a warmth in his heart from the concern conveyed in Wen Ku's tone. Gaining the recognition of others is, in itself, a fortunate occurrence. In this society, looking around at one's friends, how many truly offer unconditional support? Sometimes, even relatives may not prove reliable. If one can find a few true confidants in life, that is sufficient. Once he had gathered his thoughts, Jin Sheng began to mentally rehearse the court proceedings, anticipating every possible contingency and devising strategies for each. Meanwhile, Lin Xia and his apprentice, having spent an entire night without sleep, were reporting to the leadership of the Public Security Bureau, Director Wang, that summarizes the latest developments. Therefore, I am requesting a reinvestigation. Wang Tinfu observed Lin Xia, whose complexion was weary yet whose eyes shone with determination, and felt a twinge of concern. Lin Xia, have you considered this carefully? If it turns out that another person is the true perpetrator, your position as deputy captain of the criminal police team could be at stake. Lin Xia understood from Wang Tianfu's lack of outright refusal that there was a chance. Director Wang, if I choose to turn a blind eye, then I am unworthy of continuing to wear this uniform. Beside him, Xiaohu supported, I share my master's sentiments. This determined duo left Wang Tianfu feeling quite helpless. Very well. If you are intent on investigating, then proceed with your endeavors. If anything arises, this old man nearing retirement can at least take the brunt of it. Both master and apprentice responded in unison. Thank you, Director Wang. Now go. Wang Tinfu waved his hand, dismissing them, and pressed his temples, murmuring to himself. There never seems to be anyone who makes things easy. A faint smile of contentment graced the corners of her lips. As soon as they exited the director's office, Xiaohu exclaimed with enthusiasm, Master, now that Director Wang has agreed, our investigation will proceed much more smoothly. Lin Xia nodded in acknowledgement, replying, Indeed. Let us first retrieve the call records between Yao Qian and Li Xiaoman, as well as examine the financial transactions. Understood. I will attend to it immediately. Xiaohu responded eagerly, hastening to file the necessary requests. Even as criminal investigators, acquiring such information about citizens requires strict adherence to legal protocols and regulations. It is far from the dramatized portrayals on television, where one can casually access records with merely a badge. Such actions would be illegal, and should a complaint arise or any issues occur, it could jeopardize one's career and result in penalties. Returning to her modest office, Lin Xia was swiftly overcome by fatigue. After lighting a cigarette to invigorate herself, she contemplated whether to involve Jin Sheng. Although he was merely a lawyer, several of the inquiries had been initiated by him. His insight might prove beneficial in uncovering the true culprit behind the scenes. Additionally, a flicker of hope lingered in her mind. What if the true perpetrator were Yi Fan? Would that not vindicate her from the outset? Though the likelihood was slim, Lin Xia found herself grappling with a sense of self-doubt, particularly in regard to this case. One might say, once bitten by a snake, one fears ropes for 10 years. Resolute in her thoughts, Lin Xia promptly dialed Jin Sheng. The call connected swiftly. Lawyer Jin, would you be interested in joining me to uncover the truth? Wait for me. I shall be there shortly, he replied without hesitation. Within moments, Jin Sheng, who was at the law firm, rose and hastened toward the Public Security Bureau, barely taking a moment to greet Shenzheng before dashing out the door. Embodying a whirlwind of urgency, Shenzheng could only shake his head in bemusement. Half an hour later, Jin Sheng was already seated in Lin Xia's office, meticulously reviewing their call records and bank statements. Li Xiaoman's banking transactions were minimal, with her highest deposit merely 20,000 yuan, which was quite unremarkable. In contrast, Yao Qian's monthly transactions exceeded 2 million yuan, a figure that could be justified considering her complete takeover of the foreign trade company. Furthermore, the call records between the two women revealed no overlapping points, presenting no apparent issues. After handing the documents to Lin Xia, Jin Sheng furrowed his brow in deep thought, sensing something amiss. Suddenly, a spark of realization struck him. The hospital. The expenses for Li Xiaoman's daughter's surgery are significant. We must investigate the source of the funds. Lin Xia's eyes lit up in agreement. Yes, let us go there directly. The trio, all characterized by their remarkable sense of urgency, set off in Xiaohu's car and soon arrived at the hospital. Upon reaching the administration department, Lin Xia presented her credentials and explained their purpose. The official was cooperative, promptly retrieving the payment details for Li Xiaoman's daughter during her hospital stay and printing a copy for them. On December 26th, a prepayment of 500,000 was made via card by Lin Xiaoyang. Officer Lin, when was Yi Fan's first trial? It took place on December 25th. And following the conclusion of the court proceedings that day, Yi Fan was taken to the detention center. This timeline proves to be quite intriguing. The emotions of Lin Xia and her disciple were somewhat elevated, finally marking a promising beginning. However, Jin Sheng wore a frown as the CPU began to whirl in a frenzy. Officer Lin, regarding Lin Xiaoyang's identity, there is no rush. I wish to meet Li Xiaoman. Why? Upon hearing Lin Xia's inquiry, a solemn expression crossed Jin Sheng's face as he articulated his thoughts. Analyzing the timeline of the operation, it is evident that the other party exercised caution, waiting until Yi Fan was sentenced and the matter settled before making a move. Even if we ascertain Lin Xiaoyang's identity, what difference would it make? If the other party insists that their involvement stems from a personal relationship or sympathy, we would be powerless to act. In the eyes of those with ulterior motives, Yi Fan's appeal is certainly not a secret. Therefore, I propose to initially approach them in the capacity of Yi Fan's attorney, to visit and subtly reveal some information, thereby stirring the waters. If Li Xiaoman becomes flustered and subsequently contacts Lin Xiaoyang, it would serve our purpose. Naturally, this necessitates your deployment of advanced technological means to comprehensively monitor Li Xiaoman's various communication channels. This should be our sole opportunity. Only by securing evidence can we follow the trail and unearth the puppeteer behind the scenes. Otherwise, we risk becoming ensnared in a quagmire. Chapter 12. Guest appearance. After listening to Jin Sheng's analysis, Lin Xia pondered deeply and found certain aspects to be quite reasonable. After all, so much time had passed. Without concrete evidence, one could easily evade acknowledgement. What could one do? If Lin Xiaoyang simply stated that he was wealthy and enjoyed showering Li Xiaoman with gifts, what of it? Was that not permissible? Ultimately, Lin Xia and her companions could only stare in frustration. Very well, I concur with your proposal. Let us return to the station. I will apply for technical assistance. The group trudged back to the Public Security Bureau. Such trivial matters were naturally delegated to the apprentice. Jin Sheng expressed his envy, reminiscing about a time when he merely had to speak, and assistance would readily materialize, complete with a chauffeured vehicle. Lin Xia led Jin Sheng directly to the cafeteria for lunch. Officer Lin, the fare here is rather commendable, Jin Sheng remarked, gazing at the spread before him: braised pork, shrimp and egg stir-fry, minced meat with eggplant, fresh greens, and a shrimp and seaweed soup. Moreover, the chef was not a mere amateur, and the portions were generous. What's this? Are you contemplating a position at our bureau? One cannot deny that you possess a keen understanding of the law, astute observation skills, and robust logical reasoning. You would make a splendid detective. In response to Lin Xia's playful banter, Jin Sheng merely smiled, choosing silence. After a morning of exertion, he was indeed feeling quite hungry. Dedicating oneself to the meal was the only sensible course. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, within a van parked outside Li Xiaoman's residence, in addition to the 3 individuals present, a technician donned in spectacles had joined them. This is a stick-on listening device that can operate for 48 hours continuously and can clearly receive sound within a 10-meter radius. You need only find a discrete location to affix it, the technician explained. We have already monitored the phone registered under Li Xiaoman's name. Any communication she has with the outside world will be within our grasp. However, we cannot ascertain if she possesses any additional means of communication. Given the time constraints, we require your assistance as a precaution. Jin Sheng nodded and took 2 square devices, examining them closely. Truly, these are well-crafted public assets. The address was Guanghua Community, room 802. This was Li Xiaoman's newly rented apartment from over 6 months ago. Ding dong, ding dong. Who is it? A woman's voice responded shortly after the doorbell rang. Hello, may I speak with Ms. Li Xiaoman? What is your business? As the security door opened partially, a woman in her 30s, with an attractive visage, appeared before Jin Sheng, her eyes betraying a hint of wariness. Indeed, she was Yi Fan's cherished one, even without makeup. She would undoubtedly score above an 85. You must be Ms. Li. I am the attorney representing Yi Fan. My name is Jin Sheng. Here is my identification for your perusal. At that moment, Jin Sheng noticed a complex expression cross Li Xiaoman's face upon hearing Yi Fan's name. After taking a careful glance at the lawyer's credentials, she finally spoke softly. Did he send you? Yes, he asked me to come and see you, as well as to understand the situation with the little one. Please come in. With that, she stepped aside and opened the door fully. After changing into slippers, Jin Sheng followed Li Xiaoman into the living room. The residence was a 3-bedroom apartment, approximately 120 square meters in size. To the left was a glass-door kitchen, accompanied by a dining table. Beyond that lay the living room, where a circular sofa was adorned with numerous plush toys. And the corners of the coffee table were wrapped in rubber to prevent any accidents for the children. It was evident that Li Xiaoman was quite meticulous. I apologize for the mess, she said. Not at all, I completely understand. Once seated, Jin Sheng placed the milk he had been holding onto the coffee table, which Li Xiaoman accepted without hesitation. How's Yi Fan doing inside? Not too well. He looks quite haggard. Jin Sheng's words elicited a fleeting look of unease on Li Xiaoman's face, although she quickly regained her composure. This only deepened Jin Sheng's suspicions about the woman before him. It seemed he needed to stir the pot further to unsettle her completely. Whether he could succeed depended on the degree of guilt she felt towards Yi Fan. The moment to test his acting skills had arrived. You are lawyer Jin, correct? Yes. Does Yi Fan have any messages for me? Not specifically. He merely asked me to check in on you and your daughter. By the way, I visited the hospital and heard that little Tian's surgery was very successful and that she is fully recovered, correct? Yes. The sudden mention of this matter caused Li Xiaoman to become flustered, her speech slightly stammering. To Jin Sheng, this was a clear indication he had struck a nerve. Ms. Li, I heard from Yi Fan that you are a single mother, is that right? Yes. It must be quite challenging to raise a child alone. Li Xiaoman offered a bitter smile but refrained from answering, simply shaking her head. Jin Sheng had already observed the surroundings upon entering, including the shoe rack at the entrance and the decor of the living room, and he had not detected any signs of a man's presence. Now, with his probing words and Li Xiaoman's reaction, he felt increasingly certain of his conclusions. Mommy, Tian, you're awake. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoman immediately stood up and hurried over. There, at the bedroom door, stood a 5-year-old girl in cartoon pajamas, rubbing her eyes. This must be Li Xiaoman's daughter, Li Tian, who had likely just woken from a nap. Seizing the opportunity, Jin Sheng discreetly affixed a listening device under the coffee table. This must be Tian. How adorable. The little girl, cradled in Li Xiaoman's arms, blinked her large eyes, curiously gazing at Jin Sheng. Yes, this is my daughter. Tian, say hello to Uncle. Hello, Uncle. Her voice was sweet and innocent. No wonder so many people cherish little girls. Hello, Tian. Hello, Uncle. Upon hearing that sound, Jin Sheng's heart nearly melted. He could somewhat empathize with Yi Fan. Aside from the matter concerning Li Xiaoman, who would wish harm upon such an adorable little girl? If assistance were possible, it is likely that even Jin Sheng would lend a helping hand within his capabilities. However, what would become of that little girl if Li Xiaoman's criminal actions were confirmed? Sigh. To be honest, at this moment, Jin Sheng felt a twinge of reluctance. But what of Yi Fan? Although he was somewhat of a devoted admirer, surely he wouldn't go so far as to reduce himself to a mere footnote for 2 decades. Would he? That defies logic. Tian, may I embrace you? The little girl tilted her head, gazing at Jin Sheng. After a moment's contemplation, she emerged from Li Xiaoman's embrace and approached Jin Sheng. Just for a little while, okay? Otherwise, mommy will get jealous. Once nestled in Jin Sheng's arms, she did not forget to remind him. Indeed, only a little cotton-padded jacket could momentarily alleviate one's troubles. Even Li Xiaoman, covering her mouth in suppressed laughter, looked at the little girl with eyes brimming with affection, as if all previous worries had been completely forgotten. Chapter 13. New development, sweetie. How old are you this year? I'm 5. Oh my, 5 already. You'll soon be a big girl. Well, Mom said that I can start kindergarten next year. The little girl was quite enthusiastic, answering almost every question. However, her mood suddenly dipped when this topic arose. Jin Sheng was keenly aware of this shift. Oh, kindergarten sounds wonderful. That way, sweetie will get to meet many little friends. Mom and the doctor uncle said so too. The little girl nodded obediently in response. Truly, her name suited her well. Called Sweetie, her voice was imbued with a milky sweetness. Well, Sweetie must be good, okay? I'm very good. The doctor uncle and the nurse sisters all say I'm the bravest little friend. Hearing this, Jin Sheng felt a twinge of sorrow. A girl of merely a few years undergoing major surgeries not once, but multiple times, the pain she endured would challenge even adults. Opposite him, Li Xiaoman's eyes had already turned red at the thought. At that moment, the little girl noticed and immediately climbed out of Jin Sheng's embrace to comfort her mother. Mom, don't cry. Sweetie doesn't hurt anymore. Li Xiaoman could hardly contain her emotions, tears streaming down her face. Observing the tender embrace of mother and daughter, Jin Sheng couldn't help but sigh. What a struggle it has been. The groundwork had been laid, and the bait could now be cast. In the living room, one device had already been placed. The remaining one was best situated in the bedroom. Typically, individuals would seek a perceived secure location for confidential conversations. However, in Li Xiaoman's household, it was just her and Sweetie, rendering it less complicated. Ms. Li, let Sweetie watch some television here for a while. I have a few things I'd like to discuss with you. All right. Li Xiaoman did not refuse Jin Sheng's suggestion. Sweetie, shall we watch Little Fairy? Yes. I love watching Little Fairy. The little girl's eyes sparkled at the mention of cartoons, her small hands clapping in eager anticipation. As Li Xiaoman settled her daughter, Jin Sheng made his way directly to the bedroom. Li Xiaoman, wishing to call out to him, hesitated and ultimately remained silent. This was Jin Sheng's deliberate ploy. Otherwise, how would the listening device be installed? Upon entering the bedroom, Jin Sheng quickly surveyed the furnishings, a standard 2-meter bed adorned with a large plush rabbit, a dressing table cluttered with various bottles, and directly opposite, a 52-inch LCD television mounted on the wall. He had little time to ponder. Swiftly attaching the listening device to the back of the television. Just as he withdrew his hand, Li Xiaoman entered. Lawyer Jane, what is it? Please, speak. After all, entering someone else's bedroom without an invitation is undeniably impolite. Li Xiaoman's tone was rather brusque. Jin Sheng, with his audacious demeanor, remained unfazed, relishing the effect he sought to create. By the way, have you heard about Yi Fan's recent appeal? He inquired. I'm not aware, Li Xiaoman replied, her expression revealing a hint of surprise. Jin Sheng continued, I am his defense attorney for this case. I have uncovered some crucial evidence, significantly increasing the chances of overturning the verdict. In fact, my visit today was prompted by Yi Fan's request to assess your current situation. If you are still single, I thought it best to inform you of this development. If you have found someone else, even if Yi Fan is exonerated, he would refrain from disturbing your life. Mrs. Li, the motivation that has sustained Yi Fan throughout his prolonged confinement is largely due to you. Please contemplate this carefully. Here is my phone number. Should you have any further thoughts, feel free to reach out. Our meeting is scheduled for 3 days from now. With that said, I shall take my leave. Li Xiaoman's expression shifted as Jin Sheng spoke. There were moments of conflict, joy, and concern. It is no wonder that it is said the more beautiful a woman is, the more expressive her demeanor. Of course, this cannot be compared to the esteemed audience, for all are stunning, as long as one possesses sufficient charm. After finishing his words, Jin Sheng did not wait for Li Xiaoman to respond and exited the bedroom. In the living room, the little girl's attention was entirely captivated by the animated show, showing no reaction even to Jin Sheng's presence. "Sweetie, Uncle is leaving now," he said. "Goodbye, Uncle," the little girl waved, returning her focus to the television. Jin Sheng smiled and walked out. His task had been accomplished. Now, it was time to observe Lin Xia's side of the situation. Upon exiting the neighborhood, Jin Sheng entered a van. The individuals inside gave him a thumbs up, indicating that the listening device had begun to function. At that moment, Lin Xia handed a headset to Jin Sheng. As he donned it, he immediately heard faint sounds of weeping, emanating from the bedroom's listening device. It remained uncertain whether Li Xiaoman's tears were born of emotion or regret. At the very least, this crying did not seem to be crocodile tears. After a considerable time, the sounds of rummaging filled the headset, and soon a clear dialogue emerged. "President Lin, it's me. Today, someone claiming to be Yi Fan's attorney contacted me. Yes, I have seen his credentials. That is indeed his name. He informed me that he has found evidence proving Yi Fan's innocence and that a retrial is imminent. Yes, I can confirm." At this juncture, Lin Xia and Jin Sheng exchanged a glance, seemingly affirming that indeed, Jin Sheng's predictions had come to fruition. However, the moment for conversation between the two has not yet arrived. They must continue to listen. "How could I not be concerned? If this were to be discovered, what would become of my daughter? She is still so young. You must understand that I would go to any lengths for Tian, just as I did before. When Yi Fan treated me with such kindness, I still chose to leave that bottle at his home. Very well, remember your promise to me. Otherwise, you shall not fare well." At this point, silence enveloped the other side. Nevertheless, the information conveyed was already sufficient. At that moment, Lin Xia turned to the technician and inquired, "Xiao Hu, what is the situation?" "Captain Lin," Li Xiaoman did not use her own phone. Xiao Hu adjusted his glasses and continued, "However, we can trace the calls made during the same time frame from nearby base stations." Lin Xia nodded in response, "Very well. I shall leave this matter in your capable hands." Chapter 14. Li Yan's troubles. After arranging the matters at hand, Lin Xia and her companions resumed their investigation, while Jin Sheng returned to his rental apartment. With a promising lead established, it was time to delve deeper into the intricacies of the case. Moreover, as a mere lawyer, Jin Sheng felt it prudent not to pursue the matter further. After all, he had already made a copy of Li Xiaoman's recording, which was more than sufficient for the trial. With some time still remaining before the second trial commences, he hoped that Lin Xia would solve the case and apprehend the true culprit. Should that occur, it would spare Jin Sheng the mental strain of navigating the court proceedings. "Oh, Sister Yin, you're home?" Yes, I am." As he stepped through the outer door, Jin Sheng spotted Li Yin emerging from the restroom. It was not a weekend, and the workday had not yet concluded. Observing her pallid complexion, he surmised that something troubling must have transpired. However, Jin Sheng was not one to pry unnecessarily. If she chose not to share, he would refrain from inquiring. "Xiao Sheng, do you have a moment?" Just as he was about to enter his small room, Jin Sheng heard a voice behind him. Turning around, he found Li Yin standing a short distance away, gazing at him. "I have time. Please come in." Jin Sheng offered a faint smile and gestured for her to enter. At this hour, with other tenants still at work, he felt secure from idle gossip. "Sister Yin, have you encountered some difficulties?" "Xiao Sheng, I've been laid off." Upon hearing this, Jin Sheng realized it was a labor dispute. "Sister Yin, could you elaborate on the situation? Why did the company terminate your employment?" Li Yin's expression was laced with bitterness. "Recently, our company has been hiring sales personnel. A woman named Lin Jia applied for a position. She is 26 years old, a graduate from a prestigious university, and has 2 years of work experience. She confided in me that she left her previous job because her husband wanted her to become a full-time homemaker. However, after spending 6 months at home, she found herself utterly bored. Her friends encouraged her to return to work, reminding her that a woman should always have her own career. Additionally, her cousin, who was a full-time housewife, faced infidelity from her husband and ultimately had to choose forgiveness. Lin Jia did not wish to face a similar fate, which is why she sought employment. She expressed a desire to establish herself while young, stating she would not have children for a few years. "Xiao Sheng, do you know?" She spoke with such sincerity. "I even went out of my way to speak highly of her in front of our boss. Yet, as soon as she became a permanent employee, she announced that she was already pregnant." Listening to Li Yin's account, Jin Sheng grasped the essence of the matter. A company hires employees to expand its business and generate profits. As an HR representative, Li Yan's role was pivotal in this regard. Hiring someone who was already several months pregnant would undoubtedly reflect poorly on her performance. Of course, this is an unspoken rule of the workplace. Not only would they lack immediate efficacy, but the company would also be obligated to pay several months' salary without any return on investment. Due to explicit provisions in labor law, pregnant women are prohibited from engaging in strenuous labor or work that is contraindicated during pregnancy. Furthermore, during a female employee's pregnancy, maternity leave, or nursing period, her basic salary cannot be reduced, nor can her employment contract be terminated. It typically takes nearly a year for her to return to normal work, which inevitably causes some loss to the company. In this regard, Li Yin bears her burden without injustice. It is worth noting that even within the legal profession, such circumstances cannot be entirely avoided. Many newlywed female lawyers often find themselves overlooked by larger firms unless they possess exceptional capabilities. Yinjia, how would you like me to assist you? Xiaosheng, I cannot return to the company. However, regarding compensation, what do you think? Upon hearing this, Jin Sheng felt a sense of assurance. How much severance has the company provided you? Li Yin shook her head and replied, aside from my salary for the month, I have not received a single penny. The director informed me that my work errors had caused losses to the company, and the fact that they did not demand compensation from me is already a significant concession. Jin Sheng nodded and inquired, Yinjia, how long have you worked at this company, and what is your monthly salary? 6 years, with a monthly salary of 8,000 yuan. Jin Sheng calculated in his mind. According to the in-compensation scheme, that amounts to 48,000 yuan. The primary issue lies with the company's stated reason for termination, which is unfounded. If they had the audacity to claim her dismissal was due to hiring a pregnant woman, they would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. By the way, there's one more crucial point. Yinjia, did you sign an employment contract with the company, and what is its duration? Yes, I signed one just last year, with 2 years remaining. Jin Sheng was acutely aware of the financial strain faced by Li Yin, a single mother. Even if she sought new employment, it would likely take time, and her salary might not be as high. He felt compelled to negotiate for a greater compensation on her behalf. If she were dismissed within the contract period without any significant fault on her part, securing a 2-in compensation would be quite feasible. That would yield 104,000 yuan, which should suffice for Li Yin during this challenging time. Yinjia, let me accompany you to the company tomorrow. Just remain silent, and I will handle everything. A few tens of thousands in compensation should not pose a significant issue. Upon hearing this, Li Yin expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, Xiaosheng. There is no need to be so formal with me. Regardless, your willingness to help is already greatly appreciated. Yinjia, please don't mention it. It's just a small matter. How about dinner tonight? We could go to that restaurant just outside the community. Unable to refuse, Jin Sheng ultimately found himself persuaded by Li Yin to enjoy a meal of stir-fried dishes. After all, as working individuals, they should prioritize value for their meals. The following Thursday at 9 a.m., Jin Sheng and Li Yin arrived at the base of a grand building. Yinjia, please lead the way. Let us proceed directly. At this moment, the peak hours of work had subsided, and the elevator was not crowded. The two of them smoothly arrived at the floor where Li Yin had previously worked, the 13th floor. As they exited the elevator, the words Tianshan Trading Company, Limited, were clearly visible through the glass automatic doors. Yinjia, what brings you here? A curious receptionist inquired as they stepped inside. Xiaojia, I am here to discuss a matter with General Manager Zhang. Upon hearing Li Yan's response, the receptionist, named Xiaojia, did not attempt to obstruct them. In truth, according to standard company policy, even former employees are required to register upon visiting. The front desk, being the most attuned to the slightest changes within the company, is particularly aware of such matters. Although Li Yin was a veteran of the company, the receptionist could not possibly be unaware of her departure. From the very first question posed upon their entry, Jin Sheng had already discerned the underlying implications. Chapter 15, The Court Session. Yinjia. Xiaoyan, you are back. As she made her way from the reception to the Human Resources Department, everyone she encountered greeted Li Yin, regardless of whether their sentiments were genuine or feigned. It was evident that she was quite well liked. Soon, she came upon a room adorned with a nameplate reading Director of Human Resources, Yin Cece. Knock, knock. Come in. As Li Yin knocked on the door, a deep voice resonated from within. Jin Sheng promptly activated the recording device. Upon hearing the title Director, a middle-aged woman, whose physique could only be described as pleasantly plump, lifted her gaze. Once she recognized the visitor, she adjusted her glasses and inquired, Li Yin, what brings you back to the company? Her tone bore a hint of reproach. At that moment, Jin Sheng interjected before Li Yin could speak. Hello, Director Yin. I am Li Yin's brother, Jin Sheng. I am here on behalf of my sister to discuss her severance compensation. Upon hearing this, Yin Cece responded with a mocking smile. Are you here to tell jokes? Severance compensation? Given the mess you've created, you should be grateful the company hasn't come after you. Faced with Yin Cece's derision, Jin Sheng feigned ignorance and turned to Li Yin, asking, What? Sister, why haven't you mentioned this to me? He punctuated his words with exaggerated blinking. Due to the angle, Yin Cece was unable to perceive this exchange. Li Yin quickly grasped the implication and lowered her head, remaining silent. Jin Sheng, displaying a mixture of disappointment and resolve, pointedly gestured towards Li Yin. Director, could you please elucidate the situation for me? If it is indeed my sister's fault, we will leave immediately and not return. Sensing Jin Sheng's earnestness, Yin Cece nodded in satisfaction, casting a disapproving glance at Li Yin, as if to say, your brother is far more sensible than you. Go home and inquire with your sister. Just know that she has caused the company significant losses. Jin Sheng, unwilling to concede easily without the answers he sought, persisted. Oh, come on, Director. If my sister had wanted to share, she would have done so long ago. Please indulge my curiosity. It would help me explain things to my family. You surely wouldn't want me to bother you again over this matter, would you? Jin Sheng, with a hint of charm, managed to elicit a modicum of pride from Yin Cece. Moreover, his reasoning held some merit. It would be preferable to resolve this issue once and for all, rather than prolonging the dispute, which could lead to undesirable repercussions. It seemed that Li Yan's brother possessed a degree of understanding. Very well, I shall share with you. Yin Cece conceded. Your sister is a good person, but she tends to trust others too easily. In a moment of carelessness, she hired a pregnant woman. And now she has become a sort of mascot for the company. What should the company do? He inquired. Who will bear this loss? Jin Sheng wore a knowing expression. Yet internally, he reveled in delight. With this recording in hand, it would not be an exaggeration to say that doubling the compensation was entirely feasible. Very well, Director Yin. We shall take our leave for now. Thank you for elucidating my doubts. Without a glance at Yin Cece's bewildered countenance, he rose and beckoned Li Yin to exit the office. The subsequent matters would necessitate direct discourse with the company's owner. A mere HR director could not make such decisions. As they stepped out of the company, Li Yin queried, Xiaoxing, are we truly leaving just like this? Jin Sheng smiled gently. Indeed. Have we not acquired the evidence we need? He then brandished the recording device, declaring, Now, our destination is the Labor Bureau. Half an hour later, the two stood before the entrance of the Labor Arbitration Committee at the service window. Hello, I wish to file for labor arbitration. The receptionist, without lifting her gaze, handed over a form and instructed, please fill it out and submit the relevant materials. Once Jin Sheng completed the form, he submitted it along with the power of attorney and labor contract. The receptionist examined the documents and murmured to herself, nodding slightly. Your request for 2-in-1 compensation is valid, as it is based on your dismissal for employing a pregnant worker. You may wait for further updates. The process will commence, and you will be notified. Thank you for your assistance. As time passed, Li Yin awaited a response, likely still caught in procedural delays. Meanwhile, Lin Xia had unraveled the sequence of events and was actively gathering pertinent evidence, though the net had yet to be cast. Several suspects were already ensnared, making escape nearly impossible. Ironically, Yifan's misfortune seemed almost predestined. The blame had never been intended for him, and he had inadvertently thrust himself into the fray. Initially, Jin Sheng had been somewhat bewildered upon hearing this news. However, even though Lin Xia's case was ongoing, the date for Yifan's second trial had arrived. On that morning, Jin Sheng rose at 7:30, indulged in a delightful breakfast, and then, armed with case materials and his lawyer's robe, made his way to the municipal court to await the proceedings. With half an hour remaining before the hearing, Jin Sheng entered the courtroom to wait. Soon after, a group of over 10 individuals arrived, taking their seats in the gallery. Jin Sheng noted that they were all impeccably dressed in suits, carrying briefcases, and were divided into 3 small clusters, whispering among themselves. Judging by their attire, they were likely colleagues in the same field. Xiao Jin, Teacher Wen, what brings you here? Jin Sheng had not noticed that Wen Ku was also present to observe. How prepared are you? This is your first time attending court independently. I had to come and see. Rest assured, Teacher Wen, I am confident. Although they are no longer at the same law firm, this does not diminish their personal rapport. observing Jin Sheng's composed demeanor, Wenka nodded and remarked, "Indeed, I eagerly anticipate your performance. Best of luck." Before long, the prosecution bench was occupied by two prosecutors, a man and a woman. The woman maintained an impassive expression, diligently preparing the materials for the court session. In contrast, the man beside her cast a disdainful glance in Jin Sheng's direction, even smirking derisively upon noticing the gaze directed at him. Such arrogance. Jin Sheng could not help but chuckle coldly to himself, hoping that the man would continue to exhibit this attitude. 10 minutes later, the trial officially commenced. To avoid excessive detail, the verification of identities and the reading of court decorum were omitted. All rise, the judge is entering. With the clerk's announcement, everyone stood. The presiding judge, Wang Yunyu, along with two other judges, entered the courtroom through the side door. The Intermediate People's Court of Magic City is now in session. Chapter 16. The courtroom. As the attendees took their seats, Judge Wang Yunyu rapped his gavel and announced, "Bailiff, bring the defendant Yi Fan into the courtroom." With those words, Yi Fan, handcuffed and sporting a shaved head, was escorted by two bailiffs to the designated area for defendants. The visible injuries on his face had completely healed, suggesting that his previous complaint had indeed made an impact. Jin Sheng noticed that ever since Yi Fan entered, he had been gazing at him with an expression of anticipation, prompting Jin to solemnly nod in acknowledgement. "Now we shall commence the court investigation. I invite the defense to present their appeal," Judge Wang instructed. Jin Sheng gathered his thoughts and addressed the court. "Your Honor, our requests are as follows. First, our client is merely an ordinary fruit shop owner. Yet he has been falsely accused of poisoning and murdering his uncle. There are evident flaws in the evidence presented by the prosecution. Based on the principle of in dubio pro reo, we respectfully request the annulment of the first instance verdict and a re-evaluation of our client's case, leading to a declaration of his innocence. Second, the allegations made by the prosecution during the first trial have inflicted significant economic and reputational harm upon our client. Pursuant to Article 17 of the National Compensation Law, we hereby seek compensation from the prosecution in the amount of 185,300 yuan. As Jin Sheng concluded his appeal, the colleagues in the gallery exchanged bemused glances, shaking their heads in disbelief. Even the prosecution team appeared equally incredulous, with Wang Ting rolling his eyes in exasperation, as if to say that Jin Sheng's arguments were utterly foolish. Even the presiding judge raised an eyebrow, pondering the law school from which this young attorney had graduated and questioning the competence of his mentors. Did he not realize that a compensation claim could only be pursued after obtaining a not guilty verdict? Judge Wang Yunyu barely contained a laugh, having undergone professional training himself. However, they were unaware that Jin Sheng had deliberately crafted his approach to provoke underestimation from the opposing side. It must be said that his youthful appearance was indeed quite misleading. Nonetheless, the courtroom proceedings continued as per standard protocol. With the defense's statements complete, it was now the prosecution's turn to present their case. After Judge Wang's directive, Yin Fang adjusted her glasses, cast a fleeting glance at Jin Sheng, and began her address. "Your Honor, our prosecution's stance is as follows. Firstly, the criminal acts committed by Yi Fan are exceedingly clear, with motives, tools, and timing all substantiated by evidence. The detailed examination of the evidence was conducted during the first trial, and the jury unanimously determined the defendant's culpability. Therefore, we request that the appeal be dismissed. Secondly, given Yi Fan's egregious attitude in admitting guilt and his refusal to acknowledge the facts of the crime, the prosecution believes it necessary for the court to document this behavior as a basis for consideration during any probationary period." Upon hearing this, Judge Wang Yunyu shot a glance at Jin Sheng, as if to convey, "Take notes, young man." He then rapped his gavel once more, signaling that both parties had completed their statements, and the court would now proceed to the evidentiary phase. "Has the prosecution submitted any new evidence to the court?" Yin Fang shook her head and replied, "Your Honor, no." Wang Yunyu nodded and then turned to Jin Sheng, saying, "Defense attorney, do you have any evidence to present?" Upon hearing this, Jin Sheng's spirits lifted, as they had reached a critical juncture. "Yes, Your Honor. Please allow me to first cross-examine the evidence submitted by the prosecution during the first trial, and I will present new evidence shortly thereafter." Yin Fang immediately raised her hand and exclaimed, "Objection. The opposing counsel is attempting a surprise evidence tactic. According to regulations, the appellant must provide new evidence to the court and the prosecution prior to the trial and demonstrate its legality." Jin Sheng could not possibly make such a rudimentary mistake, and he promptly raised his hand to rebut. "Your Honor, the law also stipulates that as long as the evidence is legal, authentic, and can be used to substantiate the truth of the case. It may be presented directly during the trial. Wang Yunyan furrowed his brow upon hearing this. In cases involving serious criminal charges, such as intentional homicide, it is imperative to maintain the utmost fairness and justice. Even if the order was slightly reversed, the procedure was not fundamentally violated. After contemplating for a moment, he stated, "Objection overruled. Defense attorney, you may proceed." Yin Fong, unable to contest further, merely frowned slightly. Her intuition told her that today's proceedings were somewhat precarious, particularly after she had inadvertently noticed the corners of Jin Sheng's mouth lift in a subtle smirk. Jin Sheng nodded and began his presentation. "Your Honor, during the first trial, the prosecution presented evidence that included a vial of hydrogen cyanide found in my client's home. The entire surface of the vial bore only Yi Fan's fingerprints, correct?" The judge, upon hearing this, examined the materials in hand and nodded in affirmation, "Indeed." After clearly hearing the judge's response, Jin Sheng turned to the prosecution and asked, "Prosecution, can you tell me on what basis you assert that the hydrogen cyanide found in Yi Fan's home is the murder weapon?" Faced with Jin Sheng's inquiry, Yin Fong remained silent, but the prosecutor Wang Ting interjected with a scoff, "What ordinary household possesses such a highly toxic chemical? Moreover, even if one wished to purchase it, it would be nearly impossible." Jin Sheng smiled and replied, "Yes, the prosecutor is entirely correct. Ordinary households indeed would not have such a substance. However, have you investigated where the hydrogen cyanide in Yi Fan's home originated?" This question intensified Yin Fong's unease. Nevertheless, as the lead prosecutor, she could not allow the opposing side to dictate the narrative. Yi Fan, being a graduate in chemistry, certainly possessed the capability to procure such a substance. The rotten apples from his fruit shop were excellent raw materials. Coupled with surveillance footage, the motive for the crime, and witness testimonies, the conclusion seemed rather evident. Did it not? Jin Sheng inquired with a hint of amusement. "Prosecutor, have you reviewed the examination report for the hydrogen cyanide?" Yin Fong, filled with perplexity, responded, "I have seen it. What of it?" Jin Sheng continued, "Are you aware that industrial-grade hydrogen cyanide is synthesized solely from specific chemical materials? No matter how skilled Yi Fan may be, if he were to use rotten apples and add other chemicals, he could never achieve the standards required for industrial use. The bottle you seized from Yi Fan's residence contained data that precisely aligns with industrial specifications." Yin Fong furrowed her brows deeply. Retrieving the inspection report to begin cross-referencing the data, Jin Sheng seized the opportunity to press further, "Your Honor, in this case, the evidence presented by the prosecution contains no item that can directly prove Yi Fan is the perpetrator. The surveillance footage shows Yi Fan holding a watermelon, which he purchased casually from a fruit shop right at the entrance of the victim's neighborhood. There is continuous video evidence from the fruit shop to the victim's home, and it reveals that my client did not tamper with the watermelon in any way." While Yin Fong was still pondering, Wang Ting, seated beside her, could no longer contain himself. "Objection. The defense attorney is conflating concepts. The absence of evidence does not imply a lack of wrongdoing. Furthermore, there are fingerprints belonging to Yi Fan on the bottle. How do you account for that?" Jin Sheng replied calmly, "I am merely stating objective facts and questioning the evidence presented by the prosecution. This is a criminal case, not a civil matter." The presiding judge cast a bemused glance at Wang Ting and stated, "Objection overruled. The defense attorney may proceed." Upon hearing this, Jin Sheng smiled at Wang Yuyu, yet was met with an increasingly stern expression. Frivolity is strictly prohibited in the courtroom. Jin Sheng then composed himself and said, "Your Honor, I wish to conduct an experiment." Wang Ting, still irritated from the earlier exchange, immediately raised his hand. "Objection. This is a sacred courtroom, not a laboratory. What kind of experiment are you proposing?" Wang Yunyu frowned and inquired, "Defense attorney, provide me with a reasonable explanation for this experiment and its relevance to the evidence." Jin Sheng replied earnestly, "Your Honor, this experiment is undoubtedly pertinent to the evidence, and it will also address the prosecution's earlier inquiry." Nodding in understanding, Wang Yu declared, "Objection overruled. The request for the experiment is granted." At this moment, Wang Ting's expression was decidedly grim. Chapter 17. A swift resolution. The bottle in my hand is identical in size and color to the one retrieved from Yi Fan's residence. As Jin Sheng spoke, he raised it high for all in the courtroom to see. "Your Honor, I would like to invite two gentlemen from the audience to assist in verifying whether it is possible to leave identical fingerprint impressions while holding this bottle in a typical manner." At that moment, a glimmer of curiosity flashed in Wang Yunyu's eyes, and he consented. The expressions of the many colleagues in the audience had long since lost their initial disdain. They had assumed this was merely the work of a fledgling lawyer, not anticipating that he would begin to dig a pit for them from the very indictment itself. With meticulous thought, rigorous logic, and keen observation, he had, in just a short span of the trial, managed to put the two prosecutors on the defensive, leaving them entirely unprepared. It was truly a revelation. The prosecution had extracted 2 fingerprints from the bottle, both exceptionally clear and intact. I now request the 2 gentlemen to assist by lifting the bottle with 2 fingers, in accordance with the marked areas in the evidence. As Jin Sheng completed his request, the 2 randomly selected individuals from the audience complied. It was a straightforward action, and they quickly accomplished it. Your Honor, please observe, the fingerprints on these 2 bottles exhibit a stark contrast to those left by Yi Fan. Admittedly, everyone has their unique habits when handling objects. However, if one were to replicate the evidence provided by the prosecution precisely, it would be impossible to leave an entire, complete fingerprint. At most, only 2/3 would remain. Therefore, this evidence must have been deliberately forged, with the intent to frame my client and make him a scapegoat for the true perpetrator. Jin Sheng's words resonated with clarity and conviction. Should this discovery be validated, it would be tantamount to a direct blow to the prosecution's credibility, demonstrating the lack of rigor and care from the law enforcement agencies, represented by the police and the prosecution during their investigation and review of the case. The courtroom buzzed with discussions. With a firm strike of the gavel, tranquility was swiftly restored. Prosecutors, do you have any rebuttal to the defense's evidence? Yin Fang, adjusting her glasses with deliberate slowness, replied, Yes, Your Honor. The 2 points raised by the defense center around hydrogen cyanide, including the fingerprints on the bottle and the examination report. I must assert that this evidence is flawed and does not exonerate Yi Fan from wrongdoing. It was indeed the watermelon brought forth by the suspect that led to the deaths of Zhang Ji and his daughter. According to the police's thorough investigation and inquiries, no one other than Yi Fan entered the deceased's home during the time surrounding the incident. The deceased's wife, Yao Qian, returned shortly after Yi Fan's departure. However, she did not ascend to the upper floors. Instead, she merely retrieved a package from the property management on the 2nd floor before exiting. This was clearly evident in all surveillance footage. Moreover, during the first trial, all evidence had been thoroughly examined. I fail to comprehend the defense attorney's fixation on the aspect of hydrogen cyanide. What considerations could possibly underpin such an obsession? Listening to Yin Fang's rebuttal, Jin Sheng maintained a serene smile on his face. Truly, he was a paragon of the prosecution. This intricate interplay of verbal jabs had diminished the advantage Jin Sheng had previously established before the judge to its nadir. Inadvertently, it had even turned the tide against his own case. Had the case's intricacies not been unraveled, the mere ambiguities in the evidence could have led to an uncertain outcome today. The probability of a protracted stalemate was exceedingly high. This was not the scenario he had wished to witness, especially with the system's task still looming. It appeared he had underestimated the prowess of his adversaries. Jin Sheng contemplated the recording from Li Xiaoman and decided against presenting it at this juncture. Instead, he resolved to deliver a decisive blow. Without further hesitation, he raised his hand and addressed the judge. Your Honor, I wish to summon a witness. Yin Fang interjected, I object. A witness is not akin to evidence, and one must apply and submit a list prior to the hearing. The defense attorney is disregarding legal statutes. Jin Sheng replied, Your Honor, the witness I wish to summon is not a new addition but rather Officer Lin Xia, who is handling this case. Yin Fang's expression twitched in agreement. Meanwhile, Lin Xia, who had been waiting in a nearby room, had just read a message from his apprentice, Xiaohu. Officer Lin Xia, to the stand. With the bailiff's announcement, Lin Xia rose and entered the courtroom. After taking his place on the witness stand and swearing an oath, he commenced his testimony. Jin Sheng approached Lin Xia, and the two exchanged a discreet nod of understanding. Yin Fang, having observed this exchange, furrowed her brow. An instinctual sense of foreboding washed over her. Yet, it was too late to intervene now. Officer Lin, Jin Sheng inquired, how is that matter progressing? Has it been resolved? Lin Xia responded, Xiaohu just messaged me. Everything has been settled. Jin Sheng nodded. That is reassuring. Otherwise, I would have had to delay proceedings to avoid jeopardizing your arrangements. Given the semi-public nature of this trial, who knows if someone from the true culprit's side might be present in the audience. It is a relief that it has been resolved, as that alleviates any lingering concerns. Jin Sheng then turned to the bench and declared, Your Honor, Regarding the case of Yi Fan, the police have made new advancements, which Officer Lin Xia will elaborate on in detail. In the enclosed, hushed courtroom, the dialogue between the two had resonated clearly in the ears of all present. On the prosecutor's side, Yin Fang's brow had already knitted into a furrow of concern. Upon hearing the judge's agreement, Jin Sheng did not return to his seat, but instead remained beside the witness stand, motionless. Lin Xia approached the microphone and commenced her statement. Regarding the Yi Fan case, our police force has made groundbreaking progress following a renewed investigation. The true perpetrator is, in fact, someone else, who has now been apprehended. Here, I wish to express my gratitude to Attorney Jin Sheng for providing the crucial lead that averted a potential tragedy and brought the real culprit to justice. Lin Xia's words ignited the courtroom, transforming the atmosphere from serene silence to a cacophony of discussions. The faces of those present reflected not only shock, but also curiosity. The public prosecutors, Yin Fang and Wang Ting, were visibly taken aback, unable to comprehend the revelation. Meanwhile, Yi Fan, seated in the defendant's chair, displayed an expression of fervent excitement, his hands clenching into tight fists. He murmured to himself, "I am innocent. I shall regain my freedom." Bang, bang. The presiding judge, Wang Yunyu, struck the gavel, bringing a gradual cessation to the tumult. "Witness, please provide a detailed account of the events." "Certainly, Your Honor," Lin Xia began, gathering her thoughts. "Recently, Attorney Jin approached me. Lin Xiaoyang is a senior executive at a chemical enterprise. He is also the secretary of the deceased, Zhang Ji, and the secret lover of Chun Miao. The two rapidly grew close after their professional interactions. After some time, Zhang Ji and his wife, Yao Qian, were embroiled in a divorce, leaving him preoccupied with personal matters. Chun Miao, seizing the opportunity, began to entertain nefarious thoughts. The two plotted a scheme wherein Lin Xiaoyang would establish a shell company under the name of his employer, while Chun Miao would place orders under the guise of an international trade company, fabricating purposes for profit. However, the truth cannot remain concealed indefinitely. Prior to his demise, Zhang Ji had uncovered some discrepancies in the company's financial statements and prepared to investigate the matter. This revelation caused significant alarm for Chun Miao, who feared exposure, especially since their machinations had yielded over 20 million in profit within a mere year. Faced with the prospect of incarceration, the duo resorted to desperate measures, plotting murder. As for Yi Fan, he inadvertently became entangled in this web. During a client reception, Lin Xiaoyang encountered Yi Fan in the KTV corridor, embracing Li Xiaoman as they exited, their demeanor unmistakably intimate. After gathering details about Li Xiaoman's circumstances, a scheme to frame Yi Fan was devised. A week later, Lin Xiaoyang approached Li Xiaoman, under the pretense of assisting her daughter with congenital heart disease, persuading her to obtain Yi Fan's fingerprints and to conceal a cyanide vial within Yi Fan's residence. Subsequently, Li Xiaoman was to seek a loan from Yi Fan, thereby leading him to seek assistance from the deceased, Zhang Ji, who was his maternal uncle. As for the evidence found in the unfinished watermelon at the deceased's residence, which contained hydrogen cyanide, it was indeed fabricated by Chun Miao prior to reporting the incident. Simultaneously, she meticulously cleaned the scene, eliminating the true evidence that had caused the poisoning of both individuals. In doing so, she created compelling evidence that seamlessly shifted the blame onto Yi Fan. Chapter 18. Reward. After listening to Lin Xia's account, a profound silence enveloped the room. Yi Fan, who had been eagerly anticipating his freedom and a reunion with Li Xiaoman, found himself utterly stunned upon hearing her name. The revelation that Li Xiaoman had played a role in his wrongful designation as a murderer was beyond his comprehension. The motivation that had sustained him through the adversities in the detention center had always been Li Xiaoman. Now, he felt completely numb, his heart an empty void. The expressions on the faces of the two prosecutors were equally grim. None had expected the situation to culminate in such a manner. The eyes of the onlookers, a multitude of peers, turned toward Jin Sheng, filled with a complex mix of emotions. Only Wen Ku exhibited a blend of satisfaction tinged with regret, pondering how much better things might have been had he remained at the Quanjing law firm. The presiding judge rapped his gavel and addressed the prosecutors. "What are your thoughts?" Yin Fang, seated at the prosecution's table, nodded promptly. "Your Honor, we shall initiate a supervisory trial procedure immediately." Wang Yunyao, upon hearing this, also nodded in agreement, though he remained silent. In criminal cases, if new evidence reveals the true perpetrator during the appellate process, a supervisory procedure can be initiated to rectify prior judgments. This special legal process aims to correct errors in legally binding decisions or rulings. If the appellate court discovers that another individual is the true culprit and they have been apprehended, the case can transition into a supervisory procedure leading to the defendant's exoneration. This effectively preserves the dignity of the police and prosecutorial authorities, preventing any exacerbation of social repercussions. Considering Lin Xia's circumstances, Jin Sheng would certainly not oppose this course of action. His sole concern was to restore his client's innocence, particularly since his own reputation had already been inadvertently tarnished. With the significant developments in the case, the court announced a recess. As the courtroom doors swung open, the crowd began to disperse. Yi Fan was escorted away by the bailiff, soon to be handed over to the public security authorities. Once he secured the court's not guilty verdict, his freedom would be restored. Regarding state compensation, designated officials would discuss that matter with Yi Fan in due course. Jin Sheng tidied up and exited the courtroom. At the entrance, Wen Ku lingered, waving at Jin Sheng upon his arrival. "Xiao Jin, you have truly impressed me." "Teacher Wen, please refrain from jesting," Jin Sheng replied. "I am serious. Keep up the good work." "Yes, I certainly will." "Well then, I shall take my leave." After watching Wen Ku depart, Jin Sheng composed himself and returned to the law firm. It is often said that no wall is impenetrable. In the days following the trial, the name Jin Sheng became a topic of discussion within the legal community, circulating as a point of interest among a select few. In the tea room of the Quanjing law firm, several new lawyers, contemporaries of Jin Sheng, were engaged in conversation. "Have you heard? Jin Sheng won his very first case after leaving the firm." "How could we not have heard? It was a premeditated murder case, already adjudicated in the first instance." "Indeed. I heard that the prosecutor at the trial was the ace from the criminal division of the prosecutor's office. This is quite a remarkable achievement. I wonder if they regret not taking him on the spot." These discussions were overheard clearly by Zhang Quan, a senior partner, who had initially proposed hiring Li Qian and dismissing Jin Sheng. Hearing such remarks darkened his expression considerably, filling him with discontent. It was merely one case, yet so many were already gossiping. If he were to handle several more, he might find himself labeled as inept or lacking discernment. Upon returning to his office, he slammed the thermos cup onto the table with a loud thud. Settling into his executive chair, Zhang Quan began to ponder. He needed to devise a strategy to undermine Jin Sheng. Only then could he find peace of mind. At the prosecutor's office, Yin Fang and Wang Ting returned and immediately reported the situation to their supervisor. However, it was not long before shouts of reprimand echoed from the office. "Yin Fang, do you know? The chief prosecutor just called me. Do you know how he scolded me? He asked if I had become complacent, if I was treating the lives of the public as a joke, sending evidence to court without even verifying it first." Inside the large office of the criminal division, all the prosecutors lowered their heads to work, yet their ears were keenly attuned to the unfolding drama. Clearly, something had gone awry. Coupled with the knowledge that today was the second hearing of Yi Fan's case, the outcome was all too predictable. After more than half an hour, the two emerged from the small office, Wang Ting with a grim expression and Yin Fang looking equally displeased. Shortly after sitting down, Wang Ting muttered angrily, "Is that Lin Xia out of her mind? She found something and didn't bother to communicate it with us. We foolishly went to court, and our reputations took a hit. And that little lawyer thinks of us as stepping stones, doesn't she? It's infuriating. I hope I don't cross paths with her again." Yin Fang remained silent, but anyone nearby would have noticed a flicker of dangerous sharpness in her eyes. Cheng Tiwan soon followed them out. "Listen carefully, everyone. From now on, all public prosecution cases must undergo cross-verification by at least 2 people. If there is even the slightest flaw, return it and have the police supplement the evidence." With that, Cheng Taiyuan hurriedly left the room. It is likely that he went to report to the leader. The crowd let out a collective sigh of relief. Jin Sheng hummed a cheerful tune as he entered the law firm, while Chen Zheng had just finished fetching water and was ready to return to his drama. "Oh, back so soon? Given your demeanor, did you win the case?" "Hee." Undoubtedly, Jin Sheng replied with a smile, and Chen Zheng nodded in agreement. It seems that his decision to have Jin Sheng affiliated with the firm was indeed wise. Chen Zheng had caught a glimpse of the case files when Jin Sheng first received them, an intentional homicide case under appeal. The difficulty was undeniable. This was only the first hearing, yet it appeared to be resolved in one fell swoop, suggesting that decisive evidence had been uncovered. Otherwise, there would have been a 99% chance of prolonged disputes, followed by the maintenance of the original verdict and a loss of the case. This had become a customary pattern. But don't let it get to your head. This is merely your first case. Rest assured, with such a stellar start, I cannot possibly squander a good hand. Jin Sheng chuckled softly and returned to his drama. As Jin Sheng settled back into his seat, a notification chimed in his mind. Was this the system offering him encouragement? Congratulations, host, on completing your first case and receiving a 5-star review from the client. Difficulty level. To be a proficient lawyer, one must possess a robust physique and agile skills. Reward. 1 instance of body enhancement and mastery in combat skills. As the system's voice faded, a warmth enveloped Jin Sheng's entire being, particularly around his lower back, bringing a sense of comfort. It felt akin to a rocket being fueled for a launch. Brimming with power. Even his very bones seemed to tingle, as if countless tiny ants were scurrying about. Fortunately, the sensation remained bearable. Approximately 10 minutes later, the transformation was complete. Jin Sheng felt as if he had just undergone a rejuvenating massage, his entire body invigorated. Specifically, he felt an overwhelming surge of strength. He could ascend 8 flights of stairs without so much as a breath. Shortly thereafter, a torrent of memories flooded his mind, filled with knowledge of various combat techniques. Jin Sheng silently began to assimilate this information, appearing as though he was simply meditating in repose. In just those few minutes, he had undergone a profound metamorphosis. Had he been the same person who once plunged a knife into his own chest in his past life, he might not have even dared to approach the present. As he reopened his eyes, a glimmer of sharpness flashed within them, revealing an intense clarity. Yet, it quickly settled back into tranquility. For now, the case involving Yi Fan was resolved, leaving only Li Yan's labor dispute awaiting further notice. Jin Sheng found himself with time to spare once more. Chapter 19. A new case and a variety show the tranquil reverie of Jin Sheng was abruptly interrupted by the shrill ringing of his mobile phone. A strange number illuminated the screen. As he answered, a timid voice emerged from the other end. Hello, is this Jin Sheng, the lawyer? Yes, it is. Oh, hello, Mr. Jin. My name is Jiang Yingying. My brother asked me to call you. And who is your brother? My brother is in the same cell as Yi Fan. I was present during today's court hearing, and I wish to seek your assistance for my brother. He is innocent. Goodness, Yi Fan has quite the talent for promotion. Even from inside, he doesn't forget to market his services. What a remarkable individual. Perhaps the other party did not hear Jin Sheng's musings, as they urgently continued. Lawyer Jin, could you please help? My brother truly is innocent. Please come to my law firm. Remember to bring all the information regarding your brother, and I shall review it. Jin Sheng, who had been pondering the lack of work, suddenly found a case knocking at his door, thanks to Yi Fan's influence. All right, I will come over right away. Upon hearing Jin Sheng's agreement, Jiang Yingying's voice brimmed with excitement. Before Jin Sheng could provide the address, she hastily ended the call. Impetuous, he chuckled, shaking his head. He presumed he would have to send her the address later. Before Jiang Yingying arrived, a man in his 30s entered the law firm, positioned near the entrance. Jin Sheng was about to greet him when he saw the man stride directly toward Jin Sheng. As he approached, he called out Dad with warmth. This must be the young heir. The law firm was modest in size, and their conversation was easily overheard by Jin Sheng. The son, who worked out of town, had come to the bustling metropolis on business and took the opportunity to visit his father. Their bond appeared quite strong. After a brief exchange, the topic shifted to Jin Sheng. Jin Sheng stood to introduce them, saying, "This is Jin Sheng, my colleague, currently associated with us. Don't let his youth fool you. He possesses remarkable capabilities. He has just won a particularly challenging case. Young Jin, this is my son, Dong." The two exchanged handshakes and polite greetings. At that moment, Dong suddenly recalled something, his eyes lighting up as he directed a question at Jin Sheng. Jin Sheng, how old are you this year? And which university did you graduate from? Jin Sheng was taken aback by the abrupt inquiry. Was this an interrogation? Hearing this, Dong immediately reprimanded Dong. What are you doing? Such rudeness. Dong then realized his breach of etiquette and quickly explained, I apologize, I did not mean anything by it. To introduce myself properly, I am a variety show director. Here is my business card. Dong, while speaking, took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Jin Sheng. He continued, we are currently planning a new season of our show, focusing on the legal profession. We have partnered with a top-tier law firm in the country to offer 3 positions to participants. Additionally, several celebrities will join us for on-site recordings to provide commentary. My father spoke highly of you earlier, which prompted me to extend this invitation, albeit somewhat abruptly. Jin Sheng suddenly comprehended the implications. He could not deny that this opportunity was indeed promising. Not only would it allow him to showcase his abilities to a wider audience, but being accepted by a prestigious law firm would provide an invaluable platform for his talents. However, he pondered the nature of variety show guests, often predetermined. What could this invitation signify? Jin Sheng, not lacking in discernment, refrained from voicing his inquiries. Oh, I see. I graduated from the University of Political Science and Law with a bachelor's degree. I am 24 years old and have just begun my practice. How about it? Would you be interested in participating? I can serve as your recommender. Jin Sheng considered his situation. Currently without any cases, he found himself with ample free time, making the idea of participating quite feasible. When does the recording start? He inquired. Qin Dong smiled and replied, I came to the city specifically for this matter. The general arrangement has been established, though some details remain to be finalized. It may take some time, roughly over a month. Furthermore, the participants in this program are primarily young individuals, either just starting their internships or still pursuing their degrees. After hearing Qin Dong's explanation, Jin Sheng felt more assured. However, it was not the right moment to make a definitive decision. What if Jiang Yingying arrived later and he accepted her case, leading to a scheduling conflict? Let us do this, Chun. I will consider it and get back to you tomorrow. How does that sound? That works perfectly, Qin Dong agreed, understanding the need for careful consideration. After all, this invitation was spontaneous, and he had not anticipated an immediate response. In fact, someone like Jin Sheng, who needed time to reflect, was the most reliable. Lawyer Jin. The three conversing had yet to notice a figure standing at the entrance of the law firm. Jin Sheng glanced over and saw a girl dressed simply, her face somewhat pale, standing there timidly. Her hands nervously clutched a small cloth bag. This must be Jiang Yingying. He wondered how she had found this place so quickly, just minutes after their phone call. You must be Jiang Yingying. Please, come in. As she approached slowly, Jin Sheng gestured for her to enter. Qin Zhen, noticing that Jin Sheng had business to attend to, remarked, Xiao Jin, if you have matters to address, go ahead. We shall head home first. All right, Jin Sheng replied. After Qin Dong nodded kindly to Jin Sheng and followed Qin Zheng out of the law firm, Jiang Yingying happened to approach the desk. Please, have a seat and let us converse at ease. Once seated, Jin Sheng sought to alleviate the tension by inquiring, Miss Jiang. You did not ask for my address, yet you managed to find this place. Jiang Yingying, slightly embarrassed, admitted, after leaving the court, I followed you from a distance. Watching you enter here, Jin Sheng responded, well, you have outsmarted me. I had not anticipated such a situation. My vigilance leaves much to be desired. He chose not to dwell on the matter further. Miss Jiang, what is the status of your brother's case? Oh yes. Here are all the documents pertaining to the case. Upon Jin Sheng's prompt, Jiang Yingying hurriedly retrieved a substantial file from her small bag and handed it over. Upon opening it, Jin Sheng's gaze immediately fell upon two judgment documents. The first instance judgment read, Defendant, Jiang Fifan, sentenced to 20 years of imprisonment for the crime of intentional homicide, with civil compensation amounting to 1 million yuan. 3 months later, the second instance court did not hold a hearing, directly dismissing the appeal and upholding the original verdict. Checking the timeline, Jin Sheng noted that it had been a full 8 years since the incident. After perusing the documents, he felt a throbbing headache. The complexity of this case seemed to surpass even the most arduous of challenges. Yet, after so many years, the concerned parties still sought to overturn the verdict. Was there truly an injustice at play? Jin Sheng's interest was piqued. Case details. On the night of October 26th at 11:30 p.m., the victim Lin Jiao was discovered dead in her home, having suffered a stab wound to the abdomen that resulted in ruptured internal organs and excessive blood loss, leading to her demise despite emergency medical efforts. The person who reported the incident was none other than Jiang Fifan. In several police statements, Jiang Fifan recounted that on the night of the incident, as he exited the staircase, he was abruptly knocked down by two bloodied individuals rushing towards him. Before he could regain his composure, the two had fled in a frantic manner. Upon rising, Jiang Fifan noticed that the door to Lin Jiao's residence was ajar. Rushing over, he found her lying on the living room floor, surrounded by pools of blood. He immediately dialed emergency services and the police. That night, he provided his initial statement. 3 days later, Jiang Fifan was designated as a suspect and summoned by the police. A week later, the authorities concluded that Jiang Fifan was the perpetrator and sought approval from the prosecutor's office for his arrest. Within 2 days, he was transferred and indicted. The entire process, from the incident to the first instance judgment, took less than a month, a fact that struck Jin Sheng as remarkably astonishing. Chapter 20. The great fish in cases as grave as murder. The investigative process typically requires no less than a month, with the initial phase alone taking a minimum of 37 days. Following this, a request for arrest must be filed with the prosecution. Only after 2 months can the case be concluded and handed over to the prosecution. Upon receipt, the prosecution requires at least another month to review the case. Should the evidence prove insufficient, they might return the case for further police investigation, with each return necessitating a month as time, and at most, 2 such returns are permitted. Even in instances where a suspect is apprehended at the scene, expedited procedures do not facilitate a swift resolution. Thus, the intricacies of this case suggest substantial irregularities, clearly indicating unlawful conduct. The judgment presented claims that the facts and rationale are predicated upon the discovery of Jiang Fifen's DNA at the crime scene, alongside the murder weapon, a fruit knife bearing his fingerprints. On the day Jiang Fifen reported the incident, traces of the victim's blood were found on him. Notably, the 2 individuals who collided with Jiang Fifen yield no leads whatsoever. Even more astonishing, surveillance cameras on both sides of the corridor, as well as those at the entrances and exits downstairs, were inexplicably disabled on the day of the incident. Furthermore, a witness emerged, asserting they only saw Jiang Fifen exiting Lin Zhao's residence that evening. Based on these factors, Jiang Fifen was declared the perpetrator. However, to Jin Sheng, these elements appeared to form a contrived scheme, replete with the sin of conspiracy, aimed solely at incriminating Jiang Fifen. Applying for a retrial at a higher court is not particularly challenging. One merely needs to highlight procedural violations. However, to overturn the verdict, it is essential to locate the 2 individuals who collided with Jiang Fifen that night, in addition to obtaining incontrovertible evidence. After all, 8 years have elapsed since the incident. It is a daunting task. As Jin Sheng pondered this, he could not help but shake his head and sigh. Opposite him, Jiang Yingying, who had been intently focused, instantly appeared despondent. Yet, clinging to a glimmer of hope, she inquired, "What do you think, Lawyer Jin? Is there any hope for my brother's case?" Jin Sheng had little to conceal. From the existing evidence, he found no viable points for an appeal. He surmised that they likely lacked even the qualifications to request a retrial. Ding. The system has issued the following task. Please utilize your legal knowledge to assist Jiang Fifen in successfully overturning his conviction and securing his release. Note: this task is classified as an ultra-high difficulty random mission. Upon completion, rewards will allow the host to select 3 out of 4 options. The prompt resonated in Jin Sheng's mind, leaving him momentarily flabbergasted. It seems he was being compelled to exert himself to the utmost. After hearing Jin Sheng's account, Jiang Yingying's eyes reddened, and she lowered her head in silence. It was evident that the bond between the siblings was quite strong. With the system now assigning him a mission, he felt compelled to make every effort, beyond the allure of the rewards. The prospect of restoring freedom to an innocent person would undoubtedly provide immense fulfillment, an achievement that would indelibly enhance his personal record. Miss Jiang, please do not despair. Share with me what you know. Very well, Attorney Jin. Regaining her composure, Jiang Yingying hastily wiped away her tears and began to speak. My parents passed away in a car accident when I was very young, leaving only my brother and me to rely on each other. For my sake, my brother dropped out of school after high school to work. When my brother was arrested, I was merely 14, so I do not know much. However, I remember that on the day he was taken by the police, he kept shouting that he had not committed murder. Beyond that, I truly know nothing. It appears that the siblings have had a difficult life, and now they are faced with such misfortune. Truly, misfortune often seeks out those already burdened by hardship. At the time of the incident, Jiang Yingying was still a minor, and it seems there are no clues she can provide. Jin Sheng must meet with Jiang Fifen, as some matters need to be articulated by him for clarity. Perhaps speaking of such sorrowful memories caused Jiang Yingying to shed tears once more. Indeed, women are often made of water. Jin Sheng retrieved 2 tissues from the table and handed them to her. Miss Jiang, I shall go meet your brother now. If possible, I am willing to assist him. Thank you, Attorney Jin. Upon receiving the tissues and hearing Jin Sheng's words, Jiang Yingying immediately stood up and began to bow deeply to him. Her gratitude was palpable. Jin Sheng quickly interjected, "Oh, please do not do that. I am merely doing my job. Are you suggesting I should forgo my fee?" Jiang Yingying ceased her bowing, but looked at Jin Sheng with a somewhat pitiful expression, enhanced by her tears. If this were outside, she might be accused of being a heartless man. Attorney Jin, how much is your fee? I have saved a little from my work, but it is not much. Observing the girl before him, cautiously inquiring about his fee, Jin Sheng felt a twinge of sympathy. It is all right. There is no need for payment now. My focus is on the outcome of the case. If we win, your brother will receive state compensation. And then you can pay my fee. If we lose, I shall take nothing. What do you think? Jiang Yingying readily understood that Jin Sheng was considering her situation. She nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "No problem. Thank you, Attorney Jin. You are truly a wonderful person." Jin Sheng was at a loss for words, unexpectedly receiving a good person card. Though Jiang Yingying meant well, he found the remark somewhat uncomfortable. "All right, you may return now. I will apply this afternoon to meet your brother. I will contact you if needed." "Okay, I will take my leave then. I entrust this to you, Attorney Jin. Rest assured, I will do my utmost." After seeing Jiang Yingying off, Jin Sheng resumed his study of the case files. "The more I observe, the stronger the sense of strangeness becomes. This is derived from the seasoned experience of a criminal defense attorney." Jin Sheng gazed at the evidence section, where a photograph from the crime scene revealed a half-peeled apple beside the leg of the sofa, remarkably clear. If memory serves, this was the very fruit knife wielded by the murderer, which bore only Jiang Fifen's fingerprints. Assuming the murder weapon was indeed from the victim's home, it is inconceivable for the handle to lack the victim's fingerprints, especially since the victim was not wearing gloves at the time of death. This indicates that someone must have erased the original fingerprints and then made Jiang Fifen grip the knife. As for the actual perpetrator, if we are to believe Jiang Fifen's account, they fled the scene immediately. Thus, this piece of evidence must have been fabricated later. From this perspective, it appears that the officer in charge of the case, or perhaps someone within the police force, was complicit in the fabrication of evidence. The true culprit seems to possess significant connections. To have the public security, prosecution, and judiciary collaborate so intensively, the individual must either be a high-ranking official or a person of considerable influence. It is inconceivable that a mere businessman would be involved, unless they belong to the realm of ultra-wealthy elites. However, the likelihood of that is slim. According to the victim's background information, Lin Jiao was merely an ordinary wage earner, employed at a modest company. Following her demise, the police investigated Lin Jiao's financial dealings, uncovering nothing beyond her regular salary and living expenses, remarkably clean. There were even no records from her phone calls or WeChat conversations on the day of her death. Furthermore, the crime scene, Lin Jiao's residence, showed no signs of forced entry, indicating that she either opened the door herself or that the assailant possessed a key. The interior was orderly arranged, further eliminating the possibility of financial disputes as a motive. Thus, it is highly probable that the crime was committed by someone familiar. At 2:30 p.m., within the confines of the Magic City Detention Center, Jin Sheng encountered Jiang Fifen in person, clad in a standard striped suit with a crew cut. Despite having endured 8 years of imprisonment, his eyes still sparkled with vitality. Upon their first meeting, there was even a hint of anticipation in his gaze. "Jiang Fifen, I am Jin Sheng. I understand you learned of me through Yufan." "Indeed, Attorney Jin," Jiang Fifen replied. Jin Sheng smiled softly, choosing not to pursue that line of inquiry further. With the pleasantries concluded, he proceeded to the crux of the matter. "I have perused your case file in detail. Now, I shall pose a few questions." "Very well," Jiang Fifen responded as Jin Sheng took out a sheet of paper, ready to jot down notes. "On the day you visited the victim's neighborhood, what was your purpose there?" "I was delivering takeout." "Did you receive the order through a platform? Or was it a direct delivery from the merchant?" "Through a platform." Chapter 21. Unveiling doubts, Jin Sheng perused the photographs of the items and presented them to Jiang Fifen for confirmation. "Is this the mobile phone you used to accept the delivery?" "Yes, this is indeed the phone," Jiang replied. "Did you inform the police of this at the time?" "Yes, I told them I was merely delivering food." Jin Sheng continued to examine the statements provided by the police, and indeed, there was a mention in the third report. However, it was merely glossed over, lacking any semblance of verification. Considering this was likely a deliberate act, it was hardly surprising. "I reviewed your judgment. During the first trial, did your defense attorney question this matter?" "No, not at all." Jiang Fifen shook his head and continued. "Lawyer Jin, you have met my sister, so you should be aware of my family's circumstances. At that time, the court assigned me a lawyer, one who did not charge a fee, pro bono, if you will. I distinctly remember his name was Lin Weijiang. Initially, when he came to see me, he appeared exceedingly confident, asserting that I was undoubtedly wronged and he would clear my name. Without much thought, I signed the power of attorney with him. Yet, When the trial commenced, he uttered but 3 words. No, I know, no. I shall never forget the look he cast upon me in that moment. As he recounted these events, Jiang Fifen's emotions surged. His hands clenched tightly into fists. His resentment towards the lawyer, Lin Weijiang, was palpable. However, Jin Sheng could empathize. The stark reality of being deceived was far more detestable than mere wrongful accusation, because it was so overt. Jin Sheng noted down the name Lin Weijiang on a blank sheet of paper, encircling it for emphasis. Do you know the 2 individuals who struck you? I do not recognize them. Of this I am certain. I have never seen them before. Oh, you are that certain? Indeed, to be candid, my memory is quite sharp. If, hypothetically speaking, you were to present their photographs to me again, I would certainly recognize them. I can assure you, after 8 years, I vividly recall those 2 individuals' panicked expressions. Jin Sheng continued to sift through the case files. Jiang Fifen had emphasized this point in every statement he provided, yet the police seemed to have disregarded it, carelessly glossing over the details. The report noted the reason: no such person found. By the way, during your interrogation, did anything unusual occur? What do you mean? Were you shown any weapon, specifically that fruit knife, or allowed to handle it? Yes, but it was not the actual weapon. It was a new one. I recall the officer stating it was for an experiment to compare fingerprints with those on the real weapon. When was this experiment conducted? And how many officers were present at the time? During the final recording of the statement, 2 officers were present. Jin Sheng immediately identified a close-up photograph of a fruit knife from the evidence images. Take a look at this. Is this the very knife you handled? Indeed. I recall the chrysanthemum pattern on the handle. If Jiang Fifen is not lying, it could elucidate why Lin Jiao's fingerprints were absent from the murder weapon. Damn it. This is clearly police fabrication. How are we supposed to proceed? Jin Sheng's mind was racing. The Jiang Fifen case has been stagnant for 8 years. After applying for a retrial, aside from presenting pivotal evidence to overturn the previous verdict, there seems to be no other recourse. Yet, the system has imposed a task upon him. He must accept it, but how to break the deadlock? Even if it's apparent that the evidence has been tampered with, what does that matter without proof? One cannot recklessly voice such claims, lest they be sued for defamation. Such a move could lead to the revocation of his legal credentials. Game over. Reluctantly, he signed the power of attorney. Once he returned, he would further contemplate the most prudent angle to approach this from. As Jin Sheng prepared to retrieve the documents, he inadvertently noticed the fingerprint examination report of the murder weapon. Earlier that morning, he had felt a twinge of confusion. He nearly forgot to inquire, "What is the story behind the scar on your thumb?" Jiang Fifen, observing Jin Sheng's furrowed brow and silent demeanor, felt a pang of anxiety. A flicker of urgency crossed his eyes. However, upon hearing Jin Sheng's question, he quickly recollected and examined the barely noticeable scar on his finger. Ah, that scar. It was inflicted on the day of the incident when I accidentally grazed an exposed utility knife while recording my statement at the Public Security Bureau. Initially, I paid it no mind, but the pain intensified, and the bleeding wouldn't cease. I suspect the wound was rather deep. By the time I finished my statement, it was quite late, and all the ordinary clinics had closed. I feared that Ying would worry if she saw it. So I went to the emergency room to have it treated and received 2 stitches. It was quite painful, costing me over 100 yuan. And I couldn't even use my insurance. Essentially a day wasted. Upon hearing this, Jin Sheng's eyes lit up. Which hospital did you go to? Huimin Hospital. Did you pay with your phone or cash? With my phone. When we go out for deliveries, we usually carry just a few yuan for emergencies, nothing more. For fear of losing it. This is concrete evidence. If I can collect this information, it will be more than sufficient to petition for a retrial. Furthermore, it could serve as a breakthrough, unraveling the entire scheme and not only securing Jiang Fifen's freedom, but also ensuring that those behind this pay the price. Jiang Fifen, where is your phone now? I don't know. Once the police confiscated it, no one has mentioned it to me since. Understood. It is highly probable that Jin Sheng is aware of his whereabouts. He must have been left as a personal item within the district's Public Security Bureau at that time. Please sign the authorization letter, and I shall take care of the subsequent matters. Thank you, Attorney Jin. Upon his release from the detention center, Jin Sheng did not head straight to his destination. Instead, he first visited Lin Xia. There were certain matters that required prior arrangements. Otherwise, complications would inevitably arise. The familiar little office greeted him, and from a distance, he noticed the door ajar. Peering inside, he saw Lin Xia seated, engrossed in documents. "Officer Lin, are you busy?" he inquired. Upon hearing his voice, Lin Xia looked up and smiled, asking, "What brings you here? Do you need something?" She gestured to a chair before her. Once seated, Jin Sheng refrained from broaching the topic of Yi Fan, as the sorrowful past was best left unspoken. He did not wish to add salt to another's wound. Instead, he opted to present his achievements. "Officer Lin, I have taken on a case that is rather intricate. It is already evident that individuals from your police department are involved, and I have confirmed this. This situation is not merely about losing one's job. It involves far graver consequences." Jin Sheng's words left Lin Xia momentarily stunned. The gravity of the situation was alarming. Again, after the first incident led to my reprimand, even the director was left questioning his own career. Now, it seems the stakes are even higher. Clearing her throat, Lin Xia cautiously asked, "Is it someone from our bureau again?" Jin Sheng shook his head. "No. It's from the Yangpu district." Upon receiving this clear answer, Lin Xia exhaled in relief. "Please elaborate. I shall offer my insights." Without much to deliberate, Jin Sheng succinctly introduced the circumstances surrounding Jiang Fifan, placing particular emphasis on the tampering of fingerprints on the murder weapon. After listening intently, Lin Xia could not help but shake her head in disapproval. "To be honest, this situation is quite challenging for me. It is outside our jurisdiction, and unless reported to the municipal bureau, it would be a violation." Jin Sheng nodded in agreement. "Officer Lin, I also came today to inquire about the current status of the lead officer on the Jiang Fifan case from years ago. Moreover, it should be apparent to you that the forces behind this case are not ordinary individuals. While I have no objections to reporting it to the municipal bureau, I urge you to proceed with caution. If word gets out, I fear our fragile positions may not withstand the consequences." Chapter 22. In hand. After exiting the Public Security Bureau, Lin Xia accompanied Jin Sheng to the hospital, where they spent some time procuring the medical records from the night of the incident. The documents clearly stated Jiang Fifan's name, the injuries sustained, their causes, and the treatment administered. Upon reviewing the records, Jin Sheng let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Lin Xia was by his side. Otherwise, he would not have felt so at ease. It can be said that the efficiency of the police was quite advantageous. Jin Sheng felt a sense of authority in this situation. In comparison to the information on the phone, these medical records were truly Jiang Fifan's lifeline. The modest sum of over 100 yuan spent that day was undoubtedly worthwhile, effectively saving a life. Upon returning to the law firm, Jin Sheng began preparing the necessary documents, focusing solely on the procedural violations to draft a petition. As for Jiang Fifan's personal belongings, particularly his vital mobile phone, he had asked Jiang Yingying to retrieve them, having already given her a heads-up to avoid raising any alarms. Early the next morning, Jin Sheng visited the High Court of Modu City as Jiang Fifan's specially authorized attorney to submit the materials. Now, all that remained was to await notification. Upon returning to the law firm, he found Jiang Yingying already waiting for him. "Lawyer Jin, these are the belongings my brother had on him at the time," she said. "All right, let me take a look," he replied, accepting a large bag of items. His eyes immediately fell upon a slightly damaged mobile phone, with the remainder consisting of keys, an ID card, and other miscellaneous items. "By the way, Lawyer Jin, I didn't find my brother's delivery uniform," Jiang Yingying added. Seeing the puzzled expression on Jin Sheng's face, she continued, a hint of sadness in her voice. "My brother saved money for my education and rarely bought new clothes. When he first started working as a delivery rider, there was a strict requirement at the station to deposit 500 yuan, which entitled him to 2 uniforms. Only upon quitting and returning the uniforms could the deposit be refunded. That's why he cherished them so much. He was wearing that uniform the day he was taken away." After hearing Jiang Yingying's explanation, Jin Sheng felt a twinge of discomfort in his heart. It was evident that her brother's frugality made him value items that might seem trivial to others, like a delivery uniform, especially given the significant deposit attached to it. "I'll inquire about it for you," Jin Sheng reassured her. "It should be at the detention center." Jiang Yingying nodded appreciatively. "Thank you, Lawyer Jin. Please keep these items with you for now. They might come in handy." "All right, I'll get back to work then," Jin Sheng replied. "Be careful on your way," she said. "Goodbye, Lawyer Jin." After Jiang Yingying left, Jin Sheng found a charger and began to power up Jiang Fifan's phone. While waiting for it to turn on, Chen Zheng returned leisurely. Upon seeing Jin Sheng, he immediately inquired, "Xiao Jin, did you forget to return Qindong's call yesterday?" Jin Sheng slapped his forehead. "Oh dear. I got caught up in things. Chen lawyer, I sincerely apologize. I'll call your young master right away." Upon hearing Jin Sheng's playful response, Jin Sheng lightly tapped Jin Sheng with his finger and fell silent. The goji berries in the thermos had steeped long enough. Jin Sheng promptly retrieved his phone, locating the business card that Qin Dong had given him the previous day, and dialed the number. The call was quickly answered. Brother Qin, I truly apologize for not responding sooner. I was completely disoriented by the new case from yesterday, Jin Sheng explained. Not at all. I completely understand. My father used to be the same way. When he was engrossed in a case, nothing else mattered. Haha. Qin Dong's hearty laughter resonated through the line, lightening Jin Sheng's mood considerably. After all, it was he who had initially missed the commitment, and a hint of embarrassment lingered. He was grateful for Brother Qin's understanding. Really? It's no trouble. Don't dwell on it. By the way, Brother Qin, where is the program being recorded? In Pingcheng, Qin Dong replied. At first, Jin Sheng had assumed it was in the bustling metropolis, only to realize how far away it actually was. However, with modern transportation being so convenient, reaching it in just a few hours was no great inconvenience. Nevertheless, he felt it necessary to clarify the situation, in case there were any requirements. Though reluctant to forego this opportunity, the case took precedence, leaving him with no choice. You see, I am indeed quite eager to participate in the program. However, I still have a case to manage. I fear that court proceedings might interfere, Jin Sheng articulated sincerely. Brother Qin, what do you think? If I haven't resolved things by the final registration deadline, then I suppose I will have to forego it. Of course, if the case is settled, I would have no issues attending. His words were earnest, yet Qin Dong nearly chuckled in disbelief upon hearing them. Jin Sheng simply did not comprehend the situation. He clarified. Little Jin, the recording process is mostly intermittent. It won't impact your court case at all. Think about it. What top-tier lawyer isn't busy with something? Compared to them, you would find yourself with ample free time. All right, I will go ahead and submit your name, Qin Dong concluded. Moreover, if selected for the program, you will receive a fee of 100,000 yuan, and your round-trip airfare will be reimbursed. At this revelation, Jin Sheng was struck with enlightenment. Well then, thank you, Brother Qin. After hanging up, he chose not to dwell on the matter any further, as securing the current case remained his utmost priority. At that moment, Jiang Fifen's phone had automatically powered on. Jin Sheng first opened the WeChat bill, locating the hospital payment details, and confirmed the time and amount. Everything was in order. He then accessed the delivery rider's backend, examining the order information. It clearly indicated that on the day of the incident, Jiang Fifen had received Lin Jiao's food delivery order at 10:45 a.m., consisting of a standard serving of fried sauce noodles. Based on the distance, it took approximately half an hour from the restaurant's preparation to the rider's delivery. The cause of death for the victim, Lin Jiao, was a stab wound to the abdomen, leading to organ damage and severe hemorrhaging, which would have taken around 15 minutes to result in death. The forensic expert provided a precise time of death, 11:30. Therefore, it suffices to demonstrate that before 11:15, Jiang Fifen was still en route and had not yet arrived at the community. This now serves as corroborative evidence. The delivery rider employs real-time tracking. However, data for completed orders is not retained. Yet, for Lin Jiao's order, Jin Sheng noticed on Jiang Fifen's phone that the rider's backend still did not indicate completion. It was somewhat perplexing, an order seemingly in transit for 8 long years. Moreover, since Lin Jiao had already descended, delivery was impossible. Could it be that she would summon data to ensure delivery? Jin Sheng indulged in a moment of playful mischief. Nevertheless, the status of this order was indeed advantageous for him. 3 days later, Jin Sheng received notification that Jiang Fifen's case had been successfully appealed. However, rather than being sent back for retrial, it was to be directly heard in the High Court. The specific time was set for 10 o'clock a.m., 1 week hence. Jin Sheng was somewhat bewildered by the rapidity of these proceedings. Typically, 80 of cases would be returned to the intermediate court for retrial. This was decidedly atypical. Additionally, the quickness of the court date felt unsettling. Generally, a month is not considered long. 2 months is quite standard. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Jin Sheng promptly picked up his phone and called Lin Xia. The call connected swiftly. Officer Lin, Jiang Fifen's case has been successfully appealed. But the timing of the court hearing seems amiss, progressing far too swiftly. When exactly is it scheduled, and who is the presiding judge? Jin Sheng inquired, glancing at the notification regarding the composition of the adjudicating panel. Li Gang, he replied. Upon hearing the name, Lin Xia fell silent for a moment before stating, there are certain matters that I ought not to disclose to you. However, considering it was you who provided us with crucial information, I shall share a brief outline. Just be sure to maintain confidentiality. Yesterday, we apprehended several internal corrupt individuals, including the 2 officers involved in the case and a leader from the district bureau at the time. According to their confessions, the true mastermind behind it all is indeed Li Gang. We are currently preparing to request higher authorities for an investigation into him. Do you understand now? At that moment, Jin Sheng felt a wave of clarity wash over him. I see. Thank you, Officer Lin. The 2 did not prolong the conversation and concluded the call. Chapter 23. The Re-examination Hearing in Prominent Law Firms Across the Nation. It is customary for dedicated personnel to scrutinize the information boards of major city high courts each day after the commencement of business. This practice exemplifies professionalism. The case of Jiang Fifan, upon its announcement in the court bulletin, immediately piqued the interest of certain individuals, particularly due to the scheduled hearing date. While the intricate details of the case remained elusive, the fundamental grounds in the judgment document were accessible to the public. Many attorneys and legal practitioners, upon reviewing the information available, could not help but shake their heads in dismay. Based on their current understanding, the likelihood of a retrial seemed exceedingly slim. Furthermore, the name of the defense attorney was notably unfamiliar. A search of the name Jin Sheng on professional legal websites yielded only one result: the case of Yi Fan. This also pertained to a homicide charge, with an appeal in the second instance, which surprisingly culminated in a victory. This revelation inevitably stirred a flicker of intrigue. Following the approval of the final re-examination request in criminal litigation, barring any extraordinary circumstances, the hearing is generally open to the public, allowing for attendance by observers. Many interested parties discreetly noted the date, preparing to witness the proceedings firsthand. Among them were journalists focused on legal affairs, public welfare, and current events. At the headquarters of the Magic City Prosecutor's office, within the Criminal Division 1, a white wall displayed a chart listing names, each accompanied by the number of cases completed. The name at the top read, Dongfang Ming, whose tally of resolved cases far surpassed all others. At that moment, Jiang Fifan's case had just landed in his hands, personally delivered by Minister Chen Yujun, who had emphatically instructed him to ensure absolute precision. Initially, Dongfang Ming was taken aback by this request. After all, having handled numerous cases, it was a rare occasion for the minister to convey such gravity. Nevertheless, as a leading prosecutor, he possessed unwavering confidence in his abilities. Moreover, considering this was merely a re-examination prompted by procedural discrepancies following the final verdict, he perceived it as akin to catching a turtle in a water tank, an effortless endeavor. Having skimmed through the case files, Dongfang Ming felt increasingly reassured. The murder weapon, the time of the crime, each was substantiated by concrete evidence, presenting no significant challenges. As for the contentious points in Jiang Fifan's confession, those were hardly worth consideration. Presently, Dongfang Ming contemplated whether merely upholding the original verdict would adequately showcase his capabilities. Should he perhaps impose additional years for the defendant's refusal to acknowledge guilt and his obstinate demeanor? A Quanjing law firm. Following Jin Sheng's successful litigation against Yi Fan, the firm had already garnered some recognition. In the office of a senior partner, Zhang Quan inadvertently came across the latest developments concerning Jin Sheng. Initially furrowing his brow, he could not suppress a smirk after perusing the general circumstances of the case. He mused to himself, "This time, let us see how you meet your demise." In the break room, a few junior lawyers who had been contemporaries of Jin Sheng were engaged in conversation. "Do you think Jin Sheng has lost his mind to take on such a case?" one remarked. "Indeed, it seems he is merely seeking attention, disregarding his own reputation." At that moment, Li Qian, who had taken over Jin Sheng's responsibilities, entered the break room and overheard their discussion before she even stepped inside. A hint of resentment flickered across her face. The cause of her disdain stemmed from the previous Yi Fan case, which had led to much gossip behind her back, insinuating her incompetence and attributing her success solely to her influential father. Initially, Li Qian held no strong opinions about Jin Sheng, even feeling a twinge of sympathy for him. However, once certain remarks reached her ears, that sympathy evaporated entirely. Now, she could only revel in schadenfreude, wishing for Jin Sheng to stumble and fail catastrophically. In the office of the junior partner, Wen Ku remained relatively unfazed. Although a tinge of concern lingered in his mind, he chose to maintain his faith in Jin Sheng. After all, his impression of Jin Sheng was one of stability and composure. Nevertheless, he refrained from making a call to inquire and simply noted the court date, preparing to attend the hearing as an observer. On September 20th, Wednesday, at 9:40 a.m., Jin Sheng, clad in his lawyer's robes, entered the courtroom punctually. By this time, the gallery was already populated by dozens of individuals, with approximately half the seats still vacant. Clearly, the case had garnered significant attention. In the gallery, familiar faces were engaged in hushed discussions. Upon his entrance, Jin Sheng was met with a wave of scrutiny, with some pointing in his direction. Yet he remained unfazed. Walking directly to the plaintiff's bench, where he settled in and began reviewing his files, exuding an air of calm. As time progressed, more individuals took their seats in the gallery, and the courtroom atmosphere gradually grew lively. At the prosecutor's table, 2 prosecutors had also taken their places, though it was unclear when they had arrived. Jin Sheng glanced around, noticing that many eyes were upon him, each expressing a different sentiment, some curious, others indignant. By chance, he spotted one cool, and they exchanged a knowing smile and nod. 5 minutes later, the court session commenced. The clerk verified the identities of both parties before announcing the courtroom protocols. Once completed, he called out loudly, "All rise, the judge is entering." With a rustle, everyone in the courtroom, including the audience, stood. 3 members of the bench approached the stand, taking their positions. Jin Sheng scrutinized the presiding judge, Li Gang, who appeared slender and wore rimless glasses, presenting a demeanor of utmost propriety. Had Jin Sheng been unaware of the judge's underhanded dealings, he would have found it difficult to fathom. "Clerk, Your Honor, all parties are present. We may begin." With a decisive strike of the gavel, Li Gang proclaimed, "Court is now in session. Please be seated." The courtroom buzzed with anticipation as everyone took their seats. Today at the High Court of the Magic City, a retrial was set for the case against the original defendant, Jiang Fifan, accused of intentional homicide. The court police escorted Jiang Fifan into the chamber. Soon, the side door adjacent to the courtroom swung open. Under the watchful eyes of 2 officers, Jiang Fifan made his way to the defendant's stand in the center. Jin Sheng, noticing him, offered a subtle smile and a nod, which somewhat eased the anxiety Jiang Fifan felt. However, this exchange did not escape the keen observation of Li Gang. With a thud, the prosecutor rose to present the case. "Your Honor," began Dongfeng Ming, stepping toward the microphone to recount the sequence of events. He continued, "The prosecution firmly believes that the facts of this case are clear, and the evidence is ample. Both the first and second trial judgments contain no errors. However, considering that the original defendant, Jiang Fifan, has exhibited no remorse in his statements to the police or during this appeal, his behavior is particularly egregious. Therefore, the prosecution recommends that in order to deter criminality and curb negative influences, the sentence for Jiang Fifan be increased from 20 years to life imprisonment." With that, the prosecution concluded its statement. As Dongfeng Ming returned to his seat, he noticed a slight smile from the presiding judge, Li Gang, which brought him a sense of relief. As the leading prosecutor from the criminal division of the Magic City's Procuratorate, it was important to uphold his professional pride. "The defense may now articulate the grounds for its appeal," the judge prompted. "Very well, Your Honor," Jin Sheng responded, fully aware of Li Gang's earlier demeanor, including the faint upward curl of his lips. However, he chose not to dwell on it. As an attorney, one of the highest achievements is to secure a victory in court. Only those who have traversed this pivotal moment can claim a truly fulfilled career. Rising to his feet, Jin Sheng swiftly recalibrated his mindset and began his measured presentation. "Our grounds for appeal are as follows. First, there exist significant procedural violations by the police, prosecution, and court as outlined in the criminal procedure law. From the moment my client was designated a suspect, through detention, arrest, case closure, transfer, review, and indictment, culminating in the first trial and judgment, the entire process spanned a mere 22 days, which can only be described as hasty. Second, the investigative officers displayed a blatant disregard for human life, hastily concluding that my client was the perpetrator while completely ignoring the evidence presented by my client and the factual realities witnessed on the night of the incident. In light of these points, we respectfully request the annulment of both the first and second trial judgments and a verdict of not guilty for our client." Chapter 24, Commencement. As for further evidence, Jin Sheng decided to postpone the discussion. Prior to the court session, Lin Xia had already made a phone call to inform him. They aimed to buy some time, as the Municipal Public Security Bureau, the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, and the Anti-Corruption Department of the Prosecutor's Office were convening a meeting with several high-ranking officials to deliberate on the matter. Lin Xia would send a message to remind Jin Sheng when the time was right. At this moment, Li Gang struck the gavel. Both parties had completed their statements. and the court now entered the phase of cross-examination. The prosecution, addressing the assertions made by the defense attorney, inquired if there were any rebuttals. Dongfang had already perused Jin Sheng's complaint and had prepared a rebuttal in advance, fully aware of how to respond. "Indeed, Your Honor," he began. "Given that this is a case of intentional homicide, the impact within the victim's residential community was profoundly detrimental. Consequently, upon identifying the suspect and securing definitive evidence, the police aimed to provide justice to the victim's family swiftly, while also alleviating public fear. Thus, they expedited the case resolution and transferred it to the prosecutorial authorities for indictment. The evidence collected by the police included the murder weapon bearing the perpetrator's fingerprints, garments stained with the victim's blood, and testimonies from witnesses. According to police records, the bloodied clothing was extracted from the suspect's outerwear during the apprehension, effectively capturing the perpetrator in the act. Based on the principle enshrined in the criminal procedure law, which prioritizes substantial evidence over mere testimony, our prosecution initiated an expedited procedure after thorough examination, thereby presenting the case to the court. This was evident in both the first and second trials. Hence, the 2 points raised by the defense in their complaint cannot alter the established criminal facts of the original trial. Dongfang's remarks were coherent and well-supported, showcasing his proficiency. It was likely that, apart from Jin Sheng, all present in the courtroom would concur. Even the presiding judge, Li Gang, could no longer maintain a faade, allowing a faint smile to grace his face. "Does the defense have anything further to add?" "Indeed," Jin Sheng responded, first presenting evidence provided by the delivery platform, reserving his trump card for later. "Your Honor, the cause of death for the victim, Lin Jiao, was determined by forensic experts to be the result of a sharp instrument penetrating her abdominal organs, leading to significant blood loss and ultimately, death. The precise time of death was recorded at 11:30 p.m. on the night of the incident. Medical professionals, including forensic specialists, concurred that given the nature of the victim's injuries and the volume of blood lost, death would have ensued approximately 14 to 17 minutes thereafter. Taking an average, we estimate 15 minutes. Thus, the assailant must have inflicted violence upon the victim no later than 11:15 p.m. However, my client, Jiang Fifan, is merely an ordinary delivery rider. I possess 2 records. The first is a detailed account retrieved from Jiang Fifan's rider backend, which clearly documents that at 10:45 p.m. that evening, he accepted a food delivery order placed by Lin Jiao. The second record is provided by the delivery platform, showcasing real-time location monitoring from that night. It distinctly indicates that at 11:15 p.m., Jiang Fifan was still 2 full streets away from the crime scene, rendering it impossible for him to have committed the act. Upon concluding his statement, Jin Sheng submitted both reports to the court clerk. Li Gang, upon hearing this, displayed an evident sense of discontent, his brow slightly furrowing. At that moment, Dongfang Ming raised his hand. Li Gang's attention was piqued, and he promptly gestured for him to speak. "Your Honor," Dongfang Ming began, "the petitioner should have submitted these 2 corroborative documents alongside the appeal. Presenting them now is distinctly unfair to the prosecution. Moreover, it is crucial to note that we are unable to verify the authenticity and legality of these reports. According to Article 204 of the Criminal Procedure Law, the prosecution requests a temporary recess to allow for further examination and verification of this new evidence." While Dongfang Ming's request was reasonable, it was tinged with a hint of anxiety. Jin Sheng, meanwhile, had noticed the phone screen on the table light up. After unlocking it and perusing its contents, he became increasingly animated and raised his hand. At this juncture, Li Gang was weighing the pros and cons. Oblivious to Jin Sheng's gesture, he had initially intended to expedite the proceedings and decisively close the case, deliberately denying the opposition time to prepare. Furthermore, Li Gang had meticulously researched Jin Sheng's background, even consulting with Zhang Quan, a senior partner at the Quanjing law firm. The feedback indicated that Jin Sheng was merely a novice lawyer from a small town, without significant background or capabilities. Regarding the previous Yifan case, after reviewing the trial footage, Li Gang found no remarkable performances, deeming it rather unexceptional. He was convinced that Jin Sheng's success was merely a stroke of luck. To ensure the efficacy of this trial, Li Gang had even solicited assistance from a leader at the headquarters of the Magic City prosecutor's office, dispatching the ace prosecutor Dongfang Ming to serve as the public prosecutor. Unexpectedly, Jin Sheng produced new and seemingly compelling evidence. Jin Sheng kept his hand raised for quite some time without receiving acknowledgement from Li Gang, who appeared to be contemplating new strategies. "Your Honor," Li Gang eventually responded, snapping back to attention and finally noticing Jin Sheng's elevated arm. It was untenable to allow silence to persist. He signaled for Jin Sheng to proceed. The prosecutor seems to believe that the two reports I just submitted require time for verification, do they? Dongfang Ming, who had been frowning and intently gazing at Jin Sheng, responded to Jin Sheng's inquiry with a simple affirmation, yes, for the sake of fairness and justice. Jin Sheng scoffed slightly at this. Very well. Let us temporarily set aside these two reports, refraining from using them as a basis for judgment in this trial. I wonder if we can proceed under these circumstances. Li Gang, observing the smirk on Jin Sheng's face, found himself utterly bewildered, completely at a loss regarding the true intentions behind this maneuver. The spectators in the gallery buzzed with confusion. It was evident that the evidence was advantageous to him, yet he chose to relinquish it. Who could fathom such a decision? It was almost unbelievable. As silence fell over the courtroom, Li Gang fixed his gaze on Jin Sheng and inquired, "Claimant, this court concurs with your opinion. The trial shall continue. You may proceed." "Thank you, Your Honor." At this moment, however, Jin Sheng tempered his smile, adopting a more solemn demeanor. "Honorable judges of the panel, esteemed prosecutor, and all present in the gallery, I shall now narrate a story. I sincerely hope you will not interrupt me, regardless of the circumstances. Consider this tale as my closing statement." Upon finishing his words, an air of stillness enveloped the courtroom, and curious glances converged upon Jin Sheng. In that instant, he became the focal point of attention. 12 years ago, in the bustling metropolis of Shanghai, there existed a pair of siblings who were tragically unfortunate. Once a blissful family of 4, they were shattered by the untimely death of their parents in an accident. The elder brother, embodying a sense of responsibility, resolutely dropped out of school to support his younger sister, despite his excellent academic performance at the time. That year, he was 16 and she was 10. In the ensuing years, the two relied on each other for survival. Though their lives were fraught with hardship, the brother found happiness in his sister's commendable diligence, as she consistently topped her exams. This strengthened his resolve that she should not follow in his footsteps, but instead receive a superior and more advanced education. Consequently, in the days that followed, the brother toiled even harder, juggling multiple jobs, returning home each day utterly exhausted, yet his smile grew ever more radiant. As Jin Sheng recounted this, it became apparent to most in the courtroom, even if they did not fully grasp the narrative. For at that moment, Jiang Feifan, seated in the defendant's chair, was silently shedding tears. Chapter 25. Outburst. Even Jin Sheng, the narrator, found his eyes reddened with emotion. After a brief pause, he continued his tale. Yet, misfortune did not spare the brother and sister duo. On a fateful night 8 years ago, the brother commenced his third job of the day, delivering takeout. At 10:45 p.m., he received an order, a serving of fried sauce noodles to be delivered 3 blocks away, a short distance, yet the payment was substantial. Upon arriving at the destination at 11:25 p.m., as he exited the staircase, he was abruptly knocked to the ground by 2 panicked individuals, blood-staining their clothing. Before he could regain his composure, they had already fled. However, the brother did not dwell on the incident, for as a courier, he was bound by the platform's regulations to avoid delays, lest he incur penalties. Upon verifying the delivery address, he discovered the front door of the residence ajar. At that moment, a figure lying in a pool of blood caught his eye. Instantly, he dialed emergency services and the police. Shortly thereafter, law enforcement arrived, and the brother cooperatively accompanied them to the precinct to provide a statement, even elaborating on his suspicions. By the time everything concluded, it was already 2 a.m. As he sighed in relief, he realized that during his time at the precinct, he had inadvertently cut his finger on a utility knife, resulting in a somewhat deep wound. Unfortunately, all the nearby clinics were closed at this hour. What to do? Not wanting to worry his sister, he gritted his teeth and proceeded to the hospital. At Huimin Hospital in Yangpu District, he received 2 stitches in the emergency room, costing him over 100 yuan. This pained the frugal brother, for even a night of deliveries would not guarantee such earnings. 3 days later, while the siblings were dining at home to celebrate the sister's first-place achievement in yet another exam, disaster struck. Just as they began to eat, the front door was violently kicked open. It was the police, come to apprehend the brother as a suspect. The 14-year-old girl, newly in her 2nd year of junior high, could only watch in horror as her brother was handcuffed and taken away. Faced with such a sudden upheaval, the young girl was at a loss for how to react. Less than a month later, precisely 22 days, a verdict arrived in the hands of the young sister. In that moment, the world collapsed around her. From that day forth, She abandoned her studies and embarked on a quest to clear her brother's name. 8 years passed, marking a pivotal chapter in her life, transforming her from a 14-year-old girl into a 22-year-old young woman. As she vividly recalled, the words her brother uttered on the day he was taken away were, "I did not kill anyone. I am innocent." At this juncture in Jin Sheng's narrative, every individual present, save for the presiding Judge Li Gang, had red-rimmed eyes. Some, particularly sensitive to emotion, were already dabbing at their tears with tissues. However, what the sister remained blissfully unaware of was that her relentless efforts over the past 8 years had all been in vain. For this entire ordeal was nothing but a meticulous trap, orchestrated by a powerful figure intent on shielding the true perpetrator. Even the police handling the case, the prosecution bringing charges, and the judge presiding over the trial were all under the influence of this prominent individual, becoming mere pawns in a larger game. As soon as Jin Sheng finished speaking, an uproar erupted in the courtroom. No heart could remain unshaken, for his words were nothing short of explosive. If mismanaged, Jin Sheng, the attorney for the appellant, might find himself entangled in a legal quagmire. In the courtroom, every utterance has the potential to become evidence, especially when it pertains to such grave accusations directly targeting the judicial system. Silence fell abruptly as Judge Li Gang struck his gavel multiple times, attempting to quell the commotion and prevent this young attorney from continuing further. Although he had thoroughly reviewed the case details repeatedly after its resolution 8 years prior, a sense of unease began to creep in. This was eerily unsettling. Counsel for the appellant, you must understand that your previous statements, lacking substantial evidence to support them, could amount to defamation, with serious implications that may lead to criminal liability, Judge Li Gang pronounced with severity. Yet, in Jin Sheng's eyes, the judge's sternness appeared merely a faade. Your Honor, I certainly possess evidence, Jin Sheng declared, unperturbed by Li Gang's reaction, as he promptly produced relevant documents and commenced his argument. According to the information provided by the police, we can clearly ascertain that fingerprints were extracted from the murder weapon used by the assailant. Through comparison, my client was erroneously identified as the perpetrator. It was precisely upon this basis that the court rendered its judgment during the trial. This is evident in the verdict of the first instance. Next, let us examine 2 images. The first depicts the fingerprints collected at the crime scene on the night of the incident. The second shows the fingerprints extracted from the weapon after several days of investigation. However, I implore you to observe the stark difference in the thumbprint area of both images. How could my client possibly have left fingerprints on the murder weapon after the crime? Surely, it is not as if he traveled back in time to commit the act again. Therefore, there exists only one plausible explanation. This piece of evidence has been deliberately fabricated. In my possession is the medical record of Jiang Fifan from the night of the incident, along with the WeChat payment details, which unequivocally substantiate my claims. Who, then, has fabricated the evidence? I believe the answer is glaringly obvious. This also elucidates why the police hastily concluded the case and proceeded with prosecution. It is evident that there are orchestrators behind the scenes. Judge Li Gang, am I not correct? In your quest to shield your son from the clutches of justice, you have exploited your authority and connections to fabricate this miscarriage of justice, unjustly imprisoning an innocent individual. Does your conscience not bear the weight of condemnation? Are you able to find solace in sleep each night? Jin Sheng's words resonated powerfully, embodying justice. The courtroom was left in a state of bewilderment, witnessing such fervor. This bold confrontation directed at the presiding judge of the Municipal High Court seems unprecedented in the annals of national trials. If true, it would indeed carve a new chapter in history. The name Jin Sheng as a champion of justice will indubitably become a pivotal reference in criminal litigation. Conversely, Li Gang, as the antagonist, will equally find himself branded upon the pillar of shame. The courtroom erupted into fervent discussion as the attendees began to comprehend the implications. Li Gang's face had turned a deep shade of crimson, his gaze towards Jin Sheng brimming with uncontained animosity. His fists clenched tightly, veins bulging upon his forearms. The expressions of the other 2 judges in the panel had shifted from astonishment to doubt. They sensed that their colleague was on the precipice of disaster. Jiang Fifan, seated in the petitioner's chair, felt an intense fire igniting within his eyes as he directed his glare at Li Gang, his teeth grinding together in fury, almost longing to leap forward and bite him. It dawned on him that all he had endured was a result of this man's treachery. The courtroom had descended into chaos, akin to a bustling marketplace, beyond control. A series of gavel strikes resounded, gradually restoring an air of calm. Li Gang inhaled deeply, swiftly recalling the events. As a seasoned judge who has weathered many storms, maintaining composure was within his grasp. Moreover, with 8 years having elapsed, the evidence had long since vanished. Even if an investigation were to arise from this incident, what of it? Who lacked support in their corner? Even if a retrial were to occur, what would change? At most, he would suffer minor repercussions and negotiate compensation with the police, the prosecution, and the court officials held accountable. However, the pressing matter at hand was to ensure that this audacious young lawyer faced consequences. To teach him the ramifications of humiliating a senior judge. Chapter 26. Victory. Just as Li Gang was preparing to take action, the courtroom doors were forcefully swung open. A group of individuals strode in with purpose. Li Gang noticed several figures clad in uniforms, some even adorned with national emblems on their collars. His hands began to tremble involuntarily, and his heart silently pleaded for them not to approach. Retreat, retreat, retreat. But it was futile. The leading middle-aged man stepped directly to the front of the presiding judge's platform and declared with a raised chin, "We are from the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. Li Gang, you are suspected of severe violations of discipline and law, and you are required to provide an explanation regarding the matters at hand at the designated time and place. Please come with us." At that moment, Li Gang felt his legs weaken, his mind clouded. He slumped in his chair. Observing this, the leading man bellowed, "Take him away." At the sound of his command, 2 uniformed personnel advanced and seized Li Gang. Lin Xia, still among the crowd, winked at Jin Sheng as they departed, nearly causing him to chuckle. The remaining 2 judges exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting mutual bewilderment. Clearly, the hearing could not proceed any further. With the presiding judge taken away, there was no way to continue. Coughing slightly, the presiding judge announced, "Due to unforeseen circumstances, this session of the court is temporarily adjourned. Further details will be provided in due course. Judicial officers, please escort the original defendant, Jiang Fifan, back." After this declaration, the 2 remaining judges promptly rose and exited the courtroom. It was a rather embarrassing situation. Although no verdict was rendered in court, Jin Sheng understood that Jiang Fifan would soon regain his freedom. "Thank you, Lawyer Jin." Jiang Fifan, who stood still and bowed respectfully, elicited a nod of acknowledgement and a smile from Jin Sheng. The 2 judicial officers also regarded Jin Sheng with complex expressions, but did not intervene. Many sentiments need not be articulated. A shared understanding sufficed. Meanwhile, at the prosecution table, Dongfang Ming felt a wave of frustration wash over him. What a bizarre turn of events. In the face of such a wrongful case, the opposing counsel not only possessed compelling evidence for a retrial, but had also seen the presiding judge removed from the courtroom. Even if he could soar, it would be of no consequence. It truly felt like an unprecedented stroke of misfortune. Now he comprehended why cases of this nature required the involvement of someone of his stature, the top of the criminal division. It was indeed a pitfall. After organizing his materials, Jin Sheng strode out of the solemn courtroom. "Xiao Jin, you fought splendidly today. I'm certain you will soon gain recognition." "Oh, Teacher Wen, you haven't left yet." Upon exiting the courthouse, Jin Sheng noticed Wen Ku waiting for him at the entrance. "I'm waiting for someone to pick me up. I need to meet a client. By the way, are you interested in returning to Quanjing?" Jin Sheng was taken aback by this inquiry. He wondered what it implied. Teacher Wen, why do you ask?" Wing chuckled lightly and remarked, "Just now, Zhang Quan sent me a message asking for your thoughts on whether you wish to return to Quanjing. He is willing to escort you." "Huh, truly shameless. It seems he is only interested now that you have achieved some success. He not only seeks to cover his embarrassment, but also wishes to reap the fruits of your labor. His calculations are indeed astute." Observing Wink's slight indignation, Jin Sheng felt a warmth in his heart. "It's all right, Teacher Wen. Please do not dwell on such matters. Besides, I am still young. There will always be opportunities in the future. At that time, I will ensure he reevaluates his opinion of me. Once one enters the workforce, even if one has connections or influence, without capability, they will ultimately falter." Wink wholeheartedly agreed with Jin Sheng's words, having ascended from humble beginnings himself. "Good, you have ambition. Just remember to notify me when the time comes." "Haha, very well. My ride has arrived. I must take my leave. Take care, Teacher Wen." Meanwhile, major law firms across the country were struck by a sensational piece of news. A pretrial review of a homicide case not only resulted in a victory, but also implicated a presiding judge. Remarkably, the trial had not even concluded before the officials from the Discipline Inspection Commission intervened. This indicated that ample preparatory work had been undertaken beforehand. Nonetheless, the outcome was already quite impressive. Jin Sheng, once an obscure attorney, suddenly found himself in the spotlight. The search volume for his name on legal document websites and court portals surged dramatically. In the courtroom, 2 journalists specializing in legal affairs and public interest were present as observers. Immediately after the trial concluded, they hurried back to report to their superiors, eager to secure the exclusivity of the news. As Jin Sheng entered the subway station, his phone rang. It was a call from Jiang Yingying. Upon answering, he could detect a distinct tremor of emotion in her voice. "Thank you, Lawyer Jin. This is my duty, is it not?" He replied. "Regardless, it was you, Lawyer Jin, who saved the lives of my brother and me. I shall never forget this kindness." It was clear from Jiang Yingying's tone that she spoke with utmost sincerity. However, Jin Sheng hoped that the siblings would not dwell on the past any longer. "Miss Jiang, your brother should be out soon." "Yes, I understand. By the way, remember to settle the legal fees, 3,000 yuan, not a penny less." Oh no. The sudden acceleration of the vehicle caused Jiang Yingying to wince in discomfort. After hanging up, Jin Sheng couldn't help but chuckle at his own mischief. Just as he was about to tuck his phone into his pocket, it rang again. Checking the caller ID, he saw it was Lin Xia calling, and he quickly answered. "Officer Lin, have you finished your work?" "Yes, the handover has been completed. How does this matter affect you?" "It seems that this can offset the previous incident." Jin Sheng felt a sense of relief. "That's good. At least all the effort wasn't in vain. By the way, I wanted to inform you that Jiang Fifan will be released tomorrow. Furthermore, this case has drawn the attention of the Supreme Court. All right. It appears I will now be under the scrutiny of judges from various courts. Haha, just be content. I've heard that your victory today has sent shockwaves through the national criminal defense community." After their conversation concluded, Jin Sheng felt a chilling sensation at his back, as if being watched by someone. Quite unsettling. More than half an hour later, Jin Sheng returned to the law firm. Jin Sheng was as usual, leisurely sipping goji berry tea while engrossed in a drama. Upon seeing Jin Sheng whistling and striding in with an air of triumph, it was evident that he had won the case. Jin Sheng couldn't help but tease. "Oh, our esteemed lawyer Jin has returned. Hey Chun." Sending love, Jin Sheng chuckled but refrained from further comment. Just as Jin Sheng settled down, his phone buzzed again, this time with an unfamiliar number. He paid little heed and answered. After all, he had no debts to owe, so it couldn't be a collection call. "Hello, who is this? May I speak to Lawyer Jin Sheng?" "Yes, this is he." "Oh, Lawyer Jin, greetings. I am from the Jin Sheng Moda Law firm, and we would like to extend an invitation for you to join our firm. We can discuss the specifics of the salary and benefits." Jin Sheng couldn't believe his ears. A major law firm was courting him. Though excitement bubbled within him, he felt that this opportunity had come rather swiftly. "Lawyer Jin, do you have any questions?" "Oh, none at all. Please send the details of the compensation package your firm can offer to my email, and I will review it before responding." "Great. We look forward to your reply." After hanging up, Jin Sheng couldn't help but chuckle at himself. Truly, after 10 years of obscurity, one morning of fame makes one known to the world. Yet, if he were to depart, he needed to ensure that everything was settled with Jin Sheng. Despite their brief acquaintance, Jin Sheng was acutely aware of Jin Sheng's kindness towards him. After all, without Jin Sheng's support from the beginning, no matter how capable he was, he wouldn't have been able to showcase his talents. Ding, ding, ding. Just as he placed the phone down, it rang again. Another unfamiliar number. "Hello, this is Jin Sheng." "Hello, Lawyer Jin. I am from the Dicheng Law firm. We are calling to sincerely invite you to join our firm for an entire hour." Jin Sheng received nearly a dozen calls, all from prestigious law firms eager to recruit him. The purpose remains the same, as it is to invite Jin Sheng to join the company. A similar approach is adopted, wherein each party is requested to present their respective conditions and remuneration in advance. This is referred to as holding out for the best offer. Chapter 27, Selection of Rewards. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task. The difficulty of this task is rated. The host may select 3 rewards from the following options. Option 1. Mastery of 3 foreign languages. As a lawyer, one should not be hindered by language barriers. Option 2. Proficiency in laws and regulations pertaining to investment, financing, and mergers, along with an additional 100 case studies. Option 3. 1,000 case studies each from the fields of civil law and criminal law. As a litigation attorney, enhancing one's professional capabilities is essential. Option 4. Considering the host's financial constraints and diminished quality of life, The option to select a property in any two domestic cities, each not less than 120 square meters, along with a cash sum of 1 million yuan. Upon leaving the system, one might struggle to afford even the property management fees. Jin Sheng gazed at the four enticing choices presented by the system, nearly salivating. He desired all of them. The first option, mastery of 3 languages, appealed to him. Jin Sheng was already proficient in English and had a smattering of Korean. This was entirely sufficient for his needs within the country. However, who would ever turn down the ability to fluently converse in multiple languages? The allure was undeniable. The second option seemed somewhat vague. The legal frameworks surrounding investment, financing, and mergers were vast and multifaceted, encompassing numerous laws such as the contract law, anti-monopoly law, company law, and securities law, among many notifications and regulations. The value proposition was substantial. Jin Sheng had previously encountered this area, but had yet to gain practical experience before being thrust into this situation. Should he choose to join a top-tier law firm, he would undoubtedly delve into this realm. The third option required no elaboration. It would further enhance his capabilities in criminal and civil law. However, the final option left Jin Sheng in a state of indecision. On one hand, he resided in a cramped, partitioned room with exorbitant rent and a complicated living situation, which was far from ideal for a lawyer who needed to maintain confidentiality regarding certain documents. Under such conditions, safeguarding sensitive information posed a significant challenge. Moreover, the most pressing issue was the restrictions on property purchases. Even with ample funds, acquiring a property was not guaranteed. Jin Sheng's future trajectory would undoubtedly be centered in a first-tier metropolis. Possessing a personal, private space would alleviate numerous complications. Now, the dilemma arose. Upon confirming the fourth option, he would have to forego one of the first 3. Jin Sheng felt the system was a bit mischievous. Why not present all options directly instead of forcing a choice? Nevertheless, he found little reason to hesitate and resolutely declared, "System, I choose options 2, 3, and 4. Options confirmed. Data transmission for the second and third options has commenced. The host is advised to check for updates. For the fourth reward, please confirm your chosen cities promptly. Failure to do so within 24 hours will be regarded as a forfeiture." At that moment, a torrent of knowledge began to flood Jin Sheng's mind. The transmission occurred swiftly, yet the process of assimilation took him a full half-hour. Upon opening his eyes, Jin Sheng exhaled a sigh of relief. His mind felt somewhat swollen, a sensation that had yet to dissipate. Fortunately, there was no discomfort to accompany it. Regarding the choice of real estate location, even a mere instinct would lead one to select a first-tier city. Ding! A new email notification appeared on the computer screen. Jin Sheng began to review the offers from various law firms, which were largely similar in terms of conditions, mostly inviting him to join their litigation departments, with salaries ranging from 50,000 to 70,000. This is roughly the level of a mid-career attorney at a prestigious law firm. For Jin Sheng, who had only participated in 2 lawsuits, this was indeed a significant opportunity. At that moment, he recalled what Qin Dong had mentioned about a variety show, seemingly aimed at securing positions at top law firms. What does his current situation signify? Has he been preemptively hired? Would it be appropriate to attend further interviews? Jin Sheng decisively took out his phone and called. The call connected swiftly, but the background noise on Qin Dong's end was rather chaotic. "Brother Qin, are you busy?" "Yes, I'm currently setting up the venue." "Oh, I see. Today, I received numerous acceptance letters from law firms, including one that collaborates with your program." "Ah, this is news to me. Let me inquire further and get back to you later." Before Jin Sheng could say more, Qin Dong ended the call. Truly efficient. Chuckling and shaking his head, Jin Sheng dismissed the thought. Within less than 3 hours after the conclusion of the court session, news began to emerge online at an astonishing pace. Shocking. A lawyer brazenly brought the gavel into the high court session. The ranking on trending topics began to soar rapidly. According to incomplete statistics, the number of legal professionals across the nation had already surpassed 4 million, not even accounting for law students in various institutions. Naturally, the general public was even more intrigued. Perhaps due to the sensational nature of the headline, anyone who encountered it felt compelled to delve deeper into the matter. After verifying the authenticity of the information, several media outlets began to republish the story. Numerous so-called legal commentators seized the opportunity to live-stream and capitalize on the situation. Some particularly quick-witted individuals even produced short videos to attract attention on platforms like Douyin, generating traffic. As the curious public grasped the truth and the sequence of events, They transformed into champions of justice, flooding the comment sections. Under one video, a comment amassed tens of thousands of likes. If the truth had not been unveiled, how could the victim seek justice? The resonance of this comment was profound. Throughout life, who has not faced some form of injustice, albeit varying in magnitude? The number of replies surged dramatically. Well said. For us, ordinary people, asserting our rights is indeed a daunting challenge. It is truly justice delayed. Some individuals dedicate their entire lives to overturning wrongful convictions simply because they cannot swallow their grievances. Absolutely right. You have articulated the sentiments of ordinary individuals so succinctly. However, Jin Sheng remains blissfully unaware of the happenings online, as he is currently enjoying lunch at the law firm with Jin Sheng. Naturally, it is Jin Sheng who has treated them to takeout. After they have had their fill, Jin Sheng, while brushing his teeth, turned to Jin Sheng and said, "Well, I've finished this meal. Consider it a farewell treat for you." Jin Sheng, taken aback, responded with a slight hesitation. Jin Sheng smiled nonchalantly. "I've always believed you would achieve great things, but I didn't anticipate it would happen so swiftly. That night at home, I had already inquired with Chin Dong. I had hoped to provide you with a safety net in case you didn't receive an offer, so you could return to a familiar place. Do your best. And if you have time in the future, do come back to visit this old man. However, it cannot be as perfunctory as this meal. You must treat me to a proper feast, haha." Jin Sheng certainly noticed that while Chun Zheng was smiling, there was a palpable sense of reluctance in his gaze. "Absolutely. I wouldn't dream of merely treating you to a casual meal," he chuckled. The two exchanged a knowing smile, as some sentiments require no further elaboration. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Jin Sheng brewed a cup of goji berry tea, reminiscent of Chun Zheng's preference, and settled down to watch a reality show. As a lawyer, he would never engage in a venture without assurance. Despite the possibility of post-production editing, what if an embarrassing situation arose? It would tarnish his illustrious reputation. As he was preparing to gather his belongings around 5 o'clock to return to his rented accommodation, he received a call from Chin Dong. "Jin Sheng, you are truly impressive. You've even managed to get the presiding judge on board. Your name is all over the internet." Jin Sheng replied modestly, "It was merely a stroke of luck. But why is it that others haven't encountered such opportunities? I've read the reports that Jiang Fifan was imprisoned for 8 years, and he had sought other lawyers in the meantime. Only you managed to uphold justice for him." Jin Sheng felt a small flicker of pride within. Yet he recognized the importance of adhering to the virtue of humility when speaking. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Chen Dong got straight to the point. "Jin Sheng, I have communicated with the Jin Sheng law firm. They expressed their desire for you to participate in the recordings in the capacity of a teaching assistant, provided you accept their offer. They also mentioned that you would have the option to selectively engage with certain topics, aside from the overall team projects. The others would need to be completed independently. Of course, the KPI metrics will remain the same. Once you exceed 100, a percentage will be added to your existing salary. What are your thoughts?" Chapter 28. Mother Jin Sheng contemplated within his heart a starting salary of 50,000, with a KPI exceeding 100%, could potentially increase by 20%, thus raising his salary by an additional 10,000, a considerable offer indeed. It could be regarded as a gesture of genuine intent. However, there were two underlying implications. One was to leverage his current popularity online to enhance the program's visibility, thereby attracting the curious onlookers. The other was likely to assess his true capabilities. Should he fail to meet the expectations of the law firm, he would likely be unceremoniously dismissed. Though Jin Sheng discerned the deeper meanings behind it all, the firm was merely employing a strategy of calculated self-interest, a form of overt manipulation. As a man equipped with a systematic approach, he was not easily intimidated by such tactics. That would be wholly unrealistic. Even upon entering the law firm, one's capabilities could be discerned without the need for numerous cases. Those who held positions in top-tier law firms were undeniably elite, possessing essential skills such as keen observation and acute listening. "All right, I have no objections on my end. I will respond to them promptly," he declared. After hanging up the phone, a mischievous thrill surged within him. Doubling the salary, he wondered how they would react. Would they feel a pang of regret? After tidying up his belongings and exchanging a brief greeting with Chun Zheng, Jin Sheng stepped outside. After enjoying dinner on the way, he returned to his rented apartment, only to find Li Yin waiting for him, visibly excited. "Xiao Sheng, I never anticipated your prowess. When I saw your name online today, I could hardly believe it. It was until someone posted your photo that I was convinced," she exclaimed. Jin Sheng. He had already heard this sentiment numerous times today and had grown somewhat numb to it. Noticing his calm demeanor, Li Yin chose not to dwell on the topic any further and quickly expressed the reason for her wait. By the way, I received a notification from the Labor Arbitration Office today. They informed me that we are to attend a negotiation session the day after tomorrow at 10 in the morning. All right, that works for me, he replied. Xiao Sheng, it will be up to you then. Jin Sheng smiled and nodded. Rest assured, Sister Yan, I will ensure you receive the maximum compensation. When the subject of money arose, Li Yin felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, they had never discussed fees openly. Initially, she had assumed Jin Sheng was merely an ordinary young lawyer, hence her indifference. Who could have predicted that she would come across him online today? The revelation had indeed startled her. Observing Li Yin's hesitation, Jin Sheng understood her unspoken thoughts clearly. From the outset, he had no intention of charging her. It was simply a matter of helping a friend. Sister Yan, I shall return to my room now, as I have some matters to attend to. Please don't overthink it. It's merely a small issue. All right. You take care of your business, she replied. Indeed, upon hearing his last words, Li Yan's demeanor brightened considerably, allowing her to set aside her earlier thoughts. As he lay on his bed, Jin Sheng reflected on the extraordinary events of the past month. It felt surreal, akin to the smoke rising from an ancestral grave. Indeed, even I did not anticipate such a rapid ascent. Aside from the meager 5,000 remaining in my pocket, the situation could be described as remarkably favorable. Had it not been for the case involving Yi Fan, which yielded an additional 3,000, I would have faced dire straits. The system still possesses a funding of 1 million, which will be disbursed once the city is chosen, alleviating my immediate concerns. The 4 premier cities in the country are the capital, Magic City, Phoenix City, and Sheep City. After careful contemplation, Jin Sheng decided to focus on Magic City and Phoenix City. Beyond being the primary locations for future employment, a more significant reason lay in personal habits. As a southerner hailing from a coastal county, I find the poor air quality of the capital quite intolerable. System, I choose the 2 cities, Magic City and Phoenix City. In accordance with the principle of proximity and considering the host's impending employment at a new law firm, selections will be made within a 10-kilometer radius of the workplace. Magic City, Unit A, Room 1601, Phase 2, Garden, with an area of 162 square meters. Phoenix City, Room 2802, Cary Community, with an area of 139 square meters. 1 million in cash has been deposited into the host's account. Ding as the system's voice faded. A text notification from the bank appeared on Jin Sheng's phone. The million had been credited. Just as Jin Sheng prepared to search for the community addresses provided by the system online, a call came in. The screen displayed the word mom. In his previous life, Jin Sheng had, perhaps due to being overly occupied, somewhat neglected familial ties. Even after inhabiting this body, he subconsciously avoided certain connections. Throughout the past month, he had not actively reached out to his family. He only occasionally received words of concern from his mother via WeChat. They had barely exchanged meaningful dialogue. And this call marked their first genuine conversation. Hello, Xiao Sheng. Today a colleague of mine showed me some online reports about you. Is everything all right? Jin Sheng sensed an undercurrent of anxiety in her voice and involuntarily swallowed. Perhaps due to the silence on his end, his mother continued, Hello, Xiao Sheng. Can you hear me? Jin Sheng quickly responded, Mom, I can't hear you. I'm fine, don't worry. As soon as he spoke, he could almost hear his mother exhale in relief. It's good to hear you're well. I know you've just started working and must be quite busy. But don't put too much pressure on yourself. If you're feeling wronged, just come home. Rest assured, your father and I can still support you. Upon hearing these words, Jin Sheng's eyes brimmed with tears. Mom, you can rest easy. I'm doing well at work and have earned a fair amount. I believe it won't be long before I can buy a house in Magic City. When that time comes, you and Dad can come visit our new home. His voice trembled slightly, yet he still told a kind-hearted fib. If I were to directly state that I already possess my own home, given my parents' nature, they would undoubtedly worry that I might have engaged in some illicit activities. After all, I have only just graduated a year ago, and relying solely on my salary from work, such a feat is utterly unattainable. Well, while my parents may lack certain capabilities, they have managed to save a little over the years. Should you ever find yourself in need of money, remember to inform your mother, all right? It appears that my mother still harbors doubts about my words, yet she refrains from confronting the issue directly. Instead, she inquires indirectly whether I am in need of financial assistance. At that moment, tears streamed down Jin Sheng's face uncontrollably, leaving him perplexed as to why. I understand. Please take good care of yourselves, you and Dad. Once this busy period passes, I shall return for a visit and surprise you. Does that sound good? Jin Sheng's tone even carried a hint of playfulness, akin to soothing a child. All right, you two, take care of your health and don't overexert yourself. Work is never-ending. Yes, I understand, Mom. Now, you should rest early. I won't disturb you any longer. After hanging up, Jin Sheng felt as though something was lodged within his heart, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Lying on his bed, he found himself utterly disinclined to move. The following morning, Jin Sheng was roused by the insistent ringing of his phone. As he answered, he was still somewhat dazed, failing to discern who was calling. Hello. This is lawyer Jin Sheng. I'm calling from Jin Sheng Law Firm. May I ask when you will come to sign the employment contract? Employment contract? I received a notification stating that lawyer Jin has already agreed to join us and asked me to arrange the signing. The voice on the other end carried a noticeable hint of confusion. It was only then that Jin Sheng recalled his conversation with Qin Dong from the previous day. Shaking off his stupor. Oh, I apologize. I was still half asleep and momentarily bewildered. I will come over shortly. Please send me the address. The woman on the other end seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. All right, I will be waiting for you at the firm. After ending the call, Jin Sheng glanced at the clock, realizing it was already 8:30 in the morning. That slumber had indeed been quite lengthy. Perhaps it was due to absorbing an overwhelming amount of knowledge yesterday, coupled with the emotional turmoil he had experienced. Yet now, fully alert, he felt exceptionally invigorated. As he washed up and gazed into the mirror, he saw a handsome visage staring back at him, especially his pair of bright eyes, which sparkled with vitality. Chapter 29. Onboarding at the Jiehua Center building in a city like Magic Capital, where every inch of land is of great value. A towering office building of several dozen stories undoubtedly exudes an air of sophistication and prestige. The offices of Jin Sheng Law Firm are situated on the 45th floor of this impressive edifice, occupying an entire expanse of several thousand square meters. At this moment, Jin Sheng, clad in formal attire, stepped out of the elevator and was greeted by the prominent sign of Jin Sheng Law Firm, Magic Capital, adorning the wall opposite him. Behind a semi-high reception desk, approximately 5 meters in length, stood 2 young women of striking beauty, engaged in conversation with several visitors. To the left of the lobby, a cozy area by the window was designed as a relaxation zone, furnished with numerous home-styled sofas for guests to unwind. The expansive floor-to-ceiling windows offered a breathtaking view of the skyline, filled with towering buildings. Indeed, this law firm was exceptional. Even its office space was grand and impressive. Jin Sheng stood still for a moment, retrieving his phone to return the call he had received earlier that morning. After a few rings, the call was answered. Hello, Jin Sheng Law Firm. This is Jin Sheng. I have arrived in the lobby. Oh, I will be right out to greet you. Once the call ended, within 2 minutes, a girl of similar age, with large eyes and her hair styled in a bun, hurriedly emerged from the corridor on the right. Lawyer Jin, welcome to Jin Sheng Law Firm. My name is Lin Mingming, and I am an assistant in the litigation department. Oh, hello. The two exchanged a handshake. Please, follow me. All right. Jin Sheng, not wishing to ask too many questions, smiled and nodded. As they entered the corridor on the right, they soon came upon a spacious communal work area. The setup consisted of semi-partitioned spaces that ensured a degree of privacy while being divided into distinct sections, likely belonging to various teams. Numerous people were already seated, engrossed in their tasks, creating an atmosphere of busyness. Along both sides and at the far end by the windows were individual offices. Before long, Lin Mingming came to a stop outside an office door near the far right. Knock, knock. Come in. Through the glass window, Jin Sheng observed a man in his 50s, intently reviewing documents. He also noted the nameplate on the door, Litigation Department, Lawyer Taijun. After Lin Mingming pushed the door open, she promptly announced, Minister, Lawyer Jin has arrived. Good. Thank you for your efforts. Upon receiving a definitive response, Lin Mingming stepped aside, showcasing her meticulous attention to detail. As Jin Sheng entered the office, Taijun immediately rose to greet him. Lawyer Jin, welcome to Jin Sheng Law Firm. I am Taijun, the head of the litigation department and a senior partner of the firm. Thank you, Minister. The two exchanged smiles and shook hands. Please, have a seat. Thank you. Once Taijun was seated, Jin Sheng took his place in the chair before the desk. Lawyer Jin, truly a prodigy. You flatter me, Minister. Having perused your resume, I noticed you graduated from Huazhong University. Have you ever considered pursuing a master's degree? This question has long been contemplated by Jin Sheng. Had he remained in his original state, A lack of acceptance following his internship would have undoubtedly led him down that path. However, the current Jin Sheng is equipped with a robust system. Continuing his studies now seems rather superfluous. Yet, it is evident that he cannot articulate this candidly. After organizing his thoughts, Jin Sheng replied, "To be frank, I have indeed considered it. As you may know, my undergraduate major was criminal law. I firmly believe that to become an effective litigation lawyer, it is paramount to integrate the knowledge acquired from textbooks with practical experience. Only by recognizing one's deficiencies and addressing them purposefully can one truly find significance in their endeavors, rather than merely pursuing academic credentials." Upon hearing this, Taiju nodded in agreement. In his view, educational qualifications merely serve as a stepping stone. Jin Sheng possesses a clear understanding of his aspirations and the path he wishes to tread, a quality that often heralds immense prospects in this field. Moreover, Jin Sheng has already demonstrated his capabilities as a criminal defense attorney. As evidenced by the cases of Yi Fan and Jiang Fei Fan, one could say he has reached his peak at the outset of his career. According to the narrative, he should have awakened the innate law saint physique. However, to thrive within prestigious law firms, mere expertise in criminal law may not suffice. A broader knowledge base is undoubtedly advantageous. Taijun intended to probe further. Apart from criminal law, are there any other fields that pique your interest? Or have you delved into them? Jin Sheng understood this was a subtle attempt to gauge the depth of his legal knowledge. Well, civil law is a given. It's a requisite course. In my spare time, I also peruse various legal texts and cases, such as contract law, securities law, and company law. However, I may not have practical experience in these areas, perhaps only a preliminary understanding. I have memorized numerous legal statutes, yet I lack hands-on application. Upon hearing this, Taijun became intrigued, especially as Jin Sheng spoke with an air of nonchalance, devoid of any hint of insecurity. It appeared he possessed genuine substance. Exhibiting no trepidation in confronting inquiries, a desire to challenge him began to stir within Taijun, though he deemed the timing inappropriate. As he was soon to meet with a client, he recalled that lawyer Chen Yiming had mentioned Jin Sheng would be participating in a variety show. This could present an opportunity for close observation. Very well, lawyer Jin, let us discuss contracts. Certainly. They swiftly bypassed trivial questions, such as the reasons for choosing their firm, and delved directly into the matter at hand. This document pertains to the employment contract for mid-level attorneys at our law firm. Please take a moment to review it. Should you have any queries, feel free to raise them immediately. We can discuss further. As Taijun spoke, he handed over the contract. Jin Sheng received it and began to examine it meticulously. The first clause stipulates a contract duration of 2 years. The second clause designates the position as a full-time attorney in the litigation department, with the workplace being here. The third clause addresses remuneration, indicating an initial salary of 50,000 per annum, 18 to 24 installments, though the precise amount will be confirmed after 1 month. Regarding commissions, if the cases originate from Jin Sheng's own sources, he will receive a 30 share. However, for cases allocated by the firm, no commission will be granted. Additional terms will be introduced only upon becoming a junior partner, with higher ranks yielding greater shares. Senior partners like Taijun typically earn no less than several million annually. Jin Sheng was quite clear in his mind and felt no conflict over the matter, hoping only that the firm would not feel burdened by the compensation. As for the other stipulations in the contract, Jin Sheng reviewed each one without discovering any issues, especially concerning the 5 insurances and 1 fund. Without hesitation, he affixed his signature. "Attorney Jin Sheng, on behalf of the firm, I extend a warm welcome to you," stated Taijun. "Thank you, Minister." The two shook hands once more, a gesture of ceremonial significance. By the way, Attorney Chen Yiming is currently the executive director of our firm in Shanghai. Though he is presently elsewhere, you will have the opportunity to meet him once you arrive in Pengcheng in a few days. "Understood," replied Jin Sheng. "I will have Lin Mingming show you to your workstation and introduce you to the other colleagues as well." "Thank you, Minister." Upon exiting Taijun's office, Lin Mingming first escorted Jin Sheng to the Human Resources Department for registration, taking care of the employee ID and business cards among other administrative tasks. Jin Sheng's desk was situated just outside Taijun's office, a mere 5 meters away. In his vicinity, besides Lin Mingming, there were 2 junior attorneys, 1 male and 1 female. After introductions, the group became acquainted. The male, named Su Ming, wore thick glasses and had a slightly plump build. He had been with the firm since his internship and had been working for 4 years. The female, named Zhang Qin, possessed a rather aloof demeanor. Her appearance, while not stunning, was certainly pleasing to the eye. Jin Sheng couldn't shake the feeling that both Su Ming and Zhang Qin had exchanged glances of surprise during Lin Mingming's introduction. Nevertheless, they treated Jin Sheng with courtesy. During lunchtime, they even invited him to join them for a meal, proving to be more amicable than he had anticipated. Chapter 30. Preliminary mediation. Due to Jin Sheng's participation in a variety show in 2 days, he did not schedule any work. After finishing lunch, he departed promptly. He first visited the apartment awarded by the system, a modest high-rise in a relatively new community. Beyond its exquisite decor, it was fully furnished with all necessary appliances, perfectly suitable for immediate occupancy. Jin Sheng planned to move in after resolving Li Yan's matters the following day. The landlord was due to refund a month's deposit, but concerning the remaining days of rent, he had to accept the loss. Subsequently, Jin Sheng ventured to a nearby shopping mall to acquire a few outfits from head to toe. He even found a place to refine his hairstyle, significantly enhancing his appearance and charisma. On his way home, he spotted a luxury watch store and decided to purchase an entry-level model worth several thousand. He even exchanged WeChat details with a sales associate, though Jin Sheng was certain her interest was not merely financial. It was likely drawn by his newfound allure, something he had never dared to imagine before. Although he felt exhilarated, his savings had diminished by about 1/5. The following morning at 8 a.m., as Jin Sheng emerged from his slumber and began his morning routine, he found Li Yan already seated in the small living room, displaying signs of anxiety. Jin Sheng empathized with her, as an ordinary person. Facing significant matters could naturally invoke feelings of uncertainty. "Xiao Sheng, you're awake." "Yes, let me freshen up, and then we can head out for the formalities." "All right. No rush. Take your time." Jin Sheng offered a brief smile, choosing not to elaborate further. At times, a simple expression suffices. Whether it resonates is beyond his control. At 9:30 a.m., they arrived punctually at the labor arbitration court. Jin Sheng anticipated that today would merely involve an initial meeting for mediation. Should an agreement fail to materialize, they would likely commence arbitration procedures. He felt confident of victory, but recognized it could be a lengthy process. Nevertheless, he refrained from disclosing this to Li Yan to spare her unnecessary worry. After completing the registration, they were escorted directly to the mediation room. Li Yan appeared increasingly restless at that moment. "Yan Jia, please refrain from speaking for now. I will handle it." "Okay." After a brief wait of about 10 minutes, a middle-aged woman, approximately 50 years old, entered the room. "Hello, I am the mediator here. My name is Zhang Mei." "Greetings, Mediator Zhang. I am Jin Sheng, a lawyer. And this is my client, Li Yan." Jin Sheng stood to shake her hand, and Li Yan followed suit, greeting her as well. Zhang Mei's initial smile, sparked by Jin Sheng's youthful and handsome demeanor, brightened further upon learning of his profession. "Jin Sheng, is it? May I ask how old you are?" 24. "You must have recently graduated from university, then." "Indeed, I have just graduated a year ago." Although Jin Sheng could not quite discern the intentions of the mediator, he complied with the inquiries with relative ease. After all, there was no inherent conflict of interest between the two. Their conversation revolved around mundane matters, rendering it inconsequential. "Did you attend university in the bustling metropolis?" "Yes, I graduated from Huazhong University of Science and Technology, a prestigious institution." "No wonder you become a lawyer." Facing Zhang Mei's compliments, Jin Sheng felt somewhat helpless, managing only an awkward yet polite smile in response. "So, Jin, are you a local from the metropolis, or?" "Oh, I hail from a small county in Jiangsu and Zhejiang." "Will you continue to develop your career here?" "It depends on the circumstances. I'm not quite sure yet." "Is it because you haven't found a girlfriend?" No." "Goodness, truly remarkable." This feels akin to an interrogation. The intensity of the questioning made Jin Sheng's heart flutter with unease. At that moment, the door to the mediation room swung open. A man and a woman entered, the man leading with a commanding presence. "I am Chen Hansheng, the representative lawyer for Tianshan Trading Company, Limited. This is my colleague, Lin Qi." Upon finishing, he produced a business card and slid it across the table. Jin Sheng glanced at it. Jiwenheng Law Firm, seemingly a mid-sized firm. He refrained from taking the card, instead observing the pair with keen interest. This was clearly a display of intimidation aimed at his side. Furthermore, Lin Qi appeared to play a likely subordinate role, evident from her immediate retrieval of documents and a notebook upon sitting down. However, Jin Sheng was no novice. He was well versed in such tactics. "I am Jin Sheng, the representative lawyer for Li Yan from Jin Sheng Law Firm." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the two shifted subtly. This was the pressure stemming from a top-tier firm. Jin Sheng felt a rush of satisfaction within. Indeed, the prestige of a coveted firm bore its merits. Yet, it was ultimately the aura emanating from Jin Sheng himself that held paramount importance. Lawyer Chen, my client is merely an ordinary HR personnel at the company. Are you suggesting that due to misplaced trust in others, she could be summarily dismissed for hiring a pregnant woman without any compensation? We are all lawyers here. I believe we share a professional understanding of the law. Surely, the provisions in the labor law are not mere formalities. Chen Hansheng would not be easily intimidated by Jin Sheng's words. Lawyer Jin, your client, Ms. Li Yan, was requested to resign due to severe dereliction of duty, which resulted in significant losses for the company. The claim regarding her hiring a pregnant woman is nothing but baseless gossip, lacking substantial evidence. The opposing counsel had struck a precise chord, for it was unlikely anyone would come forward to testify on behalf of Li Yan, although such practices had long become an unspoken rule within the industry. However, on the surface, anyone who dares to admit it would not merely be foolish, but truly naive. Jin Sheng initially took Li Yan to the company to extract information precisely for this reason. Many similar labor disputes arise from a lack of evidence, rendering the workers powerless against the company, forcing them to swallow their grievances in silence. Attorney Chen, I can assert with utmost certainty that I possess irrefutable evidence. Should you persist, this will no longer be a matter of 2 in 1. Observing Jin Sheng's unwavering conviction, it was apparent he was not merely posturing. This evoked a sense of unease within Chen Hansheng. As for the name Jin Sheng, it stirred a sense of familiarity from the moment it was mentioned. At that moment, Lin Chi gasped and promptly handed her phone to Chen, exclaiming, Attorney Chen, take a look at this. Lin Chi's outburst caused Chen Hansheng to furrow his brow. Yet he accepted the phone and began to read. Trending at number 7, the Supreme Court of Magic City issues a retrial verdict. Reporters have learned that during the hearing on the morning of September 20th, the defense for Jiang Fifan was handled by a young attorney named Jin Sheng. This indicated that Jiang Fifan, after enduring 8 years of wrongful imprisonment, was on the verge of regaining his freedom. Subsequent reports will be closely monitored by journalists. Jin Sheng did not rush him, simply observing Chen Hansheng with keen interest. Chen Hansheng read swiftly, but when he lifted his gaze, an unusual expression flickered across his face, which Jin Sheng keenly noticed. The atmosphere grew notably quiet as both men remained silent. The mediator, Xing Mei, had been watching the exchange without interjecting, occasionally casting satisfied glances towards Jin Sheng, resembling a mother-in-law observing her son-in-law. Finally, she broke her silence, her words betraying a hint of bias. Attorney Chen, consider that laborers indeed face great challenges. We all know certain truths, yet remain unspoken. Moreover, once certain actions are taken, there is no turning back. Chen Hansheng, being no novice, certainly recognized this reality. However, as the representative attorney, he was obliged to advocate for his client. With the mediator now having spoken, it was essential to offer some deference. Very well, I shall consult my client via phone. However, your demands must be halved. Jin Sheng silently observed the performance, refraining from speech as he produced a recording pen and pressed the button. Soon, a crucial segment of conversation emerged from the device. Your sister is indeed a good person, but she tends to trust others too easily. One careless mistake led to a pregnant woman being hired. The few brief sentences amounted to less than 10 seconds. Yet Chen Hansheng's countenance had already soured considerably. Chapter 31. Settling in. Jin Sheng, seizing the momentum, spoke with a smile. There is no doubt, this voice is undeniably genuine. In fact, it belongs to one of the senior executives from your client's company. Furthermore, I would like to remind you that this is merely a recording. His final words left the two individuals opposite him with boundless speculation. This is one of the strategies of negotiation designed to instill self-doubt and apprehension in the opponent, subtly laced with a hint of threat. At this juncture, Chen Hansheng found himself faced with two choices: either wholly acquiesce to the conditions set forth by Jin Sheng's side, thereby bringing this matter to a close, or stand his ground, potentially escalating the situation to the courtroom and unveiling all evidence. The gamble rested on whether Jin Sheng possessed any additional leverage. Yet, would the company dare to take that risk? Absolutely not. Setting aside the repercussions, even the Labor Bureau would issue fines. More critically, should a lawsuit ensue, the company's big data would undoubtedly flag risk warnings. What if this adversely affected their bank loans? For a trading company engaged in import and export, cash flow is an exceedingly vital component. It would be a case of incurring losses without gains. Jin Sheng astutely recognized this fact. However, mere words would not suffice to convince the other party, hence he played a brief recording. Indeed, Chen Hanqing could no longer remain composed. I shall consult with my superiors. Please hold on. Jin Sheng smiled slightly and gestured for him to proceed. Once Chen Hanqing exited to make the call, Zhang Mei immediately turned to Jin Sheng and said, "Little Jin, let us connect on WeChat." Sure. It would be rather impolite for Jin Sheng to rebuff Zhang Mei's request in person. As a lawyer, cultivating a network is essential. One never knows when unexpected opportunities may arise, be it for cases or assistance. As the saying goes, there is no harm in knowing one more person. It may open up additional avenues. After adding each other on WeChat, Zhang Mei promptly sent over a business card. Judging by the name and avatar, it appeared to belong to a young woman. "Little Jean, I've shared my daughter's WeChat with you. Do add her. She works at the prosecutor's office. And you are of similar age, so you're bound to have common topics to discuss. I'm a longtime resident of Shanghai, and she is my only daughter." Upon hearing this, Jin Sheng nearly twisted his waist in surprise, struggling to maintain his composure. His expression threatened to betray him, almost breaking down. This was a clear invitation. A successful match could potentially save him a decade of toil. An only child with a stable job, one could assume her family possessed considerable assets, especially being a local native likely to have benefited from the riches bestowed by redevelopment. The allure was immense. Nonetheless, he managed to muster a somewhat awkward nod, donning a faint smile tinged with bitterness. At that moment, the door to the mediation room swung open once more. Chen Hanqing re-entered, a slight twitch gracing his face, likely a result of some reprimand. However, Jin Sheng noted this and felt rather pleased. It seems that the outcome has emerged. Indeed. Chen Hanqing did not even take a seat before stating, "Our side agrees to proceed with the severance compensation according to the two-in plan. However, it is imperative that Ms. Li Yin signs a confidentiality agreement. The compensation amount, as well as the reasons for termination, must not be disclosed to anyone outside of this setting. Otherwise, Tian Shun Company reserves the right to reclaim the amount from Ms. Li Yin and seek damages." Jin Sheng was equally resolute, conceding to the confidentiality agreement, but questioning the vagueness of the terms. After all, there are others privy to this matter beyond just Li Yin. Who could guarantee that none of Li Yan's former colleagues would speak out? He promptly responded, "We are willing to sign the confidentiality agreement, but we can only assure that the compensation amount will remain undisclosed to the public. Furthermore, we can arrange for the destruction of the existing evidence in our possession. As for the other aspects mentioned by Lawyer Chen, there are too many uncontrollable factors to provide any guarantees." Chen Hanqing fell silent, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Ultimately, he had no choice but to acquiesce. After all, the overarching intent of the client was twofold: to reach an amicable resolution and to ensure that Li Yin would remain silent. Based on Jin Sheng's assertions, he felt he had fulfilled his obligations. "Very well, our side agrees to this plan. Once the documents are prepared this afternoon, we will notify you for signing. The severance compensation will be credited within 3 working days after the signing is complete." Upon hearing the desired outcome, Li Yin, who had remained silent beside him, felt a surge of excitement. After all, a sudden influx of over 100,000 yuan would ensure her household would not face financial hardship. The urgent crisis had been alleviated, allowing her to confidently seek new employment. Jin Sheng also felt a sense of relief. The matter had been resolved, enabling him to focus on his upcoming recording without any lingering concerns. After bidding farewell to the enthusiastic Zhang Mei, the two returned to their rented apartment. Jin Sheng informed the landlord about the lease termination and proceeded to pack his belongings. Throughout the journey back, Li Yin expressed her gratitude, aware of Jin Sheng's impending move. She assisted in the packing. With minimal belongings and Li Yin's help, they quickly completed the task. Before long, the moving company arrived. After parting ways with Li Yin, Jin Sheng accompanied the transport vehicle to his new residence. As for the landlord, they were unavailable that day. The 3-bedroom, 2-living-room, 2-bathroom layout took Jin Sheng over 2 hours to organize. After surveying his surroundings, he could not help but feel a wave of excitement. This house was entirely his, free from the burden of paying rent to others. What a relief. With time to spare, Jin Sheng ordered some food and drink via his phone to stock the refrigerator. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he glanced at the clock, which read 3 in the afternoon. Suddenly, the ringing of his phone startled him from his repose on the sofa. Having glanced at the caller ID, Jin Sheng recognized it was Li Yin reaching out. "Hello. Xiao Sheng, they are asking us to come over to sign the agreement. You should head directly there. I will be on my way shortly." After hanging up the phone, Jin Sheng promptly stepped out. The adage, "to deliver a Buddha, one must reach the Western paradise," resonates with his profession as a lawyer. One must possess a sense of service and see matters through to completion. Conveniently, there was a subway station right at the entrance of the community, making travel easy. The Jin Sheng law firm was located in the same district as his previous rental, not far away. After a little over half an hour, Jin Sheng arrived. The building stood about 10 stories tall, appearing to be a blend of the new and the old. As for Li Yin, she arrived even sooner and was already waiting downstairs. Upon spotting Jin Sheng, she hurriedly approached. Xiaosheng, they're on the 5th floor. All right, let us ascend. As soon as they exited the elevator, Jin Sheng noticed Chen Hanshen's assistant, a young woman named Lin Qi, standing at the doorway awaiting them. Lawyer Jin, this way please. Thank you for your assistance. Following Lin Qi, they proceeded further inside. Jin Sheng curiously observed that the main distinction between this office and the Jin Sheng law firm was its slightly smaller size. Otherwise, the layout was quite similar. Each office was independent, with 4 semi-private workstations outside, a standard configuration. Soon, Lin Qi came to a halt outside an office door. Jin Sheng was surprised to find that Chen Hansheng had a separate office, indicating his esteemed position here. Knocking gently, Lin Qi opened the door and announced, Lawyer Chen, they have arrived. After delivering the message, she stepped aside to allow them entry. Chapter 32. Chen Hansheng's request. As Jin Sheng entered, he observed Chen Hansheng rising to his feet. After exchanging pleasantries with attorney Jin, they swiftly delved into the matter at hand, the compensation and confidentiality agreements. Jin Sheng nodded, taking the documents and scrutinizing them carefully, finding no discrepancies. After all, they were both professionals, and there was no need for any underhanded tactics in the contract. Yinjia, you may sign, Jin Sheng declared. Li Yin held an unwavering trust in Jin Sheng, and upon hearing his words, she promptly inscribed her name on the documents without hesitation. Once the task was completed, Chen Hansheng turned to Lin Qi, who stood nearby, saying, Lin Qi, please escort Ms. Li Yin outside for a moment. I need to discuss something with Attorney Jin. Certainly, Attorney Chen, Lin Qi replied. Jin Sheng also addressed Li Yin. Yinjia, you may head back now. Understanding that the two had matters to discuss, Li Yin nodded in acknowledgement, saying, all right, I'll take my leave then. Once the two departed and the office door was closed, Chen Hansheng gestured toward a nearby chair and remarked, Attorney Jin, let us sit down and converse. After they were seated, Chen Hansheng poured a cup of tea and set it before Jin Sheng. Attorney Jin, do sample my red tea. What do you think? Very well. Jin Sheng replied graciously, taking a sip. The tea was rich and smooth, imbued with a subtle floral aroma, truly a fine brew. If you enjoy it, I have more. You may take some with you when you leave. Jin Sheng realized that Chen Hansheng was seeking a favor. After all, it was unusual for him to extend such kindness without reason, especially considering they had been rivals earlier that day. Attorney Chen, it's getting late. I just moved into a new home today and need to tidy up. If you have something to discuss, please proceed. Very well, Attorney Jin, I shall be direct then. Jin Sheng gestured for him to continue. Chen Hansheng nodded and began, I would like to ask for your assistance with a case. Jin Sheng was taken aback, puzzled by the request. Aren't you an attorney yourself? Why seek my help? Moreover, you are a senior lawyer with an independent office in the firm. Could you not consult another colleague? Perceiving the confusion on Jin Sheng's face, Chen Hansheng explained, the client is a relative of mine, and I prefer that no one else in the firm becomes aware of this matter. It is, after all, not a particularly honorable situation. Furthermore, I have great faith in your capabilities, Attorney Jin. With this clarification, Jin Sheng began to comprehend the delicate nature of the request. It seemed to involve a family issue that was best kept private. A lawyer wishing to take on a case must typically go through the firm's channels, unlike Jin Sheng, who had previously operated under a mere affiliation with Chun Zheng and had the autonomy to make decisions. Jin Sheng furrowed his brow in contemplation, feeling somewhat conflicted. He was scheduled to travel to Pingsheng the following day, and there would inevitably be a clash in timings. The variety show was crucial, as it directly impacted his future salary and benefits. It was undoubtedly a matter of utmost importance. However, he pondered whether outright refusal might put Chen Hansheng in an awkward position. Though we have only just met on this first day, I sense a certain amiability in him. We are part of the same circle, making it difficult to guarantee that we won't cross paths one day. It is unwise to offend someone over such trivial matters. Perhaps it is best to listen first before speaking. Lawyer Chen, could you kindly provide me with a brief overview of the case? Additionally, I must travel to Pingsheng tomorrow for a matter that will require my presence for at least a month. If the case is not severe, I can find the time to return briefly to address it. Shen Hanshik nodded in understanding. After all, which lawyer at a prestigious firm is not busy? It is quite normal to fly between several cities in a single day. However, to Jin Hansheng, Jin Sheng's words seemed no different from a theoretical promise. He began to recount the details of the case. The incident occurred a year ago, involving my cousin, Irong. It was a Saturday morning when he, accompanied by his wife and daughter, visited his mother-in-law's home. His sister-in-law was pregnant with their second child, already 4 months along, and thus, they made it a routine to visit her family every Saturday. After dinner, the child remained at the grandmother's house while the couple went to a supermarket to purchase some necessities before heading home. Upon entering, the wife felt the urge to use the restroom, only to find the door closed, allowing her to push it open only halfway. Initially, she thought it was merely stuck and called for my cousin to investigate. To her shock, as soon as she spoke, a figure wearing a mask burst out from within, startling her and forcefully pushing her aside, causing her to hit her head and lose consciousness. Upon witnessing this, my cousin immediately engaged in a struggle with the intruder. The assailant was rather slender, while my cousin had previously served 5 years in the military, so he quickly subdued the intruder. With his wife still unconscious, my cousin called out a few times to no avail. In desperation, he had no choice but to pin the assailant down with his knee while retrieving his phone to call the police. When the authorities arrived, they discovered that the intruder had already succumbed to death. An autopsy confirmed the cause of death as mechanical asphyxiation. Consequently, my cousin was charged with excessive self-defense and faced prosecution. The first trial resulted in a 7-year sentence, but the second trial deemed the punishment excessive and reduced it to 5 years, alongside a civil compensation of 500,000. Jin Sheng understood that this was a classic case of a burglary gone awry, resulting in a fatality. However, there seemed to be something amiss with this judgment. The legal basis for the ruling, if considered as excessive self-defense, appeared rather tenuous. Ultimately, a thorough examination of the entire case file would be necessary for a more informed judgment. After all, having just joined Jin Sheng, it would be prudent to commence with a strong start. Lawyer Chen, do you possess any materials related to this case? Jin Hansheng's eyes brightened as he replied, yes. I have them. Let me get them for you. Upon concluding his remarks, he promptly retrieved a substantial document pouch from the adjacent drawer and handed it over. It appeared that this had been meticulously prepared in advance. However, he chose to remain taciturn about it. Jin Sheng accepted the pouch, but refrained from perusing its contents immediately. Lawyer Chen, I shall take some time over the next few days to assess the particulars before responding. Is that acceptable? Jin Hansheng did not hesitate in the slightest. Absolutely. It is entirely up to Lawyer Jin's schedule. Jin Sheng nodded in agreement, stating, very well, let us conclude our discussion for today. Indeed. Allow me to see you off. More than half an hour later, Jin Sheng had arrived home, holding not only the document pouch, but also a box of tea leaves. Jin Hansheng was indeed a man of taste, unreserved in his gestures of generosity. Of course, one could not dismiss the possibility that this was a stratagem to secure Jin Sheng's involvement in the case. This exemplified the adage of softening the hand that feeds. Jin Sheng couldn't help but shake his head in amusement. Were it not for the delightful aroma, he would not have accepted the gift so readily. After preparing himself a cup, he opened the document pouch and began to examine its contents. Chapter 33. Arrival in Pengcheng. The specifics of the case, relevant photographic evidence. The forensic autopsy report, by Irong's statement, and the judgments from both the first and second trials were scrutinized meticulously by Jin Sheng. Indeed, the primary basis for the judge's ruling lay within the objective elements stipulated in Clause 2 of Article 20. This affirmed that the deceased's actions constituted theft rather than robbery. It was likely that the prosecutor at that time presented a certain argument that led the judge to such a conclusion. However, for Jin Sheng, the issue appeared manageable, with a reasonable probability of overturning the verdict. Yet, he pondered why the system had yet to respond. Shouldn't a task prompt emerge immediately upon his engagement with the case or after grasping its details? The difficulty level of this case is exceedingly low. As a mid-level attorney, the host can effortlessly handle it. Therefore, this system does not endorse exploitative behavior. Upon hearing this, Jin Sheng was left in disbelief. Was this case truly categorized as low difficulty? Perhaps the system should connect to the internet and observe how other novels portray such scenarios. In those tales, one could earn money merely by sleeping or encounter a beautiful woman who would eagerly offer her affection during a casual stroll. Wouldn't such depictions evoke embarrassment? After several minutes of internal complaints, the system remained unresponsive. Jin Sheng felt a deep sense of frustration, yet lamentations bore no fruit. With ample time at hand, he decided to call Chen Hanqing. Lawyer Chen, I can take on this case, but it still needs to go through the law firm. What do you think? Absolutely. That's to be expected. I will instruct Bai Yirong's mother, my aunt, to approach your law firm and specifically request you. All right, I will begin working on the appeal section. Thank you, Lawyer Jin. I truly appreciate it. You're too kind. This also counts as a performance boost for me, doesn't it? Haha. Well then, I shall inform my cousin's family of this good news right away. After concluding the call, Jin Sheng refrained from perusing the case files further and opted to rest early. For the time being, he decided not to inform the Jin Sheng law firm. After all, it would be designated for him to handle the case eventually, rendering any unnecessary action superfluous. September 25th, Tuesday early in the morning, Jin Sheng arose and packed his belongings, heading straight for the airport. Just before boarding, he sent a message via WeChat to Chun Dong detailing his flight information. Moments later, Chun Dong responded with an OK. After a 3-hour flight, he landed punctually at Pingqing International Airport at 12:30 p.m. Upon turning on his phone, he discovered a message from Chun Dong indicating that the production team had arranged for his pickup. Filming would commence as soon as he boarded the vehicle, and he was advised to stay alert. As Jin Sheng exited the terminal, he spotted a young man holding a sign bearing his name. Hello, I am Jin Sheng. Greetings. Lawyer Jin. I am Lin Tao, a staff member of the production team. After a brief handshake, the two proceeded together toward the exit. Lin Tao initially intended to assist with the luggage, but Jin Sheng intervened, deeming it unnecessary. As they made their way to the parking lot, Lin Tao commenced his introduction. Lawyer Jin, once we board the vehicle, the filming will commence. However, there is no cause for concern. The content recorded today will be edited, so just act naturally. Jin Sheng nodded in acknowledgement, replying, All right, I understand. Indeed, upon entering the vehicle, Jin Sheng noticed the presence of cameras in each corner, their red lights indicating they were already operational. Once the vehicle ascended the elevated roadway and began to glide smoothly, Lin Tao began his presentation. Lawyer Jin, during this recording session, you will participate in the role of an assistant attorney. The entire recording will span approximately 1 month, covering 9 topics. There will be personal free time in between, but it is essential to remain reachable. As Lin Tao spoke, Jin Sheng listened attentively, occasionally nodding in understanding, maintaining a gentle smile throughout the conversation, which exuded politeness. Suddenly, the tranquility of the car was interrupted by the ringing of a mobile phone. Lin Tao turned his head, curious about the disturbance. Jin Sheng glanced at the caller ID. It was a call from Chen Hanqing. Excuse me, I need to take this call, he said apologetically to Lin Tao before answering. Hello, Lawyer Chen. Lawyer Jin, are you still in the bustling metropolis? No, I have already arrived in Pingqing. Oh, that explains it. No wonder my aunt mentioned you weren't around. Has she signed the power of attorney? Yes, you may not know, but after I spoke with my aunt last night, she was so excited that she couldn't sleep a wink. She intended to leave early this morning, but my little cousin was a bit restless, so she ended up leaving later. Oh, it seems your cousin's second child is a son. Indeed, quite the handful. Haha. It was evident that Chen Hanqing shared a close relationship with his cousin, as the mere mention of children brought a smile to his voice. All right then. I will expedite the process and ensure the appeal document is prepared and submitted promptly. Chen Hanqing, seasoned in the profession, discerned the underlying implication of Jin Sheng's words. Recognizing the inconvenience. All right, I won't keep you from your work any longer. After ending the call, Jin Sheng noticed a new message on WeChat. Upon opening it, he saw that Lin Miming had created a work group. The group was aptly named Excessive Defense, likely referring to the Bai Yirong case. Apart from Jin Sheng, the other 3 colleagues from the firm, along with Minister Tai Jun, were included in the group, and another unfamiliar profile picture likely belonged to Chun Hanqing's aunt or sister-in-law. The earlier message had been a private note from Lin Mingming. Lawyer Jin, the minister stated that you would be the lead on this case. Should you require assistance at any point, we can be arranged to help. Understood. Received. After sending the message, Jin Sheng promptly stowed away his phone. Over a month ago, he was merely running errands for others, but now he had reached a point where someone was assisting him. The feeling was indeed quite exhilarating. He could now devote more time to focusing on his cases. This is the proper approach for a distinguished lawyer. Before long, the vehicle came to a halt. Through the car window, Jin Sheng beheld a towering edifice beside him. This must be their destination. At that moment, Lin Tao turned and remarked, "Lawyer Jin, we have arrived." Jin Sheng unfastened his seatbelt and replied, "All right, thank you for your hard work." Chapter 34. Xiao Jin, should graduate students. On the 14th floor of the Jin Sheng law firm, one of the offices in Pingcheng, the primary filming location for this variety show, Jin Sheng entered with an air of confidence, dressed impeccably in formal attire. Standing at 180 centimeters, his physique, enhanced through systematic transformation, would undoubtedly evoke a flurry of admiration were this a live broadcast. Of course, this had been specifically requested by Lin Tao for filming. Once this segment concluded, the next phase would be leisure time. Jin Sheng began by familiarizing himself with the 4 supervising lawyers, starting from the first office, and exchanged contact information. However, everyone was preoccupied, and after a brief exchange of pleasantries, they dispersed to attend to their respective duties. It was Chen Yiming, the executive director of the Shanghai branch, who engaged Jin Sheng in conversation as he pulled him back to his office. After all, Jin Sheng was currently under his supervision. After brewing a cup of tea, they sat facing each other. "Xiao Jin, you've been at the law firm for a few days now. How do you find it?" "Quite good. Both the hardware and software aspects are impressive. Jin Sheng is a substantial platform, and I believe I can carve out a successful career here." Chen Yiming nodded with a smile, acknowledging, "It seems you know how to express yourself well. I reviewed the video of your court appearance the other day. Your arguments were sound and quite bold. Haha." Jin Sheng felt a bit awkward, admitting, "I suppose I was just caught up in the moment, inspired by my emotions. In fact, after uncovering the leads, I promptly reported them to the relevant authorities." Chen Yiming pondered for a moment. "Oh, I see. Just now, Tai Jun called to inform me that you've taken on a case that has been lost in both the first and second trials and is now being appealed?" Jin Sheng had nothing to conceal. "Yes, it's a relative of a colleague who asked for my assistance." Chen Yiming jested, "Haha. It seems you've made quite a name for yourself. Even your peers are seeking you out. That's impressive. What about you? Do you have confidence in the case?" Jin Sheng smiled shyly. "It shouldn't be a major issue. We'll see how it unfolds in court." Indeed, for a litigation lawyer, aside from identifying the case's weaknesses and preparing thoroughly, the most crucial aspect is the performance in the courtroom. Eloquence, emotional intelligence, and situational responsiveness are paramount. Sometimes, even a minor misstep can alter the outcome of a case that was otherwise winnable. It truly requires an elite mindset to excel in such endeavors. Through their conversation, Chen Yiming found himself quite pleased with Jin Sheng's demeanor, assertive in his work, yet humble in character. If this trajectory continues, there is no doubt of a bright future ahead. By the way, I forgot to mention, several topics in this project pertain to the investment and financing sector, so you must brace yourself. Achieving the KPI 1T be easy. If you don't exceed 100, your salary 1T increase. However, I can offer you a choice now, a direct increase of 20 on your current salary. What do you think?" Jin Sheng chuckled silently, shaking his head. He understood that this was yet another test from Chen Yiming, probing both his resolve and confidence, as well as his courage to venture into unfamiliar territories. However, little did Chen Yiming know that, apart from receiving assistance from Brother Tongzi, Jin Sheng was himself quite seasoned. Such minor trials posed no challenge to him. Upon witnessing Jin Sheng's demeanor, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Chen Yiming's eyes. He was evidently prepared. As a lawyer, one could hardly afford to engage in battles without a solid foundation. Should he demonstrate his capabilities, the firm would undoubtedly reward him with a more generous salary, or perhaps even greater joy. In the 21st century, talent was in scarce supply. Very well, go and settle in for now. Filming commences tomorrow, and it will be quite hectic. After departing from Chen Yiming's office, Jin Sheng intended to first inspect the property awarded by Brother Tongzi. Passing by the office of Lawyer Luo, he exchanged a friendly greeting, as they were colleagues within the same firm. The property was conveniently located, merely a short drive of 10 minutes away. Upon registering with the property management, Jin Sheng received 2 access cards and ascended directly to the upper floors. Room 2802 was secured with a combination of a password and a fingerprint scanner. Spanning 139 square meters, it featured 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and a bathroom, all exquisitely furnished and ready for immediate occupation. Brother Tongzi had indeed been thoughtful. The apartment was immaculate, requiring no further cleaning. The view was delightful. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the living room and the balcony, one could even glimpse the coastal bridge, categorizing it as a sea view property. After touring the apartment, Jin Sheng did not linger, opting instead to visit the accommodation arranged by the production team. Should it prove to be subpar, he could later inquire about residing in his own home. The designated apartment was a 2-bedroom, 1 living room, 1 bathroom setup, situated a mere 10-minute journey from Jin Sheng's new residence. The interns arriving tomorrow for the program would also be housed there. Jin Sheng refrained from making any special requests, opting to keep things uncomplicated. The apartment was equipped with several cameras in various corners, although they were not yet operational. Since I am here, I shall adapt. Just as he was about to rest, his phone rang. The screen displayed the name of Teacher Zhu. Instantly, the image of a balding, middle-aged man surfaced in Jin Sheng's mind. His university homeroom teacher, Jin Sheng, who had always seemed to take a particular interest in him. Hello, Teacher Zhu. Haha, Jin Sheng, you've really made a name for yourself. What? The report's online. Today, even the deputy dean asked me if I was still in touch with you. It left me somewhat bewildered. Jin Sheng felt a twinge of embarrassment. Such matters were rather unexpected. Teacher Zhu, it's merely luck, a matter of serendipity. You've always been like this. Preferring to linger in the background during school, shying away from the spotlight. He chuckled softly, knowing that there was little he could say in response. Jin Sheng, undeterred by the silence, swiftly transitioned to the main topic. Jin Sheng, the vice dean has asked me to inquire if you would be interested in pursuing a graduate degree. There's no entrance exam. You would be granted direct admission. Zhu Lao, sure, I am already employed, and further studies would undoubtedly lead to scheduling conflicts, Jin Sheng replied. His tone resolute. Jin Sheng, however, remained unfazed. That is not the case. The vice dean mentioned that in our field of law, practical experience holds paramount importance. Moreover, during your graduate studies, you would frequently intern at various law firms or departments like the prosecutor's office and the court. Your involvement would be nominal, merely to maintain your status while you peruse a few texts, and you could always consult your advisor if you have questions. As long as you complete your thesis, everything else can be managed seamlessly without any clash between work and study. Jin Sheng grasped the essence of the proposition. It appeared that the intent was merely to grant him the prestigious title of a graduate student from Huajin University, a mutually beneficial arrangement. The institution would enhance its reputation while Jin Sheng would elevate his credentials. Recognizing the advantages, he felt compelled to acquiesce. If you put it that way, Zhu Lao, sure, I am indeed interested. This flattery seemed to please Jin Sheng, who acknowledged, indeed, litigation attorneys are undoubtedly among the most articulate professions. Splendid. I shall report this to the vice dean immediately. As for the paperwork, you need not concern yourself. Simply come to the university to sign and meet with your advisor when the time comes. Thank you, Zhu Lao, sure, I appreciate it. However, I am currently in Pengcheng and may require some time before I can return to Shanghai. That is perfectly fine. Focus on your current commitments and remember to visit as soon as you return to Shanghai, Jin Sheng reassured him. Jin Sheng readily agreed. Understood. I will make a note of it. Thank you for your assistance. After exchanging farewells, they concluded the call. Jin Sheng felt a surge of happiness. This was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. It became evident that increasing his visibility in the media was advantageous. With this in mind, he decided to publicize the case at hand, thereby intensifying the momentum. Foregoing any rest, he promptly retrieved the Bai Yirong case and began drafting a petition on his laptop. He specifically noted, to better advance judicial practice, I hereby request a public hearing. Having grown accustomed to writing such reports, Jin Sheng meticulously reviewed his work for approximately 3 hours before submitting it to Lin Mengmeng for further processing. Chapter 35. The Heartfelt Offer. On Wednesday, September 26th. Under a cloudy sky, Jin Sheng awakened to find it was already 8 a.m. Glancing at his phone, he noticed a message from Lin Tao, informing him that the recording of the program was scheduled for 9:30. After completing his morning routine, Jin Sheng ventured out for breakfast before heading directly to the law firm. At this hour, he found himself amidst the peak rush of the morning commute. What should have been a 20-minute journey stretched into nearly an hour. Arriving at the firm shortly after 9, Jin Sheng swiped his card to enter, only to discover that all 4 supervising instructors were already in the office. Chen Dong was present as well. Upon spotting Jin Sheng, he waved him over. Xiao Jin, you've arrived just in time, he exclaimed, somewhat taken aback by the congestion of the peak hour and the new environment. Here, this is your laptop. Courtesy of the sponsor, everyone receives one. The perks are quite nice, Jin Sheng remarked with a smile, and Chen Dong, unfazed by the banter, continued, by the way, you are the assistant attorney, so you will be responsible for guiding the interns shortly. Understood. Leave it to me. Qin Dong had already checked the filming equipment and the arrangement of the sponsor's logo. You stay here. I'll take my leave now. All right. Qin Dong called to a few staff members before departing, leaving only 2 camera operators on site. After greeting the 4 seasoned experts, Jin Sheng brewed himself a cup of coffee and settled onto the sofa by the entrance, immersing himself in the materials. Ding! A message from Lin Mingming arrived, stating that the appeal had been submitted to the High Court of Magic City. Jin Sheng promptly replied, acknowledging the receipt and affirming his continued attention to the matter. The automatic glass door swung open once more, and a slightly awkward boy wearing glasses stepped inside. Upon noticing Jin Sheng, he quickly approached to introduce himself, bowing slightly and extending his hand. Hello, I am the intern, Yang Wei. Oh, greetings. I am your assistant attorney, Jin Sheng. They exchanged a handshake. Follow me. I will take you to the conference room. Okay, great. Jin Sheng led Liang Wei to the door of conference room number 2. You can go in and wait for a moment. Just find a spot to sit. All right, may I add you on WeChat? Of course. Thank you. After they exchanged WeChat information, Jin Sheng returned to the sofa at the entrance, delving back into the materials. Before long, the door opened again, revealing another male student, tall and handsome, with a backpack slung over his shoulder, exuding a strong aura of youth. As he prepared to approach, Jin Sheng remained seated, gesturing towards the interior with a finger. The young man nodded and proceeded inside without further conversation. At this moment, Jin Sheng picked up his laptop and made his way to the break area. Having already guided the first intern, he trusted that subsequent arrivals would find their way. Just as he began to examine an intriguing item in the Bai Yirong case file, he hoped not to be interrupted. Before long, Jin Sheng noticed the 4 esteemed experts emerging from the door. Lucy Yuan even gestured toward him, calling out, Xiao Jin, let us go. Jin Sheng promptly rose and followed suit. At this moment, the VJ commenced his work, capturing the dynamic movements of the group. Jin Sheng trailed closely behind Luo, entering the conference room and deftly shutting the door behind him. Once everyone was seated, Jin Sheng positioned himself beside Lucy Yuan, attentively observing his companions. For men and for women, handsome men and beautiful women. Filming a variety show, he felt like a debutante on her wedding day. It was his first experience. Thus, he resolved to watch and listen more, speaking little. Subsequently, the interns began to introduce themselves one by one. Jin Sheng noticed a fair-skinned, cheerful girl who turned out to be his junior. Indeed, among 10 legal practitioners, one could always find a graduate from Huazhong University of Science and Technology. Lucy Yuan took on the role of host, occasionally steering the conversation. After the interns completed their introductions, the mentors began to introduce themselves, starting with Chen Yiming, the most senior in attendance with the highest position. Ren Wei, partner in the securities department, Luo Jieyun, partner in the Hong Kong office, and Lucy Yuan, partner responsible for compliance and litigation in securities cases. Although he was also a litigation lawyer, their case types differed. At the scene, only Jin Sheng had yet to speak. Lucy Yuan, of course, would not let such a mistake occur. This is your assistant lawyer, Jin Sheng, he announced. He is a colleague from the litigation department of our Shanghai branch, an exceptionally talented criminal lawyer. Recently, he handled the highly publicized Jiang Fifan case independently. In a sense, he is a record creator and holder. Mentioning this matter made Jin Sheng feel a bit uncomfortable. He could only awkwardly yet politely nod and smile at everyone. The group of interns looked at him with curiosity. After all, they were all high achievers of similar ages, while they were struggling through internships. He had already joined a top law firm. It was only natural for them to harbor a sense of inquiry. Once Lu Xiyuan concluded, he nudged Jin Sheng again. Jin Sheng, why don't you say a few words? Jin Sheng did not decline, quickly organizing his thoughts. Hello everyone, I believe you already know my name. Additionally, I am Yutong S. Senior. If you need any assistance in the future, feel free to reach out to me. I wish you all the best in achieving your aspirations. Thank you. Jin Sheng's few polite remarks were quite appropriate, fostering a sense of closeness. Once he finished speaking, Lu Xiyuan continued. All right, next. I will take you on a tour of the office area and various functional zones. We will have a working lunch together at noon. In the afternoon, the first topic will be announced. With that, the four mentors began to rise and exit, and Jin Sheng followed suit. Due to proximity to the door, upon rising, one swiftly pulled it open, showcasing remarkable attention to detail and keen awareness. Before long, everyone began to file out in an orderly manner. Lu Xiyuan led the group, making their way through the offices of each partner, the rest areas, and the tea room. All right, that concludes the introduction. Your workstations are just outside. A gentle reminder, if you decide to slack off, we will certainly notice, he chuckled. Now, feel free to choose your positions. Should you require any assistance, you may approach lawyer Jin directly. Lu Siyuan, busy with his own matters, left the scene in the capable hands of Jin Sheng and returned to his tasks. Jin Sheng took over, saying, "Now, begin selecting your lucky spots." The group responded in unison, "Sure." Huang Kai suggested, "Ladies first." Hu Mingho agreed. "Yes, you go ahead." Zhu Chuang added, "Elders should choose first." Jin Sheng, overhearing this amusing logic, nearly burst into laughter. He decided not to linger and promptly returned to the tea room. A prime choice for a workstation, hydration and snacks at hand, with an opportunity to relax. Before long, everyone had settled into their positions. Once organized and with no immediate work at hand, it was the perfect time for a break. Zhang Yaqi quietly asked Huang Kai, "Hey, do you know if our assistant lawyer has any heroic tales?" During the meeting, didn't lawyer Lu mention a certain case? Xu Wenting, overhearing, chimed in, "Oh, I remember. I think he mentioned the name Zhang Fifan." Zhang Yaqi nodded vigorously. "Yes, that's the name. Let's look it up." Meanwhile, Hu Mingho, eavesdropping, began a search on his laptop. "Wow, so impressive. Amazing," exclaimed Zhang Yaqi as a chorus of astonished voices filled the air. After reading, Hu Mingho turned to Yutong, asking, "Yutong, have you heard your senior's name at school?" Wang Yutong, taken aback, replied, "Not really. Why?" Hu Mingho, with a somewhat complex expression, responded, "Just search for Jiang Fifan online, and you'll see." Yutong nodded. "Oh, the little rabbit, always obedient." Xiao Yang had been attentively listening to their conversation and quietly began his own search. The findings were astonishing, eliciting a gasp from him. "This is legendary, so impressive." Hu Mingho, momentarily lost in thought, snapped back to reality upon hearing Xiao Yang's exclamation. To bolster his confidence, he pondered for a moment before initiating a new topic. Asking Xiao Yang, "Did you graduate from Oxford?" "No, I have just completed my thesis and have yet to defend it." "Did you pursue your undergraduate studies at Jiangxing University?" "Indeed, my major was law, and I also minored in French." The little white rabbit beside me, its eyes still fixed on the computer, exclaims, "Help. How impressive." It is uncertain whether it is referring to Jin Sheng or the discussion about academic qualifications involving Xiao Yang and Hu Mingho. Chapter 36. The first topic as time progressed. Mealtime approached. At this moment, Chen Yiming received a notification from the staff that the takeout had arrived. "Let us go eat." In the pantry, at the chosen workstation, Jin Sheng had already noticed the staff setting up lunch on the long table. Indeed, it was almost time to dine. Before long, the main group arrived. As Chen Yiming led the way, he spotted Jin Sheng still tapping away at his computer. "Xiao Jin, let us eat first." "All right, I'll be right there." After saving his document, Jin Sheng closed his laptop. As he approached, he was greeted by a lavish spread of dishes, a true feast. At that moment, Chen Yiming handed a box of food to Jin Sheng. "Thank you, Chen Liu. No need for thanks. By the way, how is the case you're handling coming along?" Jin Sheng, not pausing in his task, replied while removing the lid. "This morning, I had someone submit the appeal. Let us wait and see how the High Court responds. If it doesn't go through, I'll try the municipal prosecutor's office." Chen Yiming nodded thoughtfully and inquired, "Do you find this case particularly challenging?" Jin Sheng, aware of the curious gazes surrounding him, sensed the ears perked up in anticipation. "It has its difficulties, but it's manageable. Additionally, I've applied for a public trial. We'll see if that gets approved." Upon hearing this, Chen Yiming refrained from probing further, mindful that they were recording a program and details could not be divulged. Instead, he shifted the conversation, addressing the group. "Do we have rice and chopsticks?" "Yes, we do." With this affirmation, Chen Yiming smiled and continued, "Then let us dig in. Make sure to eat well, especially you girls. Otherwise, you'll be starving during overtime." His half-joking, half-serious remark sent a shiver down the spines of several interns. Jin Sheng, unfazed, continued to enjoy his meal. Before long, lunch concluded. After tidying up, everyone returned to their workstations. Jin Sheng seized the opportunity to take a brief nap on the sofa in the pantry, recharging his energy to face the afternoon's challenges. This was a matter of significant financial import, and he could not afford to be careless. Shortly after 2 o'clock, everyone gathered in the conference room. Jin Sheng also found a chair to sit down. While waiting for the instructor to arrive, the group, all of similar age, began to chat. Wang Yutong, the naive newcomer, turned to Jin Sheng and asked, "Senior, where are you from?" "Oh, I'm from Jiangsu in Zhejiang, a small county. How about you? I'm from Anhui. Not too far away. Jin Sheng nodded. Indeed, just next door. At that moment, Su Wenting leaned in. Jin Liu, were you discussing a case with Chen Liu at noon? Yes. I just took on a new case. Su Wenting's eyes sparkled. Is it a criminal case? I think I heard something about an appeal, which means it was previously lost and is now being retried, right? Exactly. How impressive you are. You can handle such a challenging case. Jin Sheng smiled modestly. Nearby, Liang Wei and Hu Mingho exchanged glances filled with envy. After all, the firm entrusted such a significant case to Jin Sheng, which clearly demonstrated his capabilities. If he were to falter, it would be quite embarrassing, reflecting poorly on the firm's reputation. Moreover, Jin Sheng had even requested a public trial, showcasing immense confidence in his abilities. Suddenly, a notification chimed from WeChat. Jin Sheng glanced at his phone. It was a transfer notification from his former landlord. 2,000 yuan in security deposit had been sent over. It seemed the inspection had been completed without any disputes. Otherwise, he might have faced immediate scrutiny, particularly regarding personal taxes, which could easily lead to complications. Abruptly, Liang Wei whispered, "They're here." Jin Sheng quickly silenced his phone. Through the transparent glass doors, he spotted Chen Yiming striding purposefully towards them. Upon entering, Chen wasted no time and stood before the projection screen. I will now present the first case. Please direct your attention to the big screen. The case involved the Lin couple, who sought legal assistance after their daughter, Lin Xiaoe, went missing recently. Following a police report, her lifeless body was discovered in her vehicle by an abandoned national road. The police, after investigation, initially ruled it a suicide and declined to file a case. However, the Lin couple contested this conclusion, suspecting their son-in-law, Liang, of foul play. During the sorting of their daughter's belongings, they uncovered a diary and substantial insurance documents, with Liang named as the beneficiary. This summarizes the basic facts of the case. Next, I will announce the topic. Assuming Lin Xiaoe was murdered rather than having taken her own life, how can we assist the Lin couple in obtaining the insurance payout? Write a legal analysis report, aiming for the shortest time frame while covering the most content. Once completed, email it to me, and we will discuss it in person. The first two to pass will earn KPI credits, concluding the assignment. You may begin now. After delivering his instructions, Chen Yiming departed. Jin Sheng remained seated in the conference room, immediately beginning to write. This case was child's play for him. A straightforward question that would earn him easy points. It was a classic instance of criminal proceedings preceding civil matters. Since he wouldn't be counted towards the intern's evaluations, he felt no qualms about taking on this challenge. 1. A concise overview of the case. 2. The client's demands. 3. Clarification of contentious points and strategies for addressing them. 4. Relevant laws and regulations. The content should include, but not be limited to, petitions for reconsideration to higher authorities, re-evaluations, and presenting new evidence to the police regarding identified discrepancies. After all, Chen Yiming had simplified the task by presupposing murder, making the process considerably easier without the need to consider other possibilities. If the police refuse to file a case, one can still pursue a criminal complaint independently. Regarding this matter, Jin Sheng only touched upon it briefly. If he were to elaborate, it would undoubtedly require a considerable amount of time and would involve a myriad of complexities. Additionally, it would be necessary to send a letter to the insurance company, requesting a suspension of payment on the grounds of a change in the nature of the case. Otherwise, the concerned party might abscond with the funds while one remains in a state of limbo, ultimately achieving nothing. After all, the client's demands explicitly state a desire for monetary compensation. The case entails elements of criminal law, insurance law, contract law, and civil code, among others. While Jin Sheng was writing, a VJ was filming beside him, likely to include the footage in the final cut. It took him approximately half an hour to complete the report. The case itself was not particularly challenging. Rather, it involved a considerable amount of material that required meticulous typing. After verifying the report for errors, he promptly sent it to Chen Yiming's email. Task accomplished. Following a swift session of typing, Jin Sheng felt a slight strain in his shoulders and decided to take a brief respite in the break room. At that moment, upon receiving Jin Sheng's email, Chen Yiming immediately began reviewing it. 10 minutes later, he remarked to himself, the foundation is solid, the logic is coherent, and the legal citations are precise, quite impeccable. The speed is impressive. If he were to enter as an intern, he would likely outshine his peers. After muttering a few words to himself, Chen Yiming rose to fetch some water, intending to observe how the other interns were faring. As for having Jin Sheng deliver an oral report, that seemed unnecessary. If one cannot articulate well as a litigation lawyer, it would be quite the farce. Jin Sheng, too, meandered out of the conference room. Upon entering the office area, he caught sight of Xiao Yang diligently composing his report. The format was clear, and several key points were aptly addressed, demonstrating a reasonable level of skill. Hu Mingho was seated directly across from Xiao Yang, and, noticing Jin Sheng's presence, his eyes gleamed with a spark of cunning. "Jin, could you help me check if my format is correct?" he inquired. "Sure, but I can't guarantee the quality," Jin Sheng replied. Hearing the voice from behind, Xiao Yang turned around, realizing Jin Sheng was standing right behind him. With a smile and a nod, Jin Sheng approached Hu Mingho. The report's heading and format were satisfactory, albeit with minor flaws. Upon reviewing the content, he found the thought process sound and certain details well considered. However, the depth seemed somewhat lacking. It felt akin to a professor delivering a lecture, providing a general overview, yet leaving the intricate details for the student to research independently. Hu Mingho fixed his gaze on Jin Sheng and asked, "How is it?" The question was cleverly phrased, imbued with dual meanings, hinting at a bit of shrewdness. Nevertheless, Jin Sheng chose not to expose the subtext. "Well, the format is mostly fine." "Huh?" Jin Sheng echoed a similar sentiment. A flicker of disappointment crossed Hu Mingho's eyes, indicating that he had not successfully ensnared Jin Sheng. A distant voice called out to Jin Sheng. Turning around, he saw Chun Yiming waving at him from the tea room, beckoning him to come over. "Come on, everyone. Especially you. Yutong, stop shouting for help." After Jin Sheng left, the others nearby burst into laughter. Wang Yutong, the subject of the jest, continued to giggle unabashedly. Upon entering the tea room, Jin Sheng noticed not only Chun Yiming, but also Lu Siyuan present. "Chen Lu, Lulu, what were you up to just now?" "Oh, Hu classmate asked me to check if the format was correct, so I took a look. It seemed fine." Chen Yiming chuckled at Jin Sheng's somewhat mature demeanor. "You are quite the oddball." This remark left Jin Sheng momentarily speechless, but Lu Siyuan, with a smile, chimed in. "Just now, Chen Lu was praising your report for being well written. He was worried about whether to negotiate your salary up to 50. After that, you can just relax as a teaching assistant and refrain from getting involved in the projects. Some topics require resistance, and we fear you might inadvertently cause someone to retreat into their shell." Jin Sheng looked at Chen Yiming in surprise, feeling slightly embarrassed. "What are you staring at? Just say whether you agree or not." Jin Sheng contemplated, realizing this was the second proposal made. A third refusal might lead to complications down the road. A salary of 50, equating to 75,000 a month, would total $1 million annually, a matter of pride to uphold. Yet, negotiations should always be reciprocal. Just like women haggling while shopping, where would the soul of the transaction lie without bargaining? Jin Sheng tentatively inquired, "What about 90? Chen Yiming's eyes widened. 60 it is. Let us settle on that." Jin Sheng was taken aback. This was an unconventional approach. Wasn't the norm for both parties to make concessions and negotiate towards a figure around 70? "All right then." Lu Siyuan, observing their back and forth, found great amusement in their exchange. "What are you discussing that is so entertaining?" At some point, the other two of the four top talents arrived, followed by a VJ recording them. Presumably, they were there to discuss some matters. Jin Sheng, sensing the atmosphere, said, "You all continue. I'll go make a cup of coffee." Unexpectedly, Chen Yiming seized Jin Sheng's arm. "Where are you running off to? Sit down and join us for a moment." Lu Siyuan smiled quietly, and the other two showed no signs of surprise. Jin Sheng, feeling slightly awkward, settled down to listen to the conversation among the prominent figures. As anticipated, the discussion revolved around the group of interns. Lu Siyuan remarked, "My position as the chief of the four notorious ones seems firmly established. It will be challenging to recruit interns in the future." Chen Yiming found this exceedingly amusing, while Renwei jokingly added, "I'm a bit worried too. Not a single vote has been cast for me." Ha ha ha. Luo Jiayun could no longer contain his laughter. The four of them were old acquaintances, and their playful banter was perfectly normal. It was all in good fun. After the jesting subsided, Chen Yiming glanced at his phone and remarked, "It's 3 o'clock. The topic has been released for 45 minutes. Lu Siyuan casually inquired, "How long do you think the fastest will take?" Chen Yiming pondered for a moment and replied, "Even 2 hours may not suffice." Lu Siyuan chuckled. "Then Jin Sheng finished in just half an hour, and you awarded him full marks." Chen Yiming rolled his eyes in exasperation. He had already been removed from that team. "Haha, Xiao Jin, why do you write so quickly? Indeed, you ought to pretend you don't understand. and then seek Chanel for clarification. Look, you've just earned yourself some brownie points with the boss. Faced with the trio's jest, Chen Yiming struggled to maintain his composure. Enough, you lot. Why not teach something worthwhile? Xiao Jin, don't listen to their nonsense. Especially Luo. Don't be fooled by his serious demeanor. He is quite cunning. In our circle, if one possesses ability, one should display it openly, understood? Jin Sheng nodded solemnly, replying, yes. I understand. Chen Yiming, with his hand on his forehead, exclaimed, oh no, Xiao Jin has already been corrupted by you all. The three burst into laughter. Chen Yiming then stated, all right, let us cease the idle chatter. Who do you think will be the first to submit their report? Perhaps Xiao Yang or Hu Mingho? I agree. Those two will likely be quicker, Lu Siyuan added. I'm particularly looking forward to Hu Mingho. I hope he can present something distinctive that will truly impress. At that moment, Jin Sheng chose to remain silent, having just perused some of Hu Mingho's writing, which he could only describe as rather vague and lacking the depth that would provoke thoughtful consideration. Chapter 37. Transformation of Identity as time progressed. The four esteemed experts began to provide their critiques of the past. Jin Sheng assumed the role of a devoted listener. By approximately 4 p.m., Chen Lu had already received reports from 3 classmates. All right, I understand. Chen Yiming promptly responded upon hearing the staff's notification. Let us proceed to listen. He added, Xiao Jin, you should accompany us as well. It is imperative that you undertake your duties as a teaching assistant and lawyer. Should the mentor be unavailable, it will fall upon you to instruct the interns. If we happen to find ourselves in a tie later on, your vote will be crucial. Chen Yiming's statement undoubtedly acknowledged Jin Sheng's capabilities. The other 3 lawyers exchanged knowing glances. Jin Sheng, of course, could not decline, for he had no pressing engagements at the moment, and future topics did not require his participation. There was no need to switch into battle mode. Consequently, he nodded and rose to follow the 4 experts. As they passed the interns' workstations, he smiled and nodded at several of them. In the conference room, Hu Mingho awaited their arrival. Once everyone was seated, Chen Yiming addressed him. All right, please commence your report. Thank you, esteemed instructors. Actually, at the outset, as Hu Mingho began his presentation, Jin Sheng noted that the content closely mirrored what he had reviewed earlier. The overarching framework remained unchanged, with only minor variations in the details. However, several key points were omitted, and the civil aspects were not explored in depth. Approximately 5 minutes later, the report concluded, leaving the attendees exchanging glances. Luo Jieyun remarked, very well, Hu, you may return now. We will announce the specific results shortly. Hu Mingho appeared somewhat hesitant, responding, thank you, esteemed lawyers, before gathering his computer and exiting. The 4 experts commenced their discussion. Luo Jieyun stated, his timing was quicker than we anticipated. His entire logical approach was fairly acceptable. Lu Siyuan interjected, yet he neglected to address the self-prosecution in the criminal aspect. Moreover, he failed to mention how to proceed regarding the civil matters. In my view, his report resembled a brief answer rather than a competent legal report. Chen Yiming nodded in agreement, asking, Xiao Jin, what are your thoughts? Jin Sheng replied, the overarching framework is present, and he has sufficiently utilized the rules. However, I believe it would be prudent to grant him more time, as the depth of his analysis is lacking. Renwei added, indeed, it is somewhat regrettable. He seemed a bit rushed. Chen Yiming concluded, very well, let us provide him with some suggestions for revision. Jin Sheng offered, I shall announce this. I must fulfill my responsibilities as a teaching assistant. Chen Yiming chuckled, ha ha. Then go ahead. The next one is Zhang Yaqi, please summon her in. Nodding, Jin Sheng made his way directly to the intern's workstation corridor. Hu Mingho gazed intently at Jin Sheng, and the other interns followed suit with bated breath. Students, the first report by Hu Mingho has not passed. The second, Zhang Yaqi, may enter now. Jin Sheng, not one to prolong suspense like a director of a musical, swiftly declared the result and returned to the conference room. Upon entering, Lu Siyuan, curious, inquired about the expressions of the candidates after the announcement. Jin Sheng smiled and replied. Hu Mingho certainly appeared somewhat disappointed, while the others seemed to exhale in relief. A few could hardly contain their joy, their exhilaration almost visible on their faces. Their emotional management, however, leaves much to be desired. Luo Jieyun interjected, they are merely children who have just emerged from their ivory towers. Such reactions are understandable. They share a bond as companions, yet they are also rivals. Jin Sheng observed that among the 8 interns, Lu Siyuan likely held a favorable view of Hu Mingho. perhaps due to the latter's impressive resume, inspiring admiration. Just then, Zhang Yaqi entered, her face adorned with a smile that belied any tension. Our report primarily encompasses 3 points. Jin Sheng glanced at the presentation on the screen, momentarily bewildered. What was this? Had she even misidentified the victim? Such an error was a grave misstep. Additionally, the content was riddled with issues. It seemed she had not even grasped the topic, skirting around it without delving in. As expected, once Zhang Yaqi exited, the 4 experts were at a loss for words. This was hardly a report. It resembled more a letter. The young woman was indeed attractive, yet her professionalism fell short. Without soliciting their opinions, Jin Sheng stated, "Shall I call the next one?" Chen Yiming replied, "Yes, please do." Jin Sheng once again stood before the interns. Yaqi did not make it. Next, Xiaoyang, please prepare. As soon as the words left his lips, several sighs escaped. Strangely, Hu Mingho seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, perhaps fearing that Yaqi would succeed. At that moment, Jin Sheng noticed Wang Yutong, her face scrunched up in distress. "Junior sister, you must persevere. Do not cry for help, haha." Wang Yutong, teased, covered her face with her hands in embarrassment. The other interns stifled their laughter, which somewhat alleviated the tense atmosphere. Before long, Xiaoyang arrived, politely knocking before entering upon receiving permission. Upon entering, he distributed printed copies of his report to each person. Jin Sheng took the document, quickly noting its neatness, rendering it easily comprehensible. It was quite similar to what he had seen previously, yet evidently refined. "Good day, esteemed teachers. My report is divided into 4 main sections." His presentation was clear, with no pauses interrupting the flow. In Jin Sheng's mind, a thought lingered. The first successful intern had indeed emerged. As expected, once Xiaoyang concluded his report and exited, Lu Xiyuan smiled, even exhibiting a hint of excitement, eagerly expressing his thoughts. Although halting the review was not the conventional answer. I wish to give." Chen Yiming also rose, frequently perusing Xiaoyang's report. "I found it commendable as well. The reasons I previously articulated still held true, for he provided me with a higher perspective. The two appeared to have recognized talent, their enthusiasm palpable. However, Ren Wei interjected, remarking, "I still believe there exists a substantial issue. His assertions remain rather absolute." Nearby, Luo Jiayan chimed in, "I have harbored concerns regarding him. His approach leans excessively towards academia, which could pose a risk in practical applications, especially if Liang has already absconded with the funds." Chen Yiming attempted to mediate, suggesting, "How about we reach a conclusion?" Lu Xiyuan responded with a smile, "I feel both of them are somewhat hesitant. What do you think, Xiao Jin?" The topic had been thrown in his direction. Jin Sheng organized his thoughts and articulated, "There are shortcomings, yet based solely on this report, it stands out among interns. Several key points have indeed been articulated. As Luo Lu mentioned, while the academic understanding is profound, there remains a gap in practical execution. However, considering the previous performance, I can only assign a score of 60, which should suffice as passing." Luo Jiayu nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Ren Wei, though slightly reluctant, internally acknowledged Jin Sheng's candid commentary. After all, Xiaoyang was merely an intern, with ample room for future growth. Observing both nodding in agreement, Chen Yiming decisively proclaimed, "Very well, let us pass him. Xiao Jin, you may announce this and call the next candidate." As Jin Sheng stepped out, he noticed Hu Mingho observing the meeting room intently from his workstation, evidently flustered. "Classmates," he announced, after deliberation, "Xiaoyang's report has been approved." As the words left his lips, Xiaoyang visibly exhaled in relief, his face brightening with ease. The remaining interns offered gentle applause and congratulations. Jin Sheng smiled at the scene before him. Once the applause subsided, he continued, "Thus, Xiaoyang is the first to pass and may now conclude his day. The rest of you, keep striving. The next candidate for evaluation is Wang Yutong." Chapter 38. The conclusion of day 1. As Jin Sheng re-entered the conference room, Lu Xiyuan greeted him with a smile. How was it outside? What were their reactions? Only Hu Mingho appeared somewhat dejected, while the others mostly expressed envy. The other attorneys exchanged knowing smiles, recognizing that Hu Mingho's resume indicated a rather smooth journey thus far. A minor setback would do him good, as long as he did not succumb to despair. "Greetings, esteemed mentors and seniors." At that moment, a newcomer, affectionately referred to as Little Bunny, entered, prompting laughter among the group. Chen Yiming, still retaining a childlike spirit, playfully winked at Jin Sheng, while Lu Xiyuan beamed with an ant-like smile. Wang Yutong, a bit slow on the uptake, giggled uncontrollably, adding a delightful charm to the atmosphere. "All right, you may begin," Jin Sheng prompted. "Oh, my legal analysis report consists of 3 sections. The first is the overall recommendations. Secondly, on Lin Shaoi's insurance contract, the beneficiary is left blank." Upon hearing this, Jin Sheng sighed inwardly. It seemed his junior from the same university was likely out of her depth. She hadn't even grasped the question. The case summary explicitly stated that the beneficiary was her husband, Liang, yet she presented it as having no beneficiary at all. From a principled standpoint, this was already a significant error. As anticipated, the outcome was evident, leading to a swift call for the next presenter. The subsequent candidate was Su Wenting, whose thorough considerations reflected some practical experience. However, similarly, her logic veered off course, failing to address the fundamental points. She too did not pass. After announcing the results a couple of times, Jin Sheng observed Hu Mingho's anxiety. He seemed fearful that others might succeed while he faltered. Each time he heard that someone else had failed, he instinctively exhaled in relief, which amused Jin Sheng, highlighting Hu's overly competitive spirit. Next to present was Liang Wei, the first in turn to arrive yesterday and the first to proactively add Jin Sheng on WeChat. "Hello, esteemed attorneys, here are several printed materials for your review," he stated as Jin Sheng took them into his hands. The beginning of his presentation was notably different from the previous ones. He had even included the law firm's logo at the top, adding a touch of flair. "My main argument revolves around the insurance contract. If there is no insurance payout, there is no need to continue." Jin Sheng suppressed a laugh. Did this young man overthink the situation? Besides attempting to showcase his uniqueness, he seemed eager for shortcuts, outright dismissing the case in one fell swoop. It was a futile endeavor. As soon as he finished his initial statement, Chen Yiming interjected, "Wait. Your opening statement fundamentally alters the basic facts of the case. I believe there is no need to continue listening." Jin Sheng concurred with this sentiment, albeit without voicing his agreement, merely casting a glance towards Liang Wei. Lu Siyuan subtly shook his head, signifying his accord. Chen Yiming promptly remarked, "Very well. Please return and make the necessary adjustments," perhaps feeling a tinge of reluctance. Lu Siyuan raised his gaze to Liang Wei and offered a few words of counsel. "For us lawyers, this report poses a significant professional risk. It is quite perilous." Jin Sheng wholeheartedly acknowledged this point. After all, for an attorney, being unaware of the client's fundamental requirements is utterly unacceptable. More critically, should an oversight result in the client's interests being compromised, it would undoubtedly lead to considerable complications. Next to present was Zhu Chuaying, a young lady from Hong Kong, rumored to have participated in the Miss Hong Kong pageant. Her countenance and figure were quite commendable, albeit her makeup was somewhat heavy. "Greetings, esteemed mentors. Following my analysis of this case, I have identified several key points." Jin Sheng listened attentively to her articulate Cantonese, her tone measured and her demeanor relaxed. To his surprise, her logic was clear, and her structure was coherent, indicating she possessed practical experience. However, there was a segment where she, too, committed a misunderstanding, the reason for which remained unclear. Subsequently, her content strayed significantly from the topic at hand. Jin Sheng felt a sense of regret. Had she maintained focus, she would have undoubtedly succeeded. At this juncture, only Huang Kai remained for the first round, yet his progress was notably sluggish. Even Hu Mingho had already submitted his revised report, while Huang had yet to complete the initial version. Following the order, Jin Sheng had no choice but to call upon Hu Mingho first. It was evident that Hu was somewhat anxious, lacking confidence. After a brief pause, he began. The overall process has transitioned from 2 steps in the first report to 3 steps now." After listening for a while, Jin Sheng recognized the persistent issue. He merely skimmed the surface without delving deeply into the content. The depth had increased from 2 to 3, but the enhancement was marginal. Nevertheless, overall, the report offered some valuable insights. Should he assign a score, Jin Sheng felt compelled to grant only 60 points, no more. Once Hu Mingho departed, they commenced a discussion that grew somewhat spirited. Lu Siyuan remarked, "The civil aspect remains superficial. There are also issues with the overarching logic." Ren Wei added, "Indeed, he failed to connect the civil and criminal elements." The group exhibited signs of contention. At that moment, Chen Yiming interjected, "Have we perhaps set our expectations too high, being overly critical? Xiao Jin, what is your perspective?" Jin Sheng glanced at his watch. It was already past 6 in the evening, and darkness had enveloped the outside world. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, he has indeed identified several crucial points. However, if tasked with managing a case independently, I would deem this report unsatisfactory. However, as an intern assistant, it is still somewhat acceptable. Luo Jiayun nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed. It aligns closely with my thoughts." The others echoed this sentiment. Jin Sheng continued, "We have also reviewed and listened to the reports from the other interns. In comparison, Hu Mingho's submission stands out as the best thus far." Lu Siyuan's face displayed a hint of disappointment, yet he nodded in agreement. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yiming made a decision, saying, "Let it be so. We shall approve him. This first project concludes here. I will go and announce it." With that, he rose and exited. "Shall we leave as well?" "All right, let's head home for dinner." Jin Sheng tidied up the documents, being the last to leave. Unlike the big shots, as merely an assistant lawyer, he still had some minor tasks to attend to. He glanced at his phone and replied to several messages, mostly from Chen Hansheng, who was indirectly inquiring about Jin Sheng's confidence in the case, likely a request from his aunt. Jin Sheng did not shy away, but responded with a heart emoji. As for the progress, being a lawyer himself, he was well aware there was no need to ask until the review from above was finalized. All he could do was wait patiently. As Jin Sheng prepared to grab his handbag from the pantry, he noticed a few interns still at their desks, particularly Huang Kai, who was holding a computer, looking rather dejected. Jin Sheng casually inquired, "What is the situation? Why are you all still here?" Zhang Yaqi's eyes lit up. "Huang Kai, you can directly ask Lawyer Jin for assistance." Jin Sheng was slightly taken aback. "What do you want to ask me?" Liang Wei chimed in, "Yes. I'm not quite sure myself. Let us hear it together." Huang Kai, with a hint of anticipation, turned to Jin Sheng, "Lawyer Jin, could you help me analyze the project?" Wang Yutong unexpectedly appeared, tilting her head towards Jin Sheng. "Senior, please lend a hand." Jin Sheng smirked slightly. Was she trying to charm him? Oh well, since he had nothing pressing to attend to, he might as well consider it an extra session for them. "All right. Do you want me to write the report for you, or should I analyze it for you to hear?" Wang Yutong was a bit surprised. Senior, you still need to write a report?" Jin Sheng nodded. "Indeed. I can finish it in half an hour, and will send it to Lawyer Chen for review." Huang Kai, possessing a strong sense of pride, replied, "Lawyer Jin, perhaps you could send it to me as a reference first? If I still have questions, I'll come back to consult you." "Sure, I'll send it to you right away." Liang Wei interjected, "I would like a copy as well." Wang Yutong and Zhang Yaqi chimed in unison, "Me too. We all want one." Jin Sheng was indifferent, whether it was one sheep or a flock. He was hurting them all the same. Chapter 39. An urgent case. Upon returning to the apartment, Jin Sheng reflected on the day's experiences, which were rather satisfactory. If he were to put himself in their shoes, he realized that he might not have performed as commendably during his own internship. Chen Yiming, however, demonstrated remarkable wisdom by promptly proposing a solution, exemplifying the art of minimizing losses. Nevertheless, a monthly salary of 80,000 certainly belongs to the realm of seasoned attorneys. For now, he should simply count his blessings. Should he desire more, he would inevitably find himself on par with the partner's remuneration. A prospect that felt premature, given his current level of experience. Within the same apartment, the interns engaged in lively discussions in their chat group, touching upon various topics, even venting about the overwhelming pressure and the challenging assignments. However, once Huang Kai disseminated Jin Sheng's analysis report, a profound silence enveloped the group. Hu Mingho felt somewhat deflated. Both were of similar age, yet he held a higher academic qualification. Why should an intern overshadow him, an assistant attorney? It was only after perusing Jin Sheng's work that he managed to suppress some of his pride. He had to concede that, at least in terms of legal analysis, Jin's report was indeed more comprehensive, encompassing critical points that had eluded his own thoughts. This ignited a spark of determination within him. He must strive harder. Well, Jin is truly impressive, he thought. At such a young age, even younger than I am, he has already achieved so much. If only I could be like him. Observing the envy etched on Huang Kai's face, he instinctively tightened his grip. In another room, Wang Yutong was on the phone with her mother, discussing the day's assignments. Her small face was slightly furrowed with concern. "Mom, I feel so overwhelmed. Everyone seems so capable. They're all graduates. And I'm the only one who just finished my undergraduate studies. Several of them hail from prestigious universities abroad. What should I do?" Moments later, a gentle voice resonated from the other end of the line. "It's all right, dear. Just stay true to yourself and learn from those who excel. Don't focus on comparing yourself to others. It's most important to do your best. I hope this internship helps you grow and improve." From their conversation, it was clear that her mother was wise and sensible, offering encouragement laced with comfort. "I understand, Mom," she replied. "By the way, I met a senior from school today who is only 2 years older than me and is already handling cases independently at a firm like Jin Sheng. He is also our assistant attorney. You can look him up online. His name is Jin Sheng." There was a brief pause on the other end. "Oh, that sounds wonderful. If you have any questions, you could always reach out to this senior." "All right, I'll go take a shower now. Bye, Mom." After hanging up the phone, Wang Yutong glanced at her WeChat chat history. In the internship group, the unread messages had already accumulated to over 99. Upon entering, she found the last message was a document sent by Huang Kai. Without taking the time to shower, she promptly clicked to read it. The following morning, Jin Sheng rose at 7 a.m., having set an alarm specifically for this purpose. He drew back the curtains to find yet another overcast day. Having narrowly avoided tardiness during yesterday's morning rush, he resolved to leave home earlier today. Typically, lawyers do not adhere to strict schedules, as the timing of client calls remains unpredictable. However, the current recording of a program necessitated a different approach. Moreover, Jin Sheng found himself relatively unoccupied. Upon returning to the bustling metropolis, he would likely be inundated with work. The law firm compensated him generously, ensuring he would not remain idle. This month appeared to be his designated time for respite. By 8:20 a.m., Jin Sheng arrived at the law firm. Upon swiping his card for entry, he noted the profound silence. He was evidently the first to arrive. He made his way to the pantry, brewing a cup of coffee to invigorate himself. Before long, others began to arrive, and the sight of the VJ signaled the commencement of filming. Jin Sheng remained still, reclining on the sofa in the lounge while engaging with his phone. As a lawyer, it was prudent for him to stay attuned to the news during his free moments. 2 hours later, Chen Yiming approached him. "Xiao Jin, could you come here for a moment?" "Of course, I'll be right there." Stowing away his phone, Jin Sheng rose and followed swiftly. The intern at the workstation cast a curious glance in their direction. "Please, have a seat. I need to brief you on the situation." "Sure." Once seated, Chen Yiming commenced his explanation. "We have a major client in Magic City who just called. His niece is in some trouble. The matter is quite urgent. A lawyer was initially handling it, but due to health issues, he can no longer represent her. Thus, he reached out to me for assistance. Coincidentally, this incident occurred in Pengcheng, and the first trial is scheduled for the day after tomorrow, leaving us only 2 days to prepare. This is a criminal case, and given its urgency, I intend to assign it to you." Jin Sheng stroked his chin, his brow furrowed in contemplation. A last-minute change in personnel did not bode well. Accepting the case was one thing, but the tight timeline was a cause for concern. "We must proceed with caution. Director Chen, do we have the specific case files?" "The client is already en route, but I can provide you with a general overview." Nodding in acknowledgement, Jin Sheng prepared to listen as Chen Yiming began to outline the details. "The defendant, who is also our client, is a 17-year-old high school sophomore named Wen Xiao, currently enrolled at Pengcheng 5th High School. She has been prosecuted for willful injury resulting in serious harm, and due to her being under 18. She is presently under provisional release. This is all I currently know. You may inquire directly with the client for more detailed information." From the information revealed by Chen Yiming, Jin Sheng could discern that this pertains to a juvenile case. However, it does raise some questions as to how a student like her could commit such a grave act of violence. Ding. Upon receiving a message on his phone, Chen Yiming immediately remarked, "Let us go, they have arrived." Jin Sheng promptly stood and followed Chen Yiming out of the office. As they reached the entrance of the law firm, they encountered a colleague escorting what appeared to be a family of 3 exiting the elevator. The two approached them without hesitation. "Hello, I am Chen Yiming. Mr. Wen has already contacted me. Greetings, I am Wen Kehua, the brother of Qian. Please, follow me to the conference room. Thank you for your assistance." Throughout this exchange, Jin Sheng attentively observed the individuals. The man named Wen Kehua, despite offering a smile during their conversation, displayed an unmistakable sense of strain, evident from the fatigue in his eyes and the stubble on his face. The defendant, Wen Xiao, appeared somewhat pallid, her eyes slightly puffy, indicating she had likely been in tears for several hours. She clung tightly to her mother's arm, exhibiting a profound sense of insecurity. Jin Sheng fully empathized, considering she was merely a young girl. Her mother mirrored this sentiment, her hand firmly resting on her daughter's back. Soon, they settled in the conference room. Chen Yiming and Jin Sheng exchanged glances, both having noted the palpable tension. "Mr. Wen, allow me to introduce our esteemed colleague, Jin Sheng. He is an exceptionally skilled criminal defense attorney. Recently, he has triumphed in 2 particularly challenging cases, successfully exonerating 2 innocent clients. one of whom had been imprisoned for 8 years. This information is readily available online. Indeed, Chen Yiming's words acted as a soothing balm, easing the tension among the family and instilling a glimmer of hope within them. Wen Xiaoro regarded Jin Sheng with hopeful eyes. At this moment, Wen Kehua turned to Jin Sheng, saying, "Attorney Jin, we are counting on you for this case." Jin Sheng deliberately donned a confident smile and replied, "Rest assured, Mr. Wen. I will do my utmost." Chapter 40. Campus bullying. After successfully calming each other's emotions, Jin Sheng felt it was time to delve into the matter at hand. "Mr. Wen, do you have detailed information regarding the case?" "Yes," replied Mr. Wen. "Xiaohua, please bring it out." "All right," Xiaohua responded, retrieving a file from her bag. Upon receiving it, Jin Sheng gestured towards Chen Yiming before opening the document. Details of the case. 2.5 months ago, during a break at Pingqing Fifth High School, an altercation occurred in the second-floor restroom of the teaching building. Following a verbal dispute, the suspect, Wen Xiaoro, brandished a spring knife and inflicted 2 stabs on the victim, Xiao Lisan, targeting her chest. One of the stabs struck a vital area, resulting in severe injuries. She remains in the ICU receiving treatment. 3 witnesses were present at the scene, all capable of corroborating this account. However, this is merely the police's summary of the case. In Wen Xiaoro's statement, she indeed acknowledged the act of stabbing the victim. She also clearly stated that the confrontation began when Xiao Lisan deliberately provoked her, demanding money, and resorted to violence after Wen Xiaoro refused. In a state of panic, she picked up the spring knife lying on the ground and retaliated. Furthermore, throughout the semester, Xiao Lisan had frequently insulted Wen Xiaoro without provocation and had even rallied other girls from the same grade to bully her. The day of the incident was no exception. In terms of evidence, aside from the weapon, there exists surveillance footage from the school corridor and testimonies from 3 students who were present. Jin Sheng meticulously reviewed all the materials, noting that the evidence was decidedly unfavorable for Wen Xiaoro. It could be said that if this matter went to trial, the prosecution would undoubtedly bombard her with overwhelming evidence. Nevertheless, Jin Sheng found a perplexing inconsistency. There was no fingerprint analysis report on the weapon, which seemed rather dubious. After all, Wen Xiaoro had clearly stated in her account that she had picked up the knife from the ground and had not brought it with her. Did the police not understand that the implications of bringing a knife and picking one up off the floor are entirely different? Or was there something more sinister at play? In the conference room, everyone else sat silently, attentively observing Jin Sheng without uttering a word. After closing the document, Jin Sheng shut his eyes, allowing his mind to whirl in contemplation. Yet, he wondered why the system had ceased to respond. Was it again due to the perceived simplicity of the task? Or perhaps the previous reward had been too generous, causing a reluctance to engage? Jin Sheng found himself at a loss. Moments later, he opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. "Miss Wen, I will now pose several critical questions to you. Your responses will greatly influence your chances of exoneration. It is imperative that you answer truthfully, leaving nothing concealed." Wen Kehua and his wife turned their concerned gazes toward Wen Xiaoro, whose face reflected a tumult of emotions, rage, helplessness, and shame, a veritable tapestry of feelings. Jin Sheng understood that Wen Xiaoro had likely anticipated the nature of his inquiries. After all, these are all disreputable matters. Even as memories, they still inflict pain upon oneself. After a considerable pause, Wen Xiaoro, as if resigned to her fate, closed her eyes and said, "You may ask." Her voice was cold, yet trembled slightly, revealing her inner turmoil. Jin Sheng disregarded her demeanor and began his questioning directly. "First, have you often been bullied by Xiao Lisan and her associates?" Wen Xiaoro nodded, her eyes remaining shut. Yes, it was indeed Xiao Lisan along with the 3 individuals from that day in the restroom. Jin Sheng made a note on his paper and continued, "Within the month preceding the incident, did any similar events occur?" A look of pain crossed Wen Xiaoro's face. Yet she answered, "Yes." "Can you recall specific times and locations?" June 16th. During the midday break, still in the second-floor restroom. June 21st. During the 3rd period of physical education class, in the small grove beside the playground. June 27th. During the 1st period of physical education class, in the indoor basketball court. July 4th. After school, on the small path beside the school. What profound harm this must have caused her to remember so vividly. As Wen Xiaoro recounted her experiences, Wen Kehua clenched his fists tightly. His wife, seated beside him, had already reddened around the eyes. It was evident that both were maintaining their composure, exercising restraint, and not interrupting Jin Sheng. After meticulously documenting the details, Jin Sheng calculated the timeline in his mind. It seemed to occur once a week. While they were bullying you, did they attempt to extort money from you? Though when Shiro kept her eyes closed, tears streamed down her cheeks. Without hesitation, she responded to Jin Sheng's inquiry. Yes. Each time, they would transfer all the money from my phone, ranging from a few hundred to a few dozen yuan. Did you report this to the police when they took your statement? Yes, but they noted that each transfer had been labeled with a reason, claiming it was for repayment. Jin Sheng nearly chuckled at this. It seemed they had some legal awareness, knowing to leave themselves an escape route during the extortion. But was it truly effective? It certainly could not withstand thorough scrutiny. Yet there seemed to be some issues on the police side. Jin Sheng was still unclear about the reasons behind it. This necessitated further investigation into the victim's background. Regarding their bullying and theft, did you report this to the school or any teachers? Yes, I spoke to our homeroom teacher, Mr. Kai, twice, but ultimately, nothing came of it. Did any of your classmates know about this? My deskmate, Lan Shan. She even encouraged me to tell the teacher. Last question, how long has their bullying persisted, or is there anyone whose experience resembles yours? Upon hearing this question, Wen Xiaoro furrowed her brow in contemplation for a moment. This time, she finally opened her eyes and stated with certainty, yes, Xiao Lisan's classmate in her first year, Yang Yan. Since the division of classes in the second year of high school, I have faced bullying due to my beauty, academic excellence, and favorable family circumstances, particularly from a group led by Xiao Lisan. These words were inadvertently spoken by one of her followers after they had stolen my money. They remarked that although I was more challenging than Yang Yan, I possessed considerably more money. I had taken the time to learn about Yang Yan, a quiet girl with commendable academic performance. Ever since the class division, they had ceased to trouble her. Jin Sheng's eyes glinted with a newfound determination. It seemed he was eager to meet this Yang Yan. However, having gathered sufficient information, it was time to embark on the investigative phase. Very well, I acknowledged. When? Do not linger in the shadows of memories. All hardships shall eventually pass. They will become your nourishment, fortifying your spirit. From here on, I shall take charge. You should return, indulge in a warm bath, and enjoy a restful sleep, leaving your worries behind. Tomorrow, the sun will rise anew. Remember, in life, no obstacle is insurmountable. After hearing Jin Sheng's comforting words, when Xiaoro released her mother's hand for the first time, standing up to bow to Jin Sheng, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Lawyer Jin. The one couple also gazed at Jin Sheng with appreciation, recognizing the significant improvement in their daughter's spirits. Shen Yiming smiled and patted Jin Sheng on the shoulder. As a lawyer, it is not only essential to provide clients with professional and rigorous legal advice, but also to soothe their emotions, a task Jin Sheng executed flawlessly. One could say that an 80,000 yuan monthly salary was well-deserved for this endeavor. Time was of the essence, and Jin Sheng was ready to commence his investigation. He stood up and addressed the group. Lawyer Chun, Mr. Wan, Mrs. Wan, and Wan, I must take my leave to attend to pressing matters. Shen Yiming responded, very well. Proceed. I've arranged for the driver to wait downstairs. For the next few days, wherever you need to go, Lao Ma will drive you. Additionally, I will handle any other trivial matters on your behalf. When Kahua added, should you require anything, do not hesitate to contact me. All right, please continue your discussion. I shall be on my way, Jin Sheng concluded before making a brief stop at the refreshment area to grab his bag in preparation for departure. The interns at their desks observed Jin Sheng's swift demeanor, speculating about the nature of his case. After all, the glass of the conference room was transparent, leaving little to the imagination, especially with Chun Yiming accompanying him. Although they were utilizing a recording studio's conference room, it would not be broadcasted, after all. It wasn't a live session, so what was there to fear? Watching Jin Sheng's hurried exit, several interns displayed expressions of envy, particularly Hu Mingho, Liang Wei, and Huang Kai among the boys. Chapter 41. Confrontation. The first stop for Jin Sheng was the district prosecutor's office. After registering in the lobby downstairs, he finally met with the prosecutor assigned to the case, Deng Fengrong. Hello, Prosecutor Deng. I am Jin Sheng, the attorney representing Wen Xiaoro. Oh, what do you wish to discuss with me? The prosecutor before him, with graying hair and thick glasses, appeared to be quite advanced in age. However, his wealth of experience was undeniable. As the saying goes, an elder in the family is like a treasure. Despite the prosecutor's lack of cordiality, Jin Sheng maintained a smile on his face. I would like to inquire why the police did not collect or examine the fingerprints on the murder weapon. Deng Fengrong glanced sideways at Jin Sheng and replied, Your client has already identified the murder weapon and admitted to the crime. Is there really any need for further examination? Jin Sheng nearly laughed at the absurdity of the situation. Was it not clear that, without a court trial, both the prosecutor's office and the police had already determined guilt? Moreover, had they effectively obstructed his path to a defense of innocence? Excuse me, Prosecutor Deng, but we wish to formally request a thorough examination of the murder weapon, including but not limited to its origin and fingerprints. This is our right. Upon hearing Jin Sheng's assertion, Deng Fangrong's brows furrowed in disapproval. This was clearly a challenge to the police's investigative findings. Do you understand what you're saying? He queried. Indeed, I am fully aware, Jin Sheng replied confidently. Deng Fangrong sneered. The audacity of youth. However, according to the lawyer's law, you are entitled to request the prosecutor's office to retrieve and examine relevant evidence. Very well. Proceed to the Public Security Bureau. I will notify them. If there is nothing else, you may leave. I have many matters to attend to. How brazenly dismissive. It seemed there was no need for further discussion. Thank you for your time, Prosecutor Deng. I shall not disturb your work any longer. Goodbye. Jin Sheng departed with a polite farewell, demonstrating his composure. Upon exiting the prosecutor's office, Jin Sheng headed directly to the District Public Security Bureau. After all, to conduct on-site visits at the school and obtain surveillance footage, he required the official documentation issued by the Bureau. His lawyer's credentials alone would not suffice. They would surely not cooperate without the proper authorizations. The two departments were not far apart, and within about 15 minutes, he arrived. Jin Sheng couldn't help but marvel at the convenience of having a dedicated vehicle. One merely needed to make a request to be taken anywhere. After registering once more, he made his way into the bureau. On the second floor, in the Criminal Investigation Unit, he sought out Officer Liu Pingdong. Officer Liu, good day. I am the attorney representing Wen Xiaoro. Oh, Prosecutor Deng just called. I was about to head to the evidence room to retrieve the murder weapon for examination. You may accompany me to oversee the process. Without waiting for Jin Sheng's response, Liu turned and walked away. Jin Sheng felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Filled with frustration, he truly could not comprehend the motives of these individuals. If they had nothing to hide, why such evasiveness? In light of the circumstances, one should not cast blame upon oneself. Jin Sheng chose to remain silent and proceeded directly onward. The journey from the evidence room to the Forensic Examination Center transpired without incident. Upon returning to the office, Liu Pingdong, exhibiting a hint of impatience, inquired, Very well. I must attend to the case now. Do you have any further matters, Counselor? Oh. I wish to retrieve the surveillance footage from the month preceding the incident and conduct an on-site visit. I would require Officer Liu's assistance in issuing a letter for evidence collection. Liu Pingdong furrowed his brow, recognizing he had no choice. This was the lawyer's right. Should he refuse cooperation, a complaint from a lawyer would be rather uncomfortable. Concerning the surveillance footage, according to procedural regulations, we had already copied all internal footage from the school for the past month. You may take a copy with you. As for the on-site visit, I shall provide you with a letter now. As Jin Sheng sat in the vehicle en route to the school, he suddenly recalled that he had overlooked this crucial detail. In the event of a serious criminal case, evidence must be preserved indefinitely, including surveillance footage, which is typically retained for at least a month. This is to prevent wrongful convictions and safeguard against the loss of evidence. Jin Sheng felt a sense of relief, initially. He feared that the footage might have already been overwritten. To his pleasant surprise, it seemed fortune favored the cheerful. Half an hour later, through the car window, he could see the grand characters of Pingcheng 5th Senior High School, glistening with a layer of bronze under the sun's rays. Once the vehicle came to a stop, Jin Sheng stepped directly toward the campus. Halt. Whose parent are you? Sir, here is my letter of introduction. Please take a look. After a 5-minute wait following his submission of the letter through the window, the small side door finally creaked open. A security guard, half wearing spectacles, his hat slightly askew, awaited him. Particularly striking was the sharp gaze that flickered up from beneath lowered brows. He was evidently a seasoned professional. Your credentials must be registered before entry is permitted. Very well. Faced with such stringent security, Jin Sheng had no choice but to comply and present his identification for registration. Sir, if you could just, Jin Sheng, the name checks out. You may proceed. Thank you, sir. This is the wisdom of life. One should avoid offending anyone, especially a security guard. After all, one can never be certain of the identities that lie behind such figures. Little did he know, the legendary Dragon Hall Master, who had received 4 doses of the Sinovac vaccine, known as the god of war and sect leader, was indeed part of this circle. Better to err on the side of caution. It was now 2 p.m., and the students were likely still in class. Jin Sheng first visited the locations mentioned by Wen Xiaoro, seeking to locate the surveillance cameras for future reference. Ding, ding. Just as he exited the indoor basketball court, the school bell rang, signaling the end of class. The entire teaching building transformed from a serene atmosphere to a cacophony of noise. In the teacher's office at the far end of the second floor, every student encountered along the way gazed at Jin Sheng with a mixture of curiosity and intrigue. After all, he was impeccably dressed in a suit, embodying the essence of a business elite, tall and handsome. Out of the corner of his eye, Jin Sheng noticed several groups of female students engaged in conversation, who, upon catching sight of him, displayed a hint of bashfulness. Class 8 of the second year was where Wen Xiaoro studied. The homeroom teacher, Kai Kuan, was reputed to be rather strict, particularly fond of surprise checks. Within a relatively spacious office, several teachers were seated in small clusters. Jin Sheng spotted a teacher in his 40s, sporting a center-parted hairstyle, who was grinning at his phone in a rather lewd manner. A thought crossed his mind. This must be the one. "Excuse me, are you Teacher Kai?" Jin Sheng inquired. "And you are?" Kai Kuan replied. "I am the proxy lawyer for Wen Xiaoro, here to gather some information." As soon as Jin Sheng spoke, the other teachers in the office turned their attention towards him. Kai Kuan furrowed his brow. "Ask what you wish to know." "I have already relayed everything I needed to the police." With a calm smile, Jin Sheng responded. "I would like a copy of the transcripts for Qiao Lisan and Wen Xiaoro from the first year to the present." It was a reasonable request, and Kai Kuan had no grounds to refuse. Jin Sheng smoothly obtained the documents he sought. After securing the materials, Jin Sheng produced a voice recorder and asked, "Teacher Kai, would you mind if I recorded this conversation?" Kai Kuan exhibited a slight reluctance but ultimately shook his head in acquiescence. Jin Sheng activated the device and placed it between them. "Teacher Kai, according to reports from Wen Xiaoro, Qiao Lisan, in collusion with others, has bullied her and forcibly demanded money from her. She has communicated this to you, and not just once, correct?" Kai Kuan's expression shifted subtly. "What do you mean by that, lawyer? Are you implying that I am at fault?" Jin Sheng thought to himself, if you had handled the situation properly, would we be in this predicament today? However, he refrained from voicing such thoughts. "Oh, that is not my intention. I am merely here to ascertain the facts. You can simply confirm whether it occurred or not." Suppressing his irritation, Kai Kuan replied, "Are you a law enforcement officer? Why must I disclose anything to you?" Jin Sheng chuckled coldly and presented his evidence. "This document is a statement issued by the police. Feel free to examine it. Moreover, as a homeroom teacher, shouldn't you be responsible for the students in your class? I only wish for you to recount the truth. If you prefer not to speak now, I can arrange for you to testify in court in a few days. Of course, I am not afraid of your potential dishonesty, as long as you are prepared to face the consequences." To such individuals, Jin Sheng showed no semblance of courtesy. How could he, with a significant incident involving his students, still occupy himself with trivial social media videos? Is there any sense of justice in that? Chapter 42. Harvest at School. Kai Kuan felt his face flush slightly from Jin Sheng's remarks, his eyes narrowing as they glared at the young man before him. An overwhelming urge to strike him rising within. Jin Sheng, undeterred, remained unfazed by the tension. After all, the combat skills rewarded by the boss were gathering dust. Perhaps it was time to put them to good use. "Kai teacher, I shall inquire once more. Has Wen Xiaoro ever reported any instances of bullying or extortion by Qiao Lisan?" "Yes." Jin Sheng disregarded Kai Kuan's clenched teeth and pressed on. "How many times?" "Twice." "And how did you handle it?" Though vexed, Kai Kuan was not so blinded by anger that he would respond carelessly. An improper answer could lead to dire consequences. He forced himself to suppress his emotions and, after a moment's contemplation, replied, "Once I clarified the facts, I reprimanded her sternly. She assured me she would not repeat her mistakes. They are still children, fundamentally not bad, they merely err at times. I primarily focus on correction through criticism." Jin Sheng raised an eyebrow, clearly recognizing that Kai Kuan was sidestepping the gravity of the situation to exonerate himself. This was not a courtroom, and Jin Sheng had no particular stake in Kai Kuan's fate. He was indifferent as long as he obtained what he desired. "Kai teacher, could you kindly summon classmate Lan Shan for me?" "Of course." With the focus shifting away from himself, Kai Kuan let out a sigh of relief. Moments later, a timid young girl wearing black-rimmed glasses entered, trailing behind Kai Kuan. Jin Sheng switched his demeanor, donning a warm smile. Conversing with an inexperienced girl necessitated a gentler approach. unlike the earlier confrontational tone. "Hello, you must be classmate Lan Shan." The girl nodded silently. "I am the lawyer for your desk mate, Wen Xiaoro. May I ask you a few questions?" Go ahead." Lan Shan's voice was soft, suggesting she was not adept at social interactions. "Are you aware of the bullying that Wen Xiaoro has endured?" Lan Shan nodded slightly. "I know, we are desk mates and friends. Once, over 600 yuan was taken from her, and she cried when she returned. It was her father's birthday that day, and she planned to buy a cake after school. But during gym class that afternoon, they took it from her. I eventually lent her 500 yuan to buy the cake. They were too much, which is why I encouraged Xiaoro to inform the teacher." Throughout Lan Shan's narrative, Jin Sheng maintained a smile, offering encouragement. The effect was evident as Lan Shan divulged everything she knew. As for testifying in court, Jin Sheng deemed it unnecessary to avoid imposing any psychological burden on the child. The recordings he possessed were more than sufficient. "Do you know how, on the day of the incident, Xiaoro made her way to the second-floor restroom?" "Indeed. I am aware that Xiaoro has been threatened. At that time, she confided in me that if she did not comply, Xiao Lisan would disseminate certain videos." Jin Sheng raised an eyebrow, sensing that there was a deeper narrative at play. Why then did Wen Xiaoro remain silent during their encounter in the morning? It seems she must have had her reasons shrouded in secrecy. Videos? Jin Sheng felt a vague notion stirring within him. "So Lan, have you encountered such situations on several occasions?" "More times than I can count. This semester, it appears that every time a quiz is administered by any teacher, Xiaoro faces bullying." As Lan Shan recounted her tale, several onlooking teachers exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting concern. One young female teacher even had reddened eyes. Meanwhile, Kai Kuen's face flickered between shades of red and blue, revealing his turmoil. Whether it stemmed from anger or shame remained unclear. Jin Sheng understood that it was time to conclude this line of inquiry. "Thank you, Lan. Your words today will prove invaluable to Xiaoro. I believe it will not be long before she returns to continue her studies alongside you." Lan Shan likely felt a sense of joy in being able to assist her friend. "It's no trouble. I merely spoke the truth. They are truly despicable." After Lan Shan departed, Jin Sheng turned to Kai Kuen and inquired, "Teacher Kai, do you know which class Yang Yin belongs to?" Before Kai Kuen could respond, a bespectacled female teacher interjected. "What is your reason for seeking her out?" "Oh, may I know your name?" "I am Teacher Zhang, the homeroom teacher for Yang Yin." "Teacher Zhang, I wish to speak with Yang Yin to gather some information. She may possess insights. Would you be able to assist me in locating her?" "I see. I shall go fetch her for you." "Thank you, Teacher Zhang." Perhaps it was Lan Shan's earlier narrative that stirred Teacher Zhang's compassion. Upon learning that Jin Sheng's inquiry was related to Wen Xiaoro, she did not hesitate and promptly left to find the student. Shortly thereafter, a girl with a bun hairstyle, cherubic cheeks, and large, innocent eyes entered the room, followed closely by Teacher Zhang. "This is Yang Yin. Feel free to ask her whatever you wish. I have already briefed her on the matter while on the way here." "Thank you, Teacher Zhang. This certainly saves me some effort." "Hello, Yang. I am a lawyer. My surname is Jin. Greetings, I am Yang Yin." Yang Yin appeared considerably more composed than Lan Shan had been, her gaze toward Jin Sheng imbued with curiosity. "You are likely aware of the situation concerning Wen Xiaoro, correct?" Yang Yin nodded silently. "As for Xiao Lisan, you should also be familiar with her, I presume? Prior to the class reorganization, she was in the same class as I. So, Yang, would you be inclined to assist Wen Xiaoro?" Jin Sheng felt his tone resembling that of the wolf enticing Little Red Riding Hood. Yang Yin did not respond immediately. Instead, she puffed her cheeks and lowered her head in contemplation. As she made her way here earlier, the homeroom teacher had already made her aware of the reason. If she was able to seek her out, it must mean she had learned something. Otherwise, what purpose would there be in reaching out to her without any prior contact? Jin Sheng did not rush her, allowing her the time to ponder. The sound of the class bell finally prompted Yang Yin to lift her head. "Lawyer Jin, could you please provide me with your contact information? Preferably WeChat, so I can send you the materials after school." "Certainly. Thank you, classmate Yang." Jin Sheng quickly found a piece of paper and scribbled down his phone number, handing it directly to Yang Yin. "I will head to class now. Goodbye." "All right, goodbye." Around 3 in the afternoon, upon returning to the law firm, Jin Sheng settled onto the sofa at the entrance and began to search through the surveillance footage. The 2 main conference rooms had already been occupied by his colleagues. For individuals were gathered on one side, likely engaged in a project, perhaps in a competitive discussion. Jin Sheng chose to ignore this and focused on his own tasks. With the timeline provided by Wen Xiaoro, he easily captured 2 segments of pertinent footage. The segment from the indoor basketball court was particularly intriguing, as it provided a wealth of information. They probably had not noticed that a camera was discreetly positioned in the corner. After mentally reviewing the case, Jin Sheng felt a significant alleviation of his urgency. Now, he awaited the forensic report from the police. Once he had organized the materials, Jin Sheng decided to take a break in the pantry. After all, he had been so busy that he had not even had lunch, and his stomach was beginning to grumble. Grabbing a pack of snacks to tide him over seemed reasonable enough. Through the transparent glass, Jin Sheng's movement could not go unnoticed. Wang Yutong, the little rabbit, waved at him cutely. Jin Sheng responded with a smile. Just as he passed by the office, Chen Yiming spotted him and waved him over. As soon as he entered and sat down, Chen Yiming eagerly inquired, "How is it going?" Jin Sheng smiled confidently. "No issues at all. I'm currently contemplating whether to countersue the other party." Chen Yiming adjusted his glasses, a hint of surprise in his voice. "Oh, have you discovered something?" Jin Sheng nodded. "Quite a lot. All substantial evidence. I could even initiate a criminal private prosecution, including against the one lying in the hospital. If we pursue this, I am confident that, even if the other party is a minor, they could face a minimum of 3 years, straight from the hospital to prison." This revelation nearly caused Chen Yiming to spit out his drink. "Is it truly that severe? All right. You proceed with that. I'll reach out to Mr. One." At that moment, Jin Sheng recalled something. "By the way, Lawyer Chen, do you have any means to investigate Shao Lisan's background? I have a lingering suspicion that something is amiss." "Certainly, I will arrange that. I will take my leave now." After Jin Sheng exited the office, Chen Yiming took out his phone and sent a message. Chapter 43. Unexpected gains. The sound of a phone ringing interrupted Jin Sheng's moment of respite as he prepared to enjoy a cup of water and a packet of biscuits. It was an unfamiliar local number. Sighing, he reluctantly answered the call. "Hello, this is Lawyer Jin Sheng." "Hello, Lawyer Jin Sheng, this is Wen Kehua, the gentleman you met this morning." "Oh, Mr. Wen, how may I assist you?" "I have some important information that Xiao Rou just shared with us, and I believe it is imperative that I relay it to you." Jin Sheng's heart skipped a beat at the unexpected urgency in Wen's voice. "Please, go ahead, Mr. Wen." Xiao Rou recalled a troubling incident where she had been bullied and had contemplated reporting it to the authorities. However, she was threatened by a girl named Huang Yuan, who claimed that her uncle, a leader in the Public Security Bureau, held sway over the school's jurisdiction, rendering any police intervention futile. With this revelation, Jin Sheng's suspicions were finally put to rest. It became evident that if he could uncover such information so easily, the police surely would be aware as well. "Understood, Mr. 1. This discovery is highly valuable to us. Please ensure Xiao Rou is informed." "Very well, I shall not keep you further." After hanging up, Jin Sheng sent a message to Chen Yiming, highlighting the focus of their investigation. He had done all he could for now and could only await further developments. Tomorrow, he would organize the evidence and submit the list to the court. Meanwhile, in a standard hospital room, Shao Lisan had long since passed the critical stage and had been transferred from the ICU a month prior. "Mom, what did Uncle say?" "Dear, do not dwell on such matters. Concentrate on recuperating." "No, I have suffered greatly and I demand justice. Rest assured, your father has already spoken with your uncle, and we will have results the day after tomorrow." Upon hearing her mother's words, Xiao Lisan felt a wave of relief wash over her, her eyes gleaming with a vengeful resolve. As the only daughter in her family, having moved from another region over a decade ago, she had been excessively pampered. During her junior high years, life was manageable, with her family running a modest business that met their needs. Yet, as she transitioned to high school, her parents' business faced increasing difficulties, compounded by 2 years of economic hardship. At this moment, jealousy began to fester within her. She envied those who were beautiful, academically successful, and financially secure. Moreover, having an uncle in a prominent position at the district's Public Security Bureau emboldened her sense of entitlement. Just as she was peeling an apple, another phone rang nearby. The screen displayed the name Chao Chenjun. After placing down the items and wiping his hands with a tissue, he finally answered the call. "Hello, brother. Is there something you need?" "Xiaolon, how is Xiaoxin's recovery?" "Quite well. She can now take a few steps, and the stitches were removed yesterday." "Oh, that's good to hear." At that moment, Xiao Lisan suddenly asked, "Mom, is it Uncle? Let me talk to him." Before her mother could respond, she seized the phone and began speaking, her tone laced with a hint of childlike charm. "Uncle, it's Lisan." "Oh, Xiaoxin, are you feeling any better?" "Still quite uncomfortable, and sometimes it itches." "Uncle, you must avenge me." "All right, I understand. Just focus on your recovery." "Thank you, Uncle." "Now, Xiaoxin, pass the phone to your mother. I have some matters to discuss with her." Okay. Xiao Lisan reluctantly handed the phone to her mother. Mom, Uncle says he has something to tell you. All right. As Huang Xiaolon took the call, Xiao Qingjuan's deep voice resonated. Xiaolon, don't speak just yet. Listen carefully. Today, the opposing party's attorney came to the bureau requesting an examination of that spring knife. I have a lingering unease, fearing something might go awry. If Xiaoxi needs to testify, make sure she firmly states that the other party instigated the violence, intending to seek revenge. As for the knife, say we don't know where it came from. My intention in asking you to convey this is for you to oversee the matter. Do you understand? Huang Qiaolon listened intently, knowing it concerned her daughter. Rest assured, brother, I'll remember everything and ensure Xiaoxin is well informed. Xiao Chengjun finally sighed in relief. All right. I have more to attend to, so I'll leave it at that. Goodbye, brother. After hanging up, Huang Qiaolon immediately turned to Xiao Lisan to relay the conversation. As time passed, the sky outside grew increasingly dark. Jin Sheng remained seated on the sofa in the tea room, diligently writing defense materials for the upcoming court appearance. A notification chimed new messages on WeChat. Upon checking, he discovered a request from a new friend, marked with the name Yang Yin. After approving the request, a message promptly arrived. Lawyer Jin? Was she confirming his identity? Yang Yin seemed quite attentive. After a while, once Jin Sheng responded, Yang Yin sent over 2 videos. He quickly saved the first one before opening it. The first video, approximately 10 minutes long, depicted Xiao Lisan and 3 others bullying and extorting Yang Yin. The second video lasts merely 8 minutes, presenting identical content, albeit filmed in a different location. After watching it, Jin Sheng found himself admiring Yang Yin, recognizing her diligence in gathering evidence. According to Wenxiaro, since the second year of high school began, Xiao Lisan had ceased to trouble Yang Yin, likely due to the existence of these 2 videos. This situation transcends mere financial concerns. Jin Sheng promptly sent a message in the chat. Dear classmate Yang, have you considered reporting this to the authorities so that they might face legal repercussions? In short order, Yang Yin replied, I have looked into it. Bullying, unless it results in serious harm, typically incurs only school disciplinary actions. Even if reported, it may only lead to administrative detention. Moreover, as they are minors, they may evade punishment altogether. Upon reading her response, Jin Sheng could not suppress a sigh. Although Yang Yin had conducted her research, it was evidently incomplete, likely sourced from the internet. Determined to enlighten her, he continued, Are you aware that if bullying is accompanied by violence, coercion, or any means of seizing personal or public property, it constitutes robbery? Should such incidents recur, they may qualify as multiple counts of robbery, regardless of the monetary value involved, leading to severe penalties. If the aggressors are over 16 years of age, they face criminal charges, with potential imprisonment ranging from 3 to 10 years. After a considerable pause, Yang Yin finally responded, however, Xiao Lisan has bullied me in quite some time. Is it necessary to revisit this issue? Jin Sheng completely understood her hesitation. After all, she was still a minor. The primary intention behind the recordings was to avoid further harassment, and now that her objective had been achieved, her instinct was to disengage. She felt that retreating was already a challenge, let alone instigating further conflict. Dear classmate, Jin Sheng replied, I understand your perspective, yet I cannot concur. Perhaps it is due to my profession as a legal practitioner. From my viewpoint, while you may have temporarily escaped Xiao Lisan's torment, what about your fellow students? Consider the plight of Wenxiaro. Her experience is a direct consequence of bullying. What lies ahead? If the perpetrators go unpunished, will other students not face similar fates? Will Xiao Lisan not act with impunity and continue to harass you? By then, will it not be too late? After what felt like an eternity, Yang Yin sent another message. Lawyer Jin, what do you suggest I do? This was precisely the response Jin Sheng had anticipated. Dear classmate, my counsel is to bravely step forward and ensure that these wrongdoers are brought to justice. I am here to assist you as your attorney, accompanying you through this process. Chapter 44. Is this the end? Jin Sheng and Yang Yin concluded their conversation on the phone around 9:30 in the evening. The communication flowed smoothly, yielding favorable results. However, upon leaving, they discovered that both groups of interns were still working late. A few VJs were still engaged in filming. Had it truly only been half a day since they last met, and yet everyone had immersed themselves to such an extent? Jin Sheng noticed the door to meeting room number 2 was ajar, and he took a step inside. Still working late? He greeted. Senior brother Jin, hello. After exchanging pleasantries, they returned to their tasks. Is this your second new project? Indeed, we have divided into 2 teams for a debate competition. Jin Sheng had his suspicions confirmed. It was no wonder there were 4 individuals in each meeting room. He glanced at Wang Yutong's computer and surmised that their topic likely revolved around intellectual property rights. Although the topic stipulated that they could not receive guidance, they could still assist in daily life. Are you all hungry? Would you like to grab a late-night snack? Zhu Chaoying, while packing her belongings, declined the offer. Thank you, senior brother Jin, but I must return home to sleep. Wang Yutong hesitated. Senior brother. I'm on a diet, so I want to eat. Xiao Yang and Liang Wei shook their heads in agreement, also opting out. Seeing their collective refusals, Jin Sheng remarked that it was cost-effective. Very well. You all continue with your work. I shall go out for a bite. Goodbye, senior brother. Farewell. As Jin Sheng departed, he passed by the first meeting room. Through the glass, he observed the others engrossed in their tasks and refrained from interrupting. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Jin Sheng opted not to visit the law firm. Given that recordings were underway, the bustling environment was rather inconvenient. With the police's forensic report still pending, Jin Sheng chose to focus on compiling a witness and evidence list, which he promptly uploaded through his mobile device for the court and prosecution to access. At the district prosecutor's office, after arriving at work, Deng Fongrong noticed the materials Jin Sheng had sent. After a cursory glance, he paid little further attention. He was well aware of Jin Sheng's intentions. It was merely an attempt to mount a defense based on justifiable self-defense, aiming for an acquittal. In Deng's view, among the evidence provided by Jin Sheng were 2 segments of school surveillance footage. However, he questioned their relevance. They bore no relation to the events of the day in question and rather served to illustrate that when Xiaoro acted out of resentment and deliberate vengeance. As for the witnesses, there was no need for further contemplation. Could they alter the facts? His side had 3 classmates who had witnessed the event firsthand. Additionally, there was the weapons forensic report. What did it matter who possessed it? Ultimately, it would depend on who wielded it in the act. As time inexorably ticks away. Approaching midday, Chen Yiming sent a message to Jin Sheng, containing the list of family members and background information on Chao Lisan. After perusing the details, Jin Sheng couldn't help but smirk. Everything had finally fallen into place. Suddenly, the shrill ring of his phone interrupted his thoughts. The caller ID displayed a local landline from Pengcheng. Hello, this is Liu Pingdong. The inspection report is ready. I've placed it in the reporting hall for you to collect. Before Jin Sheng could utter a word, the call was abruptly terminated. However, there was nothing particularly surprising about this. Those in the know understood the significance of such exchanges. For the time being, he could still proceed with his evidence collection as per his requirements, which was already a measure of cooperation. Jin Sheng chuckled coldly, hoping that the other party would maintain this level of compliance. In the ranks of Uncle Mauzi's team, there should be no place for such formidable figures. They were merely a rat dropping in a pot of congee. How could one allow it to spoil the entire dish? After gathering his belongings, Jin Sheng stepped outside, opting to hail a taxi rather than summon a ride. As he returned, Jin Sheng glanced at the inspection results. There were no surprises. Besides when Xiaoro, there was also a fingerprint belonging to someone named Fong Jiao on the knife handle. He recalled that she was one of the witnesses, and also one of Chao Lisan's followers. Now, everything was in place. They merely awaited tomorrow's proceedings. After a casual lunch at the restaurant downstairs, Jin Sheng swiped his card to enter the law firm. The clock had already struck 1:30 in the afternoon. Several interns were bustling about, likely preparing for the imminent assessment of their second topic. Jin Sheng chose not to engage with them and made his way straight to the pantry. Wang Yutong and Xiao Yang were engrossed in discussion, with Xiao Yang even munching on his meal. Senior brother, you've arrived, she greeted warmly, demonstrating her thoughtful nature. How's the preparation coming along? Jin Sheng inquired. I still feel somewhat uncertain. My arguments seem rather flimsy, she admitted. Jin Sheng smiled reassuringly. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. You are quite remarkable, and winning or losing is not of utmost importance. Moreover, debate is fundamentally about teamwork. Just focus on doing your best and leave no regrets. It was evident to Wang Yutong that Jin Sheng was attempting to console her. Thank you, senior brother. I understand. Please continue your work. I won't disturb you. After grabbing a cup of water, Jin Sheng settled by the floor-to-ceiling window. Before long, Renwei entered. Classmates, our debate will commence promptly at 2 o'clock in conference room 2. Oh, understood, they replied. After notifying the 2, Renwei was about to return to the office when he spotted Jin Sheng nearby. Xiao Jin, when did you get here? Renwei, I just wrapped up some tasks and returned not long ago, Jin Sheng replied. Renwei smiled, patting Jin Sheng on the shoulder. You have a tight schedule and heavy responsibilities. The court session is tomorrow, right? Yes, that is correct. Kiki, keep it up. Thank you, Renell. As for Renwei being aware of the case, Jin Sheng was not surprised at all. After all, they are colleagues from the same law firm. And given that they are now recording shows together daily, it is only natural that he would be informed. Soon, as the time approached, the interns began to quicken their pace. The photocopier in the center became increasingly busy, buzzing as it churned out sheets of paper. Before long, the outside fell silent. Everyone must have gone to battle. Jin Sheng, absorbed in his phone, chose not to join the fray. On Douyin, the matter of Jiang Fifan applying for state compensation was trending. The day after the court hearing, he was already out. At Jin Sheng's suggestion, Chen Zheng, the middle-aged lawyer who brews goji berries in his thermos, formally took on this case. Under the guise of offering free assistance to Jiang Fifan, he made a significant media appearance, showcasing his seasoned experience. It is said that the law firm's business has shown signs of recovery, earning him the title of a friend to middle-aged women in the community. He was so busy that he scarcely had time to indulge in his favorite dramas for relaxation. In the conference room, 8 interns were divided into 2 groups, engaged in a heated debate. The topic centered on the currently popular theme of AI writing. The focus was on the relevant provisions of intellectual property law, with each group striving to delve deeper and uncover more points. The essence of the debate rested on the eloquence, logic, attentiveness, and mastery of knowledge displayed by each side. Beyond merely identifying flaws in the opposing arguments, it emphasized teamwork, division of labor, and mutual enhancement. After nearly an hour of intense confrontation, both teams delivered their concluding remarks, marking the end of the topic. As for which side emerged victorious, that would be determined by the judges. Renwei, as the topic's initiator, was to preside over this session. All right, the debate concludes here. Regarding the results, we will evaluate and communicate them to you via email, he announced. Furthermore, following a special request, at 10:30 a.m. tomorrow, a few supervising lawyers will accompany you to the Pingcheng Futian District Court for an observation. This will be a hearing for a juvenile criminal case, with the defendant's attorney being our teaching assistant, lawyer Jin Sheng. After Renwei finished speaking, Chen Yiming added, "In fact, this case only came to us yesterday morning. Due to certain special circumstances, the timeline is quite urgent. Just like the topics you are working on, it is time-sensitive. The difference is that while you are interns, lawyer Jean is in real practice. Thus, you can imagine the pressure and urgency involved. Our effort to have you observe is to help you understand that the legal profession is never a leisurely one. Additionally, please be mindful of courtroom decorum during the observation tomorrow. Recording, photographing, and discussing are strictly prohibited." Chapter 45. The day of the trial, September 28th. The final day of the workweek. From tomorrow onward, the Mid-Autumn Festival will seamlessly transition into the National Day holiday, granting an 8-day respite. Just last night, my mother inquired over the phone about my potential return home. However, at present, departure is simply not feasible. Furthermore, the very first episode of the program is set to air on the first day of the holiday. Chen Dong is so engrossed in his duties that he cannot even spare a moment for a meal. At 8:30, Jin Sheng awoke and sent out a message, arranging several matters before rising to wash up. After breakfast, a dedicated vehicle awaited at the entrance of the apartment. Chen Yiming was already inside the car. "Are you prepared?" "No issues. I feel invigorated." Upon receiving this unequivocal response, Chen Yiming smiled and refrained from further inquiry. The journey took over an hour, finally bringing them to the courthouse. The other 3 mentors had already arrived, accompanied by 8 interns. Nearby stood the Wen family. "Lawyer Jean, I entrust everything to you. Rest assured, Mr. Wen, I shall do my utmost." Jin Sheng solemnly assured Wen Kehua, then turned to Wen Xiaoro, offering a confident and gentle smile. The tension in Wen Xiaoro's expression visibly eased. This scene did not escape the notice of those present, vividly imparting a lesson to the interns. Just after 10 o'clock, everyone had settled into their seats within the courtroom. In the spectator area, aside from the personnel from their side, several individuals occupied seats, likely not colleagues. After systematically arranging all necessary materials, Jin Sheng closed his eyes to gather his thoughts. At 10:25, the clerk approached for identity verification. At that moment, Jin Sheng spotted prosecutor Deng Fongrong already seated at the prosecution's table across the aisle. Beside him sat an assistant of similar age, whom Jin Sheng chose to overlook. All rise for the entrance of the judge. With the clerk's resounding call, everyone stood. As the side door adjacent to the judge's bench swung open, 3 judges entered. Jin Sheng observed that the panel comprised 1 man and 2 women. The presiding judge, a woman appearing to be around 50, took her place at the center. Bang! The Criminal Division Number 3 of the Futian District Court is now in session. With the judges settled, the assembly took their seats once more. Bang! Summoned the defendant to court. As the words fell, when Xiao entered through the side door, escorted by a female bailiff. Although out on bail, the procedure necessitated her waiting in the holding area before being brought into the courtroom following the judge's announcement of the session. The presiding judge, a woman with an imposing voice, addressed the court. Prosecution, please read the indictment. Very well, Your Honor. Deng Fongrong rose and began to speak. The defendant, Wen Xiao, engaged in a dispute with her classmate, Xiao Lisan, on July 11th at 12:10 p.m. inside the women's restroom on the eastern side of the second floor of Pingcheng Fifth High School's teaching building. According to Article 234 of the criminal law, considering that the defendant has reached the age of 16 but is not yet 18, a request was made for the court to impose a 3-year prison sentence. After listening to the proceedings, the presiding judge turned to Jin Sheng. Defendant, do you plead guilty to the prosecution's charges? Jin Sheng did not allow Wen Xiao to speak and directly addressed the microphone, stating, Your Honor, I represent my client in denying the charges. The gavel struck. The presiding judge remarked that he was inquiring about the defendant herself, not through her counsel, and requested the defendant to respond directly. Such minor pressure was inconsequential to Jin Sheng. Your Honor, my client is under 18 years of age and is still in her second year of high school, thus classified as having limited capacity for action. Her guardian has granted me special authority to represent her fully. Therefore, I deny the charges on behalf of my client. This argument was articulated with reason and substance, leaving the presiding judge at a loss for a rebuttal. Thus, he was compelled to concede. The gavel struck once more. Since the defendant denied the charges, the court now entered the evidence examination phase. The prosecution would present its evidence first. Despite Jin Sheng's earlier assertiveness, there was no change in Deng Fongrong's expression. Your Honor, please review the evidence list. Firstly, we have the weapon used in this case. The defendant admitted to using this tool to inflict serious harm on the victim, as recorded by the police. Secondly, the surveillance footage from the school corridor at the time of the incident clearly shows that the victim, Xiao Lisan, entered the restroom with 3 other female classmates first. The defendant, Wen Xiao, entered 10 minutes later, indicating premeditation. 8 minutes after her entry, the 3 eyewitnesses fled in panic, at which point Xiao Lisan had already been harmed. Thirdly, the police have provided testimonies from the 3 eyewitnesses. All of this serves to substantiate the defendant's criminal actions. After reviewing the evidence, the presiding judge addressed Jin Sheng, asking if the defense had any objections to the evidence presented by the prosecution. Indeed, Your Honor, Jin Sheng replied, first offering a faint smile to the presiding judge before continuing. Firstly, it is true that my client used a spring knife to injure Xiao Lisan. We do not dispute that. However, this does not prove that my client acted with intent. According to the police's forensic report, this spring knife does not belong to my client. Secondly, we have no objections to the surveillance footage. Thirdly, the so-called 3 eyewitnesses are merely members of the same interest group as Xiao Lisan, and their testimonies are therefore unreliable. The presiding judge, with an expressionless countenance, slightly nodded while gazing at the inspection report. The first point of rebuttal presented by Jin Sheng was indeed supported by ample evidence. The courtroom debate commenced, with the defense taking the floor. Jin Sheng's combative spirit was already primed for action. Your Honor, he began, my client was originally a stellar student with exceptional academic performance. However, following the reorganization of classes in the second year of high school, a cataclysmic shift occurred. One misfortune after another, akin to a relentless nightmare, beset my client. It is utterly unfathomable. All of this turmoil has been orchestrated by the so-called victim, Xiao Lisan, and her cohort of 3. At this juncture, the prosecutor, Deng Fongrong, raised a hand and interjected, Your Honor, the defense attorney's assertions are mere conjecture and do not alter the facts of the crime. The defense has presented no substantial evidence to demonstrate the state of the defendant during the incident when Xiao Lisan was injured. What we can see before us are solely the facts of the defendant's crime. The presiding judge nodded in agreement, acknowledging the prosecutor's point. Defense attorney, please take note of this. Jin Sheng understood that this was indeed one of the most challenging aspects of the case, given that the events transpired in a restroom. If the opposing quartet steadfastly maintained their stance that there was no bullying or extortion involved, merely a verbal altercation, then overturning the case would be impossible. In the case of self-defense, one must be confronted with unlawful actions that pose a grave threat to one's own safety in order to justify defensive measures. Jin Sheng recognized that this was the issue he needed to address. However, the prosecution was not to be underestimated. They had undoubtedly prepared for this contingency. Your Honor, may I present 2 recorded conversations as evidence? He requested. The court consented, and this time the prosecution raised no objections. Having already reviewed the evidence Jin Sheng submitted the previous day, he produced the voice recorder, connected it to the sound system, and pressed play. As the voices of Kai Kuan and Lan Shan emanated from the speakers, the couple, Wen Kahua and his wife, seated in the audience, listened to their daughter's plight recounted by others. Even though they were already aware, tears welled in their eyes. Before long, the recording concluded. Your Honor, Jin Sheng asserted. From this recording, it is abundantly clear that Xiao Lisan and her associates have subjected my client to repeated bullying and extortion, among other unlawful acts. It was precisely under the threat posed by Xiao Lisan's gang that my client found themselves in the incident's location on the day in question. This aligns seamlessly with the second piece of evidence provided by the prosecution. Indeed, Jin Sheng's maneuver could be seen as a masterstroke, leveraging the prosecution's evidence to substantiate his own argument. The interns in the audience remarked, "We've learned so much." Chapter 46, The Court Hearing Part 1. Seated at the prosecutor's table, Deng Fengrong furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing the statements but refrained from interrupting Jin Sheng's discourse. Your Honor, we continue to request the playback of 2 segments of the school's surveillance footage. Jin Sheng's requests were deemed reasonable and in accordance with court procedures, and the presiding judge offered no objection, though he cast a fleeting glance at the prosecution's side. Jin Sheng was indeed tenacious, not only utilizing the surveillance footage provided by the prosecution, but also fixating on this point with fervor. The first segment, timestamped at 12:05 p.m. on June 16th, coincided with the school's lunch break. The surveillance footage clearly depicted Xiao Lisan and 3 others entering first, followed by my client a few minutes later. 15 minutes thereafter, Xiao Lisan and her companions exited. Jin Sheng pressed the pause button, allowing the image to freeze momentarily. Your Honor, in my possession is a record of a transaction from my client's mobile phone. It is evident that a transfer of 300 yuan occurred at precisely 12:19 p.m. that day. Why was this amount sent to Xiao Lisan? Could it truly be as stated in the transaction's purpose that my client was repaying a debt to her? After Jin Sheng's assertion, the prosecution remained silent. Despite having anticipated a rebuttal and prepared his counterarguments, Jin Sheng felt a twinge of disappointment. Now, let us proceed to the second segment of the video. This footage, dated June 27th, during the first period of the afternoon, showcased the indoor basketball court at the school. We observed Xiao Lisan and her associates forcibly dragging my client into the equipment storage room. Subsequently, they commenced a brutal assault, humiliating her. The crucial moment arrived. I urge everyone to pay close attention as Xiao Lisan and her cohort searched the prone when Xiao, retrieving a mobile phone to execute a transfer. From our prior recordings, we learned that this sum was intended for my client to purchase a birthday cake for her father. Soon, under Jin Sheng's narration, the video concluded. Although Wen Kahua had braced himself for this moment, witnessing his daughter being so grievously mistreated for the first time ignited a fury within him. His fists clenched tightly. His beloved daughter, whom he had cherished and pampered since childhood, was subjected to such indignities. Jin Sheng presented another transaction record, stating, similarly, this document clearly outlines the specific time and amount. It even specifies the purpose as repayment. This raises a perplexing question. How affluent must Xiao Lisan's family be? The detailed statement reveals that my client's parents routinely transfer funds to her and have specifically activated the intimate payment feature with a limit reaching 10,000 yuan. In conclusion, the alleged repayment simply does not exist. Rather, it serves to mask the criminal actions of Xiao Lisan and her accomplices. Have you all noticed that in the recent video? As when Shiro was being forcibly stripped of her clothing, there was another individual present filming the incident? This is precisely the threatening video that Wen Xiao's deskmate witnessed on the day of the incident. It is for this reason that my client found themselves at the scene. As for the underlying motivations, I trust you are all well aware. It was to seize money from Wen Xiao. Jin Sheng has adeptly connected the preceding recorded content, which in legal terms is referred to as inertial presumption, a notably persuasive form of argumentation. Among the evidence provided by the prosecution is a statement from my client, which contains explicit records. Anticipating the intentions of Xiao Lisan and others, my client intentionally left their mobile phone behind when attending the meeting, which incited considerable anger from the opposing party. They proceeded to bully my client, demanding they return to fetch the phone to fulfill their aims. Upon clearly hearing a refusal, their aggression escalated, resulting in a physical assault on my client. Outnumbered, my client was unable to resist. After being knocked to the ground, they inadvertently spotted a spring knife on the floor, which was then used in self-defense, injuring Xiao Lisan. This fact has been corroborated by the forensic report, confirming the weapon's origin as being brought to the school by one of the so-called witnesses, Feng Jiao. Jin Sheng's assertions not only reconstruct the scene, but also counter the prosecution's two most compelling pieces of evidence, the weapon and the witness testimonies. His arguments are well-founded, leaving the prosecution momentarily speechless. Jin Sheng, determined not to grant the opposition any leeway, prepared to press on relentlessly. Your Honor, the defense wishes to summon witness Yang Yin to the stand. The capabilities of prosecutor Deng Fangrong are well known to the presiding judge, given their shared jurisdiction and history of interaction. In contrast, the abilities displayed by the young Jin Sheng have garnered newfound respect. At this moment, the presiding judge cast a glance towards the prosecution bench, where Deng Fangrong was furrowing his brow, rapidly sifting through documents to find a point of refutation against Jin Sheng. Unfortunately, after several attempts, he found no viable avenues, rendering his efforts futile. Observing the prosecution's silence, the presiding judge stated, "Agreed. Please have the bailiff escort witness Yang Yin to the stand." As the words echoed in the courtroom, the side door opened once more. Yang Yin glanced around nervously before slowly entering. Upon seeing Jin Sheng, she felt a wave of reassurance. Bang. Witness, please begin by introducing your name and identity. This is a necessary procedure during court testimony, which must be confirmed by the presiding judge before it holds legal validity. I am Yang Yin, a sophomore student attending Pingqing 5th Senior High School. Due to her status as a minor, there was no need for an oath. After the identity verification was completed, the presiding judge stated, "Identity confirmed, you may testify." The defendant's attorney then addressed Jin Sheng, who smiled and nodded in response. "Thank you, Your Honor." Yang Yin, may I ask, do you know the defendant, Wenshiro? Yang Yin nodded and replied, "Yes, she is in the same grade as I am. And I have seen her around, though I do not know her name." "And do you know Xiao Lisan?" "Yes, we were classmates in the first year of high school." "Very well. Are you familiar with the other three individuals who were with her?" "Of course, I will never forget their faces. However, as I understand it, they are not in the same class as you. How is it that you are so familiar with them?" Jin Sheng's question was akin to reopening a wound that had already begun to heal for Yang Yin. Indeed, the mere mention of Xiao Lisan and her companions conjured memories of the bullying she had endured, even though Jin Sheng had forewarned her about testifying. Standing before such a crowd to recount her experiences felt profoundly uncomfortable. After taking a deep breath, Yang Yin began to narrate her ordeal. "They started bullying me in the first year of high school, stealing my living expenses. This continued until the end of the second semester. I reported it to a teacher, but it proved futile. Soon, their behavior escalated. I had once researched online and found that cases of school bullying like theirs often go unaddressed, even if reported to the police, who might merely offer a reprimand. Even if their parents became aware, the outcome would likely be no better. After all, how effective can a family be in educating children who bully and rob their classmates? I was certain that once the situation calmed, I would face severe retaliation." Yang Yin concluded with a self-deprecating smile. Her words vividly illustrated the helplessness felt by an ordinary student subjected to bullying, leaving the courtroom enveloped in a palpable tension. Several emotionally affected individuals had reddened eyes. "Yang, I express my deepest sympathy for your experiences. However, this is a courtroom, and I must continue my questioning. I hope you can understand." Chapter 47, Court Hearing, Part 2. May I inquire why Xiao Lisan and her associates ultimately ceased their bullying towards you? Upon hearing this, Yang Yin did not hesitate and replied solemnly, "Because I purchased a wireless pinhole camera, capturing 2 instances of their bullying and extortion against me. After I shared the video with Xiao Lisan, they ceased their harassment. However, Xiao Lisan did approach me at that time to issue a threat, cautioning me to remain discreet and not speak out publicly." The groundwork laid by Jin Sheng was meticulously crafted to introduce these 2 videos. "Oh, classmate Yang, would you be able to present these videos in court?" Objection. The defense attorney's request bears no relevance to this case. The prosecutor, Deng Fangrong, finally reacted. Yet, with the extensive groundwork Jin Sheng had laid, it was improbable that he would concede easily. "Your Honor, the 2 video segments from the witness unequivocally establish the relationship between Xiao Lisan and the 3 so-called eyewitnesses for the prosecution, as well as their long-standing pattern of bullying fellow students, engaging in extortion and robbery. This is crucial for elucidating the facts of this case. Having listened attentively, the presiding judge had largely inclined towards Jin Sheng's side. Even though there was a prior acquaintance with Deng Fangrong, decisions must be rooted in fact, otherwise, repercussions would be inevitable. Should there be an appeal or a request for supervisory review, it could prove quite uncomfortable. Bang! The objection is overruled. Defense attorney, you may proceed. At the moment the gavel fell, Deng Fangrong understood that he had likely lost this case. The current atmosphere clearly indicated his suppression. As he took his seat, a hint of despondence marred his expression. Jin Sheng raised an eyebrow and turned to Yang Yan, asking, "Classmate Yang, are you willing to present these 2 videos in court?" Deng Fangrong looked on anxiously. Yet, Yang Yan's response would undoubtedly disappoint him. "If it is to assist the innocent, then I am willing." Jin Sheng nodded appreciatively, expressing gratitude on behalf of his client. The presiding judge had already granted permission, so Jin Sheng proceeded to play the videos without further inquiry. As the display on the left side of the courtroom began to show footage, everyone turned their attention to the screen. The video quality was remarkably clear, with the dialogue distinctly audible. 20 minutes later, the video concluded. The attendees in the courtroom could not help but glance at Yang Yan, with a few particularly sensitive individuals already misty-eyed. The sight of this seemingly gentle and adorable girl, enduring such immense pressure over the past year, was unfathomable. After a brief pause, Jin Sheng resumed his discourse. "Your Honor, from these 2 video segments, we can draw a definitive conclusion. The testimonies provided by the 3 so-called eyewitnesses for the prosecution possess no credibility whatsoever, as they are, in fact, part of a shared interest group. Your Honor, I have no further questions." After Jin Sheng finished speaking, he took his seat directly. Observing the complex expression on the face of the prosecutor, Deng Fangrong, he couldn't help but smirk inwardly. "When I approached you for a discussion, you were quite aloof, weren't you? Now, however, you seem to have lost your bravado." Bang! The presiding judge inquired if the prosecution had any questions for the witness. Aware that the tide had turned against him, Deng Fangrong slowly shook his head in silence. The presiding judge, seeing this, did not indulge him. "The witness may now leave the stand." Upon hearing this, Yang Yan rose and offered a slight bow to the bench before proceeding to the spectator seats. The presiding judge made no objection to Yang Yan's presence in the audience. Bang! The debate concluded, and both sides were now to present their final assertions. Hearing the presiding judge address him, Deng Fangrong steadied his thoughts and began to rise for his statement. "Your Honor, the evidence and arguments presented thus far by the defense merely corroborate the bullying actions of Qiao Lisan and her associates. It is undeniable that Qiao Lisan and her group exhibit criminal tendencies. However, it remains unproven what circumstances the defendant was under at the scene of the incident. Our stance is clear, and the evidence is substantial. Both the weapon and the defendant's own confession acknowledge the act of injuring Qiao Lisan. Thus, we request the tribunal to rule based on the facts and find the defendant guilty." Jin Sheng sighed inwardly. Indeed, the old fox was quite shrewd. "I shall focus on the lack of substantial evidence against me. What can you do about it? Is this a case of having one trick to conquer all?" After listening to Deng Fangrong's statement, the presiding judge turned his attention to Jin Sheng. "Defendant, you may now present your statement." "Very well." Jin Sheng had long prepared his argument in his mind. "What does the absence of evidence matter? Just watch my performance." "Your Honor, my client is merely a minor. Throughout her life, she has scarcely engaged in even the slightest quarrel. It is inconceivable that she would resort to violence unless driven to the brink. The evidence clearly demonstrates that Qiao Lisan and her 3 accomplices have persistently bullied their classmates at school, engaging in extortion and other criminal acts, including against my client. As the prosecution has mentioned, the police records indicate that my client explicitly described the situation as one of self-defense in response to the assault by Qiao Lisan and her associates. What then? Are the criminal acts the prosecutor referred to? The reality is that a group of students, led by Qiao Lisan, has relentlessly bullied her throughout the semester, deriving amusement from her suffering, while they continue to exert violence against her. Are there not enough cases of school bullying we have heard of? Why does this continue? My client, along with classmate Yang Yan, has vividly addressed all our uncertainties. As students who have been bullied, whom should we seek for assistance? Our first instinct is undoubtedly to approach a teacher. Yet what is the outcome? Is it effective? My client's experience exemplifies this predicament. Why do individuals like Qiao Lisan continue their actions even after discussions with teachers? Is it a lack of fear, or do they possess some form of backing? During the police investigation, it was never mentioned that my client bore various bruises from the assaults while providing her testimony. In fact, the evidence forwarded by the police even lacked a report on the weapon used. They hastily reached a conclusion without due diligence. If those who are meant to enforce the law cannot treat everyone with impartiality and fairness, whom can we rely on? Is it truly the case that one can be penalized for resisting bullying and extortion? Here, I cannot help but pose a question to the prosecutor. If the intent was to inflict harm deliberately, why not bring a spring knife yourself? Have you considered this matter? Clearly, you have not. Esteemed judges of the bench, I earnestly implore you to acquit my client, allowing her to return to her school and continue her youth. Thank you. In Jin Sheng's summary, there were several personal biases intertwined. Besides casting aspersions on the police, he sought to wield Deng Fangrong as a weapon. He even exerted pressure on the judges of the bench. Now, the court is in recess. We shall reconvene in half an hour for the verdict. The presiding judge's voice resonated, prompting the clerk to call for order. As the three judges exited the courtroom, Jin Sheng exhaled a sigh of relief. He had felt a twinge of apprehension earlier. Initially, he had intended to summon the three so-called eyewitnesses to testify, but upon reflection, he decided against it. Those three had likely already coordinated their testimonies, and if one were to deny their account, it would complicate matters significantly. This was primarily because Qiao Lisan had influential connections. Given the opposing side's experience, they would certainly assume that Jin Sheng could only seek a reversal through internal breakthroughs, likely having preemptively advised several individuals. Consequently, Jin Sheng anticipated their strategy and opted not to summon anyone, relying solely on his own arguments, navigating from one angle to another. Ultimately, the outcome rested on whether the judges would believe him. Nonetheless, the risk was substantial. Attorney Jin, what did your final remarks truly signify? Jin Sheng had not noticed that Deng Fangrong had approached him. Ah, Prosecutor Deng, I have a message for you. Qiao Lisan's uncle is Qiao Jingjun. So, do you understand now? Otherwise, why would I refrain from summoning the other three individuals present at the scene? Deng Fangrong had been somewhat puzzled, but now everything became clear. It turned out there was a rogue among their ranks. After taking a deep breath, Deng Fangrong regarded Jin Sheng with a gaze imbued with complexity. This time, I have indeed been somewhat careless. I shall provide an explanation to classmate Wenshiro. However, should you encounter me again in the future, I will undoubtedly give my utmost effort. Jin Sheng chuckled and shook his head. As an old prosecutor who has lived for half a lifetime, his desire for victory remains remarkably strong. From his words, Jin Sheng could discern that misfortune awaited someone in the near future. Chapter 48. As the background music played. In the spectators' area, Mrs. Wenhua held Yang Yan's hand, her face etched with concern. Chen Yiming and several other mentors were engaged in quiet discussion. The interns remained relatively silent, with just a few young men whispering among themselves. Wang Yutong even gave herself a thumbs up, which was rather amusing. Su Wenting appeared somewhat envious. Could it be that she aspired to become a litigation lawyer? Zhu Chuang looked utterly bewildered, seemingly unable to comprehend the proceedings. However, Zhang Yaqi gazed at Jin Sheng with admiration. Yet, the expressions of a few individuals on the opposite side bore a menacing glare directed at her. Could they be Qiao Lisan's family? Nonetheless, Jin Sheng remained unfazed. Soon, someone would summon you. As time passed, half an hour swiftly elapsed. Please rise for the judge. With this announcement, the three judges of the tribunal re-entered the courtroom. A resounding thud echoed as the proceedings commenced. We now proceed to the verdict. After unanimous deliberation, this court concludes that in the case where the defendant, Wenshiro, caused grievous injury to Qiao Lisan, the defendant acted in the context of long-standing unlawful aggression, striving to protect her legitimate rights and interests. Thus, this court declares that the charge of intentional injury against the defendant, Wenshiro, is not established. The judgment will be delivered within 3 days. Court is adjourned. With the gavel's final strike, the case reached its conclusion. Should the family remain dissatisfied, they may appeal to the prosecutor's office. However, the decision to appeal ultimately rests with the prosecutor's office. As the presiding judge departed, he offered a subtle nod to Jin Sheng, in apparent acknowledgement of his efforts. Jin Sheng immediately returned the gesture with a smile. Once the documents were organized, in the spectators' area, Mrs. Wenhua embraced Wenshiro, both mother and daughter's faces streaked with tears. This was surely a moment of overwhelming joy. Wenhua conversed with Chen Yiming, while the other mentors gathered nearby. As Jin Sheng approached, Wenhua hurriedly came forward. Thank you immensely, Lawyer Jin. Mr. Wen, you are too kind. As your attorney, I am committed to exerting my utmost effort on your case. After exchanging pleasantries, They exited the courthouse together. This time, Jin Sheng became the focal point, surrounded by admirers. A short distance away, two VJs captured the scene, documenting every moment. With Jin Sheng's long legs, his impeccably tailored lawyer's robe, and handsome visage, a slow-motion replay accompanied by background music would surely enchant anyone under 40. Should a wealthy woman take notice, he could easily save a decade of struggle. On the return journey to the law firm, Jin Sheng's status noticeably diminished as he boarded the bus with the interns. Lawyer Jin, I have a question. Given the opposing party's substantial evidence, why did the judge ultimately rule in favor of acquittal? Certainly, I have faith in classmate Wen. Indeed, Jin L. I too find it somewhat incredible. How was this achieved? Hu Mingho was the first to voice his inquiry, and the other companions promptly echoed his curiosity. Even the accompanying lawyers turned their attention towards Jin Sheng, eager to glean his insights. However, Jin Sheng had little to conceal. Articulating his thoughts was one matter. Yet whether they could grasp the concepts was another. This is akin to the martial arts films where the master introduces the disciple to the craft. But personal diligence is paramount for mastery. You are likely familiar with the principles of evidence in criminal and civil litigation, correct? Yes, I understand. In civil cases, the principle is that the party who asserts a claim bears the burden of proof, while in criminal cases, it is solely the prosecution that must provide evidence. Jin Sheng nodded and continued. Which of the three pieces of evidence presented by the prosecution during the morning trial do you deem most significant? The murder weapon, perhaps. I concur with that sentiment. It should indeed be the murder weapon. Jin Sheng anticipated their selection of the murder weapon. After all, the prosecution clung to this point even in their closing arguments. Logically, it seemed the most crucial aspect. However, they were still rather naive. The prosecution was left with no other option, resorting to this point as a last-ditch effort. Jin Sheng smiled silently. Once the group had finished their spirited discussion, he revealed the answer. The murder weapon had already lost its significance once when Xiao acknowledged her involvement. All I needed to prove was that she had not brought it into the school, and that would suffice. In truth, the most vital evidence lay in the testimonies of the three witnesses. Since the incident occurred in a school restroom, only those individuals were present. Thus, if they firmly asserted that when Xiao had intentionally harmed Xiao Lisan in revenge, even divine intervention would not suffice to alter the outcome, coupled with the surveillance footage, the persuasiveness would be greatly enhanced. Therefore, my primary objective was to neutralize this potential threat, thereby restoring the scales of victory to their rightful position. I wish to inquire. Should you assume the role of a judge, after hearing the trial, how would you ascertain the verdict, guilty or not guilty? In response to Jin Sheng's question, the group pondered the proceedings attentively. Their conclusions were unmistakable, leaning towards Wen Xiao's side. I would determine her not guilty. So would I. Indeed, the same here. Upon hearing their responses, Jin Sheng solemnly remarked, you must remember one thing. Judges are ordinary people, albeit with different professional responsibilities. What is the law? It is both a manifestation of divine justice and human compassion. The parties involved are all minors. Their starting points are fundamentally equivalent. What we must do is gradually increase our own leverage, allowing the scales to ultimately tip in our favor, thus achieving success. Naturally, the steps must be prepared in advance to enable the judge to descend accordingly. Jin Sheng's final remark carried a hint of jest, which instantly amused the students in the vehicle. Haha. Senior, what steps have you prepared for the judge? Indeed. Jin Lu, do enlighten us. Wang Yutong blinked her large eyes, her face a picture of confusion. She genuinely did not comprehend. Jin Sheng smiled gently, explaining that the so-called steps are, in fact, legal foundations. When a judge renders a verdict, they inevitably seek the support of legal provisions. It is simply untenable to enter the courtroom, deliver a lengthy explanation to the judge, and then declare, I have no legal backing, so do as you see fit. What constitutes having reason and evidence? When articulating your rationale, you must likewise uncover the legal basis that supports your viewpoint. Otherwise, no matter how eloquently you argue, you will still find yourself at an impasse. This, too, underscores the significance of our role as lawyers. Otherwise, why would ordinary individuals or companies seek our counsel when embroiled in legal disputes or contract negotiations? Is it not to procure legal justification? Remember, lawyers also belong to the service industry, albeit we offer our specialized knowledge. The interns appeared contemplative, while Lu Xiyuan, Ren Wei, and Luo Jieyun nodded in agreement. Jin Sheng had already dissected the matter thoroughly. If they still failed to grasp it, that would be quite perplexing. Lu Xiyuan, being a litigation lawyer himself, resonated deeply with Jin Sheng's words. However, such understanding typically comes only after several years of practice. It was surprising that Jin Sheng, at such a young age, had already comprehended it so profoundly. A prodigy? A marvel? Regardless, he remains a colleague. Yet, one cannot deny that the law firm has benefited greatly this time. The salary is well-deserved. Xiao Jin, with your caliber, you could definitely serve as a mentor in the next season's offer, haha. Indeed, if it weren't for the contract, I would consider fleeing right now. Amidst the playful banter from the three supervising lawyers, Jin Sheng could only smile awkwardly. By the way, we have a holiday starting tomorrow. Let us plan a team-building activity. Sounds good. I have no objections. Observing the high spirits of the group, Jin Sheng eagerly joined the conversation. By the way, who among you can cook? Huang Kai raised his hand and said, I can. Liang Wei chimed in, so can I. Is it just you two? What about the female students? We can help with washing the vegetables. Yes, we excel at washing vegetables. It seems they are all pampered daughters and sons from well-to-do families. Jin Sheng also hails from a humble background. Though he possesses the skills, the flavor ultimately depends on the individual. Well, if you find yourself free one day, come to my home, and we can prepare a meal together to liven things up. Oh, by the way, Xiao Jin, is your home in Pengcheng? No. I purchased a property here, but it is not far from the law firm. I can reach it in just over 10 minutes. Upon hearing Jin Sheng's words, several of the mentoring lawyers expressed their surprise. Chapter 49. Here comes Brother Tongzi after all. This is Pengcheng. As one of the 4 first-tier cities, one can only imagine how exorbitant the housing prices are. Moreover, being in such proximity to the law firm, it is impossible to acquire a property at less than several $100,000 per square meter. Renwei, who has been working at a law firm in Pengcheng and has established his home here, curiously inquired, which community did you purchase in, and what is the area? The Jelly Community, 28th floor, with an area of 139 square meters. Impressive. I never would have guessed that you, Xiao Jin, have such wealth. Jin Sheng was at a loss for words. It was a reward from Brother Tongzi, not his own expenditure. Fortunately, Renwei quickly shifted the topic. What made you decide to buy a house in Pengcheng? Jin Sheng scratched his head. I didn't think too much about it. It just happened that I went for a stroll on the day I arrived, and it was somewhat serendipitous. Xiao Jin, why not simply transfer from the Magic City to develop here? We could become colleagues. Lu Siyuan, overhearing, seemed displeased. After all, talent is never in excess. Hey. No need to poach like that. Xiao Jin, when you return, buy a house and settle down in the Magic City. You can always come to Pengcheng for vacations. Being acknowledged felt quite gratifying. He could only smile and nod. As for the property in the Magic City, it was better left unspoken for now. Luo Jieyun had been observing the playful banter between the two and finally chimed in. It seems we have nothing pressing this afternoon. Rather than waiting for a more auspicious day, why not go grocery shopping now? We can also help Xiao Jin inaugurate his new home and boost its liveliness. Besides, we can conveniently solve our lunch dilemma. Lu Siyuan nodded. I'm fine with that. Renwei added, me too. Then let us go. I'll notify Lawyer Chen to come over directly. All right. Jin Sheng certainly had no objections, as it was his own suggestion. With Renwei, the local expert, leading the way, they first visited the market, laden with bags, and headed straight to Jin Sheng's residence. A group of them, all clad in professional attire, handsome men and beautiful women, attracted the attention of several VJs accompanying them, causing the community security to feel a bit tense. Everyone, feel free to explore. Don't be shy. Jin Sheng called out, then proceeded to help carry items into the kitchen. Ding. Detected that the host has completed a task of difficulty. Reward, culinary mastery. Skill level equivalent to that of a 5-star hotel, chef level. If you're going to show off, at least do it well. How can you host a gathering without knowing how to cook? What could you achieve outside of this system? This is a one-time exception. It will not be repeated. Before Jin Sheng could fully process this, the system began its influx of information. It took nearly 5 minutes to complete. At this moment, Jin Sheng's mind was filled with a plethora of culinary techniques and knowledge regarding the mastery of cooking times. Upon regaining his composure, he silently expressed gratitude to the considerate Tongzi Ge. As for certain thoughts, they had been instinctively filtered out. Who was showing off anyway? Certainly not himself. Kai. Yang Wei, lend me a hand. I shall take charge of the cooking. Yang Wei wore a slight expression of regret but offered no objections. Meanwhile, Huang Kai nodded quietly and immediately set to work. Outside, Several young women were exploring the balcony. Wow, we can see the ocean view from here. Indeed. It feels so refreshing, doesn't it? I absolutely adore this place. The vista is breathtaking. I'm quite envious. Lucy Yuan, just emerging from inside, gazed at the distant cross-sea bridge and remarked with a hint of nostalgia, "It truly is remarkable." He pondered whether he should start saving to purchase a similar residence. Although he earned a decent salary each month, as a proud member of the Moonlight clan, his savings were rather meager. Rinwei focused on the layout of the room, while Luo Jieyun admired the decor. The remaining two young men were simply there for the spectacle. Soon after the tour concluded, the young women prepared a large platter of fruit and settled in the living room to gossip. The young men congregated in the kitchen to assist. Now you understand why chefs are predominantly male. As the clock inched closer to 1 o'clock, Jin Sheng was skillfully utilizing both burners, cooking at an impressive speed. "Xiao Jin, you're quite capable. You can even toss the spatula." Renelle remarked, "I sneaked a taste, and it's quite palatable. No less than what one would find in a hotel." "Oh, if you mention that, I'm starting to feel hungry." At that moment, Chen Yiming arrived. "What are you all talking about?" "Oh, Xiao Jin, you have this skill too?" About an hour later, a dozen simple home-cooked dishes were ready. Had it not been for the limited heat of the household stove, Jin Sheng could have cooked even faster. After a bit of careful plating, the dishes appeared to be a feast for the senses. "Dinner is served. Wow, it looks splendid. I'll try the ribs first." Delicious. The group indulged heartily, too engrossed in their meal to converse. The flavors were undeniably delightful. Jin Sheng even prepared 2 plates of food for the nearby VJs, ensuring that all could partake. Each bite was savored in silence. After half an hour, the culinary battle concluded, and the plates at the dining table were completely empty. The young women had eaten as much as the young men, each slumping in their chairs, unable to move. "Xiao Jin, I believe you ought to abandon law and open a restaurant instead. I've tasted numerous private dishes, yet none are as exquisite as this." Indeed, it was far superior to some of the so-called Thai restaurants. "Xiao Jin, you remain single. Do you not desire a girlfriend? I have a niece who would be a splendid match for you." "Oh dear, has this turned into a competition?" Gazing at the 4 jesters before him, Jin Sheng felt a profound weariness. Indeed, Jin Sheng's attributes are undeniably appealing. He possesses striking looks, exceptional professional skills, and a sound financial status, further enhanced by his culinary prowess. As the saying goes, to capture a woman's heart, one must first reach her stomach. Jin Sheng fits this criterion rather well. "Xiao Jin, how did you hone your culinary skills? I feel as though those seasoned chefs with decades of experience cannot rival your cooking," inquired one of his friends. Jin Sheng shrugged nonchalantly. "I merely read books and cook from recipes for fun." Such a statement reeked of pretentiousness. The others collectively raised a middle finger, signaling their disinterest in further conversation. The entire afternoon was spent at Jin Sheng's place, engaging in light-hearted banter and idle chatter. The 4 jesters were not particularly busy, primarily handling a few phone calls. For top-tier lawyers do not enjoy holidays. Before long, the clock struck 5. After consulting everyone, Chen Yiming decided they should indulge in another meal. "All right. We shall head out to buy groceries, while you all tidy up and ponder what dishes to prepare. Just relay the details via WeChat." Chen Yiming took Jin Sheng and the other 3 mentors outside. Jin Sheng felt a tinge of confusion. Was there something that required discussion? Otherwise, it seemed prudent to enlist additional help for such labor-intensive tasks. One of the VJs followed suit, yet did not immediately activate the camera. As soon as they entered the vehicle, Chen Yiming spoke up, "A new intern will join us tomorrow morning. We shall assess their suitability then." The others were taken aback. "What is the story? A sudden arrival?" "Sort of. However, their capabilities will determine their fate." After a brief exchange regarding Lucy Yuan, Chen Yiming turned to Jin Sheng. "Xiao Jin, you should also participate in the interview and gauge their quality." "Me? Yes. Are you not an assistant lawyer? Do not underestimate your worth." Jin Sheng was indifferent. It was merely a formality, nothing too significant. Moreover, being included in the interview was a tacit acknowledgement of his abilities. Once the serious matter was addressed, the VJ perceptively hoisted the camera. The group returned to their previous lighthearted discussions. "Have the children sent in their meal preferences?" "Yes, the boys requested hearty dishes, while the girls preferred lighter fare, claiming dieting is quite challenging." "Haha, how true. Siyuan shares similar concerns, does he not? Then let us prepare a feast. After all, Xiao Jin is treating. He can afford it." Jin Sheng felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Was it truly acceptable for this cadre of elite individuals to exploit someone as insignificant as himself? Had the four jesters transformed into four rogues? However, everyone is well aware that it is all for the sake of entertainment. The procurement took an hour, primarily due to the merchants taking a considerable amount of time to handle the ingredients. This is characteristic of southern markets. Although the prices are somewhat elevated, they emphasize impeccable service. Upon returning home, Jin Sheng also worked tirelessly, not allowing his hands to rest for a moment. The dinner was evidently more sumptuous than lunch. P.S. Today is Saturday, and there will be 2 more updates. Chapter 50. The newcomer that evening, Jin Sheng chose not to stay in his new home, but instead returned to the apartment with the interns, having forgotten to bring a change of clothes. On September 29th, the Mid-Autumn Festival, he awoke and promptly sent a red envelope to his mother, conveying his holiday wishes. Initially, he contemplated transferring money directly, but reconsidered, deciding it might be best not to startle his parents just yet. Everything could wait until he returned home. At exactly 9 a.m., Jin Sheng arrived at the office, though it appeared that no one else had yet arrived. He brewed himself a cup of coffee to invigorate himself and leisurely browsed his phone. Half an hour later, Hu Mingho and Huang Kai arrived first. "Good morning, Jin Liu." They greeted him warmly. It seemed that after the gathering the previous day, their relationships had slightly deepened. In front of Renwei's office, there were 4 workstations that were originally designated for their respective assistant lawyers. However, 2 of them were currently vacant due to business trips, making them available for Jin Sheng's use. Soon after, Zhang Yaqi arrived, her attire a refreshing sight. She wore a light blue top paired with a pale gray skirt and high heels, showcasing her long, fair legs, a quintessential image of a professional beauty. As she approached and noticed Jin Sheng appraising her, a hint of delight flickered in her heart. "Good morning, Jin Liu." They exchanged pleasantries, after which Jin Sheng diverted his gaze and returned to scrolling through current events. The festive atmosphere seemed to influence the trending news, which predominantly featured cultural tourism stories from various locales. As time passed, more people trickled in. When Renwei arrived and spotted Jin Sheng seated just outside his office, visible through the glass, he greeted him. "Xiao Jin, can you make the desserts from our northern region? More specifically, the donkey rolling and cream fried cake. My family adores these, but I've searched numerous places and none seem authentic. I thought to ask you." "Of course, those 2 are quite simple. I'll make them one day for everyone to enjoy." "Great. Make sure to prepare an extra portion for me to take home." "Absolutely. All right. I'll get back to work then. By the way, if you want tea, just come over to my place to brew it." Jin Sheng gave an approving thumbs up. These 2 snacks were not difficult. The key lay in the balance of the fillings and the control of the cooking time. Brother Zong had been generous, sending over a plethora of ingredients. Human connections are often built on these small gestures, and despite having spoken little with Renwei before, their shared meals had fostered a sense of camaraderie. Before long, a mid-level lawyer from Ren's team stood up and walked towards the entrance. Jin Sheng glanced up and noticed a woman in a sleek black professional suit, with short hair and pronounced features, standing there, one hand clutching documents and the other holding a bag. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment. This must be the connected individual Chen Lu spoke of yesterday. Dressed impeccably, she certainly exudes the aura of a corporate elite, though her capabilities remain uncertain. Moments later, Renwei emerged from the office. "Xiao Jin, let us proceed." "All right." Jin Sheng immediately rose and followed, heading towards the conference room. The interns, witnessing such a commotion, exchanged puzzled glances, unable to discern the situation, speculating whether it pertained to them. Lucy Yuan and Chen Yiming had long awaited at the corridor's end. Upon Renwei and Jin Sheng's arrival, they exchanged knowing looks. "Let us enter and witness this," Lucy Yuan remarked with a smile, remaining silent otherwise. Jin Sheng opened the door, allowing the 4 esteemed individuals to enter first. "Greetings, esteemed professors." The 5 positioned themselves across from the panel, with Jin Sheng standing directly beside Lucy Yuan. "Here's my resume for your review. Please, hand them all over." "Thank you." Displaying commendable courtesy, Jin Sheng accepted the documents and passed them along. "While we review, do introduce yourself." Chen Yiming, seated centrally, initiated the dialogue. "Certainly. It is my pleasure. Esteemed lawyers, my name is Wang Yan." Jin Sheng also began examining the resume. She graduated with her undergraduate degree from Huazhong University of Science and Technology, 2 years ahead of him. Thus, she could be considered his senior. Her master's degree, coupled with an overseas educational background, showcased excellent academic performance across all subjects during her studies. Furthermore, She possessed several work experiences, including a stint at a prestigious law firm, akin to Jin Sheng, albeit with a different focus, leaning towards finance and pursuing non-litigation paths. This young lady's starting point is remarkably high. Her resume is indeed impressive, leaving Jin Sheng feeling somewhat inadequate. Additionally, her self-introduction was succinct yet poised, further enhancing his favorable impression of her. As the four esteemed individuals began their inquiries, Jin Sheng remained composed, simply listening. The young lady adeptly responded to each question, prompting Jin Sheng to nod in approval. At least in terms of communication, she was quite agreeable, demonstrating a high level of sophistication. It seems the interns outside may face challenges ahead. Lu Siyuan and Rin Wei appeared quite satisfied, their expressions transforming from sternness to beaming smiles that were hard to contain. Soon, the questioning approached its conclusion. At that moment, Chen Yiming nudged Jin Sheng. "Xiao Jin, do you have any questions you wish to pose?" "I think I shall refrain, as she would technically be my senior," he replied with a chuckle. "Oh, I had forgotten that you two hail from Huazhong," Lu Siyuan chimed in jovially. "Now we have a junior and a senior among the interns. How delightful." Jin Sheng could only shake his head with a wry smile. On the opposite side, Wang Yiyan expressed a hint of surprise among the lawyers interviewed. There was unexpectedly a junior from the same school. Who would have believed it? Rin Wei also jested. "Xiao Jin, you are pursuing litigation, while she is inclined towards non-litigation. You two could form a duo, complementing each other's strengths." "Indeed, I share the same sentiment. Don't you think they make a splendid pair?" exclaimed another, suggesting a budding romantic connection between the two. Chen Yiming chuckled as well, unable to resist stealing glances at the pair. "You know, there is indeed a certain chemistry between them." Jin Sheng began to discern that they were utilizing humor as a means to gauge each other's social capabilities. However, the young lady consistently maintained a smile directed at Jin Sheng, showcasing admirable composure even when teased. "All right, please step outside for a moment. We will conduct a brief evaluation and inform you of the outcome." "Thank you, esteemed lawyers." Once Wang Yiyan exited, Chen Yiming initiated the discussion. "I believe she is quite promising. She seems to have a clear understanding of her aspirations." The others concurred, with Rin Wei adding, "Especially in terms of maturity and verbal expression, I find her quite capable." Lu Siyuan candidly remarked, "Indeed, her overall professional maturity certainly surpasses that of many other interns." Jin Sheng unusually chimed in. "I think she is exceptionally suited for non-litigation. Engaging in conversation with her is quite pleasant. Her demeanor is calm and composed." This sentiment resonated with the group. Chen Yiming shrugged and said, "Shall we finalize our decision then?" "Agreed," came the responses. "I will summon her back in." Within the room, Jin Sheng, the least experienced, felt a sense of responsibility for such tasks. However, the conference room's glass was entirely transparent, so there was no need for anyone to step out. A simple wave would suffice. "Greetings, esteemed lawyers. Please take a seat. Our final decision is to appoint you as an intern to join us. You will collaborate with the other interns on a third project. Should you succeed, you will be in contention for an offer. Conversely, failure will result in immediate elimination, with no further opportunities." Jin Sheng closely observed her reaction, and until Lu Siyuan finished speaking, her expression remained unchanged. Instead, she smiled and softly replied, "All right." Her inner strength is remarkable. One could only maintain such composure with absolute confidence. Otherwise, one would be overwhelmed with anxiety. Chapter 51, Topic 3 in the same conference room. The interns gathered as Lu Siyuan awaited their seating before addressing them. "All right, first and foremost, we will welcome a new intern. She will join the third topic in a competitive manner. We understand that some of the existing interns may still fall short of our criteria for full-time positions. Thus, the introduction of a competitive intern aims to infuse fresh energy and vitality into our group. However, rest assured, should she fail in this assessment, she will be eliminated immediately. Conversely, if she succeeds, she will replace one of you. In other words, someone will conclude their internship prematurely." Upon hearing these words, the expressions of several interns without KPIs turned solemn. It was evident that, should elimination occur, it would likely be from the ranks of those trailing last. Their forthcoming fates would rest solely in their hands. The supervising lawyers had been keenly observing the reactions of the interns, using this as an indirect test of their ability to withstand pressure. Seeing that the moment was ripe, Lu Siyuan continued, "Now, Wang Yianyu, please proceed with your self-introduction." "Oh, certainly. Hello everyone. My name is Wang Yianyu, but you can simply call me Yu. I hail from Kashgar and have a fondness for music and dance. I hope to progress together with all of you in the coming days, and I welcome any guidance you can provide where I may falter." Her words nearly elicited a laugh from Jin Sheng. Was this girl merely feigning simplicity to conceal her true self? She seemed to possess a keen understanding of linguistic art, presenting herself as a quintessential underdog. It was apparent that the four adept individuals had already discerned her intent, yet they chose not to expose it. Curious to see which in turn would be the first to react. Now, let us proceed to announce the third topic. This time, the task will be presented in a semi-abstract format, requiring you to meet with the clients. There will be 4 clients, each representing a distinct case. The types and difficulties will vary, and correspondingly, the KPI scores will differ as well. You will need to comprehend their demands and propose viable solutions. Now, let us examine the 4 cases Lucy Yuan stated succinctly, rising to stand before the mobile screen in the conference room. The first case pertains to a wager dispute involving a private rocket company. This case touches upon investment and financing, necessitating negotiations with the opposing party. I must caution you that the representative lawyer from the investment firm is a senior attorney from another prestigious law firm. Given the complexity of this case, the KPI will be set at a formidable 25. Therefore, be sure to deliberate carefully when making your selections. Lucy Yuan deliberately addressed the interns, urging them to act within their capabilities while also encouraging them to embrace challenges, leaving the choice to their discretion. The second case pertains to a dispute regarding the termination of a contract with a live-streaming host from an MCN institution. Issues surrounding account ownership and termination fees led to a conflict between the parties involved, and we shall represent the host, E. The KPI for this case is set at 15. Jin Sheng raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. He had just come across a trending news story about a similar termination case while scrolling through his phone, and now it was relevant to their work. The third case concerns a housing contract dispute. Our client initially engaged with Agency A and expressed interest in a particular property. However, due to an impasse in negotiations, the transaction was aborted. Subsequently, through Agency B's mediation, the property was acquired at the originally intended price. Currently, Agency A has filed a lawsuit against our client. The KPI for this case is 10. The fourth case involves a labor compensation dispute at a construction site, also assigned a KPI of 10. Our client, a small subcontractor, entered into a labor contract with a subcontractor. Due to unforeseen circumstances, the project duration extended, incurring additional costs. The subcontractor, citing a breach of the agreed timeline, refused to pay the outstanding amounts, resulting in significant wage delays for the workers. All cases have now been introduced. The 9 of you will be divided into 4 groups corresponding to the 4 cases. You will engage in face-to-face discussions with the clients in the presence of our 4 supervising attorneys. Only 1 intern per case may attain the KPI value. This arrangement fosters both collaboration and competition among you, testing individual abilities while assessing team spirit. The rules are quite intriguing, considering there are 9 interns. I have prepared a chart. Except for the first case, the remaining 3 cases will each have 3 slots available for you to choose from. Now, you will randomly draw the order of selection for the cases. Lucy Yuan distributed envelopes containing numbers. Wang Yan, as a challenger, has the privilege of first choice. However, I must caution you that failing to secure a KPI value will result in immediate elimination. You may now come forward to make your selection. Jin Sheng observed that the young lady appeared entirely unfazed, even smiling calmly, exuding confidence. The other supervising attorneys had also settled into a relaxed mode, enjoying the unfolding spectacle. Upon hearing Lucy Yuan call her name, Wang Yan approached without hesitation, heading straight for the most challenging case. Indeed, she displayed remarkable courage. Yet, Jin Sheng understood that she had prior experience in this area, which would undoubtedly give her an advantage over the other interns. Lucy Yuan sat down, grinning broadly, reveling in the unfolding drama. Next, it was the turn of Brother Liang Wei, who had drawn number 1, to make his selection. Jin Sheng observed that upon approaching the screen, he appeared somewhat hesitant. This reluctance was understandable, as his KPI score stood at 0, placing him at the bottom of the rankings. Thus, he needed to exercise greater caution in his decision-making. Everyone could empathize with him, and no one pressed him to hurry. After what felt like an eternity, he finally inscribed his name after the 3rd housing case. However, his expression betrayed a palpable anxiety, as if he feared making the wrong choice. Very well, next, Jin Sheng announced. Seated diagonally opposite him, Wang Yutong raised her hand and inquired, "Teacher, May I ask if you could provide a more detailed introduction of the intern from the kicking out segment? Aside from knowing her name and interests, I am quite unfamiliar with her. Jin Sheng inwardly commended his clever junior sister. She indeed possessed a touch of wit. This revelation elicited chuckles from the other supervising lawyers. As someone had finally broken the ice, Lu Siyuan even chimed in. Why don't you introduce yourself in detail? Apologies, I inadvertently overlooked that aspect. Wang Yi responded gracefully, despite feeling slightly embarrassed at having her intentions unveiled. I graduated with my undergraduate degree from Huazhong University of Science and Technology and obtained my master's from Cornell University. I have also worked in several law firms, primarily focusing on non-litigation cases. However, please do not feel pressured. I believe each of you is exceptionally talented. Jin Sheng noted that when Wang Yi revealed her academic credentials, Liang Wei, who had just completed his selection, not only nervously swallowed but also exhibited slight trembling in his hands. It was evident that he was feeling quite unsettled. He was acutely aware that his performance on the first two tasks had been dismal, particularly as he had been interrupted during his report on the first topic. Thus, he likely believed that the intern Lu Siyuan mentioned, who fell short of the standards for regularization, was indeed himself. He might even have thought that Wang Yi's remarks were directed at him. Who is the second? I. The little white rabbit, having listened to Wang Yi's self-introduction, began to zone out, prompting a wave of laughter from the crowd. Indeed, Wang Yutong remained a lively spirit, always ready to shout for help. However, Jin Sheng noticed that she had chosen the anchor contract termination case, prompting him to shake his head in disbelief. Such luck was truly remarkable. She had managed to avoid Wang Yi and inadvertently handed the case to Zhang Yaqi, who had previously worked as an anchor. It seemed she was aware that this would lead to yet another amusing situation. Ultimately, without any surprises, after Huang Kai completed his selection, Zhang Yaqi immediately and decisively opted for the anchor contract termination case. Chapter 52. Overwhelming pressure. Next up was Hu Mingho. Once he positioned himself before the screen, he hesitated for a moment, deliberately glancing back at his companions before resolutely deciding to select the same case as Wang Yiyan. Was he preparing to shoulder the banner alone and confront the challenge head-on? I must admit, at that moment, Hu seemed quite dashing. However, in Jin Sheng's mind, his chances of success were exceedingly slim. After all, Wang Yiyan possessed relevant work experience. Jin Sheng had also observed her eloquence and quick thinking during the interview. To be frank, she was impressive. Subsequently, the other interns took their turns to make their selections. The final outcomes were as follows. The first case was undoubtedly chosen by Hu Mingho and Wang Yiyan. The second case was selected by the unfortunate little rabbit Wang Yutong and the part-time streamer Zhang Yaqi. The third case was fully booked, with only Liang Wei left out, as both Xiao Yang and the young lady from Hong Kong opted for that one, intensifying the competition in that group. Liang Wei seemed to be facing a series of unfortunate events. As for the last case, it was a perfect fit for Huang Kai and Su Wenting, who were the only ones remaining. All right, our groupings are complete. You may return to your desks for now. Shortly, a supervising lawyer will arrive to inform you of the relevant requirements, Lu Siyuan announced. As his words faded, the interns began to exit one by one. Just as Jin Shi was about to rise, he was called back by Chen Yiming. Xiao Jin, where are you off to? Isn't there nothing to do? I'm heading out. Jin Sheng replied. Don't forget, you're also a teaching assistant. Sit down and join the discussion. Oh, I was hoping to slip away, but it seems I've been caught. What is the point of discussing? It's a rare chance to relax. Isn't it more enjoyable to be idle? Before long, after all the interns had departed, the four experts commenced their discussion. I'm a bit concerned about Hu Mingho. This topic presents a significant advantage for Wang Yiyan. Indeed, her expertise aligns perfectly. She specializes in mergers and acquisitions, which is within her comfort zone. Right. I noticed Hu Mingho deliberately glanced back before writing his name, almost as if to say, come on, bring it on me. Indeed, they were all analyzing their thoughts and motivations for their choices. Xiao Jin, what are your thoughts? Lu Siyuan inquired. Sighing, Jin Sheng responded, I feel these kids are in for a tough time. Wang Yiyan's overall capabilities, whether in articulation, ideas, or work experience, far surpass theirs. They are on entirely different levels. Particularly Hu Mingho, he possesses a hint of arrogance, perhaps due to his smooth journey thus far. Additionally, I'm quite worried about Liang Wei. He has been eager to showcase himself, but it's clear that his knowledge base is insufficient, and I fear he may end up causing more harm than good. Jin Sheng's words were quite candid and insightful. After listening, several individuals nodded in agreement. After all, It was impossible for them to have overlooked certain matters. All right, let us return and make our respective arrangements. Xiao Jin, I have 3 interns in my group. Please assist me. Certainly, Chun Lu. Upon hearing Chun Yiming's suggestion, Jin Sheng couldn't help but sigh internally, realizing how challenging it was to evade the grind. Ultimately, he had not escaped the clutches of being overworked. Once outside the conference room, as Jin Sheng passed by the interns' workstations, he noticed them with heads bowed, visibly disheartened. Particularly those without any KPI metrics displayed on their hands wore expressions of anxiety. However, he felt powerless to assist them and could only wish them good luck. Returning to his temporary workstation, Jin Sheng spotted Wang Yin seated directly opposite him. Hello, Lawyer Jin. Oh, hello, senior sister. Jin Sheng playfully responded. Hee. Won't you get beaten up for addressing me like that in public? Fear not, I am quite adept at martial arts. A few ordinary individuals wouldn't stand a chance against me. Wow, junior brother is quite impressive. How amusing. After exchanging a few light-hearted remarks, they both immersed themselves in their work. Jin Sheng pulled up a housing transfer case from his email and briefly reviewed the situation. The complexity was manageable. From a litigation perspective, there were numerous points in their favor. However, whether the interns would recognize these was a matter for them to discern. Before long, Chen Yiming emerged from the office. Xiaoyang, Zhu Chuoying, Liang Wei, come to my office. Jin Sheng was relieved not to hear his name called. Enjoying a moment of leisure. As time passed, groups of interns were summoned away by their supervising lawyers. The outside world had begun to darken. Dingling. At that moment, Jin Sheng's phone rang. The caller ID displayed the name Jiang Yingying. Without much thought, he answered the call. Hello. Lawyer Jin, are you busy? Not at all. Do you need something? The voice on the other end conveyed a sense of caution. Oh, it's nothing. Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival, right? My brother asked me to call you and wish you a happy festival. Hee. Then I thank both of you. Lawyer Jin, you are truly our savior. We must express our gratitude to you. Although Jin Sheng had long since advised against such expressions, he still felt a warm rush at Jiang Yingying's words. Ah, haven't we agreed not to mention this again? Understood. When you return, may we treat you to a meal? That sounds fine. Let us reconnect when I'm back. All right, goodbye, Lawyer Jin. Goodbye. After hanging up, Jin Sheng couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. These siblings were indeed quite polite. However, as a lawyer, especially after successfully aiding the innocent, the sense of achievement and fulfillment was immeasurable by monetary standards. In the original world, Jin Sheng ultimately lost himself in the pursuit of wealth, becoming a mercenary who only cared for money. In his relentless quest to win lawsuits, he resorted to unscrupulous means, leading to a fatal confrontation where he was stabbed in the chest. Wasn't there a rallying cry from Brother Tongzi that echoed the sentiment of giving voice to the unjust and seeking retribution for the wronged? This, perhaps, encapsulates the very essence of his rebirth. Xiao Jin, why are you daydreaming? Ah, Chen Lu? Jin Sheng was taken aback. Realizing that Chen Yiming had already emerged from the office, accompanied by 3 interns from the same group. It seemed their discussion had concluded. Let's go? We shall dine together. Oh, coming. At the mention of food, Jin Sheng could hardly hesitate. He immediately gathered his belongings and followed suit. Do you have any particular cravings? If not, I shall take charge of the arrangements. No, I'm fine with anything. With the culinary skills awarded by Brother Tongzi, Jin Sheng was particularly unfussy about food, especially as nothing he prepared could rival the dishes of his own making. After all, it was merely a matter of satiating hunger, emphasizing a non-picky attitude. Barely had they driven off when Chen Yiming spoke again. By the way, our show is set to air tonight. After we finish dining, remember to tune in. All right, understood. Liang Wei and Zhu Chuoying responded. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang was engrossed in messaging on his phone. Jin Sheng, intrigued, was eager to see how he would be portrayed on television. In the city of Taiping, located in the urban-rural fringe of Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces, Jin Sheng's mother, Li Jifeng, had prepared a hearty meal and was awaiting her husband, Jin Jiangwo, to return home for dinner. Today marked the Mid-Autumn Festival, a national holiday. Yet who could resist the allure of triple overtime pay? Bang! At that moment, Li Jifeng heard the sound of the iron gate closing, signaling her husband's return. Sure enough, moments later, a tall man with a few strands of gray hair parted the curtain to enter. You're back. Quickly wash your hands and join me for dinner. All right, just a moment. While Jin Jiangwo washed his hands, Li Jifeng efficiently dished out rice and set a bottle of beer on the table. Wow, such a lavish spread today. As he sat down, Jin Jiangwo poured himself some beer, surveying the array of dishes. Li Jifeng shot him an exasperated glance. The hairy crabs from work were meant for Xiao Sheng. But he is too busy. So, you're the lucky one today. Those things are hard to keep alive. If they die, they're wasted, Jin Sheng chuckled, unfazed. After years of marriage, they were well acquainted with each other's personalities. By the way, has that rascal mentioned when he will be back? Not yet. He just said he'll return when he finishes this busy patch. Jin Sheng felt a sense of perplexity. Was he not a lawyer? Surely. That entailed dealings with the court. Why then was he still occupied even during the holidays? Li Jifeng rolled her eyes, remarking, "How should I know? We are not privy to our son's professional affairs, so it is best we refrain from meddling." Jin Sheng blinked, conceding, "All right, it's your call in this household." Li Jifeng, filled with pride, added, "That's all you need to understand. Our son even sent me a red envelope this morning, wishing me a happy holiday. This little rascal has indeed matured since starting his formal career, now showing respect and gratitude. Indeed," she continued, "one must consider who brought him into this world." Chapter 53, Guidelines for Leisure Achu. Jin Sheng had just arrived at his destination with a few others when he suddenly sneezed. After rubbing his nose, he dismissed it as unimportant. To his surprise, Chen Yiming had chosen an omakase restaurant. Undoubtedly, this is a hallmark of the sophisticated culture of Shanghai. It exudes a certain bohemian charm. Across the vast land of China, culinary delights abound. It is commendable that they have managed to introduce their exquisite cuisine here. At least in terms of gastronomy, their understanding is not vastly different from ours. In our perspective, the finest ingredients often require only simple cooking, while for them, the best ingredients frequently need no cooking at all, merely an artful presentation. One can only imagine the disparity, at least in Jin Sheng's eyes. The seemingly effortless approach to Japanese cuisine would falter without soy sauce and wasabi. Chen Yiming was engaged in conversation with 3 interns, and Jin Sheng refrained from interjecting, preoccupied with his phone and occasionally sampling the food. "Xiaojin, do you have any thoughts?" "Huh, what?" Jin Sheng, absorbed in his phone, was utterly oblivious to their discussion. Chen Yiming chuckled and repeated the question. Liang Wei mentioned his plans to pursue a master's degree to enhance his qualifications. "What about you? Have you considered obtaining a degree as well?" Jin Sheng nonchalantly replied, "Oh, once I return to Shanghai, I'll just take care of the paperwork at Huazhong University. It's already been arranged for me to be recommended." His words bore a hint of pretentiousness. Although Huazhong is not a prestigious university, it is recognized for its 5 colleges and 4 departments, being an established institution in the field of law. Many legal professionals across the nation have graduated from Huazhong, whether at the undergraduate or Master S level, thus its credibility remains high. Xiaoyang and Zhu Chuing seemed unfazed, but Liang Wei fell silent. Was this blatant face-slapping? Even Chen Yiming felt a bit awkward and wished he hadn't asked. As they neared the end of their meal, Chen Yiming inquired, "Are we all full? If so, let us conclude our gathering for today. Everyone should head home and rest early." "Full. All right, let us go." Jin Sheng glanced at the table, where at least half of the dishes remained untouched, feeling a twinge of regret. Had he known, he would have refrained from boasting earlier. The following morning, Jin Sheng set an alarm for 6:30 a.m. and rose early. He first went to a grocery store to purchase glutinous rice flour, yellow soybean flour, plain flour, and other essential ingredients. After all, he had promised Ren Wei, and he intended to keep his word. Upon returning to his apartment, he began his culinary endeavors. After approximately 2 hours, he successfully prepared 2 snacks, donkey rolling and cream-fried cakes. He tasted each one, and the flavors were exceptional. Even the VJ, who was filming nearby, couldn't help but indulge without uttering a word. It was worth his early start to work. Jin Sheng packaged his homemade snacks in disposable boxes and promptly made his way to the law firm, carrying 2 large bags filled with nearly dozens of boxes, enough for everyone. With some to spare, he anticipated that Ren Wei would undoubtedly take the leftovers. The intern area was sparsely populated, with only Xiao Yang and Zhu Chuing present. "Xiao Yang, could you assist me in distributing these? Each person gets a portion, and for those who are absent, just leave it on their desks." "Sure, thank you." "Lawyer Jean," Xiao Yang replied as he accepted one of the bags while Jin Sheng retained the other and began to distribute the snacks among the supervising lawyers. Only Chen Yiming was absent. The others had already arrived. Without knocking, Jin Sheng entered Luo Jiayun's office, which was wide open. "Lawyer Luo, are you busy? Please, try my snacks." "What kind of snacks are these?" "Donkey rolling and cream-fried cake, traditional delicacies from Old Beijing." Thank you, thank you." No need to be so formal with me, Lawyer Jin. Please continue with your deliveries. All right. Luo Jiayun was quite confident in Jin Sheng's culinary skills, trusting that the snacks would be delightful. After exiting Luo Jiayun's office, Jin Sheng continued his rounds. With Chen Yiming absent, he placed a box on his desk. Just then, Lu Siyuan appeared, holding a document ready to enter. Lawyer Lu, perfect timing. Here is a portion for you. Haha, I just saw you wandering around with that big bag. Is all of this food? Yes, I made some snacks myself. Lu Siyuan accepted the offering without hesitation, but upon seeing its contents, he shook his head in mild exasperation. Xiao Jin, you are truly a stumbling block on my weight loss journey. After dining at your place last time, I weighed in and found I had gained a pound. And now more high-calorie treats. Sigh. Jin Sheng chuckled at his plight. Lawyer Lu, these sweets are brain food. They won't make you gain weight. Besides, how can one have the energy to lose weight without a full stomach? Lu Siyuan rolled his eyes. I wouldn't trust you in that regard. You are quite the rascal. With that, he slipped into his office, leaving Jin Sheng's light-hearted banter hanging in the air. Truly, she was a formidable woman. Her words sharp and unyielding. Jin Sheng approached Renwei's office, noting that the door was closed. He peered through the glass to check if she was on a call. But seeing that she was not, he knocked gently. Knock, knock. Come in. Lawyer Ren, I prepared the 2 types of snacks you requested. Since I had some free time, I thought I would make them for you to sample. Ah, so soon? Renwei was visibly surprised, as she had merely mentioned it casually the day before, and now here were the actual treats. Yet, Jin Sheng possessed a certain linguistic charm. Hiki. I was free this morning, and since they're not complicated to make, I thought I'd whip them up for everyone to enjoy. Hee. How could Renwei possibly be unaware? This must have been orchestrated by Jin Sheng, who rose early on purpose. They are all astute individuals, refraining from making anything overt. Jin Sheng retrieved several boxes from his bag, leaving approximately 5 behind, and handed them to Renwei. Renlu, you may enjoy these for now. I'll distribute the rest. Should you wish for more in the future, just let me know. It's quite convenient. Renwei did not decline. All right, then. Thank you. Jin Sheng waved his hand dismissively. No need for formality. Just speak up if you need anything. I'm off now. Renwei nodded with a smile. Okay. Upon returning to his workstation, Jin Sheng also distributed shares to several mid-level lawyers. This is what one might call equitable sharing. Thank you, Jin Lu. This conveniently saves me lunch. Lulu, don't mention it. At 3:40 p.m., Jin Sheng pondered whether to indulge in afternoon tea. Perhaps accompanied by some homemade snacks, an undeniably delightful prospect. Principle of idleness. One, if it doesn't concern you, let it be. Unless called upon by a superior. One should avoid involving oneself in laborious tasks that yield no reward. Those who actively seek out such opportunities, hoping for promotions and raises, are merely naive. A commendation for good work is fleeting, while failure leads to blame. Messing up could even cost one their job. Principle of idleness. To fully exploit your advantages. One should be adept at concealing oneself, ideally remaining in a corner unnoticed by the few. This is what one might refer to as the ideal spot for idleness. Much like in school, the last row by the window ensures that when books pile up, no one can see what you're up to. Jin Sheng found himself in such a situation. The moment Chen Yiming stepped out of the office, he promptly buried his head down to evade detection. His reflexes were remarkably swift. If Tong Zigu were to discover that Jin Sheng was idling away using his enhanced physique, he would undoubtedly express strong disapproval. Seizing the opportunity, Jin Sheng quickly shifted his position. In the break room, he had just brewed himself a cup of coffee when Chen Yiming entered, holding a cup. I wonder how you managed to miss everyone and come here to idle away. Chen Lu, don't wrongfully accuse me. Can't you see that I just brewed this coffee? Jin Sheng feigned innocence. All right then, make me a cup too, Chen Yiming said, handing over his cup. Let us head to my office. Liang Wei seems a bit slow on the uptake, and you're tasked with instructing him. Sigh. Despite Jin Sheng's best efforts to hide in the break room, he could not escape the burdensome fate of labor. However, since the boss had spoken, refusal was not an option. Reluctantly, Jin Sheng poured himself another cup and followed closely behind Chen Yiming. Here, take a look at the report Liang Wei wrote. And this one contains detailed case information. After receiving the documents, Jin Sheng settled into a chair to begin his review. Chapter 54. Classmate, you are overexerting yourself. Jin Sheng had long perceived that Liang Wei tended to overthink matters. Take the report in his hands, for instance. He was once again falling into old habits. As a lawyer, one must invariably advocate for the client's interests, striving for the utmost benefit. However, Liang Wei's report resembled a hodgepodge, an amalgamation of both pertinent and irrelevant information, presenting a myriad of options for the client to choose from. Jin Sheng found this somewhat vexing. Was there any confusion on his part? Indeed, he seemed to be muddled, persistently debating whether the issue at hand pertained to statutory or contractual breach of contract. A look of bewilderment crossed Jin Sheng's face. Could it be that this child had lost his wits? What purpose did such futile endeavors serve? Chen Yiming could not help but chuckle at the situation. Very well, summon him here, and help him unravel this conundrum. Jin Sheng's mind was still buzzing. He was indifferent to the situation and promptly made his way to the door. Liang Wei, please come in. Should I come too? All right, then you may join us. Let us all listen in. Xiaoyang seemed eager for the spectacle. Nevertheless, Jin Sheng did not decline. Once the two entered, Chen Yiming addressed Liang Wei directly. Liang Wei, allow lawyer Jin to clarify your doubts. Upon hearing this, Liang Wei turned his gaze toward Jin Sheng, his curiosity piqued. Dear classmate Liang Wei, it appears you have complicated a rather straightforward matter. Are you wrestling with the legal effects of statutory versus contractual breaches? Liang Wei nodded affirmatively. Then let me pose a question. What are the essential elements for the formation of an intermediary contract? Does it not require the signatures of the buyer, intermediary, and seller in order for the contract to take effect? Presently, with only 2 signatures on the contract, can it be deemed valid? If the contract is not established, then the contractual breach cannot exist either. Furthermore, is the property exclusive? If it is not exclusive, then the foundational facts for the statutory breach are non-existent. What significance does your dilemma hold? Xiaoyang nodded in agreement as he listened. Yet, Liang Wei's expression suggested a lingering skepticism, as if he remained unconvinced. Indeed, while intermediary contracts require 3 signatures, if this is a mandate contract, the nature shifts. An intermediary contract is encompassed within a mandate contract. Thus, 2 signatures suffice. This assertion elicited laughter from Jin Sheng. How is it that you have studied the law? Are you jesting with me? A mandate contract is an agreement between the principal and the agent, wherein the agent is tasked with managing the affairs of the principal. An intermediary contract involves the intermediary presenting the principal with opportunities to conclude a contract or providing mediation services for which the principal compensates. These 2 concepts are fundamentally distinct. Moreover, what is the heading of the contract in your possession state? It is an intermediary contract. Where do you see that this is a commission contract? After listening to Jin Sheng's explanation, Liang Wei nodded slightly to indicate his understanding. Yet he persisted, asserting, I believe this contract is valid, as it is indeed a commission contract. A commission contract solely concerns the parties involved. Thus, as long as both parties sign, it holds legal validity. Jin Sheng felt a twinge of frustration. What tenacity this was. He had explained the matter quite clearly, yet there was still disagreement. At that moment, even Chen Yiming could no longer bear it. Liang Wei, please return and examine the contract thoroughly, and reflect on it carefully. Jin Sheng then remarked, Chun, I shall take my leave now. He also had an unspoken thought. Young man, you truly possess remarkable courage. Keep it up. I shall return to work as well. Xiaoyang, perceptive as always, promptly took his leave upon hearing Jin Sheng's words, having sensed that Liang Wei remained somewhat unconvinced and stubbornly believed in his correctness. Sure enough, as soon as they exited the office, Liang Wei's voice echoed behind them. I still maintain that this is a commission agreement. The 2 exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. It appeared that Liang Wei was unable to surmount this hurdle. Jin Sheng decisively turned and left, feeling it was unwise to linger. As for leaving work early, that was out of the question. The senior executives had yet to depart, and it would be inappropriate for him to slip away. Shortly after returning to his workstation, Jin Sheng was surprised to hear Chen Yiming's voice, resonant and clear. Oh, this stubbornness is quite remarkable. Even a small whirlwind pales in comparison. Jin Sheng felt a pang of concern for him. In the workplace, differing opinions are commonplace. But directly opposing a superior is quite another matter. Unless one's father or grandfather possesses a vast fortune awaiting inheritance, one cannot act with such impunity. However, it was evident that Liang Wei was in a precarious position. Before long, he emerged, his face clearly displaying disappointment. Yet, Jin Sheng sensed that he remained unconvinced. He recalled that on his very first day, Liang Wei had been the first to approach him to connect on WeChat. After some contemplation, Jin Sheng decided to rise and offer further guidance. As he stood beside Liang Wei, Xiaoyang approached as well. Are you all right? Thank you, Lawyer Jin, I am fine. Do not overthink it. If you still have doubts, Feel free to ask me, Jin Sheng spoke gently. After a moment of contemplation, Liang Wei slowly began to articulate his thoughts. I believe a legal analysis report should maintain neutrality. Therefore, I analyzed every possibility from an objective standpoint. Is that wrong? Jin Sheng partially agreed with Liang Wei's perspective, but it was not applicable in this context. Liang Wei, if you were merely a scholar engaged in legal research, then your assertions would be entirely valid. However, it is imperative to comprehend that as a practicing attorney, one must approach problem-solving from the client's perspective. It is not sufficient to merely present several options, each with varying degrees of risk, and leave the decision to them. Typically, clients do not possess the same level of legal discernment as we do. Otherwise, what purpose would they serve in hiring an attorney? They could resolve their issues independently, rendering the entire endeavor redundant. Do you not find this reasoning compelling? Liang Wei remained unresponsive, while the nearby Xiao Yang appeared to absorb the information. Jin Sheng continued. As I mentioned previously, lawyers are fundamentally part of the service industry, and what we offer is our specialized legal acumen. Our role is solely to employ legal means to fulfill the client's demands, much like the case I recently handled. So, Liang Wei, do you grasp the concept? Jin Sheng's discourse was profound and incisive, resonating even with Xiao Yang and Wang Yutong, who nodded in agreement. Without waiting for Liang Wei's response, Jin Sheng gently patted his shoulder and returned to his workstation. He had articulated all that needed to be said. Whether it would be heeded was now beyond his control. In the adjacent office, Lucy Yuan, having likely overheard Shen Yiming's voice, rose to investigate after seeing Jin Sheng pass by. Shen, what transpired just now? Liang Wei insisted on interpreting a non-effective intermediary contract as an agency contract, quibbling over semantics with me. I found it quite absurd. Lucy Yuan took the report and examined it thoroughly. After a considerable time, she shook her head in resignation. Yet, out of goodwill, she offered an explanation. He seems to be fixating on Article 965 of the Civil Code, believing that the client circumvented the intermediary to establish a direct contract, which is somewhat pedantic. Chen Yiming nodded. Indeed, I conveyed the same to him. Earlier, Xiao Jin even took the time to clarify the distinctions between intermediary and agency contracts, yet he remains obstinate. What can one do? Lu Siyuan chuckled awkwardly. Perhaps he is still enveloped in the academic atmosphere of school and has yet to adapt. After some time in practice, he should improve significantly. Let us hope for that. Chapter 55. Playing house the following afternoon, at 3 o'clock. Jin Sheng awoke from a leisurely nap and indulged in a satisfying pig trotter rice dish before strolling into the law firm at a relaxed pace. After rising that morning, he noticed the rain pouring heavily outside, and since the filming crew had no tasks for the day, Jin Sheng spent the entire morning at his apartment, leisurely fishing. He also caught a glimpse of some television, as the first episode of the show had already aired. Aside from various discussions and screenshots circulating online, he had yet to watch it in its entirety. With the commentary from the celebrity support group, it indeed proved quite entertaining. The editor certainly deserved a pat on the back. The opening sequence featured Jin Sheng positioned behind the four esteemed masters, commencing with a dramatic slow-motion shot that accentuated his striking presence from the moment he entered. The screen was further embellished with an introduction. Jin Sheng, criminal litigation lawyer, senior attorney at Jin Sheng Law Firm. The barrage of comments on the screen included a flurry of admirers proclaiming their desire to have his offspring. Particularly amusing was the sight of female celebrities from the support group openly declaring his handsomeness. In that moment, Jin Sheng felt an overwhelming surge of vanity. As he passed by the conference room, he noticed Liang Wei seated, while Xiao Yang and Zhu Chuaying exchanged a handshake at the window. Their conversation soon devolved into laughter. Were they merely playing house? Jin Sheng chose to disregard it and proceeded to his workstation. It seemed the others had stepped out, leaving only the interns, the petite Wang Yutong and the tall Zhang Yaqi, still present. Judging by their demeanor, they were likely idling away their time, as interns typically had little to occupy them aside from assigned tasks from their mentors, unless one delved into case studies or legal statutes on their own. There was little else to do. Junior sisters, have you completed your assignments? Jin Sheng inquired. Not yet, senior brother, replied Zhang Yaqi. We met with the client this morning. Noticing Wang Yutong's visibly downcast demeanor, Jin Sheng wondered if the situation had not unfolded as favorably as anticipated. Do share with me. I am here to offer some advice. Really? Thank you, senior brother. Both young women's eyes lit up at Jin Sheng's offer, as they were well aware of his capabilities. Well, it's like this. The two began to recount the details of their conversation, each contributing to the narrative. However, in the end, Jin Sheng took a moment to review the notes they had made regarding the involved parties and their legal perspectives. Zhang Yaqi seemed fine, but Wang Yutong appeared to struggle, still grappling with her identity as a student. Her legal debate with the opposing counsel had already set her at a disadvantage. The opposing party was a professional MCN organization, and the contract they presented was undoubtedly sound. Even if there were minor discrepancies in the content, it could easily be justified. At the very least, the contract was certain to be valid. After they concluded their discussion, both women fixed their eager gazes upon Jin Sheng, anticipating his insights. Do you believe that, compared to an individual streamer, an agency would be more inclined to take legal action? For a professional MCN agency, two aspects are of utmost importance. Firstly, resources. This encompasses both the platforms they collaborate with and the streamers under their wing. Secondly, reputation and credibility. This aspect holds greater significance than resources. Without a solid reputation and positive public image, how can an agency attract exceptional streamers to join them? If a case were to reach the courtroom, revealing the contract details and the circumstances faced by the streamer, what repercussions might ensue? In light of the agency's dominance, would we not feel greater sympathy for the underdog? Based on your initial conversation with the opposing lawyer, it is evident that they prefer to resolve matters through negotiation. Their aim is to discreetly settle the issue. If the situation were to escalate significantly, it would undoubtedly not bode well for them. So, have you discerned how to navigate this? After Jin Sheng's explanation, Zhang Yaqi nodded thoughtfully. Having been a streamer herself for a time, she undoubtedly comprehends some of the intricacies involved. Conversely, Wang Yutong remained deep in thought, still grappling with the complexities. Xiao Jin, let's go. Chen Yiming had already witnessed Jin Sheng conversing with the two in the office. Thus, upon exiting, he immediately called out to them. You all continue to delve into the topic. I must attend to other matters. Very well. Goodbye, senior brother. Following closely behind, Jin Sheng also entered the conference room. Soon, Chen Yiming's phone rang, indicating the arrival of their client. Indeed, after the call, Xiao Yang and Zhu Chuangying went downstairs to receive them. Liang Wei brought in 2 cups of water and also went to greet at the door, demonstrating a degree of attentiveness. Xiao Jin, during their discussion, you need not speak. Simply observe. Understood, I will do so. Jin Sheng was acutely aware that the so-called topic was merely a preliminary test of their comprehensive abilities, including legal analysis reports and communication strategies with the client. As for the specific handling of the case, other lawyers would undoubtedly take over in due course. In a short while, through the glass, a group could be seen approaching. 3 interns were surrounding the client in the center. Chen Yiming was the first to step forward, exchanging greetings and shaking hands. Mr. Qian, this is our esteemed colleague from the firm, an exceptionally talented lawyer, Jin Sheng. Hello, Mr. Qian. Greetings. After Chen Yiming introduced Jin Sheng, they also shook hands. Once everyone was seated, Chen Yiming continued, Mr. Qian. Today our 3 young associates will report to you on the status of the case. Mr. Qian nodded in acknowledgement, showing no reluctance, and proceeded to provide an introduction to the specific circumstances at hand. At the beginning of the year, after Mr. Qian concluded his remarks, several interns began to pose their inquiries. The first point was to clarify whether the key terms of the contract had been explicitly communicated by the other party. However, Zhu Chuiying's Cantonese Mandarin made it somewhat exhausting to listen to, despite its clarity. Jin Sheng, after about 10 minutes, realized that 3 interns were committing a significant faux pas by frequently introducing legal stipulations to the client, which began to irritate Mr. Qian. After all, a person willing to spend tens of millions on a property is most averse to verbosity. Time is indeed money. Nevertheless, among the group, Xiao Yang and Zhu Chuang performed reasonably well, demonstrating some foundational knowledge. It was evident that they were working in tandem, with each addressing a crucial point. However, Liang Wei's actions left Jin Sheng somewhat at a loss, as he once again brought up the issue of property sources in front of the client. Despite Jin Sheng's extensive explanations the previous day, it seemed Liang Wei had not absorbed any of it. Even Chen Yiming's countenance turned slightly sour. Jin Sheng thought to himself that Liang Wei was likely heading for a figurative barbecue. Unfortunately, there was no opportunity to offer a warning. He could only watch as Liang Wei continued to dig his own grave. Excitedly, Liang Wei stood up and approached the blackboard, elaborating on the significance of the deposit to the client. Jin Sheng could hardly bear to watch. The contract had clearly stated it was an intention deposit. Simply put, if the transaction does not succeed and there is no illegality, the money can be reclaimed. Yet, he insisted on rambling about irrelevant matters, which was utterly perplexing. This was clearly draining the client's patience. Jin Sheng was genuinely at his wit's end. What the client sought were solutions, not explanations of legal jargon. Conversely, Zhu Chuaying surprised Jin Sheng by handling the concluding phase with poise. It was apparent she possessed a certain level of experience in dealing with people. As Chun Yiming observed that the time was nearly up, he remarked, "All right, you three may head back for now," to which they all responded affirmatively, tidying their belongings before departing. Jin Sheng intended to leave alongside them, but since Chun Yiming had only instructed the three of them to exit, he remained behind. "Mr. Qian, rest assured, your case is in good hands. A senior lawyer will follow up. I have complete faith in Lawyer Chun, haha. Well then, let's conclude for today. All right, Xiao Jin, please escort Mr. Qian out." "Certainly, Lawyer Chun." Jin Sheng accompanied Mr. Qian all the way to the entrance downstairs before bidding him farewell. Chapter 56. Each person's reflection. When Jin Sheng returned upstairs, Chen Yiming was still in the conference room, seemingly awaiting his arrival. "Chen Lu, Qian has already been sent off." "Good, please come in." Chen Yiming gestured with his left hand. Once Jin Sheng settled in, he began to inquire, "Do you have any specific thoughts regarding the performances of the three individuals just now?" After a moment of contemplation, Jin Sheng gradually articulated his perspective. "Regarding Xiao Yang, I feel he is deliberately being modest. Whenever the other two speak, he merely acts as a supporting presence. He likely holds 20 of the KPI value and wishes to secure one of them." Zhu Chuaying surprised me somewhat. Although she studies constitutional law, her reasoning is quite sound, as she addressed several key points adequately. Additionally, it appears she must possess experience in communicating with clients. Her performance was fairly commendable. As for Liang Wei, he seems overly fixated, exhibiting a strong desire to showcase himself. He likely yearns for validation from others, but his efforts may come across as excessive. At the very least, he falls short in terms of engaging with clients. Listening to Jin Sheng's comments, Chen Yiming nodded in agreement. "Your observations resonate with mine, yet I need to reflect further. Let us step out for now." "All right." Upon exiting the conference room, Chen Yiming returned to his office while Jin Sheng meandered about. However, as they passed the intern's workstation, it was evident that Liang Wei bore an expression of unease. He was undoubtedly troubled, perhaps silently wishing for Hu Mingho to dispatch Wang Yu from the competition. Yet, the day had grown late, and even the interns who had ventured out were now back. As for Hu Mingho's group, upon Jin Sheng's return to his workstation, he discerned Wang Yu's smile across the way and immediately grasped the outcome. There had been no surprises. She had likely triumphed in the competition. Wang Yu's advantages were simply too significant. Before long, Lu Siyuan emerged with a notepad. Just then, he addressed Luo Jieyun, who was returning from the restroom, saying, "Let us go. Conference room 1. "All right, Xiao Jin, let us head out." "Oh, okay." Jin Sheng promptly rose to follow. As Lu Siyuan passed the interns, he announced, "Hold on, you all stay put. I'll be presenting the results for your third assignment shortly." At that moment, Chen Yiming also emerged, casually patting Jin Sheng on the back, a gesture of camaraderie, perhaps. Once everyone settled in the conference room, Lu Siyuan was the first to pose a question. "Please share the current status of your group. Let us determine who will receive the KPI." No sooner had he finished speaking than several mentors turned their gaze towards Chen Yiming. However, seeing his lack of response, Renwei took the initiative to speak. "Allow me to begin. In my case, there is still no clear decision on whether to pursue litigation. So I have assigned them a task to produce a comprehensive summary following their meeting with the involved parties. Upon submission, I took a moment to review the documents. Huang Kai's report resembled a mere ledger, while Su Wenting's was succinct and articulate, offering pertinent suggestions. Thus, I shall allocate the KPI value to Su Wenting. Huang Kai's expertise evidently fell short, a sentiment that resonated with the group. After Renwei concluded, Chen Yiming added, "As you are aware, my group comprises 3 members. I shall not elaborate on their analytical reports, as we ultimately based our presentation to the client on Zhu Chuaying's work. However, the meeting did not unfold as favorably as anticipated, a fact noted by Xiao Jin. Xiao Yang, on the other hand, remained composed, willingly conceding opportunities to Liang Wei and Zhu Chuaying. Liang Wei appeared overly eager to showcase himself, neglecting to consider the client's mood at the time. In contrast, Zhu Chuaying displayed a maturity and finesse in her interactions with clients. After the meeting, I sought Xiao Jin's opinion, which aligned closely with my own. Therefore, I will assign the KPI value to Zhu Chuaying. Jin Sheng, having overheard, nodded in agreement. Following Chen Yiming's remarks, all eyes turned to Luo Jieyun. whose expression bore a hint of wry amusement. The decision for my group must be the most challenging. To begin with, Wang Yutong, a junior from Xiao Jin's alma mater, demonstrated a solid foundation in law throughout her work and exhibited remarkable diligence. The day after the topic was released, she provided me with a comprehensive analysis report. This was commendable. However, the assignment necessitated direct communication with the client. Ultimately, the client's feedback labeled her as too academic. Conversely, Zhang Yaqi showcased some of the essential traits expected of a lawyer. Notably, during negotiations with the opposing counsel, she surprised me with her adept control of the pace. Thus, I will assign the KPI value to Zhang Yaqi. Jin Sheng, upon hearing this, silently sighed, recognizing that his junior sister still needed to shift her perspective. I wonder if she will heed my advice. Now, only Lu Siyuan remains to speak. Everyone turned their attention to him. Very well. As you all know, my group focused on the betting agreement. Although Wang Yi's experience was evident, I was pleasantly surprised that Hu Mingho was not significantly overshadowed by her. In fact, both displayed commendable standards, even collaborating seamlessly without any apparent competition. However, Wang Yi shone particularly in negotiations. Several times, I feared the discussion might derail. Yet she skillfully steered it back on course, which was quite impressive. Hence, my choice is abundantly clear. After Lu Siyuan finished speaking, the corners of his mouth were lifted to the heavens, a smile so radiant that even the desert eagle could not suppress it. Those present could easily discern that this was a manifestation of utmost satisfaction. Perhaps he was aware of his own elation. Ahem. Allow me to announce the final results. As for who will conclude their internship early, let us first hear their self-assessments. Lu Siyuan's proposal met with unanimous approval from the other mentors, and as for Jin Sheng, he was not even a consideration. The roles of teaching assistants and mentors are markedly different. One offers assistance while the other provides guidance. It is akin to the distinction between a university counselor and a homeroom teacher. Are their natures truly comparable? Once Lu Siyuan exited, Chen Yiming jested with Jin Sheng, saying, "Your junior seems to be in quite a precarious position, haha." Luo Jiayan chimed in with a smile, "Little Jin, remember to say some good words for your junior later." Jin Sheng awkwardly rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Speaking of which, with National Day tomorrow, where shall we arrange our team-building activities? Ren Lu, this is your territory in Pengcheng. You must organize it well. That makes sense. A daytime outing followed by an evening where little Jean can showcase her culinary skills would be simply perfect. Without even soliciting Jin Sheng's opinion, the trio had already devised their plans. 10 minutes later, Lu Siyuan returned, accompanied by Liang Wei and Wang Yutong. Upon taking their seats, it was evident that both were somewhat anxious. Liang Wei even clutched a pen in his hand, seemingly deriving some comfort from it. According to the rules, one student would conclude their internship today. Thus, I offer you both one final opportunity to express your reasons for wishing to remain. Although Lu Siyuan's voice was gentle, it resonated heavily in the ears of the two individuals at that moment. Wang Yutong, a girl known for her cheerful demeanor, wore a smile that belied the redness around her eyes. Regardless of whether I can remain, this internship has enlightened me on how to transition from a student's mindset to that of a lawyer. This may become a crucial developmental direction in my future career. Jin Sheng could sense that Wang Yutong had internalized her own words, and he nodded in acknowledgement. Liang Wei, it is now your turn. Lu Siyuan turned her gaze towards him. In previous projects, I leaned too heavily on individual contributions, neglecting the importance of teamwork. Therefore, in future endeavors, I will place greater emphasis on overall control and collaboration with my teammates. Upon hearing these words, Jin Sheng felt a sense of dismay. It appeared that Liang Wei still failed to recognize the issues within himself. Chapter 57. Farewell among those present, who is not astute. It is evident to all that Liang Wei's remarks were intentionally crafted to secure his presence. In contrast, Wang Yutong's sentiments were genuinely heartfelt, elevating her response to a higher level of sincerity. Lu Siyuan, with a knowing smile, continued the dialogue. What are your thoughts on the legal profession after these few days of internship? This inquiry unmistakably implied that it was time for Liang Wei to cease his clever antics and express his genuine reflections. Yet, it seemed that Jin Sheng doubted Liang Wei would grasp this subtlety. Indeed, without a moment's hesitation, Liang Wei promptly replied, "I still consider becoming a lawyer as my lifelong career plan." Such an unhesitating response could either reflect genuine conviction or a deliberate stance, particularly given its brevity. Next, it was Wang Yutong's turn. I must admit, I underestimated the pressure of the internship. It differs somewhat from my expectations. However, I intend to adjust and remain steadfast on the path of law." Her words were delivered with sincerity, earning nods of approval from the lawyers present, a recognition that Liang Wei had not received. Luo Jiayan, after surveying her fellow attorneys, finally spoke. "As you all know, Yutong is a member of my group. At this moment, I simply wish to convey to Yutong that you are exceptional. You mentioned that your greatest feeling is one of pressure. However, as your supervising attorney, I perceive your growth. Therefore, I urge you not to let the outcomes of this project diminish your self-worth. This is a lesson you must hold dear. Life is a continuous journey of exploration through which one achieves success. Regardless of your future choices, I hope you remain true to your original aspirations." Even Jin Sheng was taken aback by Luo Jiayun's unexpected display of sentiment. As she was typically perceived as serious and resolute, a classic case of a hard shell concealing a tender core, it was only natural that her mentee, who was often considered a little sister figure, succumbed to tears. After Luo Jiayun concluded her heartfelt message, Chen Yiming felt compelled to share his thoughts as well. Mindful of the program's formalities, "Liang Wei, throughout your internship, I have observed your progress and development. Your thought process is meticulous, and at times, you delve deeply into certain aspects, a commendable quality. However, this might also represent a potential shortcoming. While attending to details is important, one must discern whether they constitute the crux of the matter. Focusing on minutiae at the expense of the bigger picture could lead to losing sight of what truly matters. Reflect on this carefully." In Jin Sheng's mind, if these words held any merit, then Liang Wei should have absorbed the advice he received yesterday, thus avoiding unnecessary efforts to assert his presence during client meetings. "Now, I kindly ask both of you to return to your seats. We still require a final evaluation." Upon hearing Lu Siyuan's words, the two individuals rose and exited. However, Jin Sheng noticed that they did not return to their workstations, but rather seated themselves on a nearby sofa, awaiting the outcome. The atmosphere in the conference room descended into a profound silence. After a while, Luo Jiayan could no longer contain herself and spoke first. "As Wang Yutong's supervising attorney, I genuinely wish to lend her my support. Haha. Since her first day, I have observed her relentless efforts to transcend her limits. Thus, I sense that her future holds vast potential for growth. I firmly believe she possesses the capability for a remarkable transformation ahead." In Jin Sheng's eyes, Luo Jiayun's remarks were highly commendable. It seems that his junior, through her diligent endeavors, has indeed reaped some rewards, at least recognized by her own supervising attorney. With Luo Jiayun having spoken, Chen Yiming was compelled to contribute as well. "As for Liang Wei, I believe he possesses a clearer understanding of his desires. If given another opportunity, it could be beneficial for him." This was merely platitudinous rhetoric, easily discernible to all. "Xiao Jin, what are your thoughts?" Jin Sheng was taken aback that Lu Siyuan would direct this topic toward him. "Well, regarding their shortcomings, I have addressed them individually. Ultimately, Wang Yutong seemed to absorb some of it, and I even noticed a few transformations in her. As for Liang Wei, he might be a bit obstinate, the type who won't turn back until he hits a wall. Haha. Of course, this trait has its pros and cons. It largely depends on him." Although he did not explicitly choose one over the other, Jin Sheng's words clearly conveyed a bias, one that everyone could grasp. After listening to Jin Sheng, all eyes turned to Lu Siyuan and Ren Wei to see their choices. After a moment of contemplation, Ren Wei expressed, "I am inclined to retain Wang Yutong. She is a student who has just stepped out of the ivory tower, and the mere fact that she can vie for our internship qualification speaks volumes of her excellence. Throughout this period, I have consistently witnessed her diligence. She is a truly earnest individual." Lu Siyuan nodded in agreement, stating, "I too choose Wang Yutong. At least within this project, based on your feedback, she exhibits a commendable spirit of collaboration, and that is what I value most." Unsurprisingly, Liang Wei was not chosen to remain. Jin Sheng surmised that he might have already realized this himself. If he can adjust his mindset in the future, he undoubtedly has the potential to become a good lawyer. Observing the four adept individuals remaining silent, Jin Sheng rose and declared, "I shall now summon them. Let us have Wang Yutong return to her workstation directly." After acknowledging Lu Siyuan, Jin Sheng promptly exited the conference room. On the nearby sofa, the two individuals who had been attentively monitoring the situation were poised the moment they saw Jin Sheng rise. "Liang Wei, you may enter first. I need to discuss a few matters with Yutong." "All right, Lawyer Jin." Perhaps intimidated by Jin Sheng's imposing presence, she instinctively took a step back before even reaching Wang Yutong. This nearly elicited a laugh from Jin Sheng, as it seemed she believed herself to be the one facing elimination. "Fear not. Your senior would never devour you." He chuckled. Observing the silly grin on the little rabbit's face, Jin Sheng couldn't help but shake his head in amusement. With a good sense of humor, it appeared she possessed considerable mental fortitude. "You have been retained. However, upon your return, refrain from speaking of it until the teacher makes the announcement. Understood?" "Yes, I understand. Off you go." "All right. Thank you, senior." After Wang Yutong departed, Jin Sheng did not enter the conference room, but stood outside, watching. Shortly thereafter, Liang Wei emerged, suggesting that the announcement had been made. Chapter 58. Zhu Xing asks for help. Parting is invariably tinged with melancholy. Jin Sheng chose not to partake in the interns' gathering, opting instead to return directly to his apartment. The following day marked a team-building event. After experiencing sorrow, one must seek moments of joy. Tension can be detrimental, thus, relaxation is essential. Coincidentally, it coincided with the National Day holiday. The production team notified everyone to assemble at the law firm by 7:30 a.m. Jin Sheng rose early, around 6 a.m., and upon glancing outside, he was greeted by brilliant sunshine, a perfect day for an outing. Dressed in casual athletic attire, he enjoyed a quick breakfast at the entrance of his community before hailing a cab, arriving at the law firm punctually at 7. Inside the law firm, several staff members were already bustling about. As time passed, the group soon gathered in its entirety. "Shall we depart?" "All right." Jin Sheng observed that the interns wore expressions of relief, as though they had shed a heavy burden. A large bus awaited them at the entrance. Once everyone boarded, lighthearted chatter ensued. However, Jin Sheng found himself distracted by a message that Zhu Xing had sent him. "Jin Sheng, are you still in Pengcheng? I need your help with something." "Teacher Zhu, what can I assist you with? Are you available to take a call now?" "I'll call you back shortly. There are quite a few people around me." "All right, I'll await your call." As the phone screen dimmed, Jin Sheng couldn't help but furrow his brow. It was unusual for a professor from a law school to seek his assistance, suggesting that the matter at hand was likely serious. Moreover, with so many esteemed professors at the university, it was not a request made lightly. Yet, he remained in the dark regarding the specifics and decided to inquire further once he reached his destination. "I love Chen Lu." The unexpected voice nearly startled Jin Sheng. Who was this bold young lady? "Oh, it's Xu Chuang. That eases my mind." The journey was filled with laughter, and soon they arrived at their destination, a sports industry park, featuring various fun and recreational sports. There was even a boxing ring where individuals were already training, causing Jin Sheng to feel a twinge of eagerness. "Chen Lu, you all go ahead and have fun. I need to take a call." "All right, just come join us when you're done." Jin Sheng did not enter, but instead sought a quiet spot outside. He retrieved Zhu Xing's phone number and dialed. Beep, beep. The phone rang twice before being answered. "Hello, Teacher Zhu. I'm available now. What do you need?" "Well, it's about my cousin, Zhu Shan. She has started a small business in Pengcheng and seems to have gotten herself into some legal trouble recently. I was hoping you could look into it if you have the time." "Teacher Zhu, do you know what kind of legal trouble it is?" Her explanation was somewhat vague, mentioning something related to financing and leasing. Upon hearing this, Jin Sheng's brow furrowed in concern. Although financing leasing requires certain qualifications, the entry barrier is relatively low. Unlike traditional financial industries, which are subjected to stringent regulations, this field is rife with various tricks and schemes. In simpler terms, it can be quite mentally taxing. However, since Zhu Xing has initiated the conversation, Jin Sheng feels obliged to accommodate. "Very well. If she is not in a hurry, I shall pay her a visit in a couple of days. Does that sound acceptable?" Certainly, certainly. I appreciate your assistance." "Ah, it's no trouble. I will visit and discuss matters further then." "All right. I will send you her number. Feel free to reach out at your convenience, as the court is currently on holiday and not in session." "Very well. Teacher Zhu, let us leave it at that for now." "All right. You attend to your tasks. I shall not intrude further." After hanging up the phone, Jin Sheng did not dwell on it for long and proceeded directly into the garden. At that moment, the four skilled individuals were engaging with the children in games, filled with merriment. "Little Jean, stop dawdling. Come here." Not far away. After completing a round of a game, Chen Yiming, breathless, waved eagerly at Jin Sheng. "You've arrived." Jin Sheng reciprocated with a gesture and quickly approached. "What game are you playing?" "You don't know? This is called borrowing arrows with straw boats." Jin Sheng was utterly perplexed. One person closes their eyes and throws, while another uses a strip of cloth on their chest to catch. Is this truly aptly named? The title of the game seems rather abstract. With a slight pout, Jin Sheng, still youthful at heart, joined in the fun. Sliding down the slide, indoor rock climbing, and balancing on a beam. These were all activities for children, and everyone was thoroughly enjoying themselves. Jin Sheng was continually pulled into group photos, creating lasting memories. Bang! Bang! Ouch! Coach Sheng, are you alright? What's wrong with you? Using such force over a simple exchange nearby, several individuals were engaged in a heated argument on the platform, while another lay on the ground, with two people crouched beside them, assessing the situation. What is happening over there? Zhang Yaqi, who was taking a photo with Jin Sheng, curiously glanced in that direction. I'm not sure, but it seems there is some trouble brewing. Jin Sheng, out for a day of leisure, preferred to ignore what appeared to be a troublesome situation. However, as the quarrel escalated, many around them were drawn in, unable to resist the allure of the spectacle. It is human nature to be intrigued by such events. Jin Lu, let us go have a look. Before Jin Sheng could react, Zhang Yaqi tugged at his arm, pulling him closer to the commotion. The other interns, who had just completed a round of play, also gathered to witness the unfolding drama. Coach Zhang, are you okay? The man lying on the ground seemed to have regained his composure and waved dismissively at a nearby young man. Zhang Dongyuan, I can't believe my master praised you so highly. Who would have thought you would crumble so easily? Oh, my, how impressive you are. Standing across from me is a young man, exuding an air of arrogance, his chin nearly pointing to the heavens, accompanied by two infatuated girls and a sycophantic follower. He undeniably resembles a villain. Though he possesses a tall stature, his appearance leaves much to be desired. His small eyes narrow into mere slits when he smiles. Park Sang-yun, may I take my leave now? Zhang Dongyuan's voice is hoarse, his hand pressing against his abdomen, his expression etched with pain. Leave? Of course, I shall depart. But you must bow to me, acknowledging that you are beneath me. Haha, come. Let me capture a video to show my master and fellow disciples what a so-called martial arts genius looks like. As he spoke in his clumsy Mandarin, he brandished his phone to record the scene. At that moment, Zhang Dongyuan, still seated on the ground, wore a grim expression. Little brat, do not push your luck. This is Huagua. Indeed, return to your universe. What era do you think this is? Marching in here, flaunting your might. Are you seeking your own demise? Park Sang-yun's words successfully incited the wrath of the crowd. When one is outmatched in skill, there is little to say. Yet, to flaunt one's superiority while insulting others crosses the line. Chapter 59. This is what we call professionalism. As the anger of the crowd swelled, Park Sang-yun ceased his arrogance, yet his beady eyes remained fixed on Zhang Dongyuan. Below, Jin Sheng's mind began to churn with ideas. As a lawyer, it was utterly inconceivable to resort to violence. How could one, of all people, violate the law? Mr. Zhang Dongyuan, he inquired, before the altercation. Did he indicate it was a friendly spar, or seek your consent? At this moment, Zhang Dongyuan, now assisted to his feet, shook his head in response. The young man beside him, brimming with indignation, exclaimed, Coach was instructing us when this person charged in, babbling something before launching an attack. The coach barely had time to register what was happening. Surveillance cameras are all around, capturing everything clearly, Jin Sheng thought, feeling reassured. So the other party attacked Mr. Zhang without provocation. According to Article 43 of the Public Security Administration Punishment Law, those who assault others or intentionally cause bodily harm are subject to detention of 5 to 10 days, along with a fine. If the circumstances are deemed less severe, the detention may be less than 5 days or a fine under 500 yuan. Should it be determined that Mr. Zhang has sustained light or serious injuries, it becomes a criminal case. After all, some injuries may not be immediately visible. Any internal damage to an organ could lead to grave consequences. Per Article 234 of the Criminal Law, intentionally harming another's body resulting in light injury incurs a sentence of less than 3 years in prison, criminal detention, or control. In cases of severe injury, the sentence starts at 3 years and has no upper limit. Furthermore, compensation for medical expenses, lost wages, nursing fees, transportation costs, hospitalization allowances, and necessary nutritional expenses must be provided. Upon Jin Sheng's declaration, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Even the few men who had been vociferously cursing were left dumbfounded. Is it really possible to play it this way? Several instructors who had come to observe nearly burst into laughter. Oh dear, Coach Zhang, what has happened to you? You can barely stand. Quickly, lie down. Why are you lot just standing there? Call for an ambulance and the police. With Jin Sheng's reminder, the young man beside him suddenly grasped the situation and discreetly tripped Zhang Dongyuan's standing leg, causing him to tumble to the ground. Xiao Cheng, hurry and call. The coach's face is turning red. He likely sustained internal injuries. Jin Sheng silently commended the young man for his clarity of thought. Astute, indeed. The earlier ruckus from the older men had only intensified, reveling in the chaos. Meanwhile, Park Sang-yoon's countenance darkened, veins on his forehead bulging, while one hand clenched tightly into a fist. With a hint of mischief, Jin Sheng observed the unfolding chaos, calling out to the several imposing figures behind him to prevent the escape of the perpetrator until the authorities arrived. As if on cue, a few individuals began to encircle the scene with palpable enthusiasm. Their eagerness was commendable, especially in contrast to their indifference toward the elderly woman who had fallen. Jin Sheng, now at the edge of the arena, subtly winked at Zhang Dongyuan, who readily understood the unspoken communication. Although slightly flushed, he averted his gaze, opting for discretion. The efficiency of Pengcheng was remarkable. Before long, the distant sounds of commotion drew closer, signaling the arrival of the officers. What transpired here? Inquired one of the officers. Officer. It was this individual who entered and launched a surprise attack on Coach Zhang Dongyuan, completely disregarding the rules of martial ethics, chimed in a young bystander. Eager to relay the tale, this simplified matters considerably. One of the older officers, adorned with the insignia of a third-level police supervisor, exhibited a moment of hesitation. Dealing with foreign nationals invariably presented complications, especially when diplomatic considerations were at stake. Conversely, a younger officer, bearing the rank of third-level police inspector, appeared restless. Sir, what should we do? Should we take him in or notify the embassy? Hold your horses, let me inquire further, replied the older officer. At this juncture, it was Jin Sheng's turn to intervene. Esteemed officer, according to pertinent laws and regulations, even if the assailant is a foreigner, any criminal act committed on domestic soil falls under the jurisdiction of our laws, unless diplomatic immunity is applicable. Oh, no need for thanks. I am merely a concerned lawyer, he added with a hint of humility. After hearing Jin Sheng's remarks, the older officer's indecision evaporated. Then let us detain the relevant parties, he commanded. With this declaration, applause erupted from the onlookers. Among the crowd, some children, accompanied by their parents, gazed on with wide, innocent eyes, exclaiming, "Oh, the officers have captured the bad guy." Shortly thereafter, an ambulance arrived with commendable promptness, swiftly transporting Zhang Dongyuan without hesitation. The efficiency was truly impressive. Once the situation was resolved, the crowd dispersed quickly. Jin Sheng, however, garnered a wave of admiration as several parents, having witnessed the event, approached him warmly before departing. The other instructors, though not as playful as Jin Sheng, wore broad smiles, sharing in the camaraderie. All right, upon your return, please compose a reflective piece entitled, "The Lawyer's Role in Upholding Legal Rights Amidst Unlawful Circumstances." At the mention of this assignment, groans of despair echoed from the interns. Laughter erupted from the supervising lawyers, reveling in their mischief. Well, the hour is late. Let us procure some groceries, and we shall have Lawyer Jean treat us to a culinary delight this evening. Excellent. Let us set forth, came the eager reply. They set off, a merry group, heading straight for the market. After their purchases, they returned to Jin Sheng's home. Aside from Wang Yi's occasional remarks, everyone else was already well versed in the routine. The girls, after washing the fruits, engaged in lively conversation while enjoying the scenery. The boys, as usual, took charge of the kitchen. Wang Kai, with his culinary experience, worked deftly to prepare the ingredients, while the other two interns and several supervising lawyers handled the washing. As for Jin Sheng, it goes without saying that he had already claimed the position of head chef and was busy at the stove. The meal left everyone thoroughly satisfied. To cater to Wang Yi's tastes, Jin Sheng even prepared a large dish of chicken. It was indeed more pleasant at Xiaojin's, where the food was delicious and the view was delightful. Agreed. If we decide to take another break, let's gather at Xiaojin's, one suggested. Yes, and let's prepare more substantial dishes next time. Jin Sheng. Chapter 60. Efficiency is impressive. On the second day of the National Day holiday, while others remained in a festive state, Jin Sheng arrived at the law firm before 9 o'clock to continue recording a program. However, a few colleagues were still absent. As he was about to visit Chen Yiming to discuss matters, he encountered Luo Jieyun, whose appearance bore a striking resemblance to that of a godfather. Clad in a black suit and leaning on a cane. Although Jin Sheng was taken aback, he promptly assisted Luo Jieyun. "Lawyer Luo, what has happened?" he inquired. With a wry smile, Luo Jieyun explained, "I encountered a minor mishap last night, resulting in a slight ligament tear. It will require some time to heal. That's fortunate. Just be cautious in the meantime. Jin Sheng escorted Luo Jiayun to his office. All right, I'm fine. You may go about your business. Take care. After leaving, Jin Sheng proceeded directly to Chen Yiming's office. Lawyer Chen, are you busy? He asked. No, do you need something? Yes. My professor from Huajing has a cousin facing some trouble, and I was asked to check on it. Is it urgent? Chen Yiming furrowed his brow slightly. Noticing this, Jin Sheng quickly clarified, it's not urgent. I was just responding to a call about it yesterday. Oh, if it's not urgent, then let us postpone it. We'll be releasing the fourth topic shortly, which pertains to criminal law, right up your alley. Jin Sheng nodded. All right, I understand. Chen Yiming adjusted his glasses. A partner from Yangcheng will be visiting shortly. He is a prominent figure in our firm's criminal division. I'll introduce you then. That sounds excellent. I'm eager to gain insights from him. Haha. You may go back to your tasks now. Upon exiting Chen Yiming's office, Jin Sheng noticed that Wang Yiyan had relocated to the workstation previously occupied by Liang Wei. Just as he returned to his desk, he saw a message from Yang Yin on WeChat. Beep. Lawyer Jean, Xiao Lisan and her associates have been apprehended. Today, her parents came to my house seeking a letter of understanding. What should I do? It appeared that Prosecutor Deng had already taken action. Their efficiency is remarkable. A letter of understanding. Who was the genius that advised them on this? The charges could easily be framed as a gang conspiracy involving multiple instances of extortion and robbery, warranting a minimum sentence of 3 years, especially considering they were under 18. Even if Yang Yan were to offer her forgiveness, what of Wen Xiao? Would the Wen family, with their substantial means, relinquish their pursuit of justice for such a trivial sum? That seems impractical. Did they say anything else apart from asking you to sign the letter of understanding? After sending the message, Jin Sheng awaited Yang Yan's swift reply, presumably still on the other end. Upon their arrival, they immediately offered profuse apologies, asserting that as parents, they were utterly unaware of the situation. Had they known, they would have intervened to stop Xiao Lisan long ago. Additionally, they proposed a compensation of 300,000 for mental distress. Upon reading these messages, Jin Sheng felt a stir within. This case, being of a criminal nature, would be prosecuted by the public prosecutor's office. In theory, the parents of Xiao Lisan, as family members of the defendant, should not have direct contact with the plaintiff or witnesses. However, in judicial practice, unless the case involves significant influence, this rule often becomes a mere formality. Yet, it is quite likely that this could be manipulated by those with ulterior motives. What stance do your parents hold? Jin Sheng needed to ascertain the thoughts of Yang Yan's parents. As a student, Yang Yan bears limited responsibility. Everything ultimately hinges on the decisions of her guardians. Initially, upon learning of the incident, they were incensed. My father even intended to seek an explanation from the school, but my mother restrained him. Today, Xiao Lisan's parents arrived accompanied by a lawyer. My parents left the decision to me, stating they would support me regardless of the outcome. I find myself in a dilemma and thus seek to inquire first. Yang Yan's parents indeed seem quite open-minded. However, in this world, what parent does not love their child? Come on, don't argue with me. If such parents exist, are they even human? Jin Sheng contemplated the probable sentencing for Xiao Lisan and her accomplices. The court might endorse a sentence of around 3 years for the accomplices, while Xiao Lisan would likely face approximately 5 years, if not more. As for probation, that is out of the question unless a judge were to act unlawfully. May I ask, what is your family's financial situation, if you don't mind my inquiry? Jin Sheng's question might have left Yang Yan somewhat bewildered, as she took a moment to respond. Well, my parents are just ordinary wage earners. Although they are locals, our circumstances are rather average. Attorney Jean, are you suggesting that I sign the agreement to receive the funds? Upon seeing Yang Yan's 2 messages, Jin Sheng was slightly taken aback. This young individual is quite astute. Nevertheless, he felt the need to clarify a few points to prevent any misconceptions. In truth, whether she signs or not holds little significance for Xiao Lisan and her group. The video evidence and witness testimonies you provided have already been presented in the previous court session. The foundational facts cannot be altered. Both you and Wen Shiro are recognized as victims in this case. As for Wen Shiro's family background, I trust you are aware it is quite favorable. Therefore, Jin Sheng could only conclude there, as further elaboration might entail professional risks. Given that Yang Yan is perceptive, she should have grasped the implications. All right, I understand. Thank you, Attorney Jean. Upon reading her response, Jin Sheng smiled slightly. She indeed comprehended. There is no need for politeness. I merely offered an analysis from an objective standpoint. I had previously promised you that I would seek justice on your behalf. Now that the prosecution has intervened, I am content to remain uninvolved. However, should you have any legal inquiries in the future, do not hesitate to consult me. Yang Yin responded with an OJBK emoji. Xiao Jin, please come to my office. Just as he was about to put away his phone, he noticed Chen Yiming waving at him from a distance. Attorney Chen, Xiao Jin. This gentleman is our firm's partner in Yancheng, an expert in criminal law, Attorney Wang Jianmin. Jin Sheng regarded the imposing middle-aged man before him, who wore sleek black glasses, and promptly extended his hand, saying, Hello, Attorney Wang, I am Jin Sheng. After they shook hands, Wang Jianmin smiled and remarked, I have seen your news. You handled that case remarkably well. Upon learning of your joining Jin Sheng, I had hoped for an opportunity for collaboration, yet here we are meeting today. Your praise is unwarranted. You are the senior, and I have much to learn from you, Jin Sheng replied modestly. As a newcomer to the firm, he felt it necessary to exhibit humility in the presence of a partner. To come off as overly arrogant would only invite resentment, which was certainly unnecessary. We are not the sort to engage in displays of arrogance for the sake of it. Such behavior is the folly of youth. As a young individual in my 40s, I aim to embody maturity and composure. Enough of your mutual modesty. Let us sit and converse, Chen Yiming interjected. Once they were seated, he addressed Wang Jianmin. This time we have a criminal case to discuss, and we would like to assess the innards. It primarily concerns smuggling, and we can only request your expertise for a lesson. Wang Jianmin readily agreed. Sure, no problem. Chen Yiming then turned to Jin Sheng and said, In a moment, you will have a small task. All right, I am ready for the assignment, Jin Sheng affirmed with a nod. Following this, Chen Yiming suggested, Let us proceed to the conference room. Very well. Chapter 61. The smuggling case conference room 1. The interns were all settled in. Students, we are about to present the fourth topic, criminal defense. First, let us extend a warm welcome to our partner from the Yancheng office, Attorney Wang. He is an expert on customs regulations and a highly recommended lawyer, having represented numerous high-profile smuggling cases involving tax amounts in the hundreds of millions, making him a leading figure in this field. As Chen Yiming introduced him, the intern's expressions reflected considerable astonishment, for it is essential to maintain a certain reverence for formidable figures. Now, I shall invite Attorney Wang to unveil today's case. With that, Chen Yiming relinquished the main seat. This case pertains to smuggling, and our client is Zhang San. Wang Jianmin wasted no time and proceeded directly to the point. The basic facts of the case have been introduced. Now, let us discuss the requirements of the topic. We will divide into two groups, representing the prosecution and the defense. The prosecution will prepare the argument that Zhang San is guilty of smuggling precious animal products, while the defense will argue for not guilty or a lesser sentence. Jin Sheng stood nearby, listening to Wang Jianmin's exposition while mentally simulating the scenario. Considering the given known conditions, the ultimate outcome suggests that Zhang San should meet the criteria for termination of the crime, warranting either a lighter sentence or complete exoneration. From this perspective, the defense's chances appear quite favorable. As for how the interns would choose, Jin Sheng was uncertain. Once Wang Jianmin finished speaking, Chen Yiming continued. Detailed case materials will be sent to your email shortly. Next, I will announce the assessment rules. Today is an individual competition. You may freely choose to represent either the prosecution or the defense. Each side will permit 5 interns. Each argument will earn a point, and the winning side will receive an additional 3 points per individual. We will ultimately select the top 3, who will earn KPI values. The debate will commence promptly at 5:30 p.m. in this conference room. Before making your choices, discussions among you are prohibited. All right, you may return to your workstations. In half an hour, you will begin selecting your positions. Upon hearing this, Jin Sheng grasped the concept. This format resembles a mock trial, evaluating not only individual performance but also team collaboration. The challenge is formidable, unless one possesses the skill to single-handedly overpower the opposing team. Before long, the interns began to depart in succession. Subsequently, 3 other mentors entered. Observing the atmosphere, Jin Sheng wondered if a meeting was about to take place. Please find your seats. We are here to discuss our respective viewpoints. Xiao Jin, why don't you start? Which side would you choose? As soon as they were seated, Chen Yiming tossed the question into the air. Was this a test of his capabilities? Nevertheless, Jin Sheng had no reason to hesitate. The case was quite clear-cut. At that moment, he chuckled and remarked, Did not lawyer Wang just say that our client is Zhang San? Thus, it is imperative that we approach this from the defense's perspective. However, I have yet to examine the specific evidence and finer details. Based on the known circumstances, this appears to be a classic case of criminal cessation during the preparatory phase. There are numerous angles to explore, both in terms of subjective intent and the criminal process. As for the two options presented to the defense regarding the case, I believe they can be consolidated into one. By focusing on the lesser charge, there is a significant probability of achieving acquittal. After finishing, Jin Sheng shrugged his shoulders. At this moment, Wang Jianmin, seated diagonally across, clapped his hands and interjected. A strong general does not command weak soldiers. Chen, why not bring lawyer Jin to our Yangqing? It would certainly lighten my load. From the moment Wang Jianmin applauded, Chen Yiming could hardly suppress a grin. Oh, Wang, that's not how we recruit talent. Be careful, or the Iron Army might come after you, he chuckled. Wang Jianmin, upon hearing Iron Army, could not help but shake his head and smile, for the two were indeed fellow apprentices. This case had been adapted from a real-life incident, of which I was the representative at the time. The final defense outcome aligned with what lawyer Jin had stated. The court accepted the argument of criminal cessation as the basis for its ruling. Since no actual harm was inflicted, criminal penalties were waived. After Wang Jianmin concluded his remarks, he offered Jin Sheng a friendly smile, indicating his appreciation for him. Observing the exchange between the two, Chen Yiming interjected, "Little Jin, didn't your professor from Huaqiao ask you to assist? With lawyer Wang here, why not check in with him first?" Jin Sheng was momentarily taken aback. Had he not been assigned a task? Nonetheless, since Chen Yiming had spoken, he nodded and replied, "All right, I will go take a look. Then, esteemed seniors, I shall take my leave for now. Haha. Heh. No more fooling around, off you go." Upon exiting the law firm, Jin Sheng promptly dialed the number provided by Zhu Xing. After a couple of rings, the call connected. "Hello, may I speak with Zhu Shan?" "Yes, this is she." "Who is this?" "My name is Jin Sheng. I am a student of Teacher Zhu. He informed me that you were facing some difficulties and asked me to reach out." "Oh, hello. Hello. I truly appreciate your assistance." "Not a problem at all. Are you available now?" Yes. Then please add me on WeChat and send me your address. I will come over to see you." "All right, thank you." Shortly after hanging up, a friend request arrived. After Jin Sheng accepted it, he received a location and store name from the other party. In Bowen District, the distance was indeed somewhat considerable. After spending over an hour, Jin Sheng finally arrived at his destination via the subway. This was the place where Shan intended to dine. Observing a nearby snack shop, Jin Sheng cross-referenced the address sent by Zhu Shan and confirmed it. After all, the name of this establishment was rather distinctive. He glanced at the entrance, noticing that it was a shop specializing in marinated delicacies, seemingly thriving with a steady flow of customers. A woman in her 40s was deftly slicing half a Peking duck. As Jin Sheng recalled, Zhu Xing appeared to hail from Jinling, where the salted duck and Peking duck were quite renowned. "Hello. May I inquire if you are Miss Zhu Shan?" "Yes, you must be Jin Sheng. I didn't expect you to arrive so promptly. Please, have a seat inside." "I'll be finished shortly," Zhu Shan replied, gesturing towards the interior with the knife in her right hand. "All right, take your time. There's no rush," Jin Sheng responded. Dressed impeccably in a suit, with a briefcase in hand, he projected the image of a white-collar professional. Several women in line nearby, middle-aged and younger, frequently cast glances in his direction. One familiar customer even boldly inquired of Zhu Shan, "Little Zhu, who is this handsome fellow?" Without raising her head, Zhu Shan replied, "He was my brother's student. He has now graduated and works as a lawyer." "Oh, and where is he from? Does he have a girlfriend?" Caught off guard by the inquiries, the older woman clearly had no intention of relinquishing her curiosity. After securing her marinated delicacies, she immediately made her way toward the inner area. Chapter 62. After sales leaseback in the middle of the braised delicacies shop, there hung a transparent rubber curtain. Upon entering, Jin Sheng encountered 4 tables, each adorned with utensils, suggesting that patrons often dined in the establishment. A bottle of spirits, accompanied by some braised treats, truly enriches life's flavors. However, at this moment, the place was devoid of customers, likely due to the hour being too early for drinking. After casually selecting a stool, Jin Sheng took out his phone and sent a message to Zhu Xing, informing him of his arrival. Shortly thereafter, an elderly lady entered, standing a short distance away, her eyes gleaming with curiosity as she scrutinized him. "Young man, where are you from?" she inquired, her Cantonese less refined than that of Zhu Chuiying. Jin Sheng, puzzled, stood up and asked, "Annie, are you asking me?" The lady nodded enthusiastically. Yes. Where are you from?" I am from Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces. Upon learning that Jin Sheng was not a local, the sparkle in the lady's eyes noticeably dimmed. Are you single? She continued, her inquiry revealing her intentions. Realizing the implications, Jin Sheng understood that his unwarranted charm had led to this situation. In an effort to avoid complications, he resorted to a kind-hearted fib. No, I have a girlfriend. At this, the elderly lady rolled her eyes and turned to leave, muttering under her breath, what a waste. Confused, Jin Sheng was left wondering about the meaning of her words. After waiting for nearly half an hour and perusing several profiles, Zhu Shan finally emerged, apologizing, Lawyer Jin. I'm sorry for keeping you waiting. No problem. Have you finished? He replied. Yes, the lunch rush has passed, and my husband has returned to handle things outside now. All right, Jin Sheng nodded, then asked, what specific troubles are you encountering? Zhu Shan, with a brisk demeanor, responded, oh, let me fetch the documents for you to review. She promptly rummaged through a nearby cabinet and soon produced an envelope. The words vehicle financing lease were emblazoned on the front. Extracting a small stack of documents, Jin Sheng began to peruse them. There were summonses, mediation notices, and documents outlining litigation risks and rights. He focused intently on the facts and rationale presented in the lawsuit. Lin Yuanfeng had, 1 year prior, engaged in a sale-leaseback arrangement with Pingqing Dingyu Financing Leasing Company Limited, securing financing of 270,000 yuan, incurring a handling fee of 800 yuan, with a leasing term of 36 months and a monthly rental of 10,942 yuan. However, from the date of disbursement, the defendant had failed to pay any rent. The plaintiff now demanded a lump sum payment of the remaining rent, totaling 393,912 yuan, along with corresponding breach of contract liabilities. Jin Sheng calculated in his mind the principal of 270,000 yuan, with visible annual interest exceeding 40,000 yuan, compounded upon the monthly repayments of several thousand yuan. It was truly exploitative, far worse than the so-called equal principal and interest schemes. The final document in question is the leasing contract that was signed at the time, akin to the standard versions readily available online. Jin Sheng briefly skimmed through it, primarily focusing on the interest rate model and the repayment method. Based on the existing information, the challenge is formidable, unless it is addressed from the root. However, for now, I will consult Zhu Shan. Sister Shan, could you recount the general circumstances of this matter? Earlier, while Jin Sheng was reviewing the documents, Zhu Shan had restrained herself from speaking. Upon hearing Jin Sheng's inquiry, she began to express her grievances. In today's society, there are indeed far too many fraudsters. It infuriates me. A year ago, a situation arose concerning an elderly family member, and we urgently needed funds. We thought to sell the car to address the immediate need, with the intention of purchasing another later when finance is permitted. One busy day at my shop, while he went to sell the car alone, he encountered a young man named Lu Yu and struck up a conversation. He claimed that no one was selling cars anymore, and it was unwise. Instead, everyone was engaging in financing leases. It could yield a substantial amount with minimal risk. Yuan Feng even called to inform me about this. Initially, we were skeptical after all. How could such an opportunity exist? I asked Yuan Feng to inquire about the car's value, but after some research, it was evident that it would sell for around 200,000. At that point, Lu Yu quoted us a price of 270,000. However, with the fees amounting to 20,000, he assured us that everything would be perfectly fine, provided we paid. Yuan Feng, swayed by Lu Yu's unwavering confidence and the significant price difference, chose to trust him. For a while, everything seemed calm. Yet, unexpectedly, just before the holiday, we were confronted with these issues. Jin Sheng was at a loss for words. This was a classic case of being penny-wise but pound-foolish. Lu Yu was clearly just a broker, long entrenched in the used car market, targeting individuals like Zhu Shan's family, who would be foolish enough to sell their car at a price exceeding the market value by 30. This was undoubtedly a form of disguised financial lending. Jin Sheng stroked his chin, his mind racing. There was still some time before the court hearing. Mediation was feasible, but it was evident that they were solely after their money. Would initiating mediation proactively be an unwise move? By the way, how was the car handled at that time? They claimed there was no need for a transfer of ownership, merely a mortgage registration, after which they took possession of the vehicle. At this juncture, Jin Sheng was certain this was a case of car-backed loans, not the so-called financing lease. Did you retain any evidence or documentation? Upon hearing Jin Sheng's question, Zhu Shan furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment before slowly shaking her head. Meanwhile, Lin Yuanfeng had appeared at the doorway without anyone noticing. I once brought back a promotional brochure from their company, meticulously verifying the names listed within, all of which were accurate. It was this diligence that led me to trust them. Upon hearing this, Jin Sheng's eyes lit up, surprised that a grown man could be so attentive. Mr. Lin, can you still find it? Yes, indeed. I have kept it in pristine condition. I will retrieve it right away. Lin Yuanfeng promptly responded, turning to leave. We reside in a nearby community, so it will not take long. All is well, Zhu Shan added, offering an explanation to Jin Sheng. Meanwhile, Jin Sheng took out his phone to investigate the qualifications of Dingyu Company. The registered capital was satisfactory, and the other criteria were met. However, it lacked the requisite qualifications for financial activities such as lending. Minutes later, Lin Yuanfeng returned, breathless. Here. Jin Sheng accepted the document and began to peruse it. The company name was correct, and the content pertained to vehicle collateral loans and other low-interest loan advertisements. However, the after-sale leaseback contract signed by Lin Yuanfeng was entirely absent from the document. By the way, Mr. Lin, there are several tasks you need to complete before the holiday concludes. What are they? Lin Yuanfeng, now calming his breath, eagerly responded to Jin Sheng's inquiry. First, obtain a bank statement starting from the day the 270,000 yuan was deposited. Second, assess the value of your vehicle as it stood a year ago. You can consult a reputable appraisal agency for this, given that the vehicle information indicates no transfer of ownership. You should be able to verify it at the vehicle management office. Third, take a moment to check the current status of your vehicle, determine its whereabouts, any traffic violations, insurance details, and similar records. Chapter 63. The Wan brothers after bidding farewell to the Zhou couple. Jin Sheng grasped a handbag in his left hand and a neatly sliced Peking duck in his right. Should this case proceed to court, it would likely devolve into a protracted dispute, with each party presenting their own justifications. The online judgment documents revealed numerous similar cases, each resulting in varying determinations and penalties from different judges. To evade this risk, or perhaps to avoid squandering time after all, he was merely assisting out of goodwill, without any mention of financial compensation. Jin Sheng resolved to engage in negotiations with the opposing party. His aim was to secure a resolution where they would voluntarily withdraw their lawsuit without any monetary contribution from his side. Should they refuse, he would be compelled to unleash his strategic maneuvers. Upon returning to the law firm, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. The mock courtroom confrontations had yet to commence, and only 2 colleagues occupied their workstations, while the rest were scattered throughout the office, demonstrating a heightened sense of vigilance. Xiao Jin, come in for a moment. As he passed by Chen Yiming's office, he found himself summoned. What seems to be the trouble? Chen Yiming inquired as soon as Jin Sheng settled into a chair. It's a case concerning vehicle financing and leasing. While not particularly difficult, it is rather intricate. Did you bring the materials? Let me take a look. With Chen Yiming willing to assist, Jin Sheng felt fortunate, as this was indeed a pleasant surprise. After all, Chen Yiming was a heavyweight in the realm of investment and financing, and he typically wouldn't even glance at cases involving sums less than several million. Jin Sheng promptly handed over all the documents he had retrieved from Zhu Shan. Within a mere 10 minutes, Chen Yiming had perused the materials. As he set them down, he adjusted his glasses and regarded Jin Sheng with an inquisitive gaze, hinting at a deeper inquiry. Have you formulated any ideas? Jin Sheng, unfazed, raised an eyebrow and replied, I believe we can resolve this without going to court. This is a classic case of nominal leasing, actual lending. Both the promotional materials from the opposing party and the amounts they demand from clients clearly indicate illegal lending. Moreover, the value of the leased items is significantly lower than the financing amount, lacking the attributes of financing. This is merely a transfer of funds masquerading as a financing lease and should be classified as a loan agreement. Dingyu Financing Leasing Company lacks the qualifications to lend. As Jin Sheng articulated his thoughts, Chen Yiming's smile widened, unable to contain his satisfaction. He had pinpointed the crux of the matter with remarkable clarity, an accomplishment not every lawyer could achieve. Excellent. Let's proceed with this line of reasoning. Thank you, Attorney Chen. I shall take my leave now. Go ahead. After exiting Chen Yiming's office, Jin Sheng organized the documents and made his way to the refreshment area, carrying the Peking duck with purpose. In a luxurious villa at Xiangmi Lake No. 1 in Pengcheng, the Wan family was visiting the eldest brother, Wan Qian. In the sunlit room on the second floor, the 2 brothers were enjoying tea and engaging in conversation. How is Kuhua and Xiao Rou's mental state now? When Qian inquired. Well, ever since we won the lawsuit, she has been smiling a lot more, replied Wen Kuhua. When Qian nodded. That is good to hear. Those despicable individuals, truly fed up with life, dare to bully Xiao Rou. If we don't give them a taste of our strength, they might think the Wen family is easy to push around. When Kuhua quickly interjected, eldest brother, don't rush. The prosecutor's office has already intervened. Let us wait and see. Once everything settles, we will deal with it gradually. When Qian adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses, a glimmer of determination sparkling in his eyes. Children make mistakes out of ignorance. It is up to the adults to rectify them. I've heard the ringleader, surnamed Qiao, has an influential uncle in the government. Huh. At that moment, a cold smile also crept across Wen Kuhua's face. All right, let us not discuss this any further. Let us enjoy our tea. Indeed. By the way, have you heard any news about old Jiang? Is he in some trouble? When Kuhua put down his teacup, his brow furrowing slightly. Eldest brother, I haven't heard anything. Besides, how could old Jiang get into trouble? His wealth is no less than ours. Huh. That news is likely being suppressed by him. When Qian laughed and shook his head. Let us not concern ourselves with that for now. Let us take a proper vacation these days. You too, take Xiao Rou out for a stroll, clear your mind. I've already made arrangements. The day after tomorrow. We plan to take the whole family to Disneyland on Hong Kong Island. Why not ask sister-in-law if she would like to join us? All right, I'll ask her at dinner later. As soon as he finished speaking, a phone rang nearby. Dingling. When Qian glanced at the caller ID. Kuhua, look. Speak of the devil, and the devil appears. Ha. After a teasing remark, he promptly answered the call. Hello. Old Jiang. I was just mentioning you to Kuhua. Are you two talking behind my back? Ha. Do you have keen ears? You can hear all this? Absolutely. Just remember, be careful with your words. I can always hear you. He chuckled. If he can still joke, it indicates that the situation is not serious. The subtle exchanges among the elites are often straightforward. Old one, no more jokes. I genuinely need your help this time. We've been friends for so many years. If you need something, just say it. All right, that is refreshing. I want to beat around the bush then. Hearing Wen Qian's unwavering response. The voice on the other end grew louder. My youngest son, Jiang Qin, has encountered a bit of an accident. Wasn't he just back from studying abroad not long ago? 3 months ago. He was invited out by a high school classmate with whom he had previously maintained a good relationship, ostensibly to welcome him. That evening, after consuming a considerable amount of alcohol, he awoke the following day to find himself in bed with a woman with whom he had engaged in intimate relations. On that very day, the woman reported to the police, claiming she had been assaulted. I instructed the legal department to address the matter. However, after they investigated the case, they concluded that it was highly complex. The evidence presented by the police had already established the occurrence of a crime, making it exceedingly difficult to overturn the situation. We are all aware that family scandals should remain private. Should this information leak, particularly with the encouragement of those with ulterior motives, it would undoubtedly affect the company's stock prices. Therefore, I sought the assistance of my esteemed friend, Wen, hoping he could help stabilize the stock prices should the need arise. Upon hearing this, Wen understood the gravity of the situation. He was being summoned as the proverbial white knight. It appeared that discontent was brewing within Zhang's company. Otherwise, such a call would not have been made. Nonetheless, given their long-standing friendship and frequent collaborations, he was willing to lend a hand. After all, the chairman's son's troubles inevitably reflected on the chairman himself and, by extension, the company. No problem. I will prepare adequately and ensure there are sufficient funds. I shall await your signal, he assured. Thank you, old friend, came the reply. After decades of friendship, there is no need for thanks between us. Once this matter passes, let us celebrate over a drink. After hanging up, Wen sighed quietly, shaking his head in dismay. Misfortune at home. Sitting opposite him, Wen Kuhua had been observing his elder brother's expression and, driven by curiosity, inquired, Brother, what is going on? Wen Kuhua snapped back to focus, glanced over, and relayed the general situation. After all, as brothers, there was little to conceal. Brother, how about I recommend the lawyer who helped Xiao win her case to Jiang? It might yield unexpected results, he suggested. When Kuhua pondered this, furrowing his brow. After a considerable pause, he replied, Let us not rush. I will contact Jiang in a couple of days. If he has found a suitable candidate, we need not mention it. If not, I will bring it up then. When Kuhua understood this reasoning and refrained from further comment, the suggestion of Jin Sheng's name was merely to return a favor, although the lawyer's fees had been settled. The sentiment lingered in his heart. Chapter 64, Conclusion of Topic 4. Within the law firm, Jin Sheng sampled the flavor of the smoked duck, finding it surprisingly delightful and authentic. Jin Lu, what are you eating? It smells wonderful. Turning around, he noticed Wang Yan standing behind him, elegantly holding a cup of tea. Oh, it's Jinling's smoked duck. You should give it a try. Then I shall not stand on ceremony, Wang Yan replied graciously, donning a disposable glove and indulging in the delicacy. This is quite delicious. Well, if you enjoy it, feel free to have more. It's prepared by one of my clients. Jin Sheng continued. When I worked in Shanqing, their smoked duck was delectable as well, though rather spicy. The local humidity is quite high, and the residents' fondness for spicy food serves a purpose, to dispel dampness and regulate their health. As the two conversed and savored their snacks, Hu Mingho approached. Jin Sheng, ever the gracious host, invited, Hu, come over and join us. With Hu Mingho's arrival, the group began to discuss various culinary topics while deliberately avoiding any mention of the project at hand. Shortly thereafter, Renwei emerged to fetch water and joined their gathering. Xiao Jin, please remember to send me the address and contact information for this delicacy shop. It has been ages since I enjoyed the taste of smoked duck. Here in Pingcheng, I am tired of the roast goose, char siu, and that Longjiang pig's trotter rice. Jin Sheng responded with a smile, acknowledging the request. As time passed, the clock neared the appointed hour of 5:30. Classmates, let's gather in the conference room. We are about to commence the debate, Chen Yiming called from the office doorway. The group began to gather their materials and made their way to conference room number 1. Jin Sheng tidied up and followed suit. After all, as a teaching assistant lawyer, it was imperative to be present. Before long, everyone was seated. Jin Sheng pulled up a chair and positioned himself directly across from the 4 distinguished experts. Wang Jianmin took his place at the center as the presiding judge. All right, students, our assessment is officially underway. First, I will outline the scoring rules. You earn 1 point when your argument is accepted and lose 1 point if it is rejected. If either side exceeds 3 points, the debate concludes. Now, we shall begin with lawyer Wang leading the evaluation. As Chen Yiming finished, Wang Jianmin took over. Today's debate will be divided into 2 halves. The first half will involve sequential statements, while the second half will allow for free debate. Let us commence, with the prosecution taking the floor first. Following Wang Jianmin's announcement, the first speaker for the prosecution, Zhang Yaqi, stood to deliver her remarks. According to the report from the appraisal center, as the prosecution and defense engaged in a spirited exchange, Jin Sheng diligently recorded key arguments in his notebook. Due to the lack of comprehensive details regarding the case, it is challenging to ascertain which party holds the advantage. However, based on the available information, the prosecution appears to be in a favorable position, particularly given the clarity of the criminal facts. Yet, curiously, the prosecution seems somewhat restrained at the scene. Wang Yi's articulate and shrewd approach focuses primarily on the pivotal piece of evidence, the appraisal report, demonstrating a profound understanding of the rules. This strategy effectively highlights her strengths while minimizing weaknesses. Nonetheless, it is likely that this is a deliberate gap designed by attorney Wang to enhance the case's appeal. For in a typical courtroom confrontation, the prosecution would not commit such a grievous error. Conversely, Zhang Yaqi has surprisingly emerged as the stalwart for the prosecution, leading her team with remarkable resilience. On several occasions, she managed to recover the situation when they were on the brink of defeat, revealing her potential as a litigation attorney despite her previously understated demeanor. Outside, the sky had long since darkened, yet the debates within the conference room remained fervent. After listening attentively, Jin Sheng perceived that the defense's earlier lengthy discourse was merely scratching the surface and failed to address the crux of the matter. Only Xu Chaoying touched upon the point of criminal cessation, which indeed elicited a smile from Lu Siyuan. Jin Sheng also nodded in agreement, recognizing the value of experience. In contrast, his junior, Wang Yi, seemed less adept in criminal cases. After initially gaining some points, she lapsed into silence, at times appearing merely as a spectator. All right, I hereby declare the debate concluded, with the defense scoring first, each member earning 3 points. With Chen Yiming's announcement, this topic reached its conclusion. Presently, the highest scorer is Wang Yi with 8 points, followed by Xu Chaoying with 7, and 2 students, Hu Mingho and Zhang Yaqi, both with 6 points. Jin Sheng noted a touch of pride on Zhang Yaqi's face upon hearing the results, prompting a smile from him as well. Following the applause, Chen Yiming continued, Next, I invite attorney Wang to enlighten us about the challenges and complexities of this case, as well as its intrinsic value. Wang Jianmin spoke without hesitation, stating, I believe everyone has heard the adage, no trade, no harm. Since 2017, our country has comprehensively prohibited the commercial processing and sale of ivory. In recent years, customs authorities have intensified efforts to combat the smuggling of endangered wildlife and related products. In the actual ruling of this case, the court determined that the parties involved constituted smuggling offenses. However, through our defense, the court accurately recognized our client as being in the preparatory stage of criminal cessation. This case serves as a testament to the significance and value of being a criminal defense attorney. Furthermore, I would like to emphasize that after our project was presented in the morning, Attorney Jin, upon reviewing the case summary, promptly reached a conclusion and determined the direction of the defense. Essentially, his insights were in perfect alignment with the judge's final ruling. Should you encounter any criminal matters in the future, I encourage you to seek counsel from Attorney Jin. Upon hearing these words, Jin Sheng was met with several admiring glances. Even the four esteemed experts nodded in agreement. There was no longer any doubt regarding Jin Sheng's capabilities. As a parting thought, allow me to share this. A criminal lawyer does not merely handle cases, they navigate the lives of individuals. I hope you will remember this sentiment and strive to embody it. With that, I shall conclude my remarks. Thank you. As Wang Jianmin finished speaking, applause resonated throughout the room. Jin Sheng wholeheartedly concurred with his final statement. After all, having recently dealt with two wrongful cases, he understood that without his intervention, the two individuals involved would have carried their unjust labels to the grave. That brings us to the end of today's session. Shortly, I will send everyone the results via email. Now, you may return to your workstations. Upon Shen Yiming's announcement of dismissal, the students tidied their materials and exited. Soon, all the interns had departed. Xiao Jin, Lawyer Luo treated us to lunch, and you missed it. Tonight, I shall host, and you should come as well. Take the opportunity to learn from Lawyer Wang. Of course, Lawyer Chen. Additionally, please assist me in guiding the two interns with their mindset. Chapter 65. Enlightenment. Upon exiting the conference room, Jin Sheng promptly made his way to the interns' workstations. During the recent debate, he had noticed the dejection and negativity etched on Xiao Yang's face. Jin Sheng held a favorable impression of the shy young man. After giving Xiao Yang a gentle pat on the shoulder, he quietly inquired, "Would you like to have a word or two?" Xiao Yang appeared somewhat distracted. "Oh, sure. Let us head to the break room," Jin Sheng suggested. Once they arrived, he poured 2 cups of water. "First, let us hydrate and relax a bit." "Thank you." Jin. After Xiao Yang took a few sips of water, Jin Sheng ventured, "Do you harbor some doubts regarding your abilities?" "Well, I do feel that way somewhat. Would you care to share your thoughts with me? I believe I prepared quite thoroughly, yet several of my points were overlooked, and I cannot fathom why." Upon finishing his statement, Xiao Yang's gaze shifted to Jin Sheng, filled with a quest for understanding. It was evident that he yearned to hear Jin Sheng's insights. "Xiao Yang," Jin Sheng replied, "I can only tell you that every field has its own expertise. There is truly no need for you to dwell on momentary successes or failures. As I once told Liang Wei, the essence of this project is to facilitate your growth, to help you identify your shortcomings, and that is sufficient. No one is omnipotent. Take me, for instance. I may possess a greater understanding of criminal law, yet when it comes to other specialized areas, such as investment and financing, I may fall short. And you, yourself, are specializing in intellectual property, which has primarily been research-oriented for you. You must first ascertain the direction you wish to pursue in the future. However, I personally believe that whether you continue in research or transition into law, the most crucial aspect is to have the courage to express yourself actively. Even if you err, it matters not. Growth comes from continuous exploration, does it not? The spirit of a lawyer lies in rising from where one has stumbled. Resilience and the audacity to challenge oneself are paramount. It was evident that Xiao Yang was listening intently, nodding in agreement throughout. After Jin Sheng's words, Xiao Yang's demeanor had improved significantly, shedding the earlier gloom. "I do believe I have made progress," Xiao Yang remarked. "At least today, I managed to answer spontaneously. Such a feat would have been unthinkable when I first arrived." As he spoke, a smile began to grace his face. "That is a positive development. You are indeed evolving. And that suffices. What do temporary gains or losses truly signify? As for securing the final offer, how crucial is that? The knowledge you acquire and the growth you experience are your most invaluable treasures." Upon hearing Jin Sheng's words, Xiao Yang nodded in agreement. "So Jin Lu, what was your mindset when you took on your first case? You may not be aware, but I initially interned at a medium-sized law firm. And after obtaining my practicing certificate, I was dismissed, only to take on my first case afterward. Ah, how is that possible? Xiaoyang exclaimed, somewhat incredulous. Jin Sheng shook his head with a wry smile, saying, how could it not be? At that time, I even questioned the meaning of life. Yet, I understood that wallowing in despair was futile. Only by gaining clarity could I find the motivation to rise again. This experience, after all, has served as nourishment for my growth along the path of life. Everything has two sides. Had I not been dismissed, how could I possibly be working at a prestigious firm like Jin Sheng today? Therefore, you must also adjust your mindset and never doubt your abilities. A temporary setback is inconsequential, wouldn't you agree? Xiaoyang nodded vigorously, for in his subconscious, Jin Sheng embodied the archetype of someone who blazes a trail of brilliance. Who would have guessed he had such a backstory? Well then, go home and reflect on this. Just don't become like Liang Wei, who gets trapped in a mental quagmire and can't break free, haha. After Xiaoyang left, Jin Sheng took a moment to recalibrate his emotions. Reflecting on his own experiences left him with a tinge of bitterness. To be honest, when he was expelled from Quanjing law firm, he had no intention of rejoining a firm. However, the reality is that going solo, no matter how capable one is, amounts to little. Could one truly resort to live streaming to attract attention and then fight a few sensational cases to generate a clientele? Or open a firm, recruit talent, and gradually expand? I assure you, it is utterly implausible, unless you are the type of lawyer writing mindless wish-fulfillment narratives. Firstly, you may not even be able to complete the procedures for opening a law firm, believe it or not. Furthermore, many cases are either incontrovertibly damning or subject to closed hearings. How would you navigate that? Jin Sheng was fortunate to encounter Jiang Fifen's case, which piqued the interest of numerous top law firms, extending their olive branches. The profession of law emphasizes teamwork, and top-tier firms provide a vast platform. There's a principle in the legal field known as the 80-20 rule, where 80 of cases are handled by merely 20 of lawyers, who predominantly reside in elite firms. Thus, this was the reason for Jin Sheng's willingness to join Jin Sheng law firm. After a moment of introspection, Jin Sheng rose and stepped outside. Look at all these photos with Dehua. Indeed, there are so many pictures with Dehua. And there's a photo of Yaki with her senior. You two look great together. Almost like a poster, don't you think? A group of interns gathered around a small magnetic board, affixing photographs from yesterday's team-building event. They engaged in light-hearted banter and conversation. Jin Sheng observed that Xiaoyang's face was illuminated by a radiant smile, suggesting that a long-held emotional barrier had been lifted. Chen Yiming and Wang Jianmin stood behind them, both wearing smiles. Notably, Wang Jianmin, who had initially appeared quite serious upon arrival, revealed a surprisingly contrasting side. It was indeed intriguing. Let us go. It is time for a meal, Chen Yiming said, pulling Jin Sheng and Wang Jianmin along as they exited the law firm. Chapter 66. Commencing negotiations in the ensuing days, Jin Sheng found himself unencumbered by the need to record programs and enjoyed a period of leisure. He took the opportunity to submit his identification documents, as the production team would handle the issuance of passes collectively. Following the holidays, the interns would shift their focus to Hong Kong Island, and as an assistant lawyer, Jin Sheng would accompany them. With his newfound free time, Jin Sheng opted not to linger in his apartment. After purchasing some ingredients from the market, he returned to his own residence. Although he had dined out twice, he had not spent the night there. It was high time he enjoyed the comforts of his own home, lest his property fees be in vain. Fortunately, his considerate friend Zhongzi had already covered the cost for 2 apartments for a decade as a reward. Sitting on the balcony, sipping tea while gazing at the distant sea view, Jin Sheng reflected on the simplicity of life. Indeed, one must possess wealth to truly savor existence. Suddenly, the tranquility was interrupted by the ringing of his phone. Upon checking the screen, he saw it was a call from Zhu Xing. Jin Sheng realized he had forgotten to respond after his conversation with Zhu Shan the previous day. Teacher Zhu, my apologies. I got caught up yesterday, he said. No worries at all. I understand you have a busy schedule, Zhu Xing replied. Rest assured, the situation is manageable. It's just a tad complex. That's good to hear. Upon hearing Jin Sheng's reassurance, Zhu Xing visibly relaxed. It appeared that he was quite concerned for his cousin. By the way, Jin Sheng, yesterday Professor Wang from the Economic Law Department mentioned he spotted you in the program. There's an intern featured who happens to be a student. Ah, yes. Indeed, there is one who just graduated from our university. Very well, carry on with your tasks. I trust you with Zhu Shan's matter, whatever the cost. It should be compensated. I wouldn't want you to assist without due remuneration. Oh, Teacher Zhu, you needn't be so formal. Let us not dwell on that. Jin Sheng chuckled. All right then, goodbye. Goodbye. After hanging up, Jin Sheng smiled and shook his head. In comparison to a modest attorney's fee, the value of personal connections was far more advantageous. Moreover, Zhu Xing had specifically mentioned Professor Wang, indicating a shared understanding between them. It was clear that he wished for Jin Sheng to extend a helping hand to this junior colleague during the program. After all, in this world, it is universally recognized that social ties and human relationships matter greatly. 3 days later, the statutory holiday officially concluded. However, he was not required to report to the law firm just yet, as he awaited the processing of his pass. During this interim, Jin Sheng had wandered around the vicinity, enjoying leisurely afternoons at home with tea and browsing through various online content. Life was undeniably comfortable. The only drawback was the persistent gloomy weather in Pengcheng. With continuous rain and a slight chill creeping in, Jin Sheng glanced at his phone, where Zhu Shan had sent various documents, all pertaining to what he had previously instructed. The bank transfer records indicated that the sum of 270,000 yuan originated solely from the Ping'an Bank Luda branch, not from Dingyu Company or any individual S name. The occurrence of this situation can be attributed either to the establishment of a third-party escrow bank or to the concealment of personal information by the other party. The former is manageable, but if it is the latter, things could become quite intriguing. Additionally, there exists a vehicle valuation report indicating an amount of 198,000 yuan, which diverges by over 30 from the financing amount, clearly falling below the finance sum. This also presents a considerable issue. Within the vehicle's information, there is a record of a violation located in a small county on the outskirts of the mountain city, suggesting it may have been processed as a collateral vehicle. The name of the policyholder is Gu Yuan, presumably the individual who purchased the vehicle from Lin Yuanfeng. With these elements in hand, Jin Sheng felt he had gathered sufficient information. He promptly sought out the contact number for the court's mediation department and dialed it directly. Beep. After 2 rings, the call was answered. Hello, this is the Baoan District Court Mediation Center. Greetings, I am the Lin Yuanfeng, and I wish to apply for mediation to meet and discuss with the opposing party. Oh, please hold for a moment while I verify. Lin Yuanfeng, correct? Yes. Following this, Jin Sheng could hear the sound of papers rustling through the receiver. After approximately a minute, the voice on the other end continued, Lin Yuanfeng. Along with Dingyu Financing Leasing Company, right? There is indeed such a case. Allow me to contact the opposing party to ascertain their stance. Thank you for your assistance. Less than 10 minutes after hanging up, the court returned the call, demonstrating impressive efficiency. You are the Lin Yuanfeng, correct? The plaintiff has indicated that you can proceed directly to Pengcheng Jushin Law Firm and consult there, Li Yuan. I will provide the address and contact information for you to note. By the way, this case is set to go to court in just over a week, so please act swiftly. After expressing his gratitude, Jin Sheng ended the call. The other parties certainly presented themselves with an air of authority. However, it mattered little. He would simply view it as an opportunity to step outside and stretch his legs. Following the provided number, Jin Sheng dialed it directly. Hello, this is Jushin Law Firm. Greetings, I am looking for attorney Li Yuan. Do you have an appointment? I am the Lin Yuanfeng, and I am calling regarding the matter of the case negotiation. Upon hearing these words, the other party fell silent. After a considerable pause, they finally responded, Oh, very well, I see it here. Attorney Li has already informed us. If you are available, you can come directly to our firm at 2:30 this afternoon. Understood. Thank you. You're welcome. Goodbye. After concluding the call, Jin Sheng sent a message to Zhu Shan, notifying her of the time and location. Timed perfectly. Jin Sheng and Lin Yuanfeng entered the Zhu Yuan Law Firm, while Zhu Shan opted out to manage the store. Hello, we have an appointment with attorney Li Yuan. Certainly. Please follow me. After registering their names at the front desk, the receptionist promptly escorted the two into a meeting room. Along the way, Jin Sheng observed his surroundings. Perhaps it was the first day back to work after the holiday. The office area was bustling with activity, and the law firm appeared to be quite substantial in size. Please hold on a moment. I will summon Lawyer Li, she said. Thank you, Jin Sheng replied, recognizing that this receptionist was likely the same person he had spoken with earlier that morning. Once seated, Lin Yuanfeng exhibited signs of restlessness. Mr. Lin, for the time being, please refrain from speaking and simply sit quietly. Understood? All right. I understand. Lin Yuanfeng responded promptly, nodding in agreement. After approximately 5 minutes, a man in his 40s, wearing glasses, entered first, followed by a woman carrying a stack of documents. presumably an assistant or intern. Hello, you must be Lawyer Li? Yes, hello. Everyone please have a seat. After a brief handshake, they settled into their respective seats. Lawyer Li, allow me to introduce my client, Lin Yuan Feng, who is seated beside me. I am his legal representative, Jin Sheng. Adhering to the adage that one should not strike a smiling face, Jin Sheng maintained a warm smile as he spoke. Upon hearing the introduction, Li Yuan responded with a friendly nod. The atmosphere between the two parties remained cordial. Chapter 67. The Unspoken Understanding Between Lawyers. Attorney Jin. What is your intention in bringing both parties together today? Attorney Jin Sheng refrained from answering the question directly. Instead, he handed over several printed documents along with the promotional brochure of Dingyu Company. Attorney Li, please take a moment to review these materials. We can discuss further once you've finished. Li Yuan's gaze was sharp, yet he did not decline Jin Sheng's proposition. He accepted the documents and began to read attentively, revealing his meticulous nature. 10 minutes later, Jin Sheng noticed Li Yuan's brow slightly furrowed, a hint of curiosity flickering in his expression. Attorney Jin, what precisely do these documents signify? Li Yuan expressed his lingering skepticism. Attorney Li, are you testing my knowledge? Without waiting for a response, Jin Sheng continued. We are all seasoned legal professionals here. If certain matters are articulated too bluntly, they may lose their significance, wouldn't you agree? Our presence today is equally marked by sincere intent. I trust that Attorney Li will not allow my time to be squandered in vain. Jin Sheng's face exuded confidence, an unwavering certainty. From the documents at hand, it was evident to Li Yuan that once they set foot in court, Dingyu Company could very well face investigation for illegal operations. Such car loan companies often operated under the guise of financing leases or sale-leasebacks, while in reality, they were merely extending loans. Li Yuan believed that should negotiations falter this afternoon, the opposing party might immediately report them to the Public Security Bureau or the Market Supervision Administration upon leaving. The law explicitly states that any lending activities conducted by non-financing leasing companies without the proper qualifications constitute illegal lending and fall under unlawful business operations. After a deep breath, Li Yuan regarded Jin Sheng with a complex expression. Attorney Jin, you are truly impressive for your age. May I inquire which law firm you are currently affiliated with? Oh, I am presently with Jin Sheng Law Firm. Upon hearing the firm's name, Li Yuan couldn't help but smile wryly and shake his head. A top-tier law firm, no wonder. Attorney Jin, please share your thoughts with us, he urged. Is this a sign of capitulation? Jin Sheng, recognizing the opportune moment, stated, First, we request the withdrawal of the lawsuit. Second, we seek the return of the vehicle. Let us conclude this matter amicably with no debts between us. Attorney Li, these requests are not unreasonable, are they? After pondering the conditions for a moment, Li Yuan replied, I apologize, Attorney Jin. Mr. Lin, I must make a phone call to consult with my client's wishes. Please hold on. Jin Sheng gestured for him to proceed, and Li Yuan stood to exit. At that moment, Lin Yuan Feng could no longer contain his curiosity and whispered, Attorney Jin, what are you two discussing? I find myself quite lost. Have you not discussed the case details before showing him these documents? Furthermore, has the vehicle not already been sold to their company? Is it still possible to retrieve it? Jin Sheng chuckled and shook his head, offering no reply, merely patting Lin Yuan Feng's hand. He cast a fleeting glance at the female assistant seated opposite, who was curiously observing him. At that moment, Lin Yuan Feng also perceived something and ceased his inquiries. I know you. I watched that variety show the other day during my break. Oh, really? The assistant's sudden remark made Jin Sheng raise an eyebrow, thinking it was indeed quite a coincidence. The atmosphere grew momentarily silent. Suddenly, the conference room door swung open. Li Yuan returned, his gaze complex as he addressed Jin Sheng. Lawyer Jin, I have discussed with the client, and withdrawing the lawsuit is not an issue. However, retrieving the vehicle will take about half a month. Simultaneously, we can sign a settlement agreement to ensure Mr. Lin has no lingering concerns. However, Mr. Lin will need to sign a confidentiality agreement, stipulating that this matter concludes here and no information can be disclosed to outsiders. Is that acceptable? Jin Sheng had no objections. This was a mutual understanding. To gain benefits while simultaneously securing silence was reasonable. Lin Yuan Feng remembered Jin Sheng's words, refraining from hastily making decisions even in the face of advantages. Instead, gazing intently at Jin Sheng, his expression suggested he was quite satisfied. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest, Lawyer Li. The female assistant began typing on her laptop at once. Before long, Two freshly printed A4 sheets were in Jin Sheng's hands. After all, these documents had readily available templates. A few modifications sufficed. Jin Sheng reviewed them and, finding no issues, signaled for Lin Yuanfeng to sign. The same document was prepared in duplicate. Lawyer Jin, I hope our next meeting will not be in adversarial roles. Haha, Lawyer Li, you jest. Until we meet again. Until then. Upon exiting the building of Jin Sheng law firm, Lin Yuanfeng could no longer contain himself. Lawyer Jin. Jin Sheng turned, Mr. Lin. You need not concern yourself with the details. The matter has been resolved for you. Furthermore, upon your return, you can inform Sister Zhu. But remember, this matter ends here. Do not mention it to anyone else. Someone will contact you within half a month regarding your vehicle. You simply need to retrieve it, understood? Lin Yuanfeng discerned that Jin Sheng preferred not to divulge the intricacies of the situation. Reluctantly, he kept his thoughts to himself. Nevertheless, he was relieved that the matter had been resolved. All right, I understand. Thank you, Lawyer Jin. No problem, one learns from setbacks. In the future, one must deliberate carefully. Opportunities do not simply fall from the heavens, Mr. Lin. Indeed, I will certainly take this lesson to heart. Well then, I shall take my leave. Farewell. After parting ways with Lin Yuanfeng, Jin Sheng took out his phone and sent a message to Zhu Xing, informing him that the matter had been resolved and there was no need for concern. After graciously accepting Zhu Xing's expressions of gratitude, Jin Sheng was just about to board the subway home when his phone rang. It was a call from Chen Yiming, which he promptly answered. Lawyer Chen, where are you? I'm over here in Bowen District, having just wrapped up a financing lease case. Oh, what was the outcome? The opposing party withdrew the lawsuit and returned the vehicle. That's the end of it. Haha, splendid. Upon hearing this outcome, Chen Yiming's spirits lifted considerably. After all, the greater Jin Sheng's capabilities, the more substantial his contributions to the law firm. Both factors are mutually reinforcing. Come to the firm now. There's a case that President Wen specifically requested your involvement in. All right, I'll be there shortly. Jin Sheng felt a surge of joy. Was this the arrival of a returning client? The surprise was quite significant. Perhaps he should prepare a greeting for President Wen. Chapter 68. The case of sexual assault in a flurry of urgency. Jin Sheng took an hour to return to the law firm. The interns were stationed at their desks. Engrossed in their materials, it appeared that the fifth assignment had already been disseminated. After exchanging pleasantries with a few colleagues, Jin Sheng knocked on Chen Yiming's office door. Upon entering, he found Lawyer Chen, who was bent over a document. Noticing Jin Sheng's arrival, he gestured towards the chair in front of him. Please wait a moment. I will be with you shortly. With that, he resumed his examination of the files. A few minutes later, he finally closed the folder. Mr. Wen just called me. A friend of his is experiencing a rather delicate situation at home. Initially, they wished to handle it discreetly, but recently it has been thrust into the limelight. With indications of orchestrated online discourse, the client, surnamed Jiang, operates a publicly listed company in the daily necessities chemical sector. The ongoing nature of this predicament threatens to significantly impact the stock price. Therefore, he seeks a swift resolution to this dilemma. Mr. Wen has been friends with Jiang for over a decade, and their companies have collaborated extensively. He holds your capabilities in high regard, and thus has particularly recommended you. There is a flight at 6 p.m., after which Mr. Jiang will come here to meet with us. Both of the Wens will also be present. This time, I will be alongside several other lawyers to support you. Xiao Jin, the next steps depend on your performance. This case represents an opportunity for the firm, if handled adeptly. Not only will the lawyer's fees be substantial, but acquiring a client with a publicly listed company is indeed a significant gain. However, opportunity is invariably accompanied by risk. The complexities of this case are undoubtedly considerable. The involvement of manipulated public opinion suggests that the depths of this matter are profound. If mishandled, the entire case could be a trap set by others. Nevertheless, Jin Sheng had yet to review the entire case file. Nor did he know the specific nature of the case, leaving him to await the client's arrival for further details. Rest assured, Lawyer Chen, I will give it my all. Jin Sheng affirmed with a solemn nod. Very well, take a moment to rest and recalibrate, Chen Yiming advised. All right, I will step out for a bit, Jin Sheng replied. After exiting Chen Yiming's office, Jin Sheng made his way to the pantry to brew a cup of coffee. He settled in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, taking a moment to clear his mind and allow his thoughts to wander. He needed to let his mental faculties recuperate in preparation for the forthcoming challenges. As time gradually passed, even as dinner approached, Jin Sheng refrained from ordering takeout, opting instead to snack on a few treats to stave off hunger. The sugar would provide a much-needed boost to his brain. Xiao Jin, Chen Yiming called from the entrance, raising his hand. Jin Sheng promptly stood and walked over. The esteemed Jiang and his team have arrived. I have sent someone to greet them. Let us proceed to the elevator entrance for a warm welcome. Nearby, the other 3 mentors are already waiting. The interns, seated at their desks, exchanged puzzled glances at the commotion, utterly bewildered by the situation. Once gathered, the group made their way directly to the main entrance, while behind them, the interns began to murmur among themselves. What is happening? Who knows? Is some prominent figure visiting? Could it possibly concern us? As the glass door swung open, Jin Sheng caught sight of a throng emerging from the elevator. Led by a mid-level attorney from Chen Yiming's team. Mr. Wan, welcome. Attorney Chen, we shall be relying on your expertise shortly. It is indeed an honor that Mr. Wan remembers us, came the response. Given the urgency of the matter at hand, there was no time for pleasantries. Jin Sheng had been observing closely. The leader before him was none other than the renowned Mr. Wan. Wen Kehua stood beside him and nodded in Jin Sheng's direction. Allow me to introduce this esteemed individual, Jiang Tianyue, the head of new products and daily chemicals. Greetings, Mr. Jiang, I am Chen Yiming. Hello, Attorney Chen. Under Wen Qian's introduction, Chen Yiming extended a handshake, which Jiang Tianyue reciprocated. Jin Sheng, too, noted the principal figure. The man, appearing to be in his 50s with graying temples, bore a hint of fatigue yet possessed a keen, vibrant gaze, exuding an undeniable aura, comparable to that of Wen Qian. Could this be the hallmark of a successful entrepreneur? After their brief introduction, the group proceeded directly to the conference room, taking their seats across from one another. On their side sat the 4 top experts alongside Jin Sheng, totaling 5 individuals. This time, Jin Sheng positioned himself in the center, to the left of Chen Yiming. Opposite him, Mr. Jiang sat at the helm, with a woman in her 30s, clad in a professional suit, seated to his left, likely an assistant or secretary. On his right was a gentleman, approximately in his 40s, dressed in formal attire with spectacles, carrying a briefcase, presumably an advisor or legal counsel. The Wan brothers occupied the chairs of authority, resembling the presiding leaders of the meeting. Attorney Chen, time is of the essence. I shall forego idle chit-chat. Please review the case files, Mr. Jiang stated. Following his words, the gentleman beside him promptly retrieved a substantial dossier from his briefcase and handed it over. Chen Yiming accepted it without a glance, passing it directly to Jin Sheng beside him. This action elicited mild surprise from the individuals across the table. At this moment, Wen Kehua interjected, Mr. Jiang, this is lawyer Jin Sheng, an expert in criminal law. He was instrumental in resolving my daughter's case in just 3 days. Jin Sheng, however, paid little heed to the ongoing conversation. In his view, it was the resolution of the matter that held precedence over any trivial exchanges. Extracting a stack of documents, he began to scrutinize them meticulously. Defendant Jiang Qin, on the evening of June 17th, engaged in inappropriate conduct within room 1202 of the Jin Sheng Business Hotel in Nanshan District, exploiting the victim, Su Jin, who was inebriated and entirely unconscious. It was not until 5:18 a.m. the following day that the victim regained consciousness, since something was amiss, and upon noticing the defendant sleeping beside her, immediately fled the room. She sought assistance from the on-duty staff in the hotel lobby and promptly called the police. Within 10 minutes, a patrol car arrived at the scene and secured the area. Following the arrival of additional reinforcements, the defendant, Jiang Qin, was apprehended at the scene. Forensic investigators also collected evidence on-site and retrieved bodily fluid from the victim, which, upon analysis, matched the DNA of the defendant. After reviewing the general outline of the case, Jin Sheng continued to peruse the details. In the evidence section, in addition to 2 examination reports, there were also 2 surveillance videos. However, due to time constraints, a thorough examination would have to wait until later. Chapter 69 Acceptance. Next, a background profile of the victim was presented. Su Jin, aged 22, hails from Zhongyuan Province and is a senior student in the Business Administration Department at Pengcheng University. Both of her parents are ordinary employees at a local enterprise. As a senior, she interned at a commonplace trading company, where her supervisor described her as intelligent, adept at managing interpersonal relationships, and quick to grasp business acumen. According to the testimonies provided by the police on the night of the incident, the victim Su Jin went to a bar with several classmates to celebrate the conclusion of her internship and her imminent transition to a full-time position. At 10 p.m., within the bar, she was approached by Ling Yihan, a high school classmate of the accused Jiang Qin and the organizer of the gathering. who subsequently introduced her to Jiang Qin. Shortly thereafter, at 1:08 a.m., Jiang Qin was seen embracing Su Jin as they made their way to a room at the Jin Sheng Business Hotel, located a mere 50 meters away. The front desk staff on duty at that time noted that, despite the strong smell of alcohol, Jiang Qin appeared lucid and conversed clearly, showing no signs of inebriation. In contrast, Su Jin was found with her eyes closed, cradled in Jiang Qin's arms. Furthermore, investigations revealed that Ling Yihan and Su Jin had no prior interactions in their daily lives, indicating that their acquaintance was purely coincidental. Everything appeared flawless at first glance, resembling a classic case of picking up the pieces after a night of drinking. Consequently, the police concluded that Jiang Qin had committed the crime with intent. However, in his own testimony, Jiang Qin claimed to have blacked out that night, remembering nothing until he was apprehended by the police in the hotel room. His state of confusion was evident, yet all evidence was decidedly unfavorable to him. The prosecution has formally charged him with the crime of sexual assault. Beep. System evaluation indicates that the difficulty of this case is meets reward criteria if the host undertakes this case and executes it flawlessly. A system reward will be granted. Specific rewards are unknown. All interpretation rights belong to this system. No complaints or face suspension. Jin Sheng's mind was racing as the CPU of his brain processed this information, suddenly bewildered by the voice of the system. Typically, he maintained an air of aloofness. But the difficulty of this case, rated only 3 stars, was overwhelming. This was indeed challenging. For those with some spare time, please assist me with a graphic. Jin Sheng yearned to inquire with other system bearers, wondering if their golden fingers operated in a similar fashion. As chosen ones, why was there such disparity in their treatment? While he had spotted a potential flaw in the case, it was tenuous, should it be presented in court. The prosecution would undoubtedly counter it, rendering it meaningless. He hoped that the surveillance footage might offer him a pleasant surprise. After organizing his thoughts, Jin Sheng raised his head and asked, "Mr. Jiang, how's your son's tolerance for alcohol?" Until now, the crowd present had maintained a relatively quiet atmosphere. But his question shattered the silence. After a thoughtful pause, General Jiang remarked, "Jiang Qin possesses a commendable tolerance for alcohol. I recall during the New Year festivities, he consumed nearly half a bottle of red wine and was merely tipsy." Jin Sheng nodded. His attention focused on the blood samples collected by the police at the crime scene. Jiang Qin's report indicated an alcohol content of 188 milligrams 100 milliliters, categorizing him as intoxicated. In contrast, Su Jin's report revealed an alcohol content of merely 22 milligrams 100 milliliters, equivalent to a single beer. Naturally, individual tolerance varies. Some may remain sober after countless drinks, while others may succumb after just one. General Jiang, has anyone elucidated the discrepancies in this blood report? Jin Sheng inquired. Jiang Tianyue slowly shook his head and shifted his gaze to the gentleman on his right, who appeared somewhat anxious. Jin Sheng noticed the man's hand trembled slightly as he gripped his pen. However, Jiang Tianyue understood that this was not the appropriate moment to hold his subordinate accountable. "Attorney Jin, could you clarify the ambiguities present in the report?" Jin Sheng nodded and replied, "Typically, the human body metabolizes approximately 10 to 15 grams of alcohol per hour. To illustrate, a standard individual consuming a 500 milliliters bottle of beer with an alcohol content of 3 to 5 degrees would require nearly 2 hours for complete metabolism. Yet, in these 2 reports, even assuming maximum metabolic rates over the past 4 hours, the findings starkly contradict the statements recorded by the hotel front desk regarding the state of both individuals at the time of their check-in. If we consider the female party to be sober while the gentleman was unconscious, it would make perfect sense." Upon hearing Jin Sheng's explanation, a glimmer of contemplation flickered in Jiang Tianyue's eyes. He was somewhat acquainted with his son's drinking capacity, although other factors could not be dismissed, such as the possibility of consuming a hangover remedy prior to drinking. Jin Sheng continued, "Of course, this discrepancy may not be substantial, as the opposing party could present numerous counterarguments. My earlier inquiries were aimed at further exploring this matter. Nevertheless, I can surmise that the circumstances surrounding this case are rather peculiar." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Tianyue could not restrain himself from asking, "Attorney Jin, how do you propose we resolve this case? The current public sentiment is decidedly unfavorable to me, even affecting the company." Jiang Tianyue's intent was clear. He wished to expedite the resolution of this issue to alter public perception. Jin Sheng understood the urgency behind his words, but he also recognized that haste in legal matters often leads to errors. "General Jiang, Have you dispatched anyone to engage with the victim or propose compensation? Jiang Tianwei candidly responded, yes. Shortly after the incident, my wife instructed our legal team to approach the other party. Initially, we offered 10 million in compensation, hoping they would retract their statements. However, the individual named Su Jin did not acquiesce. The following day, we escalated the price to 20 million. Yet she remained steadfast in her refusal. Her rationale was that she held no value for our filthy money. Rather, she sought to see Jiang Qin face legal repercussions. Upon hearing this, Jin Sheng furrowed his brow slightly, increasingly sensing the heavy undertones of conspiracy in this affair. The background check revealed that Su Jin's family circumstances were rather ordinary. Could it truly be that an average female university student would remain indifferent to a sum exceeding 20 million? Especially considering this amount was tax-free. Unless, of course, there were greater benefits lurking behind the scenes. Thus, the crux of this case rested upon Su Jin. President Jiang, I require you to enlist trustworthy individuals to gather comprehensive information about Su Jin. The more detailed, the better. Additionally, we must investigate Ling Yihan as well. I refuse to believe their encounter was mere coincidence. Concurrently, I shall pursue other inquiries on my end. Time is of the essence. With the court date just over a week away, we must collaborate efficiently and expedite our efforts. Strictly speaking, Jin Sheng was somewhat overstepping his bounds. Yet, Jiang Tianyue displayed no hesitation, promptly nodding in agreement. Understood. I will engage professionals to expedite this matter. To be candid, prior to my arrival here, I had consulted with 2 sets of lawyers, all from top-tier firms, yet only you instilled in me a sense of assurance. You even pointed out the unusual alcohol content in the blood. Therefore, I entrust this case to you. After Jiang Tianyue's remarks, Chen Yiming interjected appropriately. President Jiang, you can rest assured that our firm will exert every effort to resolve this matter judiciously. Chapter 70. A deceptive depth. Once Jiang Tianwei and his companions departed, the 4 esteemed experts remained in the conference room, engaged in conversation with Jin Sheng. Each of them had reviewed the case files, and they collectively recognized the considerable complexity of this case. It was virtually certain that the court would reach a guilty verdict, with the only variable being the potential leniency of the sentence. At this moment, Chen Yiming furrowed his brow in contemplation. Xiao Jin, what are your preliminary thoughts? Jin Sheng had begun to discern a pattern in the system's task assignments. He surmised that in cases deemed less complicated or where the accused was indeed guilty, individuals often feigned ignorance. Given that Jiang Qin's case had elicited a response from Tang Zigu, it suggested the possibility of a turning point. In response to Chen Yiming's inquiry, Jin Sheng replied, this entire narrative appears quite ordinary, devoid of significant flaws. Yet, I cannot shake an inexplicable feeling. Particularly, it is astonishing that Su Jin could resolutely reject the allure of several million in cash. While she may refuse, what of her family? I find it hard to believe that they would remain oblivious to such a monumental event. Of course, individuals who regard wealth as trivial exist, but the likelihood of an entire family sharing that sentiment is exceedingly low. Just this alone defies reason. Young people may act for the sake of justice, but adults are driven primarily by self-interest. The other mentors nodded in agreement, fully comprehending the implications of Jin Sheng's observations, as they too had traversed similar paths. I shall further examine the surveillance footage to see if any new insights emerge. Jin Sheng connected a USB drive to his laptop and projected the video onto the large screen. Among the 4 experts, only Lu Xiyuan stepped out briefly, presumably to inform the interns that they could return. It was already 9:30 p.m. The first segment of the footage displayed the exterior of the bar, clearly capturing Jiang Qin entering alongside several others at 9:28 p.m. The second segment showcased the bar's interior, where the dim lighting rendered the video somewhat flickering and challenging to watch. However, it seemed to have undergone image enhancement, allowing for clearer visibility. Jin Sheng observed that after entering, Jiang Qin and his companions were guided by a waiter to a booth situated near the restrooms on the right. Approximately half an hour later, 4 young women arrived at the table directly opposite them, presumably Su Jin and her group, also escorted by the same waiter. Jin Sheng noted this repetition in his notebook, marking it as significant. At 10:05 p.m., while waiting for their drinks, Su Jin casually glanced in Jiang Qin's direction. At 10:08 p.m., she did so once more. Again, at 10:14 p.m., and finally, at 10:21 p.m., her gaze met that of Ling Yihan. Subsequently, Su Jin did not cast another glance until 10:33 p.m., when Ling Yihan rose and approached her for conversation. By 10:40 p.m., he had returned to the booth with 4 young women in tow. The bar's routine was all too familiar, rendering the events seemingly inevitable. Initially, Su Jin occupied an outer seat, flanked by Ling Yihan. However, it was not long before she engaged in frequent interactions with Jiang Qin, eventually sitting beside him. Jin Sheng observed that throughout the evening, Su Jin exclusively consumed beer, never once touching the red wine or spirits on the table. In contrast, Jiang Qin indulged in a variety of drinks. Typically, in such nightlife settings, if a girl is willing to sit next to a guy, a male who has had a few too many drinks is likely to feel emboldened, perhaps even placing a hand on her shoulder or thigh. Yet, Jiang Qin maintained decorum, refraining from any inappropriate gestures aside from whispering in Su Jin's ear. At 12:32 a.m., Ling Yihan excused himself to the restroom, and Su Jin followed suit. It was 10 minutes later that they returned, one after the other. At 12:51 a.m., after downing 2 more drinks, Su Jin reached her limit and leaned her head on Jiang Qin's shoulder. Shortly thereafter, Ling Yihan exchanged a few words with Jiang Qin, who then half-embraced Su Jin as they exited. Jin Sheng noticed that some of Su Jin's classmates observed this scene but did not intervene, which was rather intriguing. Counting carefully, Jin Sheng noted that Su Jin consumed a total of 8 beers and indulged in a considerable amount of snacks, even with the largest glasses. 4 bottles of beer would be the maximum she could handle. This aligned with the blood report provided by the police following her call for assistance. Moreover, it was improbable that the bar served beer in 500 milliliters servings, as that would not be profitable. The third video captured the scene outside the bar, where Jiang Qin was seen half-supporting Su Jin as they walked towards a nearby hotel, albeit in a staggered manner, suggesting that the wind had exacerbated her inebriation. Jin Sheng took note of the time, 12:57 a.m. The fourth video, recorded at the hotel lobby entrance, displayed the pair at 1:08 a.m. However, Jin Sheng observed that Jiang Qin's gait was markedly steady, a stark contrast to his earlier unsteadiness upon exiting the bar. This raised suspicions about the intervening 11 minutes. The fifth video, taken inside the hotel elevator, showed Jiang Qin entering with his head bowed, obscuring his face. Once inside, the two embraced, their backs turned to the camera, standing silently in the middle. Just as the elevator doors opened, Jin Sheng noticed a detail. Su Jin's left leg took a small step forward before they both exited the elevator. This revelation lent clarity to Jin Sheng's thoughts. Nevertheless, the paramount concern remained to uncover what transpired during the 50-meter journey from the bar to the hotel. Otherwise, this information would prove insufficient. The USB drive contains only these 5 video segments. There are no recordings from the hotel corridor, and the reason remains a mystery, further deepening Jin Sheng's suspicions. After turning off the screen, Chen Yiming turned to the group and inquired, "What do you think? After watching the surveillance footage, what observations have you made? Please share your thoughts." The other 3 exchanged glances before Lu Siyuan took the initiative to speak. "When I watched earlier, I noticed some discrepancies in the interactions among the individuals at the bar. Su Jin was evidently waiting, continuously observing until she locked eyes with someone, at which point she ceased her attentions. Moreover, her companions appeared unfazed as they witnessed Su Jin being embraced and taken away. Logically, friends who leave together would look out for one another, unless such incidents are commonplace and they have become desensitized, or they had prior arrangements, which would explain their inaction. I believe we should inquire with these classmates to clarify the situation." Luo Jiayan and Ren Wei nodded in agreement with Lu Siyuan's perspective. Contrarily, Chen Yiming countered, "However, this does not conclusively prove anything. Whether Su Jin has behaved indiscreetly in the past, or if she had informed them beforehand, it does not absolve Jiang Qin of guilt. Who can attest that this time she acted willingly? Otherwise, she would not have reported the incident. Surely, it cannot be merely a scheme for monetary gain. If that were the case, why would Su Jin reject the terms proposed by Mrs. Jiang? 20 million is insufficient. They could easily offer more. As long as it is not unreasonable, I am convinced that for the sake of her son, both Mr. Jiang and Mrs. Jiang would acquiesce." Chen Yiming's assertions resonated with conviction and validity. "What do you think, Xiao Jin?" Jin Sheng nodded thoughtfully. "It can serve as supporting evidence, but it lacks the weight of decisive influence. The crime of sexual assault is particularly nuanced, heavily reliant on the woman's own will. Unless there is unequivocal evidence to counter this, all efforts would be in vain. After all, the prosecution is not to be underestimated. This case is entirely different from the previous one involving Wenshiro." Chapter 71. Expressions at 7 o'clock the next morning, Jin Sheng rose from his slumber. A plethora of tasks awaited him, and numerous destinations beckoned. Chen Yiming had given his instructions the previous night, dispatching Lao Ma, the dedicated chauffeur, to ensure the smooth operation of his logistical needs. After savoring his breakfast, Jin Sheng settled on the balcony, meticulously jotting down the sequence of his plans in a notebook. Ding! Half an hour later, his phone chimed. Upon checking, he discovered that the car had arrived at the entrance of the community. Good morning, Lao Ma. I appreciate your efforts today, he greeted with a chuckle, just joking, that's what we're paid for. Haha, let us set off. Lao Ma replied cheerfully. The vehicle glided along the elevated highway, heading directly to their first destination, the Twilight Bar. In less than an hour, Jin Sheng reached his destination. A bar, such as this, only reveals its allure under the cloak of night, when the myriad of lights illuminate the ambience with an extravagant flare. However, Jin Sheng did not intend to enter. It was broad daylight, and the establishment was not yet open for business. Upon arriving at the entrance, he retrieved his phone and activated the timer. Following the route that Jiang Qin had taken that night, he commenced his slow stroll towards the Jin Sheng Business Hotel. Located 50 meters away, his pace was deliberate, as he carefully observed his surroundings. Over 3 months had elapsed since the incident, and even if surveillance footage had captured the events, it was highly likely that it had been overwritten. Typically, civilian surveillance systems retain recordings for only 7 to 30 days, unless one employs a networked hard drive that automatically uploads to the cloud. Jin Sheng's visit was merely an exercise in hope. However, it was evident that he had perhaps overestimated his chances, as he had thus far uncovered nothing. Upon reaching the hotel's entrance, he glanced at his phone. A mere 6 minutes had passed. This timing clearly raised suspicions. Could it be that Jiang Qin had paused to vomit along the way, causing a delay? Moreover, there was one perplexing question that Jin Sheng could not fathom. Why was it that after emerging unsteadily from the bar, Jiang Qin appeared so composed by the time he reached the hotel? Jin Sheng had observed that, upon entering the hotel lobby, Jiang Qin walked in a straight line with purposeful strides, exhibiting none of the characteristics of a drunken individual. While some may manage to drink copiously without apparent effects, a mere gust of wind upon exiting or the act of lying down at home could render them unconscious. Even if Jiang Qin were such an individual, it still seemed illogical. However, Jin Sheng refrained from indulging in further speculation and entered the hotel. The lobby was sparsely populated, with only a young attendant engaged in his duties at the reception. Hello, may I assist you with your check-in? He inquired politely as Jin Sheng approached. Glancing at the name tag on his chest, which read Kong Junjie, Jin Sheng replied, Greetings. I would like to inquire whether an incident occurred here 3 months ago. May I ask who you are? The attendant's demeanor shifted, betraying a hint of caution. I am an attorney, and here is my identification for your perusal. To alleviate any doubts, Jin Sheng proactively handed over his credentials. After reviewing them, Kong Junjie remarked, I apologize, but regarding this matter. Once Jin Sheng retrieved his identification, he stated, I am the attorney for this case, merely here to inquire about the circumstances at that time. Kong Junjie nodded. Oh, I see. However, I was not on duty that day. I only heard about it later when I took over the shift, so I might not be of much assistance. That's fine, but you should be aware of the situation concerning the surveillance on the 12th floor of your hotel, correct? Jin Sheng inquired. I do know about that. At the time, officers came to the hotel to ask questions. It seems there was an issue with the wiring on that floor, and it was under maintenance, so. Jin Sheng nodded thoughtfully. I understand. May I ask who was on duty at that time? Could you help me get in touch with her? You mean Lu Wei? She worked the night shift last night and left not long ago. Jin Sheng pressed further. Could you provide me with her contact information? I wish to speak with her regarding some details. Kong Junjie hesitated for a moment, displaying signs of reluctance. There are principles to adhere to. Rest assured. I am an attorney and will not act unlawfully. I merely wish to have a brief conversation with her. Well, all right then. Jin Sheng, of course, attributed this successful outcome not to his profession, but rather to his charming appearance. After obtaining the phone number, Jin Sheng promptly dialed it in front of Kong Junjie. The phone rang twice before being answered. Hello, may I speak with Ms. Lu Wei? Yes, who is this? Do you recall the incident from 3 months ago? I am the attorney representing the involved party and would like to discuss the situation with you. I have already given my statement. If you have inquiries, please direct them to the police. The voice on the other end carried an undertone of impatience, a clear indication of refusal. Ms. Lu, please. I only need a few minutes of your time. I am currently at the hotel where you work. I thought everything had already been stated. Why do you need to speak with me again? This pertains to an individual's life, and thus must be approached with caution. I kindly ask for your assistance. Jin Sheng's tone was earnest. There was a prolonged silence on the line before Lu Wei's voice finally responded. All right. Meet me at the entrance of the residential community across from the hotel. But please hurry. I am quite tired and need to rest. Thank you, Ms. Lu. I will be there shortly. After ending the call, Jin Sheng expressed his gratitude to Kong Junjie once more. In matters of courtesy, no one could find fault. The distance was short, and after crossing the street, Jin Sheng soon spotted a woman standing beside the security booth at the community entrance. This must be Lu Wei. He approached swiftly. Excuse me, are you Ms. Lu? Yes, I am, Lu Wei replied, carefully assessing Jin Sheng as she spoke. Ms. Lu, here is my identification. Please feel free to verify it. In order to further dispel the other party's doubts, Jin Sheng proactively presented his lawyer's certificate. However, Lu Wei did not accept it, for she had noticed the words lawyer's practice certificate on the cover. Please hurry and ask your questions. I am quite fatigued, she remarked, stifling a yawn, her face betraying an unmistakable weariness. Jin Sheng did not linger unnecessarily either. He promptly retrieved a high-definition full-body photograph of Jiang Qin and inquired, Ms. Lu, could you take a look and tell me if this is the person who checked into the hotel that night? After receiving the photograph, Lu Wei scrutinized it for a moment before nodding and responding. It should be him. The lighting at the reception was somewhat dim due to a malfunctioning lamp. When I processed his check-in, I compared it with the photo on his ID, and it was indeed him. However, when he handed me his identification, I noticed a tattoo on the inner side of his left forearm, which is absent in this photograph. After reclaiming the photograph, Jin Sheng observed Jiang Qin's pose. Raising his left arm and playfully touching the back of his head, his smile radiant. Indeed, there was no tattoo. Ms. Lu, do you recall the details of the tattoo? Lu Wei nodded and replied, of course, it depicted a dagger, partially surrounded by 2 ears of wheat. I had just finished watching a television series where the protagonist bore a similar tattoo. Chapter 72. Meeting Jiang Qin after bidding farewell to Lu Wei. Jin Sheng swiftly made his way to the District Public Security Bureau. In accordance with the regulations governing criminal cases, surveillance footage from the months preceding and following the incident is typically retained by the Bureau, barring any exceptional circumstances. Approximately half an hour later, Jin Sheng arrived at his destination, primarily hindered by the morning rush hour traffic. Upon registering at the entrance, he proceeded to the office of the Criminal Investigation Unit, where he sought out the lead investigator on the case, Officer Tang Long. Hello, Officer Tang. I am Jiang Qin's legal representative. My name is Jin Sheng. Greetings. Do you have matters to discuss? All case materials have already been transferred to the prosecutor's office. If you have any inquiries, you may address them there directly. Oh, I would like to request access to all surveillance footage retrieved from the bar and the Jin Sheng Business Hotel, as well as the guest registration information from the days surrounding the incident. Very well. Please fill out this application form. I will sign it, and then you can proceed to the archives on the 4th floor. Thank you, Officer Tang. The stout and earnest Officer Tang proved to be quite amiable. After expressing his gratitude, Jin Sheng effortlessly took a form and began to fill it out, fully accustomed to the routine. After some time spent on procedural formalities, copying, and duplicating, Jin Sheng soon obtained the materials he sought. Lao Ma, let us head to the detention center. Understood. Seated in the vehicle, Jin Sheng utilized his laptop to first examine the surveillance footage from the hotel that he had just copied, focusing particularly on the recordings from after 1:10 a.m. 1 couple, 2 couples, 3 couples. The proprietor of the Jin Sheng Business Hotel was indeed a savvy individual, having chosen a prime location, undoubtedly a favored haunt for inebriated couples. As the night progressed, business appeared to flourish even more. Jin Sheng took notes, observing that a total of 25 individuals entered the hotel, many of whom were supporting one another. Cross-referencing with the guest registration records, he identified 6 newly registered couples, generally with the women appearing somewhat dazed while the men remained comparatively sober. This included the inebriated individual who entered alone. These could be easily dismissed. The focus now shifted to the remaining individuals. Reviewing the elevator surveillance, he employed a process of elimination, discarding those whose features were discernible. Ultimately, only 2 pairs remained as credible suspects. One pair consisted of a woman supporting a man, with a bag slung over his shoulder and a baseball cap obscuring their faces. The other pair comprised 2 men, one completely incapacitated and the other, though upright, also appeared to be under the influence, with his face equally indistinct. Notably, the elevator's floor indicator revealed that all were accessing the 12th floor, the very same floor where Jiang Qin had resided on the day of the incident. Jin Sheng cross-referenced the hotel check-in information, discovering that within 3 days, 9 rooms on the 12th floor had been opened, of which only 2 had ongoing stays without any checkouts. The registration sheet indicated that each room was occupied by a single individual, room 1205 by Wei Shuang and room 1206 by Qin He. Jin Sheng meticulously noted this in his notebook. "Lawyer Jin, we have arrived." All right. Unbeknownst to him, they had reached the Nanshan District Detention Center. As the vehicle came to a halt, Jin Sheng glanced through the window and spotted the entrance of the detention center not far away. "Old Ma, this might take a bit longer." "That's fine. You go ahead with your business." "All right." Jin Sheng, carrying his briefcase, approached the reception window next to the entrance. After undergoing a series of formalities, he settled in the meeting room to await his turn. The procedural differences between an untried suspect and a convicted criminal are significant. For the former, lawyers can meet their clients at any time during working hours to ensure judicial fairness. In contrast, for the latter, a visitation application must be submitted, registered, and scheduled accordingly. After approximately 10 minutes of waiting, the internal door swung open. A somewhat haggard young man entered. Having seen the photograph, Jin Sheng recognized Jiang Qin, whose hairstyle had been cropped short and whose figure appeared slightly gaunt. For someone from a privileged background, this must be an agonizing experience, even for an ordinary person. "Hello. I am the lawyer entrusted by your father, Mr. Jiang Tianwei, here to understand the circumstances surrounding your situation. You may call me Jin Sheng or Lawyer Jin." Initially, upon seeing Jin Sheng's youth, Jiang Qin felt a tinge of skepticism. However, since the lawyer had received his father's commission, it indicated that he possessed considerable capabilities. He nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "Hello, Lawyer Jin." Jin Sheng noted the slight raspiness in his voice. "Mr. Jiang, while you are at the detention center, have you faced any bullying or unfair treatment?" Jiang Qin shook his head in response, "No." Jin Sheng nodded, pressing forward with his inquiry. "On the day at the bar, after Su Jin leaned on your shoulder, what did your classmate Ling Yihan say to you?" Jiang Qin furrowed his brow as he recalled. "He told me that just left of the bar, less than 50 meters away, there was a hotel. Since we were all out for fun, why not take advantage of it? As for the other few who were with Su Jin, he would handle them. During my studies abroad, I attended numerous parties where such behavior was quite common, so I didn't refuse. Besides, if I truly didn't want to, I wouldn't have remained by her side for so long, and she even took my hand several times." Jin Sheng could comprehend Jiang Qin's perspective. Compared to domestic norms, Western society is indeed more liberal regarding matters of gender relations. In today's society, the pace of life is increasingly rapid. Many young men and women in urban areas often frequent bars and KTVs to release their passions. This behavior is entirely normal. Even newlywed couples, married for several years, occasionally seek thrills outside their relationship, let alone single individuals. I have perused your records, and you mentioned that shortly after exiting the bar, you experienced a blackout. Is that correct? Jiang Qin nodded and replied, "Yes, I don't know why. Everything seemed fine in the bar, but once I stepped outside, my mind became utterly foggy. When I regained consciousness, I found myself in a hotel room, already under police custody. I was utterly stunned." Jin Sheng continued to inquire, "So, you are certain that you did not engage in any relations with Su Jin, or felt any sensations?" Jiang Qin vigorously shook his head. "I was completely numb. How could I possibly have any reactions? As for whether relations occurred, I truly cannot confirm. However, I did have a similar experience abroad. I also blacked out from drinking and woke up the next day beside a girl, but nothing happened between us." Jin Sheng then posed his most pressing question. "Do you have a tattoo on your left arm?" "No, I don't." "Why do you ask?" Jiang Qin responded. "Are you aware of anyone who has a dagger tattoo partially surrounded by weed on the inner side of their left arm?" Upon hearing Jin Sheng's words, Jiang Qin furrowed his brow and pondered for a moment before slowly shaking his head. "No, to my recollection. None of the people I know in this country have such a tattoo." Chapter 73. Too obvious upon exiting the detention center and returning to the law firm. It was nearly noon. This is one of the drawbacks of living in a large city. The actual time spent on tasks is minimal, as most of it is consumed by traffic. During this morning, I had only visited 2 locations. Originally, Jin Sheng had intended to stop by the prosecutor's office in Nanshan District to meet with Prosecutor Xiang Qing, who was handling this case. Unfortunately, time was no longer on his side. Inside the law firm, the interns were engaged in a discussion within the conference room. Jin Sheng surmised they were likely deliberating over the 5th topic. Standing outside, he was spotted by Wang Yutong, the innocent intern, who immediately waved at him. This gesture drew the attention of the other interns, who greeted him in unison. Observing this, Jin Sheng decided to enter, briefcase in hand. "Is everyone busy?" he inquired. "Indeed. Yes. Jin, could you assist us in reviewing our thought process?" The group chimed in. Jin Sheng pondered for a moment. Once the variety show aired, the professors from Huajing would undoubtedly take notice. During a recent phone call with Zhu Xing, he had already received subtle hints regarding this. If he did not contribute, returning to his alma mater for signatures would likely earn him disdain when graduate school admissions came around. With this thought, after placing his bag down, he said, "Do you have the original topic? Please share it with me." "Senior, I have it here." Upon receiving the project overview from Wang Yutong, Jin Sheng began to read. It was entirely in English, quite impressive. After reading through it, he grasped the overall concept. It involved A, who was deceived by B, resulting in financial loss, and subsequently, B deceived C as well. When C realized they had been swindled, they unexpectedly received funds mistakenly transferred from B. However, C then transferred this money to their friend D, exchanging it for an equivalent currency, which was sent to their husband in the mainland. Consequently, A is now suing C for the return of these funds. The absurdity of the topic left Jin Sheng exasperated. Only in Hong Kong would such ludicrous cases be entertained by the courts. Had this occurred in the mainland, the police would have taken over the case directly. Not only would A receive nothing, but they would also face a reprimand. As for C, they would be implicated in illegal activities, with the funds being confiscated as illicit gains. After reviewing the topic, Jin Sheng glanced at the screen, where Zhu Chuiying's key points and strategies were displayed, aligning well with the presumption principles of common law in Hong Kong. This approach was quite similar to the one he employed in the case against Wenxiao. At that time, he relied on supporting evidence for the presumption of liability, while Hong Kong would reference analogous case rulings. Let me clarify, I am not particularly well versed in common law, but if I were to represent the defense, I would present counterarguments. You may consider this as a reference. This was a deliberate attempt by Jin Sheng. Even when providing guidance, he ensured it was done subtly. Upon hearing this, the interns' eyes sparkled with interest as they swiftly retrieved their notebooks to take notes. First, does the plaintiff realize that investing in online baccarat websites is inherently illegal? Even if this site is fraudulent, a scheme devised by the con artist B to deceive the plaintiff, fully aware of the illegality of investing in gambling websites, succumbed to the allure of high returns and proceeded to invest. How do you explain this? Second, under what circumstances does the plaintiff presume that the funds received by her side are the ones transferred to be by you? Is it based on presumed trust, unjust enrichment, or informed acceptance? What is the legal basis for this? Third, like the plaintiff, the defendant is also a victim. However, the defendant lent this sum based on trust in a friend, while the plaintiff was ensnared under the temptation of substantial returns. The essence of both parties differs significantly. Essentially, as long as the interns can refute these 3 points made by Jin Sheng, they will have done quite well. Moreover, common law primarily relies on existing case precedents as crucial references, which differs somewhat from domestic practices. Jin Sheng's insights have been quite sufficient. If he were to elaborate further, it would undermine the essence of the exercise. After all, this is a mock court, not a real one. The time allotted for statements in court will undoubtedly be limited. Jin Sheng noted that aside from a few bewildered interns, most appeared to be deep in thought. Very well. Continue your research. I must attend to my own matters now. Thank you, Senior. Thank you, Lawyer Jin. After exiting the conference room, Jin Sheng headed directly to the break room, intending to order takeout and slowly examine the existing evidence, contemplating how to proceed once in court. In handling a criminal case, one must not only seek evidence favorable to one's side, but also identify any procedural or evidential loopholes on the prosecution's part. The prosecution is akin to an impenetrable fabric, while the defense must become a needle, piercing through to create an opening and gradually expand it. Once the fabric can no longer hold together, success is achieved. Currently, reports from Jiang Tianwei, Su Jin, and Ling Yihan have yet to arrive, leaving uncertainty as to whether new breakthroughs can be found. Jin Sheng pondered whether to visit the prosecutor's office, not only to check if the prosecution had any new evidence to present, but also to discuss with the prosecutor the possibility of withdrawing the charges for further investigation. At least, this would comply with legal procedures. Passing by several mentors' offices, Jin Sheng observed that none were in sight, presumably all occupied with their own duties. It was only after 1:30 in the afternoon that the 4 experts gradually returned. Jin Sheng promptly sought out Chen Yiming, and the two engaged in a discussion, sharing their respective discoveries and soliciting each other's opinions. Ultimately, they resolved to wait and see. At present, this matter has stirred considerable turbulence online. The investigative authorities, potentially under pressure, may hesitate to make a decision regarding a reinvestigation. This is indeed a case of public opinion manipulation. After leaving Chen Yiming's office, Jin Sheng took a moment to browse the internet, discovering that the topic was trending, ranked 7th in popularity. A university female student has allegedly been assaulted by a wealthy heir, and the case has now been brought to prosecution. Journalistic investigations reveal that this heir is the scion of a publicly listed company. The content is so detailed it nearly names names, closely mirroring the fundamental details of the case. It is hard to believe that there are no hidden agendas at play. Jin Sheng couldn't help but sigh. As the stakes rise, all sorts of demons and monsters emerge. Having excessive wealth is not necessarily a blessing. The more affluent the business magnate, the less personal time they possess, perpetually entangled in an endless array of responsibilities. They must also navigate various schemes and calculations. It is truly exhausting. Chapter 74. So it is 2 days later, while the interns had all departed for Hong Kong Island accompanied by the 4 esteemed masters, Jin Sheng remained in Peng City. As noon approached, just as Jin Sheng was preparing to venture out for a meal, his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he noticed an unfamiliar number. Hello, who is this? Hello, Lawyer Jin. This is Secretary Xia Bing, from General Zhang's office. We met previously. Oh, Ms. Xia, greetings. Please provide me with an address. The materials you require will be sent shortly. Certainly, I will send it to you immediately. Very well, let us leave it at that. Without waiting for Jin Sheng to respond, she abruptly ended the call. Indeed, it is evident that those who ascend to the role of a major corporate secretary possess exceptional capabilities. Jin Sheng decided against going out and promptly sent his home address via text message. He casually prepared a light snack in the kitchen to quell his hunger. Ding dong. After about an hour, Jin Sheng heard the doorbell ring. With a click. Upon opening the door, he found an individual clad in a delivery uniform standing outside. Good day, are you Jin Sheng? Yes, that's me. I apologize, I'm with Express Delivery. May I see your identification? Of course, one moment please. Jin Sheng retrieved a photo of his identification from his phone's album for verification before receiving an envelope. This was a photo he had taken during his previous dealings with the microcourt, and it had remained in his album for future reference, just as it was needed now. Upon returning to the living room, Jin Sheng immediately began to examine the contents of the envelope. The first document pertained to Su Jin. In addition to the known basic information, he noted that Su Jin had visited 6 cities over the past 2 years. However, there were no records of hotel stays in any of these cities. In stark contrast, there were over 40 records of hotel stays in Peng City, all at relatively high-end establishments, registered solely under Su Jin's name. This young woman possesses some intriguing qualities. Her confidentiality measures are remarkably effective. There is a high probability she can travel nationwide. Setting that document aside, he picked up another file. Ling Yihan, male, 22 years old. Currently enrolled at the Chinese University of Hong Kong, Peng City campus, in his 4th year, majoring in finance at the School of Management. His father, Ling Binxiang, is the chairman of Peng City Dun Yixing Asset Management Company. His mother, Qin Qin, is a homemaker. According to insiders, Ling Yihan has maintained a relatively low profile during his time at school, achieving excellent academic results. He has had 2 previous relationships, but has been single for the past year. However, there are multiple records of his visits to hotels and entertainment venues. At first glance, the two seem to have no connection, yet Jin Sheng discerned a subtle thread. Notably, Su Jin had recently visited 2 cities, Xingqing and Luoyang, which Ling Yihan had also frequented, and intriguingly, he had done so a day earlier than her. Remarkably, they both returned to Peng City on the same day. The check-in information indicates that Ling Yihan has registered at 5-star hotels in these 2 cities. However, it has been nearly 6 months since then, making it impossible to find evidence that directly proves the 2 individuals know each other or share an inappropriate relationship. Moreover, both have stated in their testimonies that they merely encountered each other at a bar on the night of the incident. The judge places great importance on evidence and will not be swayed by mere coincidences. How could I have forgotten this? Jin Sheng slapped his forehead and immediately took out his phone, searching for Su Jin's personal photos on Douyin. Soon, several videos popped up. The first featured Su Jin dancing, with a school backdrop, while the second appeared to be a live stream set in what looked like a dormitory. Jin Sheng saved them all for later analysis. He counted a total of 17 live stream replays and 22 other videos. Next, Jin Sheng searched online using Ling Yihan's phone number and high-definition photos, uncovering two accounts, one likely a primary account and the other a secondary one. After all, as El Xiaobu had mentioned, one must be cautious in the world, and to survive long, one must utilize a secondary account. Men, after all, must always be prepared. It appears that Ling Yihan is indeed a skilled practitioner of this art. Dingling. The nearby phone rang, interrupting Jin Sheng's thoughts. The caller ID displayed another unfamiliar number. Hello, is this Lawyer Jin? This is Jiang Tianwei. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Have you received the materials? Yes, I have received them and am currently reviewing them. I have also discovered a situation that may be related to my son's case. Oh, Mr. Jiang, please go ahead. This piqued Jin Sheng's curiosity. The company has been busy with the third quarter financial report, and while assessing changes in major shareholder stakes, they found that 4.5 months ago, two financial institutions borrowed a significant amount of stock from several major brokerages and numerous minor shareholders. The total stake amounted to approximately 16. Upon investigation, they discovered that within a month, this portion of stock had been entirely sold off in the primary market. Jin Sheng had been speculating about the adversary's intentions in framing Jiang Qin and manipulating public opinion online. Jiang Tianwei's discovery provided clarity. It turned out that they were employing a strategy to leverage points to pry open broader opportunities, using short selling to reap substantial profits. Currently, due to this matter, the stock price of Xinping Daily Chemical has plummeted by nearly 20%. For a publicly traded company valued in the hundreds of billions, this maneuver has already yielded profits of several billion. If Jiang Qin were to be convicted and Su Jin were to emerge and lament, coupled with additional negative news, the adversary's profits would surely increase significantly. Jin Sheng had recently observed that Ling Yihan's residence seemed to house an asset management company. Immediately, he inquired, Mr. Jiang, are you aware of the names of these two financial institutions? Jiang Tianwei, somewhat exasperated, replied, I have looked into it. They are all registered in the offshore Cayman Islands, and the ownership structures are quite complex, making it difficult to ascertain the details at this moment. Jin Sheng furrowed his brow, realizing the intricate machinations at play. Everything was meticulously orchestrated. However, given their suspicions towards the Ling family, it would be prudent to investigate his company directly. Mr. Jiang, please find out who has interacted with these institutions or who facilitated their introduction. Additionally, we should examine the financial movements of Ling's De Yuan Yixing Asset Management Company. Since tracing the ownership of overseas companies is quite cumbersome, it would be more effective to follow the money. Jiang Tianwei suddenly understood and concurred. Indeed, I focused solely on investigating the ownership and neglected to track the finances. Very well, Lawyer Jin, you attend to your tasks, and we shall communicate any developments as they arise. I will give the necessary instructions. Chapter 75. The public opinion has begun on October 12th. Just 1 week before the court hearing, the rumors outside indeed unfolded as Jin Sheng had anticipated. Su Jin, assuming the role of a victim, granted interviews to several short video content creators, portraying herself as someone who, after suffering an infringement, resolutely rejected an exorbitant compensation of 20 million and insisted on upholding justice. Numerous smaller media outlets swiftly capitalized on the situation, riding the wave of attention. Within a single day, Su Jin's follower count on the Douyin platform surged by over 1 million. The comments in the section were predominantly filled with messages of comfort and support for her. Jin Sheng noticed that this was a new account. Upon searching for Su Jin's previous account, he discovered it had been deactivated, along with all her prior videos and live stream replays, wiped clean. She had effectively rehabilitated her image. As for Jiang Qin's identity, it had long been thoroughly exposed. The official account of the Jiang family's company was inundated with insults and condemnations. In response, they had no choice but to learn from the past and urgently disable the comment function on the official account. There were even individuals online who took the lead in initiating a boycott against all products produced by the new Daily Chemical Company, garnering the participation of over 60,000 voters. The company's stock price had already plummeted by 30%. This was despite the assistance of the Wen brothers in propping up the shares. Otherwise, a halving of the value was not out of the question. In the finance industry, even a whiff of scandal could swiftly attract a horde of hyenas, leaving nothing but scraps behind. Consequently, too many sought to take advantage of the situation. As for Jin Sheng, Through meticulous examination of the saved live stream replays of Su Jin, he unearthed the information he sought, along with some unexpected findings. He had largely pieced together how Su Jin and Ling Yihan had met and the nature of their relationship. The evidence had been firmly established. He even applied to the court for an investigation order, enlisting the assistance of colleagues at the Jin Sheng law firm to retrieve the chat records from the Do Baba headquarters in Kyoto. It could only be said that the two were rather naive, deliberately avoiding WeChat and opting to converse solely through the back end of the short video app, even going so far as to delete their chats afterward. However, they were unaware that such exchanges would still be cached on the platform's server. Unless the storage time exceeded a certain limit, retrieving the records would yield clear and precise results. Unfortunately, the man with the tattooed arm remained an elusive lead. Jin Sheng scoured all surveillance records, but found no trace. He was unsure if Lu Wei had perhaps misremembered. Nevertheless, Jin Sheng was merely a lawyer, and according to the existing evidence, it was already more than sufficient. As for the investigation, that was the police's responsibility, not his concern. On Jiang Tianyue's side, following Jin Sheng's reminder, he had similarly uncovered the individuals behind the scenes. In addition to the Ling family, a competitor from his own company was also involved. For the moment, they remained under the radar, seizing the opportunity to repurchase a portion of the company's shares. In a serendipitous manner, one could leverage the situation, allowing the opponent to fail in their schemes. Jin Sheng truly admires these titans of industry, adeptly maneuvering through various tactics. Indeed, the most intense business battles often unfold silently in the background. Ding ding ding. The phone rang once more. In recent days, Jin Sheng's mobile device had been exceptionally busy, all profits flowing to the service provider. On the screen, the name Chen Yiming glimmered. "Good morning, Chen," exclaimed Jin Sheng, noting the cheerful tone. "It seems the case is progressing smoothly, doesn't it?" "Well, more or less. I must thank our friends in Kyoto for their assistance," Chen replied. "Enough of that. We're merely helping each other out. No need to make a fuss. We're all on the same team." Jin Sheng relished this camaraderie, knowing he could call upon colleagues nationwide for support. What a relief it was. Had he been alone in this endeavor, exhaustion would surely have ensued. Moreover, without entering a prestigious firm like Jin Sheng, he may not have even secured this case. On the other end, Chen Yiming continued, "If you find yourself bored in Pengcheng, you're welcome to visit Hong Kong for a couple of days. We can return together the day after tomorrow. There is ample time before the court session." Intrigued, Jin Sheng realized the validity of the suggestion. Having completed all necessary tasks, he was merely awaiting the court proceedings. His pass was already arranged. A visit across the strait would not only be enjoyable, but also practical. "All right, I shall purchase a ticket to join you," he responded eagerly. "Great. Let us have lunch together when you arrive. This afternoon, we'll be at the Jingxing office in Hong Kong for the launch of our 6th project. You should attend as well." "Absolutely." After hanging up, Jin Sheng swiftly booked a ticket for the high-speed train departing in an hour. It was a perfect opportunity to unwind. By 11:10 a.m., Jin Sheng arrived at Kowloon Station in Hong Kong, the journey taking a mere 20 minutes. Exiting the station, he made his way directly to the Jingxing office located in Central, taking half an hour to reach his destination. Before him stood a dense cluster of skyscrapers, mere meters apart, truly exemplifying the expensive real estate of Hong Kong. Had he known, he would have chosen to accept the apartment awarded by his brother in this area. After all, wasn't it said that the minimum floor area was 120 square meters? That equated to a luxurious 1,000-square-foot abode. A swift sale would grant him financial freedom without the need for arduous labor. Inwardly, Jin Sheng mused, "Brother, could we possibly negotiate a trade for the property? Are you dreaming? Should I take the property back from you?" "Brother, I was mistaken. Don't bother me unless it's important. I'm engrossed in my novel." Of course, Jin Sheng was merely inquiring. Who knew what might happen? After all, no one was around to hear him, and he had no intention of backing down. Upon receiving the message from Chen Yiming, Jin Sheng made his way to the 32nd floor of the building. Upon arrival, he could already discern the law firm's name, though entry through the outer door required a card swipe. Jin Sheng retrieved his phone and sent a message. Shortly thereafter, Chen Yiming's figure materialized. "Thank you for opening the door, Chen," he chuckled. "Enough of the pleasantries. Come inside," Chen replied. As Jin Sheng stepped into the law firm, he observed everyone seated in the conference room, with Luo Jiayun standing before the projection screen, seemingly presenting a topic. "Let us refrain from entering for now. We shall wait until the presentation concludes," suggested Chen. Jin Sheng had no reason to decline this proposal. "By the way, Have we found any direct evidence for that case? He inquired. Almost. Initially, there was no need to go to court. A visit to the prosecutor's office would suffice. But let us not delve into that for now. Instead, let us consider what we shall dine on later. It's on you. You make the call. Whatever is exquisite or unique, we shall indulge in that. Jin Sheng subtly hinted at the implications behind his words. Chen Yiming promptly grasped the meaning and swiftly changed the subject. Jin Sheng smoothly followed suit, the transition remarkably seamless. After all, it is no less than a fine delicacy, comparable to silky milk tea. Chapter 76. The transformation of the little rabbit soon. The sounds of chairs shifting echoed from the conference room. And Jin Sheng observed that the interns had already risen. It appeared that the topic had been fully presented. Let us go. Chen Yiming clapped Jin Sheng on the shoulder and led the way. Jin Lu, you've arrived, exclaimed his senior. Upon exiting, the interns greeted Jin Sheng with warmth, indicating that his earlier suggestions had proven valuable. Once inside the conference room, Jin Sheng exchanged pleasantries with several other mentors. Let us sit down and chat, Chen Yiming invited. Prompting everyone to take their seats, Lu Siyuan turned to Jin Sheng and inquired, how is your case progressing, Xiao Jin? With a smile, Jin Sheng responded, not a significant issue. I'm here to record the program, after all. Haha, that's true. At this moment, Chen Yiming noticed a reminder from the VJ outside the conference room and promptly declared, all right, let us record this discussion segment first. We can converse leisurely during dinner. Sounds good. Let us begin. The group quickly settled into a serious discussion. As the initiator of the topic, Luo Jieyun posed the first question. What do you think about Zhu Chuaying choosing Zhang Yaqi? Do you believe she has a solid understanding of this area? Lu Siyuan responded, not necessarily. Zhu Chuaying's chosen team consists entirely of women. Perhaps she thinks this medical beauty topic is more suited for them. Chen Yiming nodded in agreement. There is indeed a possibility. Jin Sheng, having missed the earlier discussions on the topic, found himself in the role of a silent observer, content to listen to their deliberations. However, he noticed that among the four prominent figures present, Renwei seemed somewhat disheartened today, though the reason eluded him. While Lu Siyuan and Luo Jieyun conversed, Jin Sheng caught Chen Yiming stealing glances at Renwei, pondering if there was something he was unaware of. Unsure of what to make of it, he opted for silence. As silence is golden. Having arrived in Hong Kong, it was only fitting to indulge in some Cantonese music to elevate his spirits. Before long, the recording of the discussion segment concluded. Let us go. It's time to grab a bite, someone suggested. Yes, Xiao Jin is here for the first time, Luo shouted. Please make the arrangement swiftly. Not a problem, I can still afford the meal, he chuckled. Exiting the law firm, the group headed towards a nearby restaurant specializing in Hong Kong cuisine. In the following 2 days, Jin Sheng thoroughly explored Hong Kong, purchasing several outfits for himself and a few gifts for his parents, which he promptly sent via express delivery. As for matters like tax payments, those were merely trifles. A lawyer, after all, is unlikely to falter over such minor details. Impossible. On October 16th, Monday, with just 3 days remaining until the court session, the interns, after 2 days of intense effort, found themselves at a crucial juncture for evaluation. Both teams were tasked with presenting their final proposals regarding the same case at the client's company. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the group arrived at their destination. The interns waited outside, led by Luo Jieyun, while others entered first to extend greetings. The accompanying videographer also needed to set up filming equipment. After mutual introductions, everyone took their seats. The first team, comprising Zhu Chuaying, Zhang Yaqi, Su Wenting, and Wang Yutong, commenced their report. Jin Sheng attended with a mindset of learning, as he had yet to engage with mergers and acquisitions or commercial due diligence in practice. This opportunity allowed him to observe and broaden his horizons. As Zhu Chuaying gradually elaborated on the details, Jin Sheng synthesized his understanding. Essentially, acquiring a company involves leveraging complementary strengths, spending money to acquire another's advantages to offset one's own deficiencies. In simpler terms, it is about trading money for time. Thus, due diligence becomes critically important. This entails a comprehensive investigation into the target company's assets and liabilities, operational and financial conditions, legal relationships, as well as the opportunities and potential risks it faces. This is one of the most vital stages in the corporate acquisition process and is crucial for risk mitigation. Given the numerous legal implications involved, it necessitates the expertise of professionals. The owner merely needs to listen to the report and make the final decision. Lawyers play an indispensable role in ensuring the safety and legality of the entire transaction. Naturally, should the endeavor succeed, the rewards can be substantial. Achieving the adage of 3 years without opening for business, one deal sustains 3 years. Soon, the first team's presentation concluded, showcasing an impressive overall performance, especially from the novice assistant, who exhibited significant progress. It was evident that she was beginning to embody the capabilities of an assistant lawyer, demonstrating a notable transformation in both her thinking and expressive skills. At the report's conclusion, Wang Yutong even lightened the atmosphere with a witty remark, likening the medical aesthetics industry to dancing with shackles. Jin Sheng smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, pleasantly surprised. He believed her professors at Huajing would take pride in her growth. Next, the second team, led by Hu Mingho, included Xiao Yang, Wang Yan, and Huang Kai, among others. The team leader commenced the discussion, providing a thorough and stable analysis, exhibiting maturity. As the other members began to share their insights, his junior sister, Wang Yan, and Xiao Yang also performed commendably, showcasing a solid foundation. However, Huang Kai fell short of expectations, adhering too closely to the script, revealing a lack of depth in his understanding. It is hardly surprising, considering that he studied medicine during his undergraduate years and only transitioned to law in his graduate studies. Jin Sheng could discern that he was making a concerted effort to present himself. However, the disparity in foundational knowledge necessitates substantial learning and time to bridge the gap. His expressive abilities also require enhancement, particularly in his tone of voice. Jin Sheng felt that he would be well suited to serve as a mediator, capable of soothing the tempers of both parties with a gentle demeanor. Before long, the second group's proposal was also fully presented. Once the interns exited, Luo Jieyun began to solicit the client's opinions. Having listened to the reports from both groups, "Do you have any thoughts?" asked the lead client. The client responded, "The first group engaged with us more interactively. They clearly understood our needs. Particularly, one of the young women displayed commendable expertise. She elucidated the distinction between compensation and reparation with clarity. Therefore, we find them to be quite reliable and professional." Upon hearing this, Jin Sheng already knew which group would emerge victorious, as there was no room for doubt. After bidding farewell to the clients, the group returned to their hotel, where the 4 esteemed experts promptly announced the final results and provided individual feedback. Wang Yutong, the novice, received well-deserved praise. In contrast, Chen Yiming's critique of Huang Kai was somewhat stern, though the underlying intention was to encourage him to learn from the experience and grow. "Well, our journey to the island has reached a successful conclusion. You may now prepare your belongings. The afternoon is free for leisure activities. After dinner this evening, we will proceed directly back to Pengcheng." Chapter 77. Logistics surpasses expectations. The following day, around 9:30 a.m., when Jin Sheng arrived at the law firm, the interns were already in position. Alongside the 4 supervising attorneys, everyone was gathered in the conference room for the presentation of the 7th topic. Upon witnessing this, a large question mark appeared above Jin Sheng's head. Hadn't they just concluded topic 6 yesterday? Was it truly necessary to rush into a new one so soon? Shaking his head, Jin Sheng retreated to his workstation to indulge in some idle distractions. As the court session approached, the online buzz grew increasingly vibrant. Maintaining such momentum without investing several million in public relations was truly a formidable challenge. One could only conclude that they were genuinely committed to this endeavor. Ding! A notification from the mobile court system on Jin Sheng's WeChat caught his attention. Upon checking, he discovered that Su Jin had engaged a proxy lawyer, who would initiate public prosecution alongside a civil compensation lawsuit. The court would consider both cases simultaneously, due to the overwhelming societal discourse surrounding the matter. And after consulting with the parties involved, the court decided to lift the restrictions and conduct a public trial. After reading the message, Jin Sheng couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle. Their intentions were quite clear. It seemed that the opposing side was intent on maximizing their profits. Yet, whether they would succeed remained uncertain. Ding-ling. At that moment, Jin Sheng's phone rang. It was Jiang Tianyue calling. "Hello, Lawyer Jin. Have you seen the court's notification?" "Yes, Mr. Jiang, I have." "All right. For the trial the day after tomorrow, I will entrust it to you, and I've prepared a personal check for you. Rest assured, Mr. Jiang, I will give it my utmost effort." Hearing Jin Sheng's earnest response, Jiang Tianyue's confidence soared. He chuckled. "I doubt the Ling family father and son ever anticipated they were orchestrating their own downfall. I shall ensure they are returned to a state of despair." Just as Jin Sheng ended the call, he noticed the interns emerging from the conference room, indicating that the topic had been presented. Renwei, spotting Jin Sheng, gestured casually before leading his 2 interns back to the office. Lu Siyuan approached Jin Sheng. Xiao Jin, you're late. Your salary will be docked. Jin Sheng felt a bit bewildered. They hadn't even dispersed the salaries yet, and now he was expected to contribute funds. Hu Mingho and Wani exchanged amused glances nearby. Xiaoyang, Zhu Chuiying, come over here for a chat. Xiao Jin, you too. Jin Sheng had realized when Chen Yiming had positioned himself at the entrance of his office. Without waiting for a response, he slipped inside. Though slightly puzzled, Jin Sheng felt compelled to follow since the boss had called. As soon as he closed the door, Chen Yiming turned to the two interns and asked, So, what are your thoughts on this topic? Zhu Chuiying smiled awkwardly. I have no clear concept of it at all. At this moment, Chen Yiming turned to Jin Sheng and inquired, Xiao Jin, have you studied visual litigation? Jin Sheng shook his head and replied, Our instructor did not cover it in school, but I have perused some basic introductions on my own. This method is predominantly utilized in financial litigations or disputes, such as investment and securities, as it often necessitates data or chart comparisons. Presenting these comparisons visually can render the information exceedingly clear and comprehensible. It is akin to the tables created by Wang Yutong when you introduced plans to clients. Using different colored fonts and even stars to highlight crucial points that require the client's attention. You can interpret this visual litigation as a legal version of a PowerPoint presentation. After listening to Jin Sheng's explanation, Chen Yiming nodded in agreement, stating, Lawyer Jin is correct. You can follow this line of thought. Of course, if you have any good ideas or suggestions, feel free to incorporate them. Whatever yields the best outcome should be embraced. Zhu Chuiying and Xiaoyang simultaneously responded, Understood. They then stood up to attend to their tasks, as time was limited, leaving them with only a few hours before the assessment scheduled for 6 p.m. that evening. Jin Sheng initially intended to accompany them, but was held back by Chen Yiming. Xiao Jin, the court session is in 2 days. You should take some time to adjust your state in these 2 days. Do not worry too much about the program. Focus on completing the case first. All right, Lawyer Chen. I understand, Jin Sheng replied. Go ahead and attend to your matters. Jin Sheng had expected a discussion about the case with Chen Yiming, but was surprised that it was merely a few words of advice. After exiting the office, he took a laptop and hurried to the nearby lounge to continue studying the surveillance footage. At 12:10 p.m., Chen Yiming returned carrying a large bag. Xiao Jin, come and eat. Oh, I'm coming, Jin Sheng responded, placing his belongings down and quickly rising. In the tea room, Chen Yiming had already set the items on the central table. Xiao Jin, we have eel rice and mackerel rice. Which would you like? I'm fine with either. You all choose first, and I'll take what's left. Jin Sheng was not picky. He helped to take out all the meal boxes as well. At that moment, Zhu Chuiying and Xiaoyang also arrived, each selecting a portion and preparing to eat. Let me see what you are having. Renwei appeared, standing nearby and observing. Chen Yiming responded with a smile. No matter how tough things get, we cannot let the children suffer. They must eat well and be nourished. Our logistics must keep up. Jin Sheng found this amusing, noting how these 4 experts had turned their attention to the culinary realm. After assessing the situation, Renwei quickly retreated. The meal was swiftly concluded in just a few minutes. You all go ahead with your tasks. I will handle the cleanup. Thank you, Jinlu. The 2 interns expressed their gratitude verbally, yet they carelessly discarded their used meal boxes into the trash bag. How considerate. Before long, several supervising attorneys arrived, each carrying a package of food, accompanied by their respective interns, ready to embark on a culinary battle before the commencement of the project. Nianwei brought noodles from a tire shop, Lu Siyuan contributed fast food, and Luo Jieyun presented Cantonese dim sum, each taking turns to showcase their offerings. As time gradually slipped away, it swiftly approached 6 o'clock in the evening. The presentation for the 7th project was about to begin. However, Jin Sheng chose not to attend the meeting and instead returned home. Having secured a few moments of screen time during the day, he had accomplished his recording task. At this juncture, it was truly the intern's moment to shine. He could not overshadow them. Moreover, for the next 2 days, there would be no recordings, allowing for a well-deserved respite. Of course, Jin Sheng was not idle. He meticulously organized a plethora of evidence, which would prove invaluable in due course. Chapter 78. Provocation before the trial on Thursday, October 19th. Today marks the commencement of the Jiangqin case. After finishing breakfast, Jin Sheng gathered his materials and donned his lawyer's robe before stepping out. As before, he enjoyed the privilege of a dedicated car service. At 9:10 a.m., he arrived at the entrance of the Nanshan District Court. Just as he was about to alight from the vehicle, a message pinged on his phone. It was from Chen Yiming. There are several reporters and a few media outlets live streaming at the entrance. Stay alert. We have already entered. After replying briefly, Jin Sheng opened the car door and proceeded towards the security check at the courthouse entrance. Severe punishment for sexual offenders. Protect women's legal rights. Support Su Jin. Punish the criminals harshly. At the plaza outside, in addition to a group of righteous individuals holding banners, there were indeed several media outlets live streaming. As Qin Yiming had previously mentioned, observing this, Jin Sheng could not help but smirk inwardly. Besides the orchestrated efforts of hidden hands, there were those who had come spontaneously to bask in the limelight. In today's society, possessing a substantial following on short video platforms could easily translate into a monthly income of 10,000. After all, the apex of finance leads to lending. The culmination of online loans culminates in debt collection, and the ultimate goal of live streaming is to promote sales. Opportunities abound. Jin Sheng had watched several so-called lawyers on live streams, fervently proclaiming that the upcoming trend would revolve around debt rights. In response, he felt compelled to utter a disdainful bah. Such unscrupulousness. This was precisely why he had initially refrained from engaging in legal education via live streaming. He did not wish to be associated with such individuals. It would tarnish his reputation. If a wave were to crash, none would be innocent. Hence, Jin Sheng chose to remain on dry land. Hadn't many educators retired from the fray in recent years? Perhaps it was because he was alone that no one approached him for interviews, which ultimately spared him substantial trouble. After passing through security seamlessly, Jin Sheng noticed a throng of people in the corridor leading to the first criminal court. Several mentors from his law firm and interns were present, along with Wen Kahua and Zhang Tianyue. Among them stood a middle-aged woman in a lawyer's robe, carrying a briefcase, similarly positioned within the group. Upon Jin Sheng's arrival, two interns recognized him immediately. "Senior brother, over here." With that exclamation from the young intern, attention quickly shifted towards him, paying little heed to the commotion. Jin Sheng smiled and raised his hand in acknowledgement as he walked directly forward. The individuals who had been positioned in the center promptly shifted aside, creating a path. "Greetings. Attorney Jin. I am Gao Yan, Su Jin's representative lawyer." As he approached midway, someone stepped forward to stand opposite him. Jin Sheng cast a cursory glance before politely responding. "Oh, hello. Is there something you need?" Gao Yan smiled softly, unperturbed by Jin Sheng's cold demeanor. "No, I merely wish to greet you and make your acquaintance." "All right, I understand. You are attorney Gao Yan, correct?" "MHM. Now that we are acquainted, please make way," Jin Sheng said, not waiting for a response before circumventing her and proceeding onward. He had hoped to seize the initiative, but perhaps he was overthinking it. Such trivial tactics were hardly impressive. One could only hope she wouldn't weep later on. "President Jiang, President 1. Attorney Jin, everything is ready. We just await the opportune moment." Jin Sheng nodded, choosing not to continue the conversation. With so many eyes present, discretion was paramount until a conclusion was reached. Just then, with 20 minutes remaining before the hearing, the courtroom doors swung open from within, allowing entry. Before long, the public gallery was filled to capacity. Once Jin Sheng took his place at the defendant's table and meticulously arranged his materials, he donned his lawyer's robe. "Oh, how is it him? How careless." A few reporters who had been lingering outside lamented their oversight upon noticing Jin Sheng. How could they have missed such a sensational opportunity? With 10 minutes until the hearing commenced, two prosecutors had already taken their seats at the opposing counsel's table, one older and one younger, suggesting an experienced mentor guiding a novice. The elder was likely the lead prosecutor, Xiang Qing, a first-time sighting for Jin Sheng. Beside her sat Su Jin and her attorney, Gao Yan. Jin Sheng assessed Su Jin, noting that her appearance closely resembled her photographs. She was indeed a beauty. Youth is an asset. However, today she had opted for a completely bare face, appearing somewhat haggard. Was this an attempt to garner sympathy? As time drew near, the clerk approached to begin confirming identities. Jin Sheng took the opportunity to submit the evidence catalog for his side. The clerk glanced at Jin Sheng's youthful visage, opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately refrained. The audacity of such a surprise evidence submission was typically reserved for seasoned attorneys. Jin Sheng's youthful appearance caught him off guard. In criminal proceedings, unless the judge explicitly requires prior submission of evidence, defendants and their legal representatives may present evidence in court, provided its authenticity and legality are ensured. Before long, both parties' identities had been verified. The clerk then proceeded to announce the court's rules, which were soon completed. "Please rise for the entrance of the judge." At the clerk's command, everyone in the room stood. The side door of the judge's bench opened, and a group of 5 entered the courtroom. Jin Sheng noted that. In addition to the 3 judges of the panel, there were also 2 lay judges accompanying them, 1 male and 1 female, both around the age of 50, ensuring a balanced sense of impartiality. Even the collegiate bench is composed in a similar manner, with a harmonious balance of genders, yet the presiding judge remains male. For Jin Sheng, this is, in fact, a piece of favorable news. Bang! The Court of Nanshan District, Criminal Division 1, is now officially in session. Please be seated. Once everyone is settled, bang! The defendant Jiang Qin is summoned to the court. As the presiding judge's voice resonates, the side door at the center of the courtroom swings open, and Jiang Qin, escorted by 2 court officers, takes his place at the designated defendant's seat. Jin Sheng nods at him, conveying reassurance to remain calm and composed. Bang! We shall now proceed with the court investigation. Defendant Jiang Qin. Before long, the presiding judge confirms Jiang Qin's identity. Bang! The prosecution may now read the indictment. Very well, Your Honor. Jiang Qin rises directly, producing the indictment, and begins to speak. The defendant Jiang Qin, on the early morning of June 17th, within room 1202 of the Jin Sheng Business Hotel in Nanshan District. This case has been concluded by the Criminal Investigation Team of the Public Security Bureau of Nanshan District, which has referred the case of Jiang Qin for rape to the prosecution. The evidence substantiating the aforementioned facts includes surveillance footage and forensic examination reports. According to Article 236, paragraphs 1 and 2 of the criminal law, given the clarity of the criminal facts and the sufficiency of the evidence, criminal responsibility for the crime of rape should be pursued. It is recommended that the defendant Jiang Qin be sentenced to 5 years of imprisonment. The prosecutor's voice resonates powerfully. Chapter 79. The trial begins with a resounding thud. The proceedings commenced. Defendant, do you plead guilty to the charges brought forth by the prosecution? Jiang Qin, feeling a knot of anxiety in his throat, replied, No, I do not plead guilty. Upon hearing this, the presiding judge refrained from further inquiry. Fully aware of the overwhelming public sentiment online, he understood that steadfastness might offer a glimmer of hope. With another thud, the court transitioned to the evidentiary phase. Beginning with the prosecution. Barely settled in her seat, Jiang Qin rose once more. Your Honor, the prosecution submits the following evidence. First, male DNA extracted from the victim Su Jin's body has been identified through forensic analysis as matching that of the defendant, Jiang Qin. Second, the surveillance footage from the Twilight Bar clearly depicts the defendant assisting the inebriated victim out the door. Furthermore, the police subsequently located others present at the bar that night, who provided relevant testimonies indicating that the defendant was fully conscious while escorting the victim. Third, the surveillance footage from the Jin Sheng Business Hotel, along with the hotel's registration records, corroborate the defendant's identity. Fourth, the identification and statements from the hotel staff on duty at the time confirm these details. Collectively, this evidence substantiates the criminal acts of the defendant, Jiang Qin. Upon the conclusion of Jiang Qin's presentation, the presiding judge turned his gaze towards the adjacent attorney, Gao Yan. Counsel for the plaintiff, you may now present your claims regarding civil compensation. Very well, Your Honor. Gao Yan gracefully rose and stated, Our litigation requests are as follows. First, we request that the court hold the defendant accountable for criminal liability. Second, we seek a ruling for the defendant to compensate the plaintiff for emotional distress, reputational damages, psychological treatment costs, and other expenses totaling 1 million yuan. The facts and rationale are as follows. In no time, Gao Yan concluded her claims. However, Jin Sheng remained unfazed, recognizing that in a criminal case with civil implications, a fundamental prerequisite for compensation is winning the criminal case. Otherwise, all efforts would be in vain. With a decisive strike of the gavel, the presiding judge addressed Jin Sheng's side. Counsel for the defendant, you may begin. Understood, Jin Sheng nodded, gathering his thoughts before standing to speak. Your Honor, the evidence we present is as follows. Following the incident, the plaintiff reported to the authorities, resulting in a blood analysis report compiled by the forensic expert present at the scene. This report clearly delineates the alcohol content present in the blood. Jin Sheng noted a slight upward curl of Jiang Qin's lips at this moment, as if he believed this point would be pivotal. Yet, he was mistaken. Jin Sheng chose not to dwell on this aspect, instead continuing with his discourse. First, I would like to enlighten everyone on a particular piece of knowledge. The human body can metabolize between 10 to 15 grams of alcohol each hour. To illustrate, A 500 milliliters bottle of beer with an alcohol content of 3 to 5 degrees would require nearly 2 hours to be fully metabolized. Considering my client, who is in his early 20s, we can take an average metabolization rate of 12 grams per hour. Therefore, if we trace back 4 hours, Jiang Qin's blood alcohol concentration would be approximately 236 milligrams 100 milliliters, placing him in a state of moderate intoxication. Even for someone with a high tolerance, their consciousness would be somewhat clouded at that time, and while their body may still react, one must ponder whether he would take a shower. Jin Sheng's sudden shift in argument nearly left those present in disbelief. Photographs taken by the police at the crime scene reveal that the bathroom showed no signs of having been used. Thus, I pose a question to the prosecution after the two engaged in their encounter. The absence of a shower would certainly imply the presence of mutual DNA remnants in their intimate areas. Why was biological evidence not collected from my client at that time? Upon hearing Jin Sheng's inquiry, Jiang Qin hastily began to sift through the photographs. Indeed, as Jin Sheng noted, the shower area was impeccably clean, with not a single watermark on the translucent glass. Jiang Qin promptly raised her hand, stating, "Your Honor, in this regard, there was indeed an oversight on the part of the police. But the prosecution contends that the evidence extracted from the victim's body is sufficient to substantiate the defendant's criminal actions." Jin Sheng chuckled inwardly. Realizing they had fallen into a trap, he immediately raised his hand and declared, "Your Honor, this detail is quite significant to the case. It renders the prosecution's claim regarding the identity of the alleged victim ambiguous. May I suggest that it is possible Su Jin deliberately obtained my client's DNA through alternative means and introduced it into her own body? The blood analysis report further corroborates that Su Jin's blood alcohol concentration was merely 22 milligrams 100 milliliters, which, when traced back 4 hours, would not indicate a state of intoxication. Are we to assume she, being a woman, naturally possesses a lower tolerance, or that she was simply unwell that day, leading to her consuming 4 bottles of 330 milliliters beer within 3 hours and becoming thoroughly incapacitated? Even during the alleged violation by Jiang Qin, she felt no sensation whatsoever? The blood report shows no trace of any drugs in Su Jin's system. As Jin Sheng finished his statement, murmurs arose from the audience, with many nodding in agreement and some engaging in hushed discussions. A buzz filled the courtroom, causing Jiang Qin's brow to furrow slightly. Jin Sheng had been keenly observing Su Jin's expressions. As soon as he uttered his conjecture, a flicker of panic indeed crossed her face. However, it quickly transformed back into composure. Had Jin Sheng not been so attentive, he might have overlooked it entirely. After a moment of silence, the presiding judge restored order in the courtroom. Jin Sheng promptly raised his hand and declared, "Your Honor, we request to play some video clips in court, the sources of which are absolutely legitimate and compliant." The final 4 words from Jin Sheng effectively silenced the prosecution, rendering any objections from Jiang Qin futile. Once the courtroom's large screen was connected, Jin Sheng began operating his personal laptop. The video commenced, and its audio resonated throughout the room. The courtroom boasted excellent sound quality, likely enhanced by Dolby surround sound. The first video depicted Su Jin during her birthday celebration, although it lasted less than half an hour. It was evidently a meticulously edited compilation of a longer footage. In the first 10 continuous minutes, Su Jin, as the protagonist, toasted every attendee with a glass, consuming 8 glasses of red wine without so much as a change in her demeanor until the end. This clearly demonstrated her remarkable tolerance for alcohol. However, after playing this video, Jin Sheng refrained from speaking and proceeded to click on other clips. This tactic, known as stealing a march, prevented the prosecution from seizing an opportunity to object. "Dear audience, our little Jin is about to dance. Just kidding. Everything about me is original. I haven't even a hint of imitation. Thank you, Brother Wujich, for the 10 rockets. You are my unique one and only. My sister is indeed a university student. How could she possibly be a bad girl like those out there? Thank you, my snail grandpa. Moi. Oh dear brother. Why do you keep bringing in the carnival as soon as you arrive? Love you." Chapter 80. 1 against 2. Upon witnessing the content of the first video, Su Jin's expression changed dramatically. Not only Jin Sheng, but even the nearby Gao Yin noticed this shift clearly. In the spectator seats, each gentleman, after viewing the subsequent videos, couldn't help but cast a glance at Su Jin in the plaintiff's seat. After all, her physique and features were indeed captivating enough to entice financial support. The videos were brief, presumably orchestrated by Su Jin herself to garner attention. At this moment, it inadvertently benefited Jin Sheng. Soon, All the videos were played. Jin Sheng presented his meticulously crafted screenshots, stating, "Your Honor, please observe. I have specifically compiled a table detailing the timestamps of the gifts from these videos. Furthermore, I investigated the value of these gifts. A large rocket cost 1,000 yuan, while the carnival amounts to 3,000 yuan. Now, let us compare this with Su Jin's hotel records and her travel dates to other cities. Some align with the same evening, while others correspond to the following day. Here is a comparative chart I prepared for everyone's review." Just as Jin Sheng was about to continue his presentation, Gao Yin, seated in the plaintiff's section, promptly raised her hand. "Objection, Your Honor. The defense attorney's assertions are purely speculative. Merely based on a series of coincidences, he insinuates my client's impropriety, which is evidently defamatory. We request that this be recorded and that criminal liability be pursued." Upon hearing this, the presiding judge turned his gaze toward Jin Sheng, clearly indicating his anticipation for an explanation. How could Jin Sheng, as an attorney, commit such a fundamental error? "Your Honor, the evidence I am about to present will unequivocally substantiate my claims. It is certainly not unfounded." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiang Qing raised her hand. "I object. Your Honor, these matters bear no relevance to the case at hand. The defense attorney is attacking the plaintiff directly, attempting to distort the facts and confuse the issue. Jin Shi was not one to let this slide. Your Honor, everything I have presented thus far is aimed at uncovering the truth of the matter. Additionally, it serves to demonstrate to the plaintiff's attorney that, as a legal practitioner and defender of the law, I will not violate it nor allow any wrongdoers to trample upon it." His words resonated with righteous fervor, commanding attention not only from the spectators, but also earning nods of approval from several judges on the dais. Indeed, the presiding judge promptly struck the gavel and declared, "Objection overruled. Defense attorney, please proceed." "Very well." Jin Sheng resolved to carry on with his performance, nodding slightly towards the bench. He then produced the chat records retrieved from the back-end server of Douba, first distributing several copies to the court clerk, handing them to the judge and the opposing prosecutor. As for Gao Yin, the attorney, unfortunately, she was not prepared for this. "Your Honor, please observe that this is a legally obtained record from the servers of a short video platform pertaining to the plaintiff, Su Jin. The first interlocutor is Wu Jigo, and it is evident from the conversation that the two engaged in discussions regarding their meeting arrangements, including the location and purpose, all of which perfectly corroborates the information presented in the table I just demonstrated. The subsequent interlocutors, including the third, fourth, and ultimately the last, are all linked to Ling Yihan. Indeed, Ling Yihan was one of the many individuals privy to the events of that evening at the bar. Among the evidence provided by the prosecution is a statement made by Ling Yihan. We can observe how he responded to several inquiries posed by the police, claiming unfamiliarity and coincidence. However, the content of their chats reveals otherwise. "Darling, I can't wait for you to arrive," and a series of affectionate terms and phrases exclusive to lovers. Their illicit relationship can be traced back 8 months, with the most recent exchanges occurring merely 3 days prior to the incident. Moreover, the final message exchanged between them reads, "At that time, be clever. Your future, whether filled with hardship or luxury, depends solely on you." After this statement, Jin Sheng ceased speaking. The implications of their conversation were unmistakable. The target was Jiang Qin. As for the deeper nuances, it is perhaps best left unspoken in this courtroom. Jiang Tianwei had orchestrated everything meticulously, and Jin Sheng deemed it unnecessary to elaborate further. In the audience, several supervising attorneys discreetly advised their interns, "Observe, this is a manifestation of visual litigation. Take notes." Meanwhile, the plaintiff, Su Jin, appeared pale, murmuring, "It's over. It's over." Her representative, lawyer Gao Yin, mirrored her distress. What was initially perceived as a favorable situation had unexpectedly transformed into a tempest, one that struck head-on, resulting in significant losses. Tap, tap. The defense attorney inquired, "Do you have any additional comments?" Jin Sheng nodded and replied, "Yes, Your Honor. To further bolster my argument, I request the replay of a video." The presiding judge, without seeking the prosecution's input, nodded in agreement. Application approved. With the computer still connected, Jin Sheng proceeded to play a segment of the surveillance footage from the elevator of the Jin Sheng Business Hotel. In the footage, we observe that upon entering the elevator, both individuals remained silent and still. However, once the elevator doors opened, it was the plaintiff, Su Jin, who first stepped out. Jin Sheng paused the video. Zooming in for clarity, ensuring that all present could see clearly. This was a deliberate act on his part. Had it been presented from the outset, it would undoubtedly have been dismissed as an unconscious misstep. However, now, coupled with the chat records, everyone instinctively perceives Su Jin as feigning intoxication. After all, the video from the birthday banquet had already cast doubt on Su Jin's drinking capacity. The current persuasiveness is indeed formidable. After a brief pause, neither the prosecutor nor Gao Yan uttered a word or raised any objections. At this juncture, Jin Sheng understood that the situation was already decided. Seizing the moment before the closing arguments commenced, he boldly decided to employ a cunning maneuver. Your Honor, we hereby request to countersue the plaintiff. Based on the following facts and reasons, the defendant, Su Jin, has recently engaged in frequent interviews with self-media, deliberately disseminating false statements online, thereby causing extremely detrimental effects on my client and their family. Firstly, my client Jiang Qin has suffered severe damage to their reputation. Secondly, my client's publicly listed company has faced significant backlash from numerous misinformed netizens due to Su Jin's false statements, resulting in a 32% decline in stock price and an evaporation of market value amounting to 13,527 billion. According to Article 246 of the criminal law, the defendant Su Jin has already constituted the crime of defamation and should be held criminally liable, compensating for all damages, publicly apologizing, and restoring my client's reputation. The evidence we present is as follows. First, 3 video segments of the defendant's media interviews. Second, the text and short video content posted by the defendant on social media platforms. Third, screenshots of the defendant's replies in the comments section to misinformed netizens. Fourth, statistics on online shares, clicks, and views up to 10 p.m. last night. As Jin Sheng concluded, the courtroom fell into a profound silence. It was astonishing. In that moment, standing in the defendant's position, Jin Sheng radiated brilliance. Typically, in criminal proceedings, counterclaims are not permissible in public prosecution cases. However, this time, Su Jin's side, in a display of misguided cleverness, engaged in tactics by incorporating a civil suit application. Thus, Jin Sheng too could invoke the provisions within the Supreme Court's interpretation of the civil procedure law to submit a counterclaim prior to the conclusion of courtroom debates. This was a case of returning the favor in kind. Chapter 81. Where is your audacity? Soon, the onlookers regained their composure and began to murmur among themselves, the atmosphere resembling that of a bustling market. Su Jin's complexion had already turned ashen, her mind in disarray. Jin Sheng noticed her anxiously clutching Gao Yan's arm, fervently whispering something, but the noise was too overwhelming to discern her words. Meanwhile, in the prosecutor's section, Xiang Qing seemed to have grasped that their case was faltering, appearing considerably more relaxed as he curiously observed Jin Sheng. When their eyes met, they exchanged subtle nods, a silent acknowledgement of mutual respect. Silence, please maintain courtroom decorum, the presiding judge insisted, striking the gavel several times to restore order. Defense attorney, are you prepared to file a counterclaim? Do you possess a written complaint, or will it be presented verbally? Do you have detailed evidence? The judge's inquiry was a test of Jin Sheng's preparedness, probing whether he had anticipated this moment or was merely speaking impulsively. If it were the former, it would signify a well-conceived strategy, which could be quite formidable. Initially, he had seized upon a minor detail in the evidence to formulate an argument, gradually expanding it. When it became unwieldy, he could utilize the prosecution's video details to solidify his stance, effectively sealing the case. Now, he was adeptly employing a counterclaim to disrupt the plaintiff's psychological defenses, even suggesting police assistance in the investigation. If it were indeed a frame-up, self-preservation might lead to a collapse of their case. Unaware of the judge's inner thoughts, Jin Sheng promptly replied, Your Honor, I do. Afterward, he retrieved a file from his bag, opened it, and handed a copy to the court clerk for the judge. Your Honor, I have another copy that I wish to personally deliver to the opposing counsel. Agreed, the presiding judge responded without looking up. With a faint smirk, Jin Sheng rose and walked slowly toward them. At that moment, Su Jin stared vacantly at Jin Sheng's approaching figure, her face pale, her legs feeling weak. A sudden urge to relieve herself overwhelming her. Gao Yan, beside her, was not faring any better, completely devoid of the confidence she had exuded before the proceedings. After gently placing the copy on the table before them, Jin Sheng leaned in and softly spoke. I offer you an opportunity to recount the truth here today. I can negotiate with my client and refrain from pursuing your liability. Gao Yan, puzzled, asked why. Jin Sheng smiled faintly, compared to Su Jin. My client harbors a deeper disdain for those who orchestrate from the shadows. You have 5 minutes to contemplate this. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what will happen next. Lawyer Gao, please convey to your client the implications of this lawsuit. Thank you. With that, Jin Sheng turned and departed without lingering further. This tactic is known as leveraging pressure. Rather than making things difficult for Su Jin, it is preferable to extract the identity of the person behind the scenes. Knowing who it is privately is one matter, but having someone emerge to testify is an entirely different narrative. It could lead to incarceration. Article 243 of the criminal law addresses the crime of false accusation and entrapment, which is quite serious in this context. Even a minor infraction could lead to a minimum sentence of 3 years. Since Ling Yihan has caused turmoil in Jiang Qin's household, Jin Sheng is determined to create similar chaos in his own. A so-called asset management company, apart from purchasing debt from other financial institutions at a significantly low price, undoubtedly engages in various other operations. These include asset acquisition and management, project financing and guarantees, asset operation and consulting services, as well as the sale of financial products. However, should negative news arise or substantial losses occur, how would clients react? Upon returning to his seat, Jin Sheng was acutely aware that Xiang Qin could certainly hear his earlier conversation with Su Jin and Gao Yin. Nevertheless, he remained unconcerned. For a prosecutor, winning a public prosecution case is not the primary objective. Uncovering the truth and delivering justice to the victims is paramount. Many in the audience also noted the exchange between Jin Sheng and Su Jin. However, due to the distance and the subdued volume, the details remained unclear. Before long, the presiding judge had thoroughly reviewed the indictment and evidence, even engaging in a quiet discussion with the other 2 judges on the panel. Bang Su Jin, do you have anything to say regarding the defendant's counterclaim? Jin Sheng felt a sense of anticipation, as this was likely the final moment of the trial. Once the presiding judge inquired about Su Jin's opinion, a recess would undoubtedly be called to reschedule the hearing. However, Jiang Qin should be able to emerge, as a request for bail could be made on the grounds of insufficient evidence. It remains to be seen if a direct release could be achieved. Those who mistakenly believe that bail is not an option once the trial begins are merely inexperienced novice lawyers. For Jin Sheng, this posed no challenge. In response to the judge's inquiry, Su Jin's expression was complex, marked by regret, shame, and fear. Aye, Su Jin, do you have nothing further to say? Jin Sheng observed that when the presiding judge posed this question, Gao Yin discreetly slid a piece of white paper across the table. There is something. It seemed as though Su Jin had released a burden, exhaling deeply before stating candidly, on the night of the incident, I did not engage in relations with Jiang Qin. His essence was something I manipulated with my hand and then introduced into my own body. As for the subsequent report to the authorities, it was entirely orchestrated by Ling Yihan. I am uncertain of his motives, but he promised me that once the deed was done, he would grant me 50 million, ensuring my lifelong financial security. As Su Jin uttered a few words, the courtroom erupted once more, and the audience began to murmur animatedly. Even the judges on the panel exchanged furtive glances. Xiang Qin remained remarkably composed, as did Jin Sheng, whose lips curled into a subtle smile as he nodded at Su Jin. Following her declaration, Su Jin's gaze was fixed intently upon Jin Sheng, witnessing his reaction. The anxiety that had hung in the balance finally dissipated. She, too, was wagering on Jin Sheng's reliability. After all, her situation had become dire. The lawsuit was on the brink of defeat, and with nothing accomplished, Ling Yihan would undoubtedly fail to honor his promise. Instead, she risked facing a counterclaim, which would not only embroil her in legal troubles but also lead to financial ruin. The staggering sum mentioned in the complaint was so exorbitant that selling herself would barely cover a fraction of it. Moreover, Gao Yin had directly informed her of her lack of confidence in winning. Having witnessed Jin Sheng's prowess and capabilities, Gao Yin felt a twinge of trepidation regarding this case. Silence enveloped the room. Su Jin, I now ask you, is what you just stated true? The presiding judge's piercing gaze was fixated on Su Jin. Indeed, she replied, having chosen to be forthright without a moment's hesitation. Prosecution, do you have any objections? Xiang Qing stepped forward to the microphone and stated, Your Honor, due to significant developments in this case, the prosecution has decided to withdraw the charges against Jiang Qin and will reassign the matter to the Public Security Bureau for further investigation. The presiding judge nodded and turned to Jin Sheng, inquiring, Defense Counsel, what is your position? Jin Sheng had already prepared his response. Upon hearing the question, he promptly replied, Your Honor, We have no objections. We also request the court to temporarily withdraw our previously submitted litigation demands while reserving the right to continue the lawsuit. Furthermore, we hope the court will release my client, Jiang Qin, immediately. In judicial practice, after a criminal case has commenced, if the prosecution withdraws charges due to significant changes in the fundamental facts, it is customary to conduct a thorough investigation before any release. However, since even the so-called victim had recanted their testimony in court, there was little left to deliberate. Once Jin Sheng concluded, the presiding judge, observing the nods of agreement from the other two judges, made a decision. Due to significant changes in the fundamental facts of this case, after deliberation, the court agrees to the prosecution's withdrawal of charges and also grants the withdrawal of the counterclaim filed by the original defendant, Jiang Qin, thereby ordering her immediate release. Court is now adjourned. With the gavel's finality, this case reached a temporary conclusion. Chapter 82. What about the man? Buzz. As soon as the judge left the courtroom, an uproar erupted. The noise was deafening, even more boisterous than a bustling market. Jin Sheng observed as the court bailiffs escorted Su Jin away, likely indicating that the police were on their way. Gao Yin swiftly vanished, leaving without a trace. Before departing, Xiang Qing offered Jin Sheng a reassuring nod, which left him rather perplexed. Where had this goodwill come from? At that moment, Jiang Qin had already exited the defendant's designated area and headed straight for Jin Sheng. Thank you, Lawyer Jin, she expressed, her gratitude evident. You're too kind, after all. I am being compensated, he replied succinctly, effectively cutting off any further conversation. Nevertheless, Jiang Qin grasped Jin Sheng's hand, her appreciation unmistakable. All right, I must gather my belongings. Your father is still waiting for you. Regardless of the outcome, I will remember your kindness, Jiang Qin said before turning towards the spectator area, where she embraced her father. The bond between them was palpable. When Kahua stood nearby, gently patting their shoulders, their relationship was exceptionally close. After Jin Sheng finished tidying up, he approached them. The four mentors and the interns had yet to leave, all waiting for him. Xiao Jin, splendid work. You won the case. Someone else treating us. Huh. Junior brother, quite impressive. Lawyer Jin. A flurry of compliments ensued, leaving Jin Sheng somewhat embarrassed. At that moment, Jiang Tianyue had already separated from Jiang Qin and approached him. Lawyer Jin, I truly appreciate your assistance this time. Mr. Jiang, you flatter me. Both wore smiles as they shook hands, their mutual understanding evident without the need for words. Jiang Tianyue was well aware of the unspoken nuances. There was no need for elaboration. Jin Sheng had rendered him an immense service. Not only had he safeguarded the company from being seized, but he had also secured a substantial profit, all while revealing hidden adversaries lurking in the shadows. Extracting Jiang Qin from her predicament was merely a minor feat in comparison. Once when Kahua finished his conversation with the two, he cheerfully remarked, So, Mr. Jiang, how about my recommendation? Would you say he is reliable? Haha, absolutely reliable. The group chatted and laughed as they made their way outside. Xiaoyang, perceptive as ever, took the briefcase from Jin Sheng's hands. This small gesture drew a nod of approval from Chun Yiming, recognizing the sharpness that is an admirable trait for a lawyer. Outside the courthouse, the two groups that had been holding banners had already dispersed, replaced by a growing number of journalists from various media outlets and online platforms. Particularly, there were several astute individuals who had already scoured the internet for various information about Jin Sheng, their eyes almost gleaming with excitement. The overwhelming influx of spectators. A few accompanying VJs were nearly overwhelmed by the crowd. Quick, they're coming out, don't push, which scoundrel dares to touch my backside? As soon as Jin Sheng and his entourage emerged, they were instantly encircled by a throng of people. Various microphones and portable recording devices were thrust almost directly into Jin Sheng's face. Mr. Jin, what are your thoughts after winning the lawsuit? Mr. Jin, since the beginning of your practice, you have won all 4 cases. Do you have any secrets to share? Mr. Jin, are you currently single? Such a range of inquiries. Indeed. However, Jin Sheng, being a seasoned individual in high-pressure situations, simply kept his lips sealed and smiled. Meanwhile, Jiang Tianyue seized the opportunity to steer the conversation towards promoting his own company's products. One could imagine that Jin Sheng was thinking to himself that he had just saved a substantial amount on advertising expenses. After considerable effort, they finally managed to break through the crowd and get into the vehicle. The primary culprits were a few overly eager young female media representatives, who were ready to take matters into their own hands. It was all due to his infuriatingly attractive appearance. How shameless. Inside the returning van, the atmosphere lightened as everyone began to engage in cheerful conversation. Mr. Jin, when I saw you walk past earlier, did you say something to Su Jin? At this moment, Su Wenting voiced her curiosity. The others in the vehicle turned their attention to Jin Sheng, eager to hear his response. Curiosity is a shared trait among all. Jin Sheng had nothing to conceal. I told her that she has one last chance to confess all the facts. I would also advocate for her to General Jiang, pleading for leniency. It really is that simple. Everyone understood that Jin Sheng's comments were predicated on the advantages he had accumulated during the previous hearings, as otherwise she might have scorned him outright. Su Wenting, nodding thoughtfully, then posed another question. Mr. Jin, why did you wait until later to present the surveillance footage from the elevator? Jin Sheng mused internally, recognizing that this young lady had potential, as she was attentive to such details. He genuinely did not mind imparting some wisdom to her. This delved into the realm of psychology. In criminal defense, the strategies employed vary according to the charges, and each piece of evidence must be maximally effective, convincing the presiding judge of its validity, which is essential for winning the case. The charges in today's situation were indeed quite unique, characterized by an inherent imbalance. A couple engaged in a relationship. Should the woman report to the police claiming it was non-consensual, an investigation would ensue. However, if the man were to report, would the police take action? The answer is, they would not. Even if the woman were an individual from a particular profession, it is possible that this time her consent was absent. One must ponder whether the man would be deemed culpable. Jin Sheng boldly remarked that among the 8 interns, more than half were female. Yet, this statement rendered them silent, as they found themselves unable to respond. The law, in essence, embodies a paradox. Its fundamental value lies in the pursuit of justice. Yet justice itself is an abstract and multifaceted notion. It simultaneously emphasizes clarity while not rejecting ambiguity. The intrinsic tension between these two aspects is a paradox inherent to the law itself, much like the question posed by Jin Sheng. He did not wish to burden them further, fearing that delving deeper might instigate self-doubt regarding the legal knowledge they had acquired, potentially rendering it futile. For now, do not dwell on this matter. In due time, as you accumulate more experience in your respective fields, you shall likely comprehend it better. Allow me to discuss the role of psychology in criminal defense. Using today's case as an illustrative example, let us revisit the question previously posed by Su Wenting. If I had initially approached the surveillance footage as a point of contention, how do you think the prosecution would counter this? Is there grounds for rebuttal? Who among you possesses a quick wit to respond first? The 4 prominent figures appeared as mere spectators, sweeping their gaze over the interns. Chapter 83, The Psychology of Criminal Litigation. After a considerable pause, Huang Kai raised his hand and remarked, I would argue that this is an unconscious action. Many individuals exhibit similar behavior even when intoxicated, thus it does not signify anything substantial. Jin Sheng smiled and nodded in agreement, saying, well, that provides a rationale. Is there anything more? After surveying the room and noticing that no one else was inclined to speak, Jin Sheng decided not to wait any longer. In truth, regardless of the number of reasons presented for explanation, as long as the initial point is articulated, this doubt can be effectively dismissed. Can we not assume that the prosecution would overlook what is evident to all of us? Therefore, one must not harbor any illusions. Otherwise, they might suffer significant consequences. However, what if I were to attack the plaintiff's character, diminishing her credibility in the eyes of the court and the judges, and then subsequently present this point as corroboration? Would the impact not be entirely different? There would be no need for extensive elaboration. You could easily comprehend the situation. Upon hearing Jin Sheng's statement, the interns nodded in agreement, recognizing its truth. Even several mentors could not help but nod in acknowledgement. Yet, Jin Sheng did not pause. He continued, litigating, particularly in criminal cases, is akin to the projects you have undertaken, such as mock trials and debates. We must anticipate the opposing party's anticipations. This constitutes a psychological game. Consider how, in everyday life, when we first meet 2 new acquaintances, our levels of trust are initially equal. However, as we interact more frequently, various statements, personal approaches to situations, and so forth, inevitably lead to a disparity in trust levels. You will find yourselves gravitating towards the individual you perceive as more trustworthy. The same principle applies in the courtroom, albeit with greater complexity. We must compress this entire process within a limited time frame. Thus, the evidence we gather, as well as the doubts we unearth within the evidence presented by the opposition, serve as tools to facilitate this compression. Therefore, the timing, manner, An order in which we introduce evidence becomes particularly crucial, complemented by appropriate rhetoric and supporting legal statutes. Jin Sheng's discourse had sufficiently saturated the intern's understanding. Should he continue? It seemed some might become bewildered. Just then, Jin Sheng's phone chimed with several notifications, perfectly timed. He glanced at the messages. One was a bank notification revealing a deposit of 2 million. If Jiang Tianyue were present, Jin Sheng would likely exclaim, "Boss, that's impressive. We look forward to your next visit." Meanwhile, a message from Jiang Tianyue arrived on WeChat. "Lawyer Jin, thank you once again. Please confirm receipt." Jin Sheng promptly replied, "Received. Should any issues arise, please do not hesitate to contact me." After sending the message, he put his phone away. As a curious intern posed a question, "Lawyer Jin, isn't it true that counterclaims cannot be made during the trial of a criminal case? Even if the other party has a civil component attached, must we not still await the judge's determination of the criminal aspect before pursuing a new lawsuit?" Hu Mingho's ability to pose such a question indicates that he was indeed attentively observing during the court proceedings. Jin Sheng had just fortuitously earned an additional 2 million. And his spirits were soaring. Naturally, he was eager to respond to inquiries. Whose question was astutely raised. In judicial practice and interpretation, there are indeed no precedents for counterclaims in the adjudication of criminal cases. I wonder if you have noticed that Su Jin, as the victim in this criminal case, sought out her own attorney and proactively initiated a civil compensation lawsuit. While the court accepted her case, it simultaneously processed it in conjunction with the criminal matter, thus leaving us with the potential for a counterclaim. According to relevant legal provisions, a defendant in a criminal case with an attached civil lawsuit has the right to file a counterclaim, provided certain conditions and procedures are met. First, the counterclaim must be closely related to the original lawsuit. Second, it should be submitted during the trial of the original lawsuit, typically before the conclusion of court deliberations. Third, the object of the counterclaim must be the plaintiff of the original suit, namely the party initiating the civil lawsuit. What I refer to as a counterclaim is merely a clever maneuver, a reasonable exploitation of the rules. Of course, if Jiang Qin is ultimately found guilty, my counterclaim would be rendered meaningless. However, for Su Jin, its significance would be entirely different. One might ponder, would a person with a guilty conscience, upon having their misdeeds exposed and confronted with exorbitant compensation demands, not feel fear and panic? At that moment, Su Jin resembled a non-swimmer who had unexpectedly fallen into deep water. Confronted with a choice between a life preserver and a plank, she could only select one. If it were you, which would you choose? My litigation strategy, too, is interwoven with elements of psychology, but I shall refrain from elaborating further. You may explore this on your own later. Following Jin Sheng's remarks, even the four mentors present began to ponder deeply. Silence enveloped the vehicle. Soon, they arrived at the law firm's building. The afternoon program required additional recordings, prompting their return. At this moment, it was already past 11 o'clock. Jin Sheng, elated from his recent financial windfall, cheerfully offered, "Is there anything anyone would like to eat? I can order takeout." "Haha, how could we let you spend your money? All expenses will be covered by the firm." It appeared that his funds would remain unspent, as they were promptly taken over by Chen Yiming. Indeed, it was only fitting. Compared to Jin Sheng, the firm profited far more. Beyond monetary gain, the prestige within certain circles had also grown significantly, something that could not be purchased with money. A reputation built on integrity is worth far more than gold or silver. "Xiao Jin, today you are the hero of the hour. Have a light meal at noon, and in the evening, we shall feast lavishly." After Chen Yiming patted Jin Sheng on the shoulder, he proceeded with his arrangements. Upon returning to his workstation, Jin Sheng had barely taken out his phone when the voice of Tongzi's brother echoed in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for perfectly solving the case. Meeting the criteria for reward issuance. Reward: 1. 1,000 cases each of civil law and criminal law, to further enhance the host's litigation skills. 2. Proficiency in 2 randomly selected foreign languages, achieving a mastery level. No need for a reading machine. Your mother need not worry about your language skills anymore. No need to thank me. The system is just that considerate. Goodbye." Before Jin Sheng could fully comprehend the situation, a plethora of knowledge was thrust into his mind by the system. Despite having experienced this several times before, Jin Sheng still found himself somewhat flustered, his face paling from the intensity. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead in an instant. Fortunately, he was not seen by anyone. After about 10 minutes, he began to feel significantly better. Casually wiping away the sweat, Jin Sheng rose, and made his way to the nearby restroom. After splashing his face with water, he felt considerably refreshed, as he reveled in the newfound knowledge of German and French in his mind. Jin Sheng mused that this was indeed a remarkable gain, one of the most challenging languages to learn and one of the most romantic. Chapter 84. A turn of events while awaiting lunch, Jin Sheng leisurely scrolled through his phone, with the revelations from various insiders. The tide of public opinion online had completely shifted. Even the terms that had previously dominated trending searches had vanished without a trace, likely a consequence of the blue pill's effects wearing off. Moreover, the initiative to boycott certain products, instigated by some, had dissipated just as swiftly, disappearing faster than the fleeting waves of the sea. The comment section on Su Jin's short video platform had transformed into a veritable disaster zone, rife with starry asterisks, profoundly illustrating the depth of sympathy that can coexist with intense disdain. Many short videos now required multiple doses of the Sinovac vaccine to be viewed. Jin Sheng felt a pang of sympathy. The young lady was likely still cooperating with the investigation and had not yet managed to disable the comment function. It was probable that, with the increasing number of violations, the platform would eventually shut her down. A grand purification, indeed. In addition to these developments, Jin Sheng's handsome visage appeared frequently, particularly as he emerged from the courthouse, surrounded by a throng of admirers, exuding an undeniable charisma. Numerous young ladies commented, expressing their desire to bear his offspring, while others clamored for a minute to uncover every detail about this charming gentleman, the most dashing lawyer, no less. Jin Sheng reveled in the attention. It felt akin to soaring through the skies of destiny, a beautiful dream. As the song in his heart concluded, Jin Sheng checked the A-shares, noting that the new daily chemical stocks had firmly reached their upper trading limit before the morning's close. The buy orders had accumulated into the millions, indicating that the Ling family's escape would prove challenging. Reclaiming approximately 16 of the company's shares would be a distant dream. Not to mention, the accrued interest alone was astronomical. Were it not for the regulations governing the A-shares, which imposed daily limits on price fluctuations, switching to U.S. or Hong Kong stocks would surely send them soaring to the heavens. The circuit breaker mechanism would have been triggered long ago. Furthermore, with various institutional investigations on the horizon, it could only be said that the Ling family was doomed. This was a battle marked by invisible gunpowder, life and death intertwined. The Jiang family, alongside the Wen brothers, would undoubtedly feast on a substantial bounty. Yet, Jin Sheng felt no jealousy. After all, he had already garnered a handsome sum of 2 million. Contentment was key. One must possess self-awareness. Excelling in one's own duties is the rightful path. After all, he was neither from Tsinghua nor Peking University, and his ambitions were not so grand. Children, it's time to eat at that moment. Chen Yiming approached from the entrance, followed by 2 staff members, each laden with several large bags. The interns, upon seeing this, sprang to their feet to assist, before Jin Sheng could even step forward to offer help. Everything had already been distributed, a profound testament to the adage that many hands make light work. The grand dining table in the break room was soon adorned with an array of delectable dishes. Come, let us commence our feast. If it proves insufficient, I still have 2 extra boxes of rice. Thank you, Chen Lu. It was already past 12 o'clock, and hunger had enveloped everyone, prompting them to dive right in. Within the law firm, laughter and joy abounded. Yet, in an office of a financial company in Nanshan district, Ling Yihan's father, Ling Binxiong, wore a grim expression as he answered a call. President Zhou, your words lack substance. Do you think my losses are any less than yours? This was an unforeseen event. None could have anticipated today's spectacle. Moreover, you have incurred significant financial damage. But what about me? Our priority now is to minimize losses to the greatest extent possible and focus on survival. Very well, let us leave it at that. After hanging up, Ling Binxiong pressed his fingers against his temples. After a brief moment, he slowly lifted his gaze to Ling Yihan, who was seated on the sofa, and spoke with a complex expression. You should leave. Go to Singapore immediately. There is still time. Father, Ling Yihan replied reluctantly. Are we truly conceding defeat this easily? Ling Binxiong shook his head slowly. Xiao Yi, had Su Jin not uttered that final remark in court, we would have had at least a chance to retreat unscathed. But now, sometimes, it appears that human calculations cannot rival fate. Just when victory seemed within our grasp, who could have anticipated the emergence of a young lawyer? In truth, this is also my fault. My impatience led me astray. Had I known, I should have refined the plan further. Perhaps the outcome would have been different today. At that moment, Ling Benxiong exuded an air of weary resignation. Witnessing this, Ling Yihan felt a surge of guilt. Had it not been for his own eagerness, the situation would not have escalated to such a state. Father, I am sorry. It is my fault. I was careless. Enough of this. Hurry to the airport. Your mother should have already set off. You two should depart together. Under Ling Benxiong's insistence, Ling Yihan ultimately left. Shortly thereafter, a series of loud crashes echoed from the office. Accompanying the sounds of destruction were harsh, profane exclamations, the kind laced with asterisks. Outside, the employees feigned ignorance, continuing their tasks, even walking with a deliberate quietness. An hour later, a specific ringtone pierced the air. Ling Benxiong, seated in the boss's chair, glanced at the only remaining item on his desk, the phone, where the name Qin Qin flickered on the screen. His heart tightened. He swiftly answered the call. Hello. What is the situation? Old Ling Yihan has been restricted from appearing in public. What should we do? Ling Benxiong's heart tightened, and he immediately inquired, where is he? Is he still by your side? Yes, Lao Ling. What shall we do now? Sighing, he replied, it seems that Su Jin has already betrayed Xiaoyi. There's nothing we can do now, but leave it to fate. You all should go home for the time being. After hanging up the phone, Ling Benxiong swiftly rose and grabbed his coat. At this moment, he could only seek connections to see if he could safeguard his son. Having reached this stage, he undoubtedly possessed some network of contacts. As for the stocks in the primary market, they were now completely locked up, even if he wished to acquire shares. He had no chips left. The same held true for the secondary market. It was evident that prices were poised for a surge, and no one would be foolish enough to liquidate their holdings en masse at this juncture. He would have to wait until tomorrow to reassess the situation. However, with the Jiang family having stabilized, whether he could cut his losses depended on his strategy. Upon opening the office door, Ling Benxiong instructed the person at the secretary's desk, please arrange for my office to be tidied up. A strikingly attractive woman, clad in an OL ensemble, with an alluring figure, promptly stood up to respond, certainly, boss. At that moment, Ling Benxiong was devoid of any interest. He did not even spare her a glance and proceeded directly towards the exit. Chapter 85, the so-called Mediation Center, 14th floor, law firm. After finishing lunch, Jin Sheng was pulled into the role of a model. The production team intended to edit this footage for an exclusive release for VIPs and VIPs. Was this an attempt to capitalize on his popularity? Surely, users wouldn't seek trouble from him. Nevertheless, the concept of free was more appealing, much like the allure of tomatoes. Jin Sheng had initially wished to discuss the matter of additional compensation with Chen Dong. Was a 10,000 yuan appearance fee a bit insufficient? Surely, he should at least secure a post-tax amount. Has he become a bit inflated in his expectations? However, upon further reflection, he decided against it. It seemed unwise to jeopardize his image for a trivial gain. Lawyer Jin, try not to look at the camera. Yes, just like that. Zhang Yaqi. Hold the paper and start asking questions. Wang Yutong, make sure to listen attentively and not occasionally. After more than 2 hours of capturing footage, the recording finally concluded. Jin Sheng glanced at the material captured and had to admit that the VJ was quite skilled. The combination of attractive men and women was visually appealing, especially when he was being particularly pretentious. No wonder many young women claim that a serious man is the most handsome. The same applies to reading novels. Ding ding ding. Just as he poured himself a glass of water, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Upon checking, it was a call from his mother, Li Jifeng. Jin Sheng quickly answered. Mom, why are you calling me today? Son, did you win a lawsuit today? There is so much news about you online. Even your cousin called me about it. Huh, really? But it's nothing extraordinary, just a routine occurrence. You're amazing, son. I'm so proud of you. One could discern the palpable pride in his mother's tone, especially as such praise was echoed by other relatives and friends. The effect was undoubtedly greater than the sum of its parts. By the way, Xiao Sheng, is the girl next to you in the video your girlfriend? No. When did I ever have a girlfriend? This unexpected question left Jin Sheng momentarily speechless. Is that so? However, why did her voice carry a hint of disappointment? Alarmed, Jin Sheng hastily clarified. Of course not. I was recording a show. They are all interns from the law firm. If you don't believe me, you can check the program online. Oh, okay. When your father comes home from work, we'll watch it together tonight. All right. Mom, if you can't find it or have trouble, just message me, and I'll guide you. No worries, the little son of the neighbor Wang has returned. We'll just ask him if we encounter any issues. Upon hearing this, an image of a tall, slender young man surfaced in Jin Sheng's mind. Name, Wang Shi nickname. A dozen 2 years younger than himself, currently a university student majoring in the same field, law. Unfortunately, they are not attending the same institution. Wang Shi's college entrance examination results surpassed those of the original, allowing him to gain admission to a prestigious law university in the distant capital, Kyoto. The two have been friends since childhood, engaging in mischievous antics such as sneaking sweet potatoes from neighbors' fields to roast, fishing and shrimping in small streams, and foraging for wild kiwis in the mountains. They have certainly indulged in their fair share of playful mischief. The origin of the name Shi is a tale of serendipity. Wang's grandfather, an intellectual, had delved into ancient texts and proverbs even before the grandson's birth, intending to name him Shire, a phrase from Wang Shizhen's Yuan Jian from the Ming dynasty. However, during the registration process, a careless mistake rendered the name Shi. There was no recourse but to embrace the error. Initially, there were thoughts of reverting to the original name, but after the passing of Wang's grandfather, the matter was never mentioned again. In truth, it has been over a year since they last met. Xiaosheng, you carry on with your business. Mother also has work to attend to. All right, Mom, take care of your health and don't overexert yourself. Your son can now earn money. Okay, I understand. Goodbye. Jin Sheng knew that his words had little effect. Many parents are plagued by a fear of financial inadequacy, anxious about their children venturing out into the world with empty pockets. How could they possibly heed such reassurances? Sighing, he shook his head after the call ended. The earlier buoyancy he felt now dissipated. On October 20th, Friday, under overcast skies, Jin Sheng found himself with the freedom to roam, a privilege granted during the lavish dinner the night before. The primary interns were about to embark on their 8th project, to be announced by Ren Wei. This entire variety show comprised 9 topics, and they were now nearing its conclusion. Once the recording wrapped up, Jin Sheng planned to return home for a few days before heading back to the bustling metropolis for work. After all, they were within the same shipping zone. A mere 4-hour high-speed train ride away, making transportation remarkably convenient. Ding. While sipping tea, a notification flashed on Jin Sheng's WeChat. It was a message from Chen Hanxing. Lawyer Jin, congratulations. Chen is merely jesting, he chuckled to himself. Oh, no, it's my aunt. She saw your message and couldn't wait to share it with me. Truly, she now holds great confidence in you, believing you will surely aid my cousin in seeking justice. Rest assured, I shall devote myself entirely to this endeavor. However, there has been no feedback yet, and it may take about a month. I understand. No rush, after all. Procedures must be followed. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Chen Hanxing, they concluded their conversation. All are professional lawyers, getting straight to the point. In criminal cases, after the final verdict, if a retrial is requested, the prosecution and the court typically render a decision within 3 months. Currently, it has been less than a month since the appeal was submitted, so we must wait a little longer. Even if Chen Hanxing's aunt is anxious, it is of no consequence. The court has yet to decide whether to reopen the hearing. No amount of fervent appeals will alter that reality. This is termed as being rendered powerless. In practical scenarios, it is not uncommon for even civil cases to drag on for a year or two, which has become quite the norm. First instance, second instance, requests for retrial, counter appeals, applications for supervision. Such a series of procedures inevitably consumes considerable time. Therefore, the current advocacy for pre-litigation mediation aims to optimally release judicial resources, a commendable intention. However, this initiative is often exploited by numerous third-party collection agencies. Many masquerade as asset management or consulting firms, but in essence, they function as collection entities. They frequently employ the guise of court mediation to exert high-pressure collection tactics on debtors. Sending text messages, making phone calls, or utilizing small programs on WeChat are common practices. Many unsuspecting debtors, upon receiving such messages, typically experience undue anxiety. In truth, some so-called mediation centers are merely grassroots organizations lacking administrative or judicial authority. Legally, such agencies are prohibited from charging fees, yet the interpretation of this regulation varies. Historically, the mere mention of litigation has instilled trepidation in the hearts of ordinary individuals, particularly when confronted with messages bearing names like Specially Invited Mediation Center of a certain region. They inevitably associate it with litigation. One must acknowledge that the tactics employed are indeed quite intricate. Furthermore, many financial institutions engage law firms, complemented by attorney letters, thereby enhancing the authenticity of their approach. Chapter 86. Clarity. Early the next morning, Jin Sheng arose and made his way to the law firm, having received notification of a recording task scheduled for that morning. It seemed to be a summary report for Topic 8, necessitating the presence of all members. Upon his arrival at the law firm shortly after 8 a.m., he encountered Lu Siyuan and Wang Yiyan engaged in conversation at their desks. "Good morning, Lu," he greeted. "Good morning, senior sister," replied Lu. "Ah, Jean. You're here rather early today. Are you afraid of having your wages docked?" "Haha. Lu knows me all too well." Upon hearing Jin Sheng's playful banter, Lu Siyuan's eyes gleamed with mischief. He chuckled and said, "Jin Sheng, I was just discussing with Yin whether she might consider transitioning from non-litigation to litigation. What are your thoughts?" Jin Sheng, uncertain of Lu Siyuan's intentions, chose to go along with the conversation. That sounds quite good. I believe Ian's capabilities are undeniable. She would adapt quickly to any role. After all, she is my senior sister." "Indeed. Well said, junior brother. No need to elaborate next time," Lu Siyuan replied with a grin. "Ian, even your junior brother thinks so. You ought to give it serious consideration." After Lu Siyuan's playful remark, he playfully tousled his hair, resembling a cunning wolf enticing Little Red Riding Hood. Observing this, Jin Sheng felt reassured. It seemed Lu Siyuan had taken a liking to Wang Yiyan, and he suspected that after the recording, she would likely be one of the recipients of an offer. Sometimes, casual remarks or subtle gestures can reveal one's true intentions, a skill essential for a lawyer. Wang Yiyan, equally astute, would surely not be oblivious to this. A genuine smile graced her face as she responded, "I have indeed been contemplating it." Hearing this, Lu Siyuan's smile widened. Before long, the others began to arrive in succession. After exchanging greetings, Jin Sheng returned to his desk. With the impending report presentation, the interns moved about with urgency, the atmosphere thick with tension. At that moment, Renwei emerged from the office. "Jin Sheng, let us head to the conference room." "Certainly, Ren," Jin Sheng replied, gathering his pen and notepad before following suit. Inside the conference room, the other three mentors were already seated. Opposite them sat a man and a woman, both new faces, seemingly examiners for this topic. "Jin Sheng, allow me to introduce you," Renwei began as he entered. "These two are partners at our law firm, Attorney Zhang Rongxing and Attorney Zhang Han." "Greetings, attorneys," Jin Sheng said, offering a simple smile without approaching for handshakes, given the distance between them. "I am aware of you. The case you argued a few days ago garnered significant attention, with much coverage on short videos," one of the attorneys remarked. "Fortunate, indeed," Jin Sheng replied, adopting a modest demeanor. "Humility, not arrogance, is the true path to success." Soon, the first group of interns entered the room. Among them were Hu Mingho, Xiaoyang, Wang Yiyan, and Su Wenting, individuals who could be regarded as the most capable among all the interns. Upon his initial glance, Jin Sheng had already formed a rough idea of the outcome of this presentation. Indeed, during the first group's report, one took the lead in speaking while another adeptly addressed the various queries posed by the examiners, demonstrating a remarkable synergy. In essence, a topic concerning non-litigation fundamentally relies on meticulousness. The one who identifies the most points, prepares most thoroughly, and articulates most gracefully shall emerge victorious. Although Jin Sheng was not well versed in the securities law and had not even reviewed this specific topic, it did not hinder his ability to assess the performance of those present. Hu Mingho and Wang Yiyan, as usual, exhibited unwavering composure. Xiaoyang, having rapidly matured through previous topics, displayed none of his former shyness this time, confidently addressing the two examiners and showcasing his depth of knowledge. As for Su Wenting, typically understated and possessing a low profile, she proved to be exceptionally attentive, often pinpointing critical aspects. Her inquiries 2 days prior in the car directed straight to the heart of the matter. Remarkably, her language proficiency and logical reasoning were commendable, making her a promising candidate for a legal career. Compared to other interns, Jin Sheng genuinely contemplated inviting Su Wenting to be his assistant lawyer, as it would alleviate numerous concerns, and perhaps, in due course, she could independently manage cases herself. Jin Sheng noticed Lu Siyuan's lips curling upward whenever Hu Mingho and Wang Yiyan spoke or when they made notable points. Approximately an hour later, the first group concluded their presentation. Next, it was time for the second group, comprising Zhu Chuiying, Huang Kai, Wang Yutong, and Zhang Yaqi, to take the stage. Jin Sheng was particularly eager to witness the performance of his junior sister. Upon entering the conference room and greeting everyone, they wasted no time and commenced their report. The first to speak was Wang Yutong. "Hello, esteemed teachers. My legal opinion letter is divided into 2 sections. The first covers the basic facts, and the second analyzes whether significant violations occurred and their impact on the conclusions drawn. She began her report on the basic facts to the two instructors. Jin Sheng listened attentively, noting the significant progress made by this little rabbit, who spoke with clarity and conviction. Aside from a slight deficiency in her ability to adapt on the spot, her overall performance was commendable. Particularly, her logical structure even surpassed that of the previous group's report, which impressed Jin Sheng considerably. Unfortunately, the collaboration among her group members was lacking, leaving her to handle the challenges alone. However, he observed that after receiving guidance from the examining lawyer, she swiftly absorbed the knowledge and summarized it effectively. This demonstrated her remarkable capacity for learning. Renwei and Lucy Yuan exchanged gratified smiles upon witnessing the scene. Among the group, the sole source of unexpected delight was Wang Yutong, while the other interns lagged behind. Zhu Chuangying even made a critical error, confusing the concepts of directors and independent directors. It was a disaster. At times, the most crucial element for a team lies in the synergy among its members. However, within their group, Jin Sheng observed a lack of collaboration, with each individual fighting their own battle. The outcome was evidently in favor of Hu Mingho's group, as Renwei announced the results. The victors celebrated joyously, while the defeated were enveloped in despondency. Yet for Wang Yutong and Huang Kai, it was perhaps a form of liberation, as the ultimate competition for offers was already beyond their reach. Upon witnessing this, Luo Jiayun could not help but offer words of comfort. I wish to share some thoughts with the first group. It is essential to cultivate a sound problem-solving mindset. One must identify the critical legal issues and relevant information. This aspect is vital, and you should invest more effort into it. As the presenter of the topic, Renwei, following Luo Jiayun's remarks, added, whether as professional lawyers or as ordinary market participants in the future, I hope you all can embody a profound respect for the market, for professionalism, for risk, and for the law. Chapter 87. Are you serious? After enduring the pressures of the project, the following day promised relaxation. However, filming duties still awaited. Several supervising attorneys were tasked with taking two interns out for dining and leisure activities, all of which would later be edited for inclusion in behind-the-scenes footage or the main presentation. In the evening, everyone would gather to first attend Hu Mingho's school performance, followed by a celebration for Zhang Yaqi's birthday back at the law firm. At 2 p.m. in the CAF adjacent to the law office, Jin Sheng and Chun Yiming seized a moment of respite to engage in conversation. Among the interns at the firm, do you personally feel any stand out? Chun Yiming inquired. After careful consideration, Jin Sheng articulated his perspective. There are 3 offers in total. Hu Mingho and Wang Yin have undoubtedly secured 2 spots. Wang Yutong and Huang Kai have not reached 100 of their KPI, so they are not under consideration. As for the remaining position, if there is a need from the island, it will likely go to Zhu Chuanying. If not, it will be contested between Xiao Yang and Su Wenting. Regarding Zhang Yaqi, even if she meets her KPI, she probably won't be selected, as her fundamentals still fall short. Chun Yiming nodded in agreement upon hearing this. In truth, the 4 supervising attorneys had privately deliberated on this matter. The 2 offers that were publicly required had already been settled, leaving only the star support group to consider. After taking a sip of coffee, Chun Yiming continued to inquire of Jin Sheng. After this period of interaction, aside from Hu Mingho, do you have anyone else in mind? Unable to decipher the underlying implications of Chun Yiming's question, Jin Sheng nonetheless expressed his thoughts. Actually, I have a favorable impression of both Xiao Yang and Su Wenting. Xiao Yang is well suited for detailed legal document work, particularly in non-litigious matters. As for Su Wenting, her focus, insight, and foundational skills are commendable. She often notices minute details and critical points. I believe she possesses the potential to become a litigation attorney. Meanwhile, at the Jingxing law firm in the bustling metropolis, Taijun found himself both elated and troubled, primarily due to Jin Sheng. Within just 3 days, the firm had received hundreds of case requests, all explicitly seeking Jin Sheng to represent them in court. Some cases were quite urgent, approaching trial imminently, and several were referred through major client connections. There was no way to decline. The dilemma, however, was that Jin Sheng was still engaged in the filming of a program, leaving him stretched thin. After all, he had signed a contract with the production team and could not afford to breach it. Sighing and scratching his nearly bald head in exasperation, Taijun reluctantly picked up the phone to contact Chun Yiming, the executive director of the branch. As soon as the call connected, Taijun got straight to the point. Old Chun, when does your program conclude? Soon, just a few more days. Why do you ask? Upon hearing this, Taijun felt a sense of relief and proceeded to explain, "It is not our fault. The situation you have created is quite overwhelming. Many clients have come to the law firm specifically seeking Jin Sheng, while I have managed to redirect some of the smaller cases. There are certain significant clients that cannot be turned away. What do you suggest we do?" After listening, Chen Yiming glanced at Jin Sheng, who was seated across from him, sipping coffee, and couldn't help but feel amused. Once one gains notoriety, it is indeed different. Business comes knocking at the door. "All right, my old friend. You continue to hold the fort for now. I shall expedite matters on my end." With a sigh of resignation, Taijun acquiesced. Just as he hung up the phone, a series of knocks echoed from the door. "Come in," he called out. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Mingming entered. "Director, Ms. Zhong is calling again, inquiring whether lawyer Jin has returned." "Oh dear, my mind." Time passed swiftly, and before long, evening descended. Downstairs at the law firm, the bus had gathered all the others. "Let us go. We are departing." With a command, the vehicle set in motion towards the location of Jingda's campus in Pengcheng, Nashan District. "What places did you visit today?" one inquired. "Oh, really? Kaizi, hold on to the flowers. They will be useful when we arrive." Throughout the journey, the group engaged in various discussions while Jin Sheng remained occupied with his phone, sending messages. Wang Shire, his childhood friend, was secretly reporting back to him. On this very day, he had spotted several well-known matchmakers from the surrounding areas visiting to propose matches for Jin Sheng. It was a Saturday, and his parents were not at work. Rumor had it that his mother, Li Jifeng, was armed with dozens of photographs of potential brides, eagerly awaiting his return to make a selection. The thought of facing such a scenario upon returning home nearly sent a cold sweat down Jin Sheng's back. He couldn't help but frown and rub his temples. "Senior brother, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" This gesture caught the attention of Wang Yutong, who immediately inquired with concern. As her words drew the gaze of the others, Lucy Yuan from the front seat chimed in, "Little Jean, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Jin Sheng replied with a wry smile, attempting to dispel the troubling images from his mind. "Are you truly okay?" "I am. Just startled by a piece of news." "What news could possibly frighten you so?" The group expressed curiosity. It was unusual for Jin Sheng to exhibit such a demeanor, even in the face of challenging cases. With a resigned smile, he continued, "My childhood friend from next door just informed me that several matchmakers have come to my home today, all with intentions directed at me. I had initially planned to finish recording the show and return home, even mentioning it to my mother beforehand. Now, I can't help but wonder if that decision was a tad hasty." As soon as Jin Sheng's words fell, a chorus of laughter erupted among the crowd. "Haha. Little Jin, are you trying to make me die of laughter so you can inherit my partner position?" they teased. "Hee, our esteemed lawyer Jin. It seems you're not afraid of lawsuits but rather of matchmaking. If all else fails, why not just take one home?" The interns, however, dared not join in the jest, merely covering their mouths to stifle their laughter. The four masters, on the other hand, wasted no time in indulging in playful banter. Yet, Jin Sheng remained unfazed, contemplating that once this matter was revealed, it would undoubtedly become a source of amusement for them. It was no matter. He might as well provide them with a bit of entertainment. After all, it was not something to be ashamed of. However, Lu Siyuan's seemingly innocuous remark inexplicably caused a hint of shyness to flicker across the faces of two of the girls, their eyes glinting with a trace of hope. What was this? Jin Sheng was taken aback. "Ajin, are you serious?" Chapter 88, the final assignment that evening. The group took the opportunity to relax and enjoy themselves thoroughly. In addition to attending a concert at the Kyoto University of Technology, they returned to the law firm to surprise Zhang Yaqi for her birthday. Although the recording felt somewhat contrived, it was evident that, after nearly a month of camaraderie, they had forged a foundation of friendship. At least during the celebration for Zhang Yaqi, everyone was genuinely invested. A rendition of People Like Me, sung in unison, created a heartwarming scene that moved Zhang Yaqi to tears that flowed uncontrollably. Jin Sheng inadvertently noticed that his innocent junior sister was equally emotional. After all, she had just emerged from the ivory tower and was particularly sentimental, with a low threshold for tears. Once the song concluded, Luo Jiayun, as her supervising attorney, presented her with a birthday gift, an exquisite vinyl record from her favorite artist, Mao Mao. Truth be told, Jin Sheng felt himself touched by the moment, his outlook rejuvenated. It appeared that participating in such events was essential to maintaining a youthful spirit, which was of utmost importance. Time passed, and soon it was past midnight. After the festivities, everyone returned to the apartment to rest. On October 23rd, Monday, the double ninth festival the previous day, everyone continued to unwind, gathering once more at Jin Sheng's home for a meal where they engaged in delightful conversation. On screen, the attorneys may appear meticulous, professional, and stringent. However, in private, they embraced the joys of life. Unfortunately, Jin Sheng, the chef of the day, toiled for an entire afternoon preparing a sumptuous feast. The two accompanying VJs also relished the culinary delights crafted by the chef. At 9 a.m., Jin Sheng arrived punctually at the law firm. Today, they would unveil the final assignment. Good morning, Jean Liu. Bonjour. As he greeted everyone, Jin Sheng showcased a bit of his newly acquired French, leaving the younger ones momentarily speechless. Shortly after returning to his desk, the four distinguished experts arrived one after another. Lucy Yuan, adorned in a delicate pink professional ensemble, caught everyone's eye. Was this a fashion showdown? With Xiao Yang embodying an English gentleman's charm and Lucy Yuan presenting a youthful professional aesthetic. 5 minutes later, the meeting room gathered for the announcement of the final assignment. After announcing from the office door, Lucy Yuan entered the office. As her words echoed, the interns began to murmur quietly. Their expressions varied. Those who had been activated were eager for a chance at a 1.5 times salary, while those who felt disheartened had resigned themselves to indifference. Soon after, everyone equipped themselves with their laptops and made their way toward the conference room, Jin Sheng included. Standing firm at his final post, collecting his remuneration remained his primary focus. In the conference room, after everyone took their seats, Lucy Yuan smiled and inquired, "What do you anticipate the final topic to be?" The interns exchanged glances, and only Wang Yutong, with her mind momentarily blank, unconsciously voiced her honest feelings. "Oh, not much anticipation." As soon as the words left her lips, the previously solemn atmosphere was abruptly shattered, becoming considerably more lively. Even Jin Sheng couldn't help but join in the laughter. Was this a resigned acceptance of the futility of their offers? After the laughter subsided, Lucy Yuan continued. Our final topic consists of 2 cases, each pertaining to distinct subfields, non-litigious matters and litigation. Let us first examine the non-litigious case. With Lucy Yuan's gesture, Chen Yiming took over to explain. This case involved a transaction and negotiation concerning equity acquisition. The seller was a domestic private enterprise, compelled to sell its equity due to the actual controlling shareholder, Mr. Wang, facing personal debt obligations stemming from failed investments. The buyer, S-Fund, is an offshore industrial merger and acquisition fund established in the Cayman Islands to streamline the supply chain across the industry. S-Fund intends to acquire all the equity held by Mr. Wang in stages. In this project, we will assume the roles of both the buyer's and seller's legal representatives, further negotiating based on the preliminary consensus reached. Detailed materials will be sent to your emails shortly. After Chen Yiming concluded his introduction of the topic, Lucy Yuan seamlessly resumed the discussion. Next, let us turn to the subsequent topic, litigation. Company A and its affiliates had previously engaged in a strategic cooperation with Company B regarding a certain business venture. On April 11th, both parties signed an increased capital agreement, stipulating an infusion of capital based on Company B's original registered capital. In September of the same year, Company A and its affiliates entered into an investment agreement with Company B, wherein they agreed to provide a loan of $50 million through convertible bonds. By the following April, Company A had disbursed $2 million of the investment, leaving a balance of $48 million unpaid to this day. Due to the incomplete payment of the aforementioned loan, Company B incurred related losses and, in accordance with the agreement, initiated arbitration against Company A to recover the loan and seek damages. Similarly, we will divide into applicants and respondents, completing this topic through arbitration. That concludes the 2 topics. After Lucy Yuan introduced the cases, he deliberately observed the expressions of the interns. Each of them wore a serious countenance. Jin Sheng pondered that these 2 topics were likely intended to guide the interns in choosing their future professional paths. Moving forward, it would be interesting to see which direction they aspired to pursue. Each topic would involve 4 interns participating, divided into pairs to compete against one another, striving to achieve KPI values in preparation for the final sprint. As each in turn took their turn to make selections, Jin Sheng cast a keen eye on Su Wenting, curious about her choice. Indeed, she remained resolute in her pursuit of litigation, opting for an arbitration case. In the end, only Hu Mingho and Wang Yiyan, the 2 individuals with the highest KPIs, were left. At this juncture, Jin Sheng observed a noteworthy detail. Both cases had 1 slot remaining. Wang Yiyan excelled in non-litigious matters, Just before making his choice, Hu Mingho exchanged a fleeting glance with Wang Yan, their connection tinged with subtle intimacy. Without the slightest hesitation, he promptly inscribed his name beneath the litigation case. It appeared that Hu had been deftly influenced by a senior from the same institution. Lucy Yuan, undoubtedly noticing this scene, couldn't help but display a hint of a knowing smile. Little did Jin Sheng anticipate that he would witness such an intriguing development. Well, our groupings are now complete. Henceforth, you shall engage in a fierce contest for 45 KPI points. Chapter 89. Returning to the hometown. Xiao Jin, could you come over here for a moment? Just as Jin Sheng exited the conference room, he heard Chen Yiming's voice behind him before he could reach his desk. Once they were seated face-to-face in the office, Chen Yiming inquired, "You mentioned on the bus the other night that you needed to return to your hometown, correct?" "Indeed. What's the matter?" Jin Sheng replied, a hint of confusion evident in his expression. Observing his reaction, Chen Yiming proceeded to clarify, "The thing is, I received a call from Taijun the night before last, and you were present. Do you recall?" Jin Sheng recollected their coffee meeting and nodded in acknowledgement. Chen Yiming continued, "Yesterday, he called me again. Both conversations pertain to matters concerning you. There is a VIP client's wife at our firm who specifically requested your assistance with a case. Taijun had recommended other lawyers to her, but she rejected them all. However, Ms. Zhong is aware that you are currently recording a program, so she has insisted that you assist her as soon as the filming concludes. Due to this situation, our founding partner, lawyer Peng Xuejuan, also reached out to me. We deliberated and concluded that to expedite matters, you should return home for 3 days during your final assignment. After those 3 days, you can return for the last recording session. This way, once the program ends, we can promptly return to Shanghai. It neither delays your trip home nor leaves our client in limbo." Jin Sheng had no objections. It was merely a matter of timing. "All right. I have no issues with that. I shall comply with the arrangements." Nevertheless, he felt a twinge of curiosity about the nature of the case that necessitated his involvement. In a top-tier law firm, there were certainly many competent lawyers. Just as Jin Sheng was preparing to rise, Chen Yiming added, "By the way, consider whether there is a suitable intern among the current ones to appoint as your assistant. Your salary and level of expertise now qualify you as a senior lawyer. Taijun discussed with me the possibility of forming a small team for you, which would consist of 2 junior lawyers and 1 assistant lawyer to assist you with the case. That will be all. Please manage your time wisely." Chen Yiming concluded, waving his hand, leaving Jin Sheng no opportunity to respond. Once outside the office, Jin Sheng felt a mix of astonishment and incredulity. He had not anticipated that merely participating in the program for a month, alongside handling 2 lawsuits, would afford him such privileges. It seemed somewhat illogical. Had his connection to Tongzi Ge been uncovered? With a sense of uncertainty swirling in his mind, Jin Sheng did not dawdle. He quickly gathered his belongings and headed home to retrieve his luggage, simultaneously booking a flight on his phone. After Jin Sheng left, Chen Yiming in the office chuckled and shook his head. He had never anticipated that Jin Sheng would progress so rapidly. The reason the firm decided to assign Jin Sheng to a new team was to cater to the forthcoming clients. With their inherent influx of business, it was imperative that the prestige match their expectations. Everything was orchestrated to seize this wave of prosperity, driven by the pursuit of KPIs. Was it reasonable for clients to engage with Jin Sheng in the conference room or at external workstations? One could not allow hardware constraints to impede the software's functionality. Moreover, to retain talent, genuine monetary incentives were essential. All verbal promises were mere illusions. As Ma Yun once remarked, the reasons for employee turnover are manifold, but they can be distilled into 2 primary factors: inadequate compensation and feelings of discontent. The legal profession is inherently pragmatic. One's capabilities are readily apparent when showcased. Jin Sheng had already demonstrated his skills, so an increase in remuneration was justified. At 4 p.m., Jin Sheng emerged from the city airport. A further journey of over 30 kilometers awaited him before he could reach home. Fortunately, being in a region with convenient shipping, transportation was quite accessible. He summoned a vehicle via his mobile phone and soon found himself in a car heading homeward. On the expressway, the vehicle glided smoothly. Through the window, the rice paddies flanking the road swayed gently in the breeze, heavy with grain, as if narrating the tales of the season. Judging by the color and timing, it seemed the harvest was imminent. Jin Sheng reminisced about his childhood, when after the rice was harvested, he would fashion a fishing hook, baited with earthworms, to seek out eel holes. With the right approach, a catch was almost guaranteed. The wild eels, ideally around 1.5 pounds, could be paired with yellow wine. goji berries, and red dates, simmered together in a clay pot for 2 hours, a truly delectable and nourishing dish. It was said that girls would benefit even more from it, enhancing their beauty and vitality. Before long, the car reached the village entrance. A mere few dozen meters from home, Jin Sheng alighted with his bag. Xiao Sheng, you're back. Indeed, Grandma. Xiao Sheng, you've made something of yourself. I heard from my son that you've been on television. In just a few steps, Jin Sheng had greeted several familiar elderly neighbors leisurely strolling by their doorsteps. Such is village life, surrounded by acquaintances, imbued with a rich sense of community, unlike the urban high-rises where one might live next to strangers. Standing at his doorstep, Jin Sheng suddenly felt an unexpected trepidation about returning home. What could be the cause? Perhaps it was a subconscious influence. After a moment of reflection, he pushed the door, only to find it unyielding. To his dismay, he noticed a large lock hanging on the iron gate's latch. It dawned on him that he had returned too early. His parents had yet to return from work. Initially, I had hoped to surprise you, but alas, the iron guard barred my way, leaving me unable to enter. Little victory. Standing at the doorway, felt a bit disoriented when he heard a voice behind him. Turning around, he noticed a young man of similar height, standing at the adjacent door. Gazing at him, with a laugh, the young man proclaimed, just by the silhouette, I knew you had returned. Wang Shi quickly approached and embraced Jin Sheng. A smile graced both their faces. Jin Sheng patted Wang Shi's shoulder and remarked, You rascal, you must be here for your internship, right? Wang Shi nodded affirmatively, indeed. My return is primarily for this purpose. Additionally, I wish to discuss with my parents whether to pursue a government position or a career in law. However, my father believes I should come to a decision on my own. Regardless, he will support my choice. Even my mother and sister share the same sentiment. After all, down here in the South, the inclination towards civil service is not deeply ingrained in our nature. Nonetheless, Wang Shi's family is quite understanding. Some paths must be chosen independently, and Jin Sheng cannot provide the best advice. Once a move is made, there is no turning back. Chapter 90. The pomelo tree from my memories as the sun dipped below the horizon. Two figures conversed at the entrance. Not far away, an electric scooter approached. Jin Sheng turned to see his mother returning home, and it was evident that Li Jinfeng had also spotted her son standing at the doorstep, prompting her to deliberately honk the horn. Xiao Sheng, Annie's back, so I shall take my leave for now. All right, we shall continue our conversation later. Just as Wang Shire stepped inside, the vehicle arrived before them. My son, why didn't you inform us of your return sooner? We've been waiting for quite a while. Not at all. I just arrived myself. Jin Sheng stepped forward to assist, intending to wait for his mother to disembark from the scooter. Oh, my dear child, had you mentioned it earlier, I could have prepared an extra dish. Here is the plan. You go inside and rest for a bit, while I make a quick trip to the market. Without allowing Jin Sheng a moment to respond, she promptly placed the keys in his hand and made a swift turn towards the market, her little vehicle maneuvering with remarkable agility. Jin Sheng mused that his mother possessed the potential of a race car driver. Upon opening the door, his gaze immediately fell upon the grand pomelo tree in the yard, its branches laden with ripe fruit. Memories began to cascade through his mind. Back in his elementary school days, his grandfather had once told him that this pomelo tree was planted on the very day of Jin Sheng's birth, symbolizing reunion and perfect happiness, and it was said to bless Jin Sheng with wisdom and success in examinations. Regrettably, during Jin Sheng's final year of high school, his grandfather passed away due to his sudden cerebral hemorrhage, never witnessing the moment his grandson was accepted into university. The relentless efforts of Jin Sheng were, in essence, a tribute to his grandfather, a means for him to find peace in the heavens above. Sighing, he glanced beyond the pomelo tree to the left, where two small plots of land were cultivated with various vegetables. A narrow pathway led to the inner room. Adjacent to the wall stood a water trough, suitable for washing clothes or watering the plants, quintessential for a rural self-built home. The door to the inner room was slightly ajar, not locked, for the surrounding walls were tall and embedded with shards of glass, ensuring security. Moreover, with neighbors nearby, any trouble could easily be addressed with a call for help. After removing his backpack, Jin Sheng settled into a chair in the living room. He took out his phone and sent a message to Chen Yiming, notifying him of his safe arrival home. Before long, he received a reassuring okay in response. Bored, Jin Sheng decided to rummage through the small storage room by the back door for his old fishing gear, hoping to try his hand at catching some eel the following day, a nostalgic pursuit of childhood joy. Though the peak season had passed, There were still quite a few to be found, albeit perhaps not as plump as before. Soon, he unearthed several specialized fishing hooks he had crafted in the past. After testing them, he found them still sturdy and sharp enough. All that remained was to retie the line. Although the main body is constructed from stainless steel, it is still marred by a layer of rust that requires a thorough scrubbing with a steel wool pad. This may be attributed to the humid air, which has compromised the protective oxide layer, especially considering that this area is coastal. "Son," a voice called from the front room. The familiar tone of his mother announcing her return from grocery shopping. "Mom, I'm in the back," Jin Sheng replied, laying down his fishing hook and returning to the front. Jin Feng was holding 2 basins, preparing to wash the vegetables outside. "What are you doing in the back room?" "Oh, nothing much, just browsing. The other day when the sun was shining, I took the liberty of airing out your quilt. I didn't expect you would need it today. Go rest in your room for a while. I'll call you when it's time for dinner." "Mom, I'm fine. I'm not tired." "All right then. Feel free to wander about for a bit." Upon hearing Jin Sheng's response, Jin Feng did not insist further, hurriedly exiting with her items. Jin Sheng had initially hoped to assist in washing the vegetables, but seeing his mother's brisk demeanor, he thought better of it. He resolved to cook a nice meal for them tomorrow. During this visit, in addition to discussing the situation regarding the property in the bustling metropolis, he also intended to encourage them not to overexert themselves. As evening approached, around 6 o'clock, he had prepared several hearty dishes. At that moment, his father, Jin Zhangwo, returned from work. "Dad, you're back. Wash your hands and prepare to eat." Although his tone was somewhat indifferent, Jin Sheng could clearly perceive the excitement in his father's eyes upon seeing him for the first time, though it was quickly subdued, feigning a calm demeanor. This distinction between father and mother was evident, yet the affection remained unwavering. "Son, do try this dish. It's a recipe I've recently learned." "Thank you, Mom." "Silly child, there is no need to thank your mother." At the dining table, aside from his mother occasionally serving Jin Sheng more dishes and engaging him in conversation, his father leisurely sipped the homemade bayberry wine and nibbled on appetizers, a smile permanently curling at the corners of his mouth. Once he felt sufficiently satiated, Jin Sheng set down his chopsticks. "Dad, Mom, I have something to tell you. I've purchased a house." As soon as the words left his lips, the smiles that adorned his parents' faces faltered slightly. His mother remained silent, casting a glance at his father, awaiting the head of the household to voice his thoughts. "As long as you have made up your mind, that's what matters. Your mother and I have saved a little money. After dinner, let her give it to you." After his father spoke, it seemed as if a weight had been lifted from his heart. He took another sip of wine, his expression returning to normal. Upon hearing his father's words, Jin Sheng hurried to clarify. "No, what I meant is that I have already purchased the house outright. I have the funds." Where did you buy the house, and where did the money come from?" His father's brow furrowed, his gaze intensifying as it bore into Jin Sheng. At that moment, Jin Sheng felt an unexpected pressure, which was indeed peculiar. "Is it the pressure emanating from my lineage? It seems my father, Jin Zhangwo, possesses the aura of an emperor. I am an attorney, and naturally, my role involves litigating. What other course of action could there be to further convince my parents?" Jin Sheng retrieved his phone and displayed the balance of his bank account. He thought to himself, fortunately, thanks to the 2 million provided by Jiang Tianyue a few days prior, my credibility would certainly not be as strong without it. Here, take a look. This is the remuneration I received after winning the case a few days ago. He placed the phone before his parents. Though they were both under 50, their eyes remained sharp. Upon seeing the balance exceeding 2 million, their hands trembled slightly. Goodness, is being a lawyer this lucrative? In such a short span, I have earned more than both of us combined over the decades. His mother exclaimed in astonishment, still grappling with disbelief. Conversely, his father quickly took a sip of wine to steady his nerves. Jin Sheng seized the moment and continued. "The property I purchased is located in the bustling metropolis, not far from my workplace. It is a newly constructed community spanning 162 square meters, and I paid in full. I intended to return in a few days so that you could stay with me for a while. However, an unexpected work commitment has necessitated my early return. I must head back to Pengcheng in 2 days." His parents listened attentively to Jin Sheng's narrative, refraining from further comments, their expressions reflecting profound pride. Their son has indeed prospered. Having only recently embarked on his career, he is already capable of purchasing a home in a major city, particularly for the older generation. There exists a deep-seated belief that owning a house equates to having a home. After absorbing Jin Sheng's words, his father sighed contentedly. "You should make your own decisions. We are getting older and possess little insight. As long as you believe it to be right, pursue it. Your mother and I will support you. Thank you, Dad. Chapter 91. The gift father, likely filled with joy, had indulged a bit too much in the evening and retreated to his room for rest. Jin Sheng assisted his mother in clearing the table. Son, do you have a girl you fancy or a girlfriend? Indeed, mother broached this subject. Jin Sheng sighed internally. To claim he would remain single for life seemed rather unrealistic. Yet, at present, his focus remained on his career. Matters of the heart would unfold in due time. Mother, I have just begun to find my footing in my job. I prefer to wait a few years until I am more settled before pursuing a relationship. Besides, I hardly have time to date right now. Upon hearing Jin Sheng's response, his mother also sighed, choosing not to pursue the topic further. After all, her son's reasoning held merit, and at merely 24, there was no need for immediate concern. Once they had nearly completed their chores, Jin Sheng excused himself, citing fatigue, and retreated to his room. His room, located at the front of the third floor, was quite spacious, a hallmark of rural self-built homes. It was immaculately clean, clearly having been meticulously tidied. The solid wooden desk once used for studying was devoid of dust. The bed was neatly made with fresh linens, likely prepared by his parents in anticipation of his return, especially since they had both the previous day off work. At this time of year, the temperature variation between day and night was significant, particularly in the countryside. Jin Sheng, being young, was relatively unfazed by it. After freshening up, he lay in bed, enveloped by the sunlight-scented comforter, and soon drifted into slumber. The following morning, Jin Sheng awoke feeling refreshed. His parents had already left for work. On the kitchen table, he found 2 buns, a boiled egg, and a glass of milk, his standard breakfast during high school. He quickly finished his meal and sauntered out. Recalling that his father could drive, Jin Sheng planned to take advantage of his time at home to help his father acquire a vehicle, making travel more convenient. Along the village's cement roads, numerous osmanthus trees lined the sides, their fragrance wafting gently in the breeze. Jin Sheng's mind immediately conjured images of osmanthus honey. He often made chestnut osmanthus soup and yam flour osmanthus cake, dishes that undoubtedly belonged to the culinary treasures of the South. At that moment, a small car passed by and promptly stopped, a familiar face leaning out of the window. It was a neighbor who lived nearby. Xiao Shang, when did you return? Uncle Zhang, I came back yesterday. Are you heading to the county? Yes, if you're going there, I can give you a ride. That would be wonderful. Thank you. Uncle Zhang. No need for such formality, Jin Sheng said as he hopped into the passenger seat. The vehicle soon set off, and the two fell into a casual conversation. Xiao Sheng, have you graduated from university? Have you started working? Indeed. I graduated over a year ago. Ah, how swiftly time passes, in the blink of an eye. You little ones have all grown up. Uncle Zhang, how is Sister Xiao Xiao faring now? In Jin Sheng's recollection, Uncle Zhang has a daughter who is 2 years his senior, with whom he often played during their childhood, given that their families lived in close proximity. She is still pursuing her studies, possibly in graduate school or something of the sort, but that is beyond my concern. Haha, isn't that rather splendid? Upon my return, I too must embark on a graduate program. Otherwise, my educational qualifications will appear rather unimpressive. Speaking of which, although Uncle Zhang's words convey a sense of modesty, the pride upon his face is unmistakable. He was once the top scorer in the county during the college entrance examination and was admitted to Tsinghua University. Remarkably, a celebratory banquet was held in the village for 3 consecutive days. Aren't you already employed? Why are you contemplating further studies? My situation is somewhat different. As a law student, I place greater emphasis on practical experience, thus it does not impact me significantly. Alas, your path seems more advantageous. Xiao Xiao is studying finance, which incurs substantial expenses, and one cannot predict what the future holds for her. After approximately 10 minutes, he arrived at the county town. Bidding farewell to Uncle Zhang, Jin Sheng alighted from the vehicle not far from the automobile city and began to stroll around. Presently, new energy vehicles abound, yet given his father's age, he might not be adept at handling such innovations. A traditional gasoline car would suffice, even if it remains idle and the battery dies. At least it would not present significant issues in other respects. Upon spotting the familiar 3-pronged star emblem, Jin Sheng paused momentarily before stepping inside. Within the 4S dealership, several individuals were already examining vehicles. As soon as Jin Sheng entered, a female salesperson approached him. Welcome. Are you looking to purchase a vehicle? Yes. I would like to take a look first. Certainly. This way, please. Allow me to introduce you to our offerings. Thank you. After perusing for over half an hour, Jin Sheng found himself drawn to an SUV model, the price of which was quite agreeable. It boasts a 2.0T engine with a fuel consumption of 6 per 100 kilometers, priced at 350,000 yuan. According to the salesperson, there is currently a promotional discount of 90,000 yuan, as the original price was 448,000 yuan. It seems the new energy vehicle trend has compelled such reductions. This is indeed beneficial for the common people. Jin Sheng felt no inclination to compare with other options. This model and price were perfectly suitable for his father. After all, in the county town, such entry-level BBA models are ubiquitous. Investing in a luxury vehicle costing several hundred thousand or even millions would only become a burden. Do you have any in stock? Jin Sheng inquired. And the salesperson's eyes immediately brightened. Yes, we have both black and white available at the moment. Is there any room for further negotiation on the price? Jin Sheng asked casually, hoping to secure a better deal. Noticing the salesperson's momentary hesitation, he sensed a glimmer of hope. Whether it was an act or not, she excused herself to consult with her supervisor. After only a few minutes, the dealership offered several complimentary services along with 2 fuel cards worth 1,000 each. Jin Sheng, disregarding the saleswoman's wistful gaze, firmly declined the installment plan and opted for full payment instead. 2 hours later, all the formalities were completed, and the vehicle was registered under his father's name. After enjoying a complimentary meal at the 4S dealership, Jin Sheng drove straight home. Ultimately, the saleswoman succeeded in adding Jin Sheng on WeChat, using the pretext that he could reach out to her for any issues with the car. However, Jin Sheng sensed a hint of ulterior motives in her gaze, though he lacked concrete evidence. Upon arriving home, he parked the car in the vacant spot at the back door, a space that had been reserved for this very moment. Wang 12 was not at home. Having gone to the county court for an internship-related matter, Jin Sheng was somewhat surprised. This young man had some ambition. Securing an internship across provinces is no small feat without certain connections. In the afternoon, with nothing else to do, Jin Sheng ventured to the rice fields beside the village to catch some eels, managing to bring back nearly 2 kilograms. They were not particularly large or plump, but sufficient for a stir-fry dish. That evening, he showed his parents the new car, solemnly handing the keys to his father. The man had little affection for vehicles. Yet he couldn't help but fondle the keys, despite grumbling about the expense, and ended up drinking too much during dinner. Fortunately, it was mulberry wine, which is gentle on the body even in excess. The following day, Jin Sheng refrained from visiting the county city again. Instead, he gathered a considerable amount of osmanthus flowers from the village and prepared a dozen jars of osmanthus honey to take to Pengcheng. This delicacy is not only delightful in pastries but also convenient when mixed with warm water for a refreshing drink. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, his father took an hour off work to drive Jin Sheng to the airport. The two exchanged few words as Jin Sheng checked in. His father gave him a gentle pat on the shoulder, his face reflecting a trace of reluctance. Between men, much is conveyed without utterance. Chapter 92. The conclusion of the variety show. After more than 2 hours of flight, around 6 in the evening, Jin Sheng arrived in Pengcheng. Upon exiting the airport, he sent a message to Chen Yiming. Chun, I'm back. You should head to the law firm first. It's a perfect opportunity to wrap things up. Okay. Jin Sheng summoned a car and made his way directly to the law office. At 7:10 p.m., the law firm was still devoid of any presence, save for a solitary light glowing at the entrance. After swiping his card to enter, Jin Sheng illuminated the other lights and settled at his workstation, texting his mother to inform her of his safe arrival. His mother replied promptly, likely holding her phone in anticipation. Such is the parental concern for their children's travels. Though unspoken, it is evident through subtle details, as exemplified in this moment. After waiting for nearly 2 hours, the sound of conversation wafted in from the entrance. They had returned. As Jin Sheng lifted his gaze, he spotted Xiao Yang leading a group of interns behind him. Jin, we haven't seen you around these past few days. Indeed, did you have matters to attend to, senior? Jin Sheng retrieved a bag of osmanthus honey and smiled. I had a minor errand. I returned to my hometown. Here, I brought you all a little something pure, wild osmanthus honey that I prepared myself. It's beneficial for beauty and vitality for the ladies, and it can enhance immunity for the gentlemen. Each of you may take a jar. Just mix it with warm water. Upon hearing his words, the girls gathered around brightened with delight. One by one, they accepted the jars, expressing their gratitude. Through the transparent glass, the red osmanthus blossoms sparkled within, resembling tiny stars, utterly charming. After waiting for another 10 minutes, Jin Sheng finally saw the four skilled individuals return. However, Lu Siyuan walked with a noticeable limp, supported by Ren Wei. Lu, what happened to you? He, just a little mishap, Lu Siyuan replied, somewhat embarrassed. Jin Sheng also presented each of the four with a jar, reiterating its benefits. They all appreciated the thoughtful gift, a testament to the intricacies of human relationships. Everyone, please head to the conference room. No need to bring anything, just come as you are. Understood. The interns acknowledged Luo Jiyun's words and proceeded toward the conference room. 10 minutes later, everyone had gathered. They began by announcing the KPI scores for the final project. Jin Sheng's former mentor had little to say, once again dominating the room, one of the MVPs, surprisingly. Su Wenting displayed remarkable performance in the presence of Xiao Yang and Hu Mingho, showcasing significant improvement. Among the 8 interns, with the exception of Huang Kai and the younger sister, the remaining 6 had surpassed the passing mark for offers, advancing to the final stage. Even when Wang Yian is admitted, her starting salary reaches an impressive 150, truly deserving of her top-tier status. It is evident that the 2 individuals who were not selected had mentally prepared themselves, maintaining a composed demeanor. Luo Jiayun appears somewhat strict, yet she possesses a kind heart. As Wang Yutong's mentor, she offers words of comfort. Yutong, I have a few thoughts to share with you. During the last evaluation segment, I mentioned the importance of recognizing your progress. However, today, I wish to remind you that as you move forward, do not forget to appreciate the scenery along the way. Live for yourself, not for the opinions of others. You may miss the moonlight tonight, but perhaps you will encounter the dawn of tomorrow. Have faith in the future. There are countless wonders awaiting you. Upon hearing these words, the little rabbit appears deeply touched, her eyes glistening with emotion. Thank you, Lawyer Luo. Ren Wei, serving as Huang Kai's mentor, feels compelled to echo Luo Jiayun's sentiments. Huang Kai, let us embrace. He rises and approaches him. While embracing, Ren Wei gently pats Huang Kai's back, saying, You are remarkable. Stay true to your path, and keep pushing forward. Thank you, Lawyer Ren. Perhaps due to past familial experiences, Huang Kai speaks with a notable caution. Observing these poignant moments, Chen Yiming reflects, over the past month, our time together has allowed me to witness everyone's growth. Each step taken has been resolute, and each case has been approached with diligence. Today is not the end, but rather a new beginning. Cherish this experience. A brighter future awaits you all. Following his summary, Chen Yiming suggests, Now, let us go out for a meal. Lu Siyuan, who is currently on a diet, chuckles. At this hour, it already feels like a late-night snack. Let us give ourselves a round of applause and mark the conclusion of your internship with a perfect ending. As Luo Jiyun's words resonate, although there is a sense of reluctance in everyone's eyes, they enthusiastically applaud. Jin Sheng shares this sentiment. After spending this time together, even while recording a program, they have forged meaningful friendships. All right, let us depart. Jin Sheng returns to his workstation to gather his belongings. The venue is located nearby, atop a tall building, where they will enjoy hot pot. Upon their arrival, the surrounding cameras are already set up. However, as they take their seats, Jin Sheng notices a small detail. Hu Mingho has chosen to sit next to Wang Yian, sharing a pot together. During the previous task, Jin Sheng had sensed a hint of romantic tension, and now that the internship has concluded, the two no longer shy away from their connection. Wang Yian appears to be a few years older than Hu Mingho. Is this a case of a May-December romance? Xiao Jin, come dine with me. I am on a weight loss journey. Lu Siyuan, though tempted, managed to exercise restraint. Perhaps everyone was feeling hungry, as they quietly began to eat. Once they had consumed a little to satisfy their hunger, they gradually engaged in various conversations. Perhaps they masked their sadness with joy. The interns took the initiative to share their recent experiences, revealing their emotional nature. Among the 4 distinguished individuals, Lu Siyuan was undoubtedly the most sensitive. Perhaps reflecting on her journey as a female lawyer, she recalled the hardships and struggles she had faced. Amidst laughter and playful banter, time flew by. And before they knew it, it was already 11:30 at night. Well, today can be regarded as a fulfilling conclusion. Thus, in accordance with our firm-esh tradition, we shall provide each of you with a certificate of internship. Chapter 93, The Commencement of Work Friday, October 27th. By the time I returned to the apartment last night, it was already midnight. After lunch, the interns would partake in their final interviews, from which 3 would be selected to join the law firm. At 9:30, Jin Sheng arrived at the office. His presence was not to participate in the final evaluations, as he was still a junior candidate, but rather to discuss certain matters with Chen Yiming, as previously arranged. Shortly thereafter, Chen arrived. The two sat facing each other in the office. In a while, lawyer Ping Shuejuan would come by. He was quite curious about you, and you could have a conversation then. Also, how have your considerations been progressing? Have you made any selections? Jin Sheng hesitated little. Among the interns, Hu Mingho and Wang Yan had essentially been reserved by Lu Siyuan. Among the remaining candidates, Su Wenting stood out as the most suitable, both in terms of capability and educational background. Chun, I have a favorable opinion of Su Wenting, Jin Sheng remarked. This choice did not take Chen Yiming by surprise. He believed that what Jin Sheng needed most at this moment was someone with immediate practical skills. The other interns were either still completing their graduate studies or lacked the necessary competencies. Chen Yiming nodded, acknowledging, understood. By the way, do you still have a case on hand involving a client named by Irong? Yes, it should still be in the process of retrial, awaiting a response from the court. Jin Sheng replied, a hint of curiosity sparking within him at the sudden inquiry about the case. You'll find out shortly, but I must say, you displayed quite a bit of audacity by including the phrase promoting judicial practice in your appeal, Chen teased. Jin Sheng sheepishly scratched his head, admitting, I did get a bit carried away at that moment. However, observing Chen Yiming's expression, he sensed no impending reprimand. This afternoon, we shall return to Shanghai together. Taijun has already prepared your office at the firm. Later, you should check if anything is missing and make the necessary arrangements promptly. Additionally, as I mentioned, the wife of one of our VIP clients has an appointment tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., so be attentive then. Jin Sheng nodded in acknowledgement. Understood. Ding. At that moment, Chen Yiming's phone chimed. Let us proceed to the entrance to welcome lawyer Ping, he said. All right, Jin Sheng replied. And both swiftly rose and made their way outside. As they stepped out of the law firm, the elevator nearby opened, revealing a figure with a closely cropped hairstyle. Exuding a commanding presence despite his modest height. Pingke, thank you for your hard work. Ah, it's no trouble at all, he replied with a smile. After a brief handshake, Chen Yiming promptly introduced, this young man is Jin Sheng. You may call him Xiao Jin. Jin Sheng stepped forward, greeting, hello, lawyer Peng. Welcome to Jin Sheng, Peng Shuejuan replied, shaking hands while assessing Jin Sheng with a smile. You are quite impressive. Your recent 2 cases were handled exceptionally well. Jin Sheng quickly responded with humility, attributing his success to the esteemed law firm and expressing gratitude for the trust placed in him by attorney Chun. Despite being a mere novice, in the presence of seasoned professionals, it is prudent to adopt a modest demeanor, as a gesture of respect can only yield positive outcomes. Ping Shuejuan smiled and nodded, opting not to elaborate further. Pingke, shall we proceed inside for a discussion? Certainly under the guidance of Chen Yiming. The trio bypassed the office and headed straight for the refreshment area. Jin Sheng deftly poured several glasses of water, demonstrating his attentiveness. After sipping from his glass, Peng Shuejuan cheerfully remarked, Xiao Jin, just the other day, a junior colleague of mine called to discuss you. The court seems particularly invested in the case you are handling. After all, you have gained notoriety by stepping on the toes of a senior judge from the Supreme Court. Haha, Jin Sheng felt a twinge of unease. He realized he had caught someone's attention. This was hardly an auspicious situation. If he were to be scrutinized so closely by the judge each time he appeared in court, the challenges would be formidable. The 2 veterans observed Jin Sheng's expressions, exchanging banter. Are you feeling frightened? One teased. Rest assured, the scenarios you envision are unlikely to materialize. Indeed, they ought to be grateful to you for helping rid the profession of its miscreants. Their playful jest left Jin Sheng feeling somewhat exasperated. As if they were reveling in his predicament. Even the powerful possess a penchant for mischief. Before long, 3 other supervising attorneys arrived. After engaging in further conversation and sharing a brief lunch, they proceeded to the final segment of the day. Jin Sheng, on the other hand, brewed himself a cup of coffee and leisurely scrolled through his phone, acknowledging the necessity for a lawyer to remain at the forefront of information, especially the latest gossip. To avoid censorship, I shall refrain from detailing any further. I certainly want to divulge that a certain instructor has taken on a new alias and ventured into a different field. At 3 p.m., bidding farewell to Luo Jiayun and Ren Wei, Jin Sheng, along with 2 of the other esteemed professionals, boarded their flight back to the bustling metropolis. In the business class cabin, Lu Siyuan's eyes were noticeably bloodshot, betraying signs of recent tears. Her expression mirrored a bittersweet mixture of reluctance and sorrow at parting. This formidable woman, who thrived in her professional life, exhibited an unexpected depth of sentimentality in her personal life. Chen Yiming offered no words but gently patted her arm in a gesture of comfort. By 8:30 p.m., The trio arrived at the law firm. Although their flight lasted a mere 3 hours, they endured significant delays on the roads in the metropolis. Quite frustrating indeed. Xiao Jin, why don't you head over to your office first? All right. After parting ways with his companions, Jin Sheng made his way directly to the litigation department. However, he found that most of the staff had already left for the day. Only Lin Mingming remained. Attorney Jin, you finally arrived. Come with me. Upon seeing Jin Sheng, Lin Mingming immediately rose and gestured for him to follow her to the right. Jin Sheng trailed behind with his suitcase, a flutter of excitement coursing through him, for he was about to see his very own office. Before long, Lin Mingming halted, pushing open the door to an office. Jin Sheng beheld his name already emblazoned on the plaque at the entrance. Attorney Jin, this shall be your office. Take a look and see if you wish to add anything. Upon entering, Jin Sheng surveyed his surroundings. The office was modest in size, reminiscent of the spaces where he had recorded programs alongside several mentors. It featured a desk adorned with a sleek LCD monitor, accompanied by 2 chairs for engaging conversations. Behind him stood a series of empty wooden bookshelves, awaiting the arrival of books and documents. For now, a few legal texts were placed haphazardly upon them. In one corner, a coat rack stood ready to accommodate garments and briefcases. Adjacent to it was a small sofa, inviting moments of repose when fatigue set in. Most importantly, from this vantage point, one could admire the scenic views outside the window. Quite pleasant, indeed. Upon witnessing Jin Sheng's approving nod, Lin Mingming exhaled in relief. By the way, Zhang Qin will be transferring here to serve as your junior attorney. Her workstation will be right by your door. Chapter 94, The Commission of Ms. Zhong, October 28th, Saturday at 8 o'clock in the morning. Jin Sheng rose and enjoyed breakfast at the entrance of the residential community before heading to the law firm. He also brought along the exquisite tea gifted by Chun Hanxing during his last visit. After all, a VIP client was expected to arrive, and one must be prepared with high-quality tea in case they were fond of it. It was still early, and the law firm was relatively quiet. Only one receptionist had arrived, discreetly savoring her breakfast. Upon noticing Jin Sheng, she almost choked. Hello, may I ask whom you are looking for? I am the new attorney at the firm. My name is Jin Sheng, he said, raising his identification badge for emphasis. Oh, hello, Attorney Jin. I am Tang Qiming. Intoxicated, unaware of the heavens and the water, a boat full of dreams pressing upon the Milky Way, he mused, admiring the beauty of her name.